In 1978, Hong Kong was a land paved with gold. A professor of electromechanics was unexpectedly reborn only to awaken and discover that his parents were dead, his family bankrupt, and all that remained was a small electrical appliance factory on the verge of collapse. Relying on industrial technology 40 years ahead of its time and memories of the future, he began with the manufacture of a single household appliance and step by step forged a global technology brand. Appliances, real estate, hotels, finance, energy. An overseas Chinese commercial empire spanning the globe was quietly rising. While European and American capital still looked down on Asia, a new legend from Hong Kong had already begun to rewrite the world's commercial landscape. Seawater flooded into his mouth, briny and fishy. Lin Haisheng kicked desperately, yet felt his body growing heavier and heavier. From the sea behind him came faint sounds. Were those sirens or sharks? He could no longer tell. Once ashore, his companions were scattered amid screams, the footsteps of pursuing policemen pounding in his ears as he fled blindly through a mountain forest. His thigh was injured, but he could not spare a thought for it, running forward alone for his life. Only a single thought sustained him. Once he reached Hong Kong, he would have arrived. After that, he remembered nothing. This is not transmigration nor rebirth. This is a story that truly happened. In the turning of spring to summer in 1978, before the sky had fully brightened, the Shapa district of the New Territories in Hong Kong was already wrapped in a gray, misty rain. The rain was neither heavy nor light, precisely the kind of fine, lingering drizzle that left one's whole body uncomfortable. On the face it stung like mosquito bites and could not be wiped away clean. Huang Xiangrong had left home earlier than usual. He wore a half-worn nylon raincoat, the collar frayed, and the sleeves a bit too short, exposing his dark-weathered wrists. Though around 50, his frame remained sturdy, his shoulders broad and solid, veins bulging along his arms. Clearly a man tempered by years of hauling fishing nets. He trod along the muddy country path, sinking deep and shallow with each step as he headed toward the pier. Humming an aria from the Cantonese opera excerpt Di Nu Hua under his breath, his voice was muffled and indistinct, but it pleased his own ears well enough. On both sides, lychee trees were studded with tender new green leaves. Beads of water clung to the leaf tips, and when the wind stirred them, the droplets fell onto his raincoat with soft pattering sounds. The sea breeze swept in from ahead, thick with salt and brine. He had breathed this scent for half a lifetime. At this moment it steadied his heart instead, a sign that the tide had gone out early today, just right for boarding the boat to check whether the keel had been eaten away by worms. His single-trawler fishing boat had been with him for nearly 20 years. The hull was mottled, patches of paint peeling away to reveal the gray, weathered planks beneath. Yet Huang Xiangrong could not bear to replace it, always feeling that this boat shared a bond of sentiment with him. As the rain lightened, he simply took off his raincoat and draped it over his arm, lifting a hand to wipe the water from his face. In the instant that he raised his head, his gaze swept across a patch of low woods by the beach, and his footsteps abruptly halted. Beneath the trees, some dark, hunched thing lay curled on the ground. Huang Xiangrong narrowed his eyes, straining to make it out for 2 full seconds. It was not a rock, not driftwood. The outline was unmistakably human. His heart lurched. It was as if his soles had been nailed to the ground, and for a moment, he did not dare move. Lately, public security in Hong Kong had been anything but peaceful. News of gangland shootouts by the Triads appeared in the papers every few days. Old Shen at the pier had said that just the month before they had dredged up an unidentified corpse by the docks. Supposedly someone hacked down by the gangs and tossed into the sea, only to be washed back ashore when the tide rose. He instinctively took half a step back and swept a wary glance around. The grove was deathly still, with only the sound of raindrops dripping from leaves. Far out at sea, everything was a hazy gray, not a single boat in sight. Standing where he was, Huang Xiangrong felt his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Should he mind his own business and simply walk away? Or should he go and look? He clenched his back molars and in the end set his legs in motion. If heaven had placed someone in his path, how could he not take a look? Otherwise he would never sleep soundly that night. Drawing closer, he finally saw clearly. It was a young fellow about 20 or so, his clothes soaked through and clinging tightly to a frame so thin it was all bone. His hair lay in a tangled mess plastered across his face, and his lips were cracked, seeping dark red threads of. A large hole gaped at the knee of his trousers, and the wound on his thigh, 4 or 5 inches long, was ghastly to behold. The blood had long since clotted into blackish brown, the edges of the torn flesh were curled and caked with sand. Huang Xiangrong squatted down and reached out to test the breath under the young man's nose. There was still a thread of life, weak as a spider's silk, yet undeniably present. The heart that had hung suspended for so long sank halfway back into place. He murmured Ba under his breath, then patted the young man twice on the shoulder. Young fella, wake up." There was no response. He increased his strength, patting several more times while his other hand pinched the philtrum beneath the young man's nose. Huang Xiangrong squatted down and reached out to test the breath under the young man's nose. There was still a thread of life, weak as a spider. His gaze was blank and frightened, like a small animal trapped in a snare, unsure whether the person before him was foe or friend. His body suddenly tensed as he tried to shrink back, but he felt as if his bones had fallen apart, and could not even lift a hand. His lips trembled, and only after great effort did he force out a few words. Uncle, where is this? Have I reached Hong Kong? At the heavy Cantonese accent from eastern Guangdong, Huang Xiangrong understood at once. A human smuggler. In recent years, too many had swum over from the mainland. From time to time the fishermen at the pier would find exhausted stowaways along the shore, some still alive, some already cold. By the rules one was supposed to report to the police immediately when encountering such people. Yet looking at the child before him, nothing but skin and bone, Huang Xiangrong found he could not harden his heart. He sighed and softened his tone, coaxing as he would his own son. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is the Shapu district of the New Territories in Hong Kong. My surname is Huang Xiangrong. I'm a fisherman here in the area. The young man's eyes reddened at once, his lips trembling violently. He wanted to speak, but only a muffled sob escaped his throat. Water. With that single word it was as though he had spent the last of his strength. His voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. Without another word, Huang Xiangrong bent down, slung one of the young man's arms over his own shoulder, and hauled him up with all his might. The young man was not short, perhaps over 1.70 meters, yet shockingly light. Barely over 100 kg, like carrying an empty shell. After only a few steps the wound on the young man's leg was pulled taut, the pain making him gasp sharply as his whole body sagged, nearly dragging Huang Xiangrong down with him. Hold on. Slowly now. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xiangrong steadied himself, one arm clamped tightly around the young man's waist. The pier is just ahead. Once we're on the boat, there will be water to drink. A walk that usually took 5 minutes took them nearly a quarter of an hour. At last they reached the pier, where Huang Xiangrong's fishing boat was moored to the outermost post. Supporting the young man with one hand and pulling on the mooring rope with the other, he half dragged, half lifted him aboard. The instant the young man stepped onto the deck, his legs gave way, and he collapsed limply at the cabin entrance. After propping him against the cabin wall, Huang Xiangrong turned to rummage for supplies. From inside the cabin, he fetched an army green thermos, poured a tin enamel mug of warm water, and tossed over half a packet of soda biscuits in torn packaging. They were snacks he had left on the boat the day before. Drink some water first, then eat a little. Don't gulp it down too fast. When the young man took the bottle, both his hands shook so badly that he fumbled for quite a while before finding his mouth with the rim. He tipped back his head and swallowed in urgent mouthfuls, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down rapidly. Water spilled from the corners of his mouth, trickling down his chin and soaking into his collar. When the biscuits were opened, he stuffed them into his mouth, without care, hardly chewing, before swallowing entire pieces. Alarmed, Huang Xiangrong hastily patted him twice on the back. Slow down. No one's fighting you for it. Only then did the young man slightly regain his composure. He lifted his head to look at Huang Xiangrong, eyes red, biscuit crumbs clinging to his lips. Thank you, uncle. Huang Xiangrong waved a hand dismissively, then pulled out a first aid kit from the cabin and squatted down to treat the wound on his leg. When the iodine touched flesh, the young man's whole body trembled, his fingers digging into the gaps of the deck planks, yet he did not utter a single groan. Quietly, Huang Xiangrong nodded to himself. This child had a stubborn endurance. After bandaging the wound, he found a clean set of old clothes. Change into these. The ones you're wearing are soaked through, keep them on, and you'll fall ill. The young man took the clothes and lowered his head. A tear fell and splashed onto the back of his hand. Uncle, you are a good man. All right, enough of that sugary talk. Soon the young man had changed into the dry clothes. When he appeared before Huang Xiangrong again, he already looked rising to his feet and flexing his numb legs. Huang Xiangrong asked, "What's your name?" The young man wiped his face and took a deep breath, as if borrowing the motion to steel himself. My name is Lin Haixing. High as an ocean, Shang as in life. Lin Haixing, Huang Xiangrong repeated, nodding. Easy to remember. Lin Haixing forced a faint smile, but before it had lasted half a second his expression suddenly changed. His head snapped down and his hands began frantically groping through his trouser pockets. He turned out every pocket he had, his movements growing more and more frantic as the color drained from his face. No. His voice cracked sharp and trembling. My things are gone. Lin Haixing's last conscious thought before he blacked out had been that the slip of paper was still in his pocket. He had felt it there, he was sure of it. Yet now his trouser pocket hung empty, desolate. There was nothing inside. Panic blazing through him, he sprang to his feet, and the wound on his leg was violently torn open. The pain forced him to bend over, cold sweat breaking out across his forehead in a sudden rush. Li Shindong spoke calmly. Yulan can seek to use our strength to balance Macau's power structure. So let us embrace his ruse. Let us root ourselves. Nothing. How can there be nothing? Seeing his state, Huang Xiangrong frowned, walked over, picked up the tattered mud and blood-stained clothes lying on the deck, and helped him continue searching. He shook the clothes open and turned out every pocket, even ripping open the stitching at the waistband. Still there was nothing at all. Huang Xiangrong quickly pressed down on the young man's shoulder. Don't panic. Young man, what exactly did you lose? Tell me slowly. Some money, and a slip of paper. Lin Haixing's eyes were bloodshot, tears spilling in chains and falling onto the deck without a sound. On that paper were my uncle's address and telephone number in Hong Kong. I only remember he lives in North Point. The exact house number was all on that paper. His voice grew softer and softer until in the end, he was almost speaking on breath alone. The paper is gone. I've just arrived in Hong Kong, and now I can't even find where my uncle lives. It was as if the bones had been drawn out of his body. He slowly sank into a squat, wrapped his hands around his head, and curled into a ball. His shoulders shook in jerks, emitting muffled sobs. The sound was not loud, yet it tightened the heart more than wailing ever could. Huang Xiangrong squatted down beside him, without rushing to speak, simply extending his rough, large hand to rest on the young man's back, patting him twice in a slow rhythm. The calluses in that palm could be felt even through the fabric, yet each pat was steady and sure. Only after a long while did he speak, his voice low but as firm as a mooring anchor. Lad, listen to me. What's lost is lost. No amount of anxiety will conjure it back. But you are still alive, swimming all the way from the mainland, slicing your leg open like this, and yet you're still breathing. This life of yours has been snatched back from death. With your life intact, what is there to fear in finding a single person? Lin Haixing slowly lifted his head, tear tracks crossing his face. Panic still lingered in his eyes, but they were no longer as out of control as before. He stared blankly for a moment. Not because the words had suddenly enlightened him, but because when Huang Xiangrong said your life is here, his tone had been utterly ordinary, as if saying it's raining today, or the sea wind is strong. Yet it was precisely that ordinary tone that loosened the taut string in his heart by a fraction. Fixing his gaze on the young man's eyes, Huang Xiangrong's expression grew solemn as he lowered his voice. First steady your heart, then tell me, how exactly did you get here? Was there anyone else along the way? Hidden within his words was another layer of meaning. Had he fallen under the eye of snakeheads, and were there people still in pursuit? Had he stirred up any trouble back in the mainland? Lin Haixing understood. He drew in a deep breath, striving to calm the fear and chaos roiling in his heart. With trembling hands, he wiped away the tears on his face and choked out, I came from Chao County in Haicheng, Guangdong. I just turned 20 this year. His story came out in broken fragments. His father, a middle school principal, branded a capitalist rotor during the Cultural Revolution and still not rehabilitated. How after the college entrance examinations were restored, he wanted to sit for them, but could not pass the political vetting. How more than a dozen educated youths had returned to the city, but found no work, and heard rumors that Hong Kong was paved with gold you could earn in a month what took a year in the mainland. How his mother said his grandfather and uncle were both in Hong Kong. So I came. His voice was dry, and as he spoke, the hand gripping his trouser leg clenched tighter and tighter. He could not stop here. He could not simply be wasted like this. He did not voice that last thought, but Huang Xiangrong understood. Those clenched knuckles spoke louder than any words. We followed the snakehead for a day and a night, and reached a bay, then went into the water before dawn. From which direction did you enter the sea? Huang Xiangrong pressed. I can't describe the exact location, Lin Haixing said, only that mountains surrounded us on all sides. It was very remote. By the time I swam to this shore, the sun was almost setting. He shivered, as if recalling something he would rather forget. No sooner had I landed than the police came after us. Everyone scattered. Oh, I ran into the hills, and the further I fled, the darker it grew. I stumbled and fell, injured my leg, and lost my companions. Who were your companions? Chun Wei and Kai Weisong, educated youths from my village. We're good friends, good brothers. We agreed that if we were separated, we'd meet at Wan Chai Pier 1 week later. But with this leg, he lowered his head to glance at the bandaged wound, a flicker of bitterness passing through his eyes. Blood was still seeping out, staining the gauze with a small patch of dark red. Huang Xiangrong fell silent for a moment. He recalled something he had heard at the pier last month, that under the colonial government's policies, as long as one could reach the urban area and find relatives to act as guarantors, one could stay. He did not say it aloud. What use would it be? The boy had even lost his uncle's address. What does your uncle do in Hong Kong? He asked. He works for a state-owned company, Lin Haixing replied. His name is Yi Xinyang, and he lives in North Point. Huang Xiangrong thought for a moment, then shook his head. There were indeed many Fujianese and Eastern Guangdong people in the North Point area, but that name was unfamiliar to him. He was about to say something more, perhaps to comfort him, perhaps to probe further, when suddenly, woof woof woof, from the distance came abrupt barking, sharp and urgent, slicing through the heavy post-strain air. Both men fell silent at once, their bodies tightening like coiled springs. Lin Haixing instinctively shrank back, his head nearly striking the cabin wall. Almost by instinct, Huang Xiangrong raised his index finger to his lips, his gaze turning razor-sharp. He cocked his head to listen for a few seconds. The barking drew near, and then receded, its direction unclear. It sounded like a dog, yet also like someone deliberately driving it toward them. Lin Haixing huddled in the corner of the cabin, his face ashen, lips trembling. He scarcely dared to breathe. After perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, or what felt more like 2 or 3 years, the barking gradually receded, finally vanishing altogether into the distant hills. Only then did they both let out a long breath. Huang Xiangrong's back was drenched, his nylon raincoat clung to his skin, clammy and cold. The checks have been far too strict lately. He took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, his words now coming more quickly. Given your situation, the most urgent thing is to heal that injury first. With a crippled leg, you can't even walk steadily. How are you going to get into the city? He sized Lin Haixing up from head to toe, a calculating look in his eyes. Lin Haixing had just opened his mouth when without warning hurried footsteps sounded from afar rushing straight toward the pier. The noise was closer, more urgent, and clearer than the barking just now. It was not just one person but several leather boots pounding against the wooden planks of the pier. Thump, 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 as if hammering on the human heart. The color drained from Huang Xiangrong's face in an instant. Huang Xiangrong's reaction was swift. He grabbed Lin Haixing's wrist and whispered urgently, "Follow me." To the storage room in the tail cabin. Lin Haixing's body stiffened for a moment, then his survival instinct ignited like a flame, propelling him forward. He limped and stumbled after Huang Xiangrong to the rear cabin. Lin Haixing's body stiffened for a moment, then his survival instinct ignited like a flame, propelling him forward. He limped, and the storage room was hidden deep in the stern, a space of less than 2 square meters cluttered with fishing nets, rods, old buoys, and other miscellaneous items. Huang Xiangrong shoved Lin Haixing inside, quickly closed the door behind him, and began to pile fishing nets and rods haphazardly in front of the door, moving with the agility of someone far younger than his 50-plus years. "Crouch down. Not a sound. Do you hear me?" Lin Haixing curled up in the corner, pressing his hands tightly. In the darkness, he could see nothing, only hear his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, thumping so loudly that his ears buzzed. Huang Xiangrong took 3 deep breaths outside, his first to suppress panic, the second to steady his hands, and the third to compose his expression. Then he strode to the front of the boat and stood firmly on the deck. Just as he steadied himself, a group of people appeared on the dock. Leading them was a British man in his 40s, tall and thin like a clothesline, dressed in a crisp military uniform, his polished boots shining and a pair of reflective sunglasses perched on his nose. Behind him were 5 or 6 others, some in water police uniforms, some in plain clothes, and one young Chinese police officer, whose face seemed familiar, likely one who patrolled the nearby precinct. The Chinese officer spoke first, wearing a professional friendly smile. "Uncle, sorry to bother you." His eyes, however, were busy scanning from bow to stern and back again. "We've received a tip-off that there may be smuggling activities in this area. Did you see any suspicious individuals passing by this morning?" Huang Xiangrong's heart raced like a pile driver, but his expression was perfectly composed. Not the imperturbable calm of someone who had nothing to hide, but the bewildered anxiety of an ordinary fisherman confronted by the police. "Suspicious individuals." He scratched his head. "I didn't see anyone as I came along." He paused for a moment, as if recalling something, then pointed towards the distant hillside. "Oh, but I think I saw a trail of footprints in the woods this morning when it was raining, heading toward the mountains. It could have been someone out early hiking." The British officer suddenly spoke, a barrage of English coming at him like a rapid-fire gun. Huang Xiangrong couldn't understand but read the tension in the officer's face and his impatient gestures. They wanted to inspect the boat. The Chinese officer translated, his tone more polite than that of the British man. "This is Senior Inspector Smith from the New Territories. I'm Zhang Haoyong from the local precinct. We are conducting a joint anti-smuggling operation along the Guangdong-Hong Kong border, and we need to inspect the fishing boat. It's also for your safety to prevent criminals from hiding on board." Huang Xiangrong's heart sank, but he dared not show any reluctance, quickly putting on a smiling face and stepping aside. Of course. Please go ahead, Officer Zhang. I'm a law-abiding fisherman. I have nothing to hide." As he spoke, he subtly shifted his body slightly towards the outer side of the boat, as if unintentionally blocking the passageway leading to the tail cabin. Zhang Haoyong stepped into the cabin, his gaze sweeping every inch of space like a radar. He inspected the fishing nets, fish baskets, old life jackets, and the ropes piled in the corner, even nudging the ropes with his toes. Huang Xiangrong followed behind, his palms, sweaty perspiration oozing from his fingers. He dared not wipe them, fearing it would be too obvious. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the direction of the tail cabin, the pile of fishing gear still blocking the entrance, showing no signs of compromise. "What is this?" Zhang Haoyong suddenly stopped, pointing at a piece of clothing on the storage box. It was the outfit Lin Haixing had changed out of. Wet and carrying the salty stink of seawater, it stood out starkly in the light filtering in from the hatch. Huang Xiangrong's heart felt as though it had been gripped by a hand. He forced his expression to remain unchanged, quickly stepping forward to grab the clothing. "I got soaked in the rain this morning. I haven't had time to dry it yet." He shook the clothing deliberately, droplets splattering everywhere, hitting Zhang Haoyong's pant leg. The officer took half a step back, looking up to lock eyes with Huang Xiangrong. That gaze suddenly sharpened. "Uncle, there have been many people coming to smuggle lately, and several locals have been implicated. I've heard that fishermen hiding smuggled immigrants have been fined, and the serious offenders even had their fishing licenses revoked. You must be careful." His words were neither heavy nor light, but every word felt like a nail driving into Huang Xiangrong's spine. Indeed. He nodded repeatedly, his face displaying an overly eager smile. "You can rest assured, Officer Zhang. I will definitely be careful. If I see any suspicious individuals, I'll be the first to report to the precinct." Zhang Haoyong did not reply, but turned and walked further inside. His gaze lingered on the pile of fishing gear at the tail cabin for 2 seconds, then he stepped forward and nudged one of the rods with his hand. Huang Xiangrong's breath caught. At that moment, as the fishing rod was nudged, Lin Haixing in the storage room tensed up like a block of stone. He could hear the commotion outside. Footsteps, conversations in Cantonese, and the sound of something hard clashing. He didn't know what was happening, only that someone was getting closer. His fingers silently clenched the ground, his nails almost embedding into the wood grain of the deck. This fishing gear is quite tidy. Zhang Haiyang's voice came through the door, muffled yet clear. Huang Xiangrong's voice followed, slightly higher than usual. I just organized it this morning for tomorrow's sea trip. It's all old junk, nothing worth seeing. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his body to block the most vulnerable angle leading outside. Zhang Haiyang looked at him, a long gaze as if weighing something. Then he withdrew his gaze and exited the cabin. He exchanged a few low words with Inspector Smith. Smith frowned and said something in English, waving his hand. Uncle, sorry to bother you. Zhang Haiyang nodded at Huang Xiangrong and was the first to step off the boat. The group made their way out in a grand procession. The sound of polished boots on the wooden planks of the dock faded from near to far, growing softer until it was completely swallowed by the sound of the waves. Huang Xiangrong stood rigidly in place like a dried-up wooden post. He counted his heartbeat to 100, confirming he could no longer hear any voices before daring to move. He dashed to the tail cabin, throwing off the pile of fishing nets and rods. Lin Haixing lay crumpled on the ground, trembling like a leaf. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking a large patch of his collar. Come out, it's time to go. Huang Xiangrong's voice also quivered slightly as he grasped Lin Haixing's arm to help. Lin Haixing could barely stand. His legs felt like they were sinking into cotton, and it took him a moment to stammer, Uncle Rong. I thought this was the end of my life. When he nudged that fishing rod, I almost dashed out. Huang Xiangrong sighed and patted him heavily on the back. If you had rushed out, it would have been over. It's safe now, but we can't stay here any longer. The police have come once, they might return to check again. Lin Haixing lifted his head, looking at Huang Xiangrong's dark, weathered face. His lips moved a few times before he finally steeled his heart and spoke the words he had held back for so long. Uncle Rong, I truly have nowhere else to go. Can you let me stay at your place for a few days? I will definitely find a way to contact my uncle as soon as possible and won't trouble you. Huang Xiangrong listened, his brows furrowed tightly, and he remained silent for a long time. Keeping him here would be like planting a ticking time bomb for himself. The police had just investigated. If they discovered he was hiding illegal immigrants, it would prove he had lied. Not only would he lose his fishing boat license, but he might also face prosecution and imprisonment, dragging his family down with him. However, seeing the helpless gaze of Lin Haixing, he found it hard to harden his heart. The boy was about the same age as his son, and the stubbornness in his features reminded him of his younger self. Uncle Rong, I can work. I can carry things, do odd jobs, help out on the boat. I can do anything. Lin Haixing hurriedly added, fearing rejection. I won't be a burden. Huang Xiangrong was silent for a full half-minute before finally nodding. I can agree to this, but you must follow my rules and do as I say. Lin Haixing's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded. You tell me. I will follow your instructions. First, from now on, you are my wife's nephew. I'll call me uncle. If anyone asks, just say you came here from Guangdong to seek refuge with me. Huang Xiangrong's tone turned serious. Second, you are not allowed to go out during the day. I'll stay at home. I will teach you the way around when I come back at night. Third, do not mention anything about smuggling to anyone, not even my wife and kids. I understand. Lin Haixing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with gratitude. Uncle Rong, you are truly my savior. I will repay you well in the future. Huang Xiangrong waved his hand. Let's not talk about repayment for now. Let's focus on keeping you alive in Hong Kong first. He glanced at the sky. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and night was beginning to fall. Let's head back to the village while it's dark. Let's go to my home to rest for a bit. He gathered a few of Lin Haixing's change of clothes and some fishing gear that needed repairs, then locked the fishing boat. Stay close to me, don't speak, and don't look at anyone. Huang Xiangrong instructed as he stepped onto the path leading to the dock. Lin Haixing followed closely behind, as if grasping onto a lifeline. As night deepened, the shadows of the banyan trees along the road loomed like lurking figures. The sea breeze carried the salty scent mingled with a hint of coolness. With every step, Lin Haixing couldn't help but look back, feeling as if someone was watching him from behind. Don't be afraid, everyone in the village is familiar with each other. Huang Xiangrong noticed his tension and slowed his pace. As long as you don't speak, no one will suspect anything. As they passed by the village's small shop, the shopkeeper's wife poked her head out to greet them. Brother Rong, you're back. Is this your relative? Huang Xiangrong smiled and nodded. Yes, he's my wife's nephew, just arrived from the countryside. Lin Haixing imitated Huang Xiangrong's smile, hurriedly lowering his head, afraid to speak. The shopkeeper's wife glanced at him a couple of times, but did not ask any further questions. Dadai village lay quietly under the moonlight. This small fishing village located in the Shapa district was only a 10-minute journey from the busy dock. The village was small but picturesque, with a gentle sea breeze and a very comfortable climate. The house where Uncle Rong lived was a typical village home in Dadai village. Although the house had weathered the years and appeared somewhat worn, it remained sturdy and durable. The house consisted of a 2.5-story structure, each floor approximately 70 to 80 square meters in size, quite spacious. We're here. Huang Xiangrong pushed the door open. Come in. Lin Haixing cautiously stepped into the yard where rows of dried fish were laid out, emitting a faint fishy odor. "Arong, you're back." A gentle female voice came from inside the house, and then a middle-aged woman walked out. She was of average build, slightly plump, dressed in a simple floral shirt with a round face adorned with a warm smile, and her hair neatly tied back. She was Huang Xiangrong's wife, Susime. When she saw Lin Haixing standing behind Huang Xiangrong, her smile momentarily faltered, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although this young man was handsome, he looked extremely disheveled. His tattered clothes, messy hair, and his limping gait, along with those eyes filled with fatigue and unease. "Who is this young man?" Susime wiped her hands dry and asked gently. Huang Xiangrong hesitated for a moment, then said, "Sime, this is Lin Haixing, who came from the mainland. He encountered some difficulties on the way, and we are letting him stay for now." Susime's gaze lingered on Lin Haixing for a few seconds before nodding. She understood her husband. He was just that kind-hearted person who couldn't bear to see others suffer, and she would always quietly support his choices. "Child, don't just stand outside, come in and rest." She walked in front of Lin Haixing, her face displaying a kind smile. "He'll prepare something for you to eat." Saying this, she turned and went into the kitchen. Lin Haixing looked at her retreating figure, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. In this unfamiliar place, he felt the warmth of home for the first time. In the kitchen, Susime began to busy herself. "Mom, what's cooking today? It smells so good." A clear female voice came from the doorway, and soon a young girl walked in. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a factory uniform, her bright phoenix eyes full of spirit, her cheeks flushed, radiating youthful vitality. This girl was Huang Xiangrong's second daughter, Huang Aimei. "We have guests at home today," Susime said while handling the fish. "Your dad met them by the sea. They came from the mainland." Huang Aimei's eyes widened in curiosity. "What's his name? How did he end up here in Shapu?" "His name is Lin Haixing." Susime placed the fish on a plate. "Your dad doesn't know the details either. Let's not ask too much for now. Go call your brother Jiandong to come back for dinner." "Oh, okay." Huang Aimei nodded, but her curiosity remained unabated. She turned and ran out, filled with anticipation. Soon enticing aromas wafted through the kitchen. The fresh scent of steamed fish, the fragrant garlic greens, and the rich aroma of braised eggplant intertwined, making one's mouth water. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." A booming male voice came from the yard, followed by a tall young man walking and exuding masculinity, handsome, yet he was wearing sportswear drenched in sweat, clearly just back from exercising. This was Huang Xiangrong's youngest son, Huang Jiandong. "Jiandong, come here for a moment. Oh, I want to introduce you to a new friend." Huang Xiangrong called out. Huang Jiandong approached curiously, and when he saw Lin Haixing, his eyes instantly brightened. "Who is this?" "This is Lin Haixing, who came from the mainland," Huang Xiangrong introduced. "Jiandong, you and Haixing are about the same age. Make sure to get along well." Huang Jiandong readily extended his hand, smiling as he greeted. "Hello, I'm Huang Jiandong. You can call me a Dong." Lin Haixing shyly shook his hand, saying, "Hello, a Dong, I'm Lin Haixing." The hands of the two young men clasped together, one warm and enthusiastic, the other shy and reserved. "Where did you just come from on the mainland?" Huang Jiandong, hearing Lin Haixing's strong accent, curiously asked, "How did you end up in Hong Kong?" Lin Haixing's expression darkened. He lowered his head and softly said, "I came from Guangdong. Something happened at home, and I wanted to come to Hong Kong to find a job." Huang Jiandong wanted to ask something else, but seeing Lin Haixing's expression, he swallowed his words. He could sense that this new friend had many stories hidden inside him. In the center of the dining table, a large porcelain plate held a steamed grouper, its white and tender flesh topped with vibrant green scallions and bright red chili strips, enticingly awakening one's appetite. Beside it were plates of steamed pork with preserved vegetables, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of stir-fried vegetable hearts with garlic, and a small dish containing pieces of steamed salted fish cake. Following the Cantonese custom of having soup before a meal, Susime first served everyone a bowl of old fire soup with pork ribs and radishes. Testing the soup's temperature, she smiled at Lin Haixing and said, "Haixing, this soup has been simmering for over 2 hours. It tastes good. You should try it first to whet your appetite." Everyone enjoyed a bowl of soup first. Huang Xiangrong used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of fish and placed it in Lin Haixing's bowl. "Haixing, don't be polite. I'll quickly taste this fish. This was just caught from the sea yesterday. It's incredibly fresh," Huang Xiangrong added. "Thank you, Uncle Rong," Lin Haixing said gratefully. Looking at the fish in his bowl, a warm feeling surged within him. This was the first proper meal he had since arriving in Hong Kong, and it was such a lavish one. Lin Haixing cautiously tasted a piece of fish. The delicious flavor instantly spread across his palate. The fish was tender and melted in his mouth, paired with the special soy sauce. It was truly a culinary delight. He hadn't eaten anything this delicious in years. When Huang Aimei served him a bowl of white rice, he was so hungry that he could no longer hold back, taking a big mouthful of the fragrant rice that was hard to find back in his hometown, followed by a second and a third. Seeing Lin Haixing devour his food, Susime said with concern, "Child, eat slowly, don't choke. There is plenty more in the rice cooker." Yes, Haisheng, eat more. Huang Jiandong enthusiastically added. My mother's cooking is delicious. Don't just focus on the rice, try some vegetables too. Once everyone had eaten enough, Su Si Mei served each person a bowl of sweet potato dessert soup. They chatted happily at the dining table while sipping the soup. Our village is called Dawei Village, Su Si Mei gently introduced. It's only about 10 minutes from the pier and the transportation is quite convenient. The people in the village are very nice. Huang Ai Mei added. Everyone helps each other, just like one big family. Lin Haisheng listened attentively, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Perhaps in this unfamiliar city, he could truly start a new life. Our family has lived here for decades. Huang Xiangrong put down his chopsticks and reminisced. My father bought this house from the local indigenous people many years ago. Indigenous people? Lin Haisheng asked curiously. Yes, Huang Xiangrong nodded. The indigenous people of the new territories are a unique group in Hong Kong. They settled here long before the British leased the new territories. The most common surname in our village is Ho. Su Si Mei added. It is said that their ancestors migrated here during the... So is your family indigenous too? Lin Haisheng inquired. Huang Xiangrong shook his head, a complex expression on his face. We are boat people, formerly living on boats and drifting at sea. Boat people? Yes, it's a family of fishermen who rely on the sea for their livelihood. My ancestors lived a hard life, making their home on boats and always on the move. They initially lived in makeshift shacks on the water until my father bought a small house here around the time the People's Republic of China was established. Then the Korean War broke out, and the U.S. blockaded the mainland. Huang Xiangrong continued. My father used his fishing boat to transport essential supplies to the mainland and made a decent sum of money, which allowed him to buy this house. Lin Haisheng listened, intently surprised to learn that this humble fishing family had such an extraordinary history. Now the policies are better, Su Si Mei said, but I heard the village might be undergoing demolition soon. Demolition? Lin Haisheng asked in astonishment. Yes, Huang Ai Mei sighed. The government is pushing for new urbanization. Real estate in Hong Kong is rapidly appreciating and many developers are busy acquiring land to build new properties. We might have to move to a nearby housing estate. Isn't that good? Lin Haisheng asked in confusion. You can live in a new house. Huang Jiandong smiled wryly. You don't understand. There are too many memories of our family here. My parents are very reluctant to leave. Lin Haisheng fell silent. He could understand this attachment to one's homeland and home. Dinner ended in a warm atmosphere, and then Huang Xiangrong took Lin Haisheng and Huang Jiandong to the living room for tea. Su Si Mei and Huang Ai Mei cleaned the dishes in the kitchen and dining room. He began to enthusiastically introduce Lin Haisheng to his family and the situation in Hong Kong. We have 3 children, he said after taking a sip of tea. Jianhua is the eldest, and he has been fishing with me for several years now. He just went out for business these past few days. Ai Mei works at a plastic flower factory in Kowloon. Huang Xiangrong added. Jiandong is the youngest, just like you, and he just turned 20 this year. Do they all go to university? Lin Haisheng asked. Huang Xiangrong sighed. Jianhua left school to work after graduating from high school, and Ai Mei did too. It wasn't until the first half of this year that the Hong Kong government introduced 9 years of free education, Huang Jiandong added, but unfortunately we all missed that opportunity. Lin Haisheng nodded silently, feeling the hardships this family faced. If you want to find work, you can check the cargo terminal. There are often needs for young porters there, Huang Xiangrong said, changing the subject. Or you could work at a restaurant. The work is a bit lighter. Just then Huang Ai Mei walked in from the kitchen, concerned about Lin Haisheng's frail appearance, and interjected, I have a classmate who works at a nearby restaurant, and I've heard the pay is decent. He'll ask him to refer you. I think the priority is to get your ID sorted out first before considering work, Huang Xiangrong advised. Although Hong Kong is bustling, there are many traps. You need to be very careful since you just arrived. Lin Haisheng nodded earnestly, committing these words to memory. After a while, Huang Xiangrong suddenly remembered something and took an old map from the cabinet at home, pointing to different locations as he said to Lin Haisheng, this is the Shanghai area, this is our fishing village, this is Kowloon, and this is Hong Kong Island. He also highlighted a specific area, this is Biku, where your Uncle Yi lives. However, before you have your formal entry procedures sorted out, don't act rashly to avoid drawing attention and alerting the police. Huang Xiangrong rolled up the map and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll send someone to Biku tomorrow to inquire. Just focus on recovering these days. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already past 10 in the evening. Su Si Mei had tidied up a room for Lin Haisheng. It was Huang Xiangrong's eldest son Huang Jianhua's room. Jianhua had recently gone to another fishing village for business and wouldn't be back for a few days. Haisheng, you must be tired today. I'll rest early, Su Si Mei said. If you need anything, just let us know. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Haisheng said gratefully. Upon entering the room, he looked around. The room was not large, but was kept very clean. The walls were adorned with photographs of Huang Jianhua, showcasing a radiant young man full of vitality. A desk lamp cast a soft glow. He lay on the bed, but could not fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. The events of the day kept replaying in his mind, the jolts at sea that caused his injury, the police patrols, Huang Xiangrong's sheltering, and this warm dinner. Lin Haisheng turned over and looked out the window. The moonlight poured through the window, casting a silver beam on the floor. In the distance, the sound of waves crashing against the shore could be heard, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects. This small fishing village was so tranquil and peaceful. In this moment he calmed his mind and closed his eyes, and the scene that determined his fate more than a month ago suddenly crashed back into his mind. It was a quiet night with countless stars dotting the sky and a gentle breeze blowing. In the spacious, silent playground beside the basketball hoop of Haiyang City Tide East Middle School, three figures appeared faintly in the night. Lin Haixing had arranged to meet his old friends from the Educated Youth Program Chen Wei and Kai Weisong, who had just returned to the county town. The three of them wore serious expressions, their eyes heavy as a discussion concerning their future fate was secretly and intensely unfolding. Chen Wei had been in the county town for a month. He came from a poor fishing family and had grown up in a remote countryside. After the Educated Youth Program ended, he came here with high hopes to live with his uncle, believing he could find a decent job and change his fate. However, reality was like a cold shower, ruthlessly extinguishing the flame of hope in his heart. Days of running around resulted only in repeated disappointments. Haven't found a job again. Kai Weisong's voice broke the silence. Chen Wei looked up to see Kai Weisong and Lin Haixing leaning against the concrete pillar under the basketball hoop, both wearing the same worried expression. Kai Weisong's family background was completely different from Chen Wei's. His family had once been very wealthy. His grandfather was a local landlord. However, during the Cultural Revolution, they suffered severe persecution and their fortunes collapsed, plunging their lives into hardship. Once carefree, he too now had to worry about making a living. Chen Wei nodded, his voice a bit hoarse. Jobs in the county are too hard to come by. Either you need connections or skills, and I have neither. Lin Haixing sighed. The three of us are like three little birds trapped in a cage. Our wings have grown strong, yet we cannot fly out. Chen Wei stood up and walked in front of the two, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. I have heard some news. Do you want to know? What news? The two asked simultaneously. We can choose to smuggle ourselves to Hong Kong, Chen Wei said in a lowered voice, his tone tinged with excitement. I haven't been idle these days. I've been inquiring about smuggling. Going to Hong Kong. Lin Haixing and Kai Weisong screamed in shock at Chen Wei's bold idea. Kai Weisong's eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed quickly. Smuggling? That's too dangerous. I've heard that many people have died on the way. Even if we don't die, getting caught and sent back would be terrible, and it could also implicate our families. We shouldn't take risks unless absolutely necessary. If we don't smuggle, do we have any other options? Chen Wei retorted. Here we might be stuck like this for a lifetime, forever living in poverty. Going to Hong Kong might offer a chance to get rich. Lin Haixing frowned. Have you found out the specific situation? After a moment of thought, he asked. Is there a safer way to go? Chen Wei nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I asked a fisherman friend in detail. The smuggling routes are mainly divided into three types: East Line, Central Line, and West Line. As for the methods of smuggling, there are three forms: walking, swimming, and taking a boat. He paused, looking at the two. You both listen carefully and discuss which one is more reliable. What are the pros and cons of these three methods? Lin Haixing asked, unconsciously tapping the rough concrete pillar of the basketball hoop with his fingers. Chen Wei cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. Among them, swimming is usually the first choice for smugglers because it has the lowest cost. Smugglers generally choose the West Line, which involves starting from Shikou or the mangrove area, swimming across Shenzhen Bay with all their might, and reaching the northwest region of Hong Kong's Yuen Long after about an hour. Kai Weisong asked with some concern after hearing this, swimming for over an hour. That must be exhausting, and could there be dangers in the sea? Of course there are dangers, Chen Wei nodded, but the cost is low, and as long as one is physically fit, the success rate is relatively high. He continued, the walking method refers to smuggling overland, usually referred to as the Central Line, with the specific route being from Wutong Mountain and Shitujiao in Shenzhen, where one can cross numerous barbed wire fences and reach the neighboring new territories of Hong Kong. This method is humorously referred to as net diving. Lin Haixing stroked his chin, pondering. This Central Line seems relatively easy, but with so many people going, the police on both sides must be cracking down hard. I think this is not very reliable. The risks are too great. Indeed, Chen Wei agreed. Although the Central Line does not require swimming, this route is the most tightly guarded area by the Hong Kong police, with a high probability of repatriation and a relatively low success rate. Kai Weisong furrowed his brows and said, we need to choose the route carefully. Each route has different risks and difficulties. The three fell into silence, each deep in thought. After a while, Chen Wei shook his head helplessly. The high fees for the Central Line paid to the snakehead are beyond our means, and the noise is too big, making the risk of getting caught extremely high. And right now we don't have that much money to take risks. If we get caught, it's all over. What about taking the boat for the whole journey? Lin Haixing asked. Chen Wei said somewhat dejectedly. We are not familiar with this operation, and I've heard that the fees charged are also quite exorbitant, which we simply cannot afford. In case of any accidents, we would lose everything, so let's think of another way. They dismissed the option of taking the boat for the entire journey, leaving only the choice of taking a boat and swimming. Originally, swimming the West Line across Shenzhen Bay could be considered the best choice because the swimming distance is relatively short and the waves are generally mild. Chen Wei explained, However, the West Line requires crossing a large portion of Baoan District, which is too far from our location in Tide East County, making it too conspicuous. Lin Haisheng said worriedly. You're right, I estimate that we might be discovered by the police before we even... I've heard that recently the county has repatriated a group of people who attempted to smuggle through the West Line, and the police's vigilance has undoubtedly increased significantly, making it much more difficult to go to Hong Kong by this route. We need to reconsider. The moonlight illuminated the confused faces of the three young men, reflecting their inner struggles. Chen Wei took a deep breath and resolutely suggested choosing the East Line to Daping Bay. His eyes sparkled with determination as he said, I believe that although this route is fraught with danger, it is closer to our Tide East County. The specific plan is to walk to Daping Bay first, and then I will contact my relative's fishing boat to take us part of the way, and after getting close to Hong Kong waters we will take the risk and swim to the northern part of Hong Kong's new territories. In his eyes a firm light flickered as if he could already see the hope of successfully reaching Hong Kong. He looked at Haisheng and Kai Weisong eagerly asking, what do you think of this plan? Lin Haisheng was silent for a moment, then clenched his fist. All right, let's do as you say. Let's give it a shot. Perhaps we can change our fate. Kai Weisong also said, yes, we can't continue to live in this poor place. For the sake of a better future, taking some risks is necessary. After saying this, he nodded firmly in agreement. However, the East Line was undeniably a route fraught with danger, with high winds and waves and sharks often lurking. Those who were not strong swimmers could face danger before reaching Hong Kong. Lin Haisheng said with some concern, this East Line is too dangerous. If we encounter sharks or other accidents, we could be in serious trouble. But precisely because of its extreme danger, relatively fewer people choose this route, and the defenses of both the mainland and the British Hong Kong government are the most lax. Chen Wei patted Haisheng on the shoulder and said, with great risks come great opportunities. This is our only chance to change our fate, and we must seize it at all costs. That night the playground of Chao Dong High School was eerily quiet. The pale moonlight stretched the shadows of three young men long as they fervently discussed how to seek a living in Hong Kong. They were filled with visions of the future, yet were equally burdened by worries, and their emotions grew increasingly intense as they spoke. Chen Wei firmly declared, my family is poor with many siblings. I am fully prepared to take the plunge. Oh, I must go to Hong Kong to start a new life. Just think about it, in this county town, I can see no hope for the future. If I keep drifting like this, my whole life will be ruined. He turned to Haisheng, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. I've heard you have many relatives in Hong Kong. If any of them could be a boss, that would be fantastic. When the time comes, could you help me make connections and introduce me to a job? I can endure any hardship, no matter how dangerous. I will not flinch. Lin Haisheng responded solemnly, as brothers we will go to Hong Kong together, sharing both hardships and blessings. Your relatives are my relatives, you need not worry. As long as I have a meal to eat, I will never let you two brothers go hungry. Kai Weisong quickly added, I have an uncle in Hong Kong, though I've heard he runs a small business. If we can find him, we will all have jobs. As long as I can make it there smoothly, I will work hand in hand with you both, striving together to earn a fortune and live a good life. We cannot be confined to this small place for our whole lives. The night deepened, and the light of the oil lamp grew dim, yet hope shone in the faces of the three young men. Regarding the bold and risky idea of illegally crossing over to Hong Kong, they felt both tension and unease, yet were also filled with anticipation and longing. When do we set off? Lin Haisheng asked, his voice trembling slightly, but mostly filled with excitement. Chen Wei pondered, I need to contact my relative first to see when the smugglers' fishing boat set sail. The best time would be to swim downstream, which would greatly conserve our energy. Additionally, we need to prepare some necessary items. What do we need to prepare? Kai Weisong inquired. First, food and water, Chen Wei said, then some basic life-saving equipment like life rings and ropes. Most importantly, we need to practice swimming, as we will have to cover a long distance. Lin Haisheng nodded, I still have some money at home, and I can buy some essentials. I also have some savings, Kai Weisong added, though not much, it should be enough. Chen Wei looked at them gratefully. Thank you both. Once we reach Hong Kong, and I earn money, I will definitely repay you double. What are you saying? Don't be so distant. Lin Haisheng patted Chen Wei on the shoulder. We are good brothers, we share blessings, and bear hardships together. Good. Chen Wei said hoarsely, suddenly tearing open the collar of his old military uniform. Though he was lean, he was robust from practicing martial arts with his master in the countryside, revealing a well-defined chest, as if to expose a burning heart. Then let us three brothers swear here today. He extended his hand, first palm up, under the moonlight. On this journey to Hong Kong, with an uncertain road ahead, life and death are unpredictable. I, Chen Wei, vow to become sworn brothers with Lin Haisheng and Kai Weisong. On this journey to Hong Kong, we three will share fortunes and misfortunes, life and death together. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down, be buried in fish bellies, never to be reborn. His voice echoed across the empty playground, carrying a mix of tragic determination and sincerity. Upon hearing this, Lin Haisheng let out a low roar, placing his palm on Chen Wei's hand. I, Lin Haisheng, also vow. I and Chen Wei Kai Weisong are as close as brothers, sharing life and death. Kai Wei Song, tears streaming down his face and body trembling shakily, placed his hand on top, exclaiming, I Kai Wei Song also vow, sharing life and death. As long as Kai Wei Song has a bite to eat, I will not let you two brothers go hungry. The three young rough tear-streaked hands tightly clasped together. The cold moonlight shone on their interlocked hands, illuminating the depths of their eyes, burning with desperation. That night, a gamble for their lives with their futures, as the stakes was ignited in this remote, quiet campus by three young men who knew little about Hong Kong. After encouraging each other, the three began to discuss the specific details of their smuggling plan, focusing on preparations regarding physical conditions, supplies, and information. In the days that followed, the three young men secretly began their frantic preparations, hiding it from their families and other friends. They spent their free time in the sea practicing swimming. The spring sea was as cold as ice needles, causing bone-deep pain. Chen Wei, who had fished at home and was a strong swimmer, took on the responsibility of teaching everyone how to swim properly, while Kai Wei Song struggled the most, getting choked by the seawater even while holding onto a broken tire. Chen Wei swam beside him, scolding, "Coward," before pulling him up. "Think of the neon lights in Hong Kong. If you don't want to drown, you need to practice hard." Lin Haisheng swam ahead, his arms mechanically slicing through the water. When they were all exhausted and collapsed on the beach, no one spoke, only listening to the sound of the waves, each lost in thoughts of the unknown shore and unaware family. That shared fear and secret felt colder than the sea, binding the three of them tighter together. Lin Haisheng took some money from home, busy preparing various essentials. He scoured every corner of the county town, buying instant food, water, life rings, and other items. He also specifically bought 3 waterproof outfits. Kai Wei Song was not idle either. He gathered information about Hong Kong through various channels, learning about job opportunities and living conditions there. He also organized the three to learn a few simple Cantonese phrases, mh goi ge, du chin go hei hoi sing yan. They memorized the simple dialogues which, although awkwardly spoken, might come in handy once they reached Hong Kong. Every night, they would quietly gather to discuss the details of the smuggling plan, simulating various situations they might encounter and drafting response strategies. What if we run out of strength halfway? Kai Wei Song's voice quivered. Chen Wei stared at the flickering oil lamp flame. "I will bring up the rear. If any of you can't go on, I will pull you along. If anyone sinks, it will be me first. What if we come across the searchlight of a border patrol boat?" Lin Haisheng lowered his voice. A long silence followed. Chen Wei pulled out a shiny fish knife from his waist, sticking it into the wooden table. "Then hold your breath and sink to the bottom. Once the light sweeps past, we come up. If we do get caught in the light," he swallowed hard, "just scatter and swim. Whoever survives is lucky." "What about sharks?" Kai Wei Song almost sobbed. Chen Wei reassured him, "Well, try to swim close to the shore. That way the chances of encountering sharks will be lower." As he spoke, he brandished the knife, the tip aimed at the pitch-black sea outside, his eyes gleaming fiercely. "But if we do meet one, we stab it. Even if we can't kill it, well, at least break a tooth." These hypothetical scenarios were without answers. With every word spoken, the air in the room grew heavier. They were not drafting plans, but using the worst scenarios to bolster their courage, forcefully suppressing their shared fear with harsh words. Finally, after more than a month, the day of departure arrived, and the heart-pounding escape to Hong Kong was about to. On the day of their escape to the port, the weather was quite pleasant. Moonlight spilled over the surface of the sea, forming a mysterious silver mist. The ocean appeared both tranquil and enigmatic. At around 4 a.m, before dawn had fully broken, they quietly arrived at the seaside with a group of more than 10 people, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. Everyone carried simple bundles containing some necessities and food. They boarded a small fishing boat that had been arranged beforehand. The small fishing boat looked somewhat worn. As it set sail, it made a putt-putt sound, leaving white waves in its wake on the surface of the sea. By 2 p.m, the fishing boat stopped less than a few nautical miles from Hong Kong. The clouds dispersed and sunlight pierced the horizon, glistening on the surface of the sea, the warm temperature dispelling the chill of the morning. "Everyone quickly eat something to replenish your strength. We will be going into the water soon," the boatman said while preparing. The group immediately took out their food and began to devour it ravenously. The steamed buns were dry and hard to swallow, and the biscuits were rough on the teeth, but no one dared to chew slowly, as if delaying even a second would cause them to miss their chance to reach land. After drinking the ginger soup prepared by the boatman, they felt a warm surge throughout their bodies, instantly dispelling the chill. "Before we dive into the sea, let's give ourselves one last shout of encouragement," using Chairman Mao's words. Uncle Chun, the leader, stood up, his voice hoarse, yet filled with determination. "Send ourselves off and leave a memory for our hometown." A dozen people submerged in the icy sea shouted together with trembling voices, determined to succeed, unafraid of sacrifice, overcoming all obstacles, heading to Hong Kong for victory. The slogan echoed between the sea and sky, quickly swallowed by the waves. Then they each gathered their courage and jumped into the sea. Most used volleyballs or balloons to increase buoyancy, while some relied only on wooden planks or old tires, hoping they would save their lives. "Haisheng, how are you?" Chen Wei asked as he swam to Haisheng's side after jumping into the sea. "I'm fine, just a bit cold." Haisheng shivered involuntarily, his body trembling slightly. but gradually as they adapted to the water temperature they no longer felt cold. Everyone maintain your formation, don't scatter, Chunwei shouted from the side. He appeared to be more experienced, and was continually directing the group. They swam slowly and steadily towards Hong Kong. Do you think Hong Kong is really as good as the legends say? One companion asked. Of course. I've heard there are many job opportunities there, and no one goes hungry, another companion replied. Yes, that's exactly why we came here. That's right, another person added. Their bodies rose and fell in the sea. Their eyes were fixed only ahead solely on that place, Hong Kong. That could give them a new life. The afterglow of the sunset spilled over the sea, and after several hours of sunlight the water's temperature became, according to the experience of those who had crossed over, as long as they persisted a little longer before nightfall, they could set foot on the much-desired golden land and begin a new life. Keep going, everyone. Hong Kong is just ahead, Haixing encouraged. Yes, we must hold on, Chunwei shouted. At that moment, everything seemed to be going according to plan, and they were all swimming smoothly. Lin Haixing, Chunwei, and Kai Weisong were still swimming together, supporting and encouraging each other. Haixing, look. That's the coastline of Hong Kong. Kai Weisong pointed excitedly ahead. Really, we are finally... Lin Haixing also became excited. However, as the distant coastline of Hong Kong gradually came into view and the outline of the beach began to appear, just as everyone relaxed in anticipation of reaching their destination, a sudden cry shattered the tranquility. Shark. There's a shark. This shrill scream struck like thunder, instantly startling everyone as fear spread. Haixing looked towards the sound, and not far away on the surface of the sea, a triangular dorsal fin was slowly cutting through the water. That was the hallmark of a shark. Everyone be careful. A shark is coming. Haixing instinctively shouted, alerting those nearby, his voice sharp with tension. He kicked harder, increasing the frequency of his strokes, putting all his strength into swimming forward. What do we do? What should we do? A companion shouted in panic. Don't panic, everyone, try to stay together, don't. Chunwei, who was a good swimmer, called loudly from the back. The shark seemed to sense the panic of its prey, and began to speed closer, its figure flickering beneath the water each time it revealed its dorsal fin, sending shivers down their spines. Swim faster, Haixing urged both himself and those around him. As the shark attacked, they desperately swam towards the shore, finally, stumbling onto the beach after exhausting their last ounce of strength. We finally made it to shore, Kai Weisong exclaimed excitedly. However, out of the original group of over 10, only 7 or 8 remained, each counting heads. Where's Chunwei? Where did Chunwei go? He was supposed to protect us from behind. He wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Seeing that Chunwei hadn't followed everyone ashore, Haixing asked anxiously. I don't know either, it was too chaotic just now, and I didn't see him after getting ashore, Kai Weisong replied dejectedly. Just then a sharp police siren suddenly rang out in the distance, growing closer and clearer. Not good, the police are coming, someone shouted, their face pale. The group could no longer afford to search for Chunwei, scrambling to their feet and fleeing towards the rugged mountain path of the new territories. The night deepened, enveloping the earth like ink. The rugged trails through the mountains were difficult to traverse, and dry branches and withered leaves scraped against their skin, leaving behind streaks of blood. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the silent forest, occasionally punctuated by the low growls of wild beasts, sending chills down their spines. Where are we going? Lin Haixing stumbled to keep up with the group, his breaths growing more rapid. He didn't realize until now that his right leg had been cut, blood flowing down his pant leg, soaking the fabric and sticking to his skin. Yet at this moment tension and hunger overshadowed the pain. Let's find a place to hide first. We'll figure things out when dawn breaks, Kai Weisong shouted back, not daring to slow down. However, fate seemed to be toying with them. Just as they were focused on fleeing, several beams of flashlight suddenly illuminated the front, the blinding light shining directly at them. Don't move. Stop. The voice scolded in Cantonese, followed by the sound of synchronized footsteps. A patrol of Hong Kong police appeared at the front intersection, blocking their way. The police are here. Run, someone shouted. The last line of defense, and everyone's hearts collapsed instantly, and they scattered like frightened rabbits, the already fragmented group completely breaking apart, losing contact with one another. Lin Haixing ran desperately deeper into the forest. The sounds of police sirens and shouts faded in the distance, but he didn't dare to stop, focusing solely on running forward. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the surroundings fell completely silent, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing and the frantic beating of his heart. Lin Haixing leaned against a large tree, slowly sliding down to the ground. The wound on his right leg throbbed painfully, blood having soaked a large portion of his pant leg. Alone in the unfamiliar forest, he couldn't discern direction or where to go. I can't die here, he gritted his teeth, struggling to stand up. I must survive, or I must see what Hong Kong looks like. He slowly leaned against the tree trunk and stood up, limping forward, the faint moonlight being his only guide. With each step, the piercing pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? He occasionally let out weak cries for help, his voice hoarse and nearly inaudible, quickly drowned out by the sound of the wind and distant animal roars. His strength was gradually waning, and his consciousness began to blur. Finally, as dawn approached, in a state of utter exhaustion, he could no longer hold on his body, slumping heavily onto the beach, losing consciousness. The waves washed over his body repeatedly, the cold seawater failing to awaken him. In his unconscious state, Lin Haixing seemed to hear familiar calls. The voice was warm and gentle, like the call of a mother from his hometown, or like Chun Wei and Kai Wei Song encouraging him to hold on. He struggled to open his eyes, but found it impossible. Haixing, Haixing, you must hold on. The woman's voice echoed continuously in his ears. Young man, wake up quickly. Suddenly, a strange man's voice rang out beside him. In early July 1978, on a summer morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Haixing suddenly sat up from Uncle Rong's bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching his limbs lazily. He looked down at his palm. His skin was no longer as pale as when he first arrived, but instead glowed with a healthy rosy. During the more than 10 days he spent at Uncle Rong's house, it felt like a warm redemption. His leg injury had completely healed, and he could now move freely. Haixing, get up, came the gentle call of Su Sime from outside the door. Aunt Su, I'm up. Lin Haixing quickly responded, his voice bright with youthful clarity. He swiftly dressed and hurried to the bathroom. The moment cold water splashed on his face, he felt fully awake. Looking at himself in the mirror, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Today was an important day that would change his fate. After freshening up, Lin Haixing entered the small but cozy living room. Uncle Rong was already sitting on a chipped wooden chair, puffing away at a cigarette. Huang Jianhua was busy packing for their departure in the corner. Haixing, Uncle Rong extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray his voice filled with mirth. Today is a big day for you. He stood up and patted Lin Haixing's shoulder with a sense of elder's concern. After today, you will officially be a resident of Hong Kong. Lin Haixing nodded vigorously, his heart pounding in his chest, both excited and anxious. He knew that according to the British Hong Kong government's resettlement policy, if he personally applied for a resident ID card on Hong Kong Island, he could truly settle down in this land. Hurry and have breakfast. After eating, we have an appointment with the barber to get you a haircut and new clothes. Su Sime came over with a steaming hot breakfast. In the white porcelain bowl was thick rice porridge accompanied by a plate of green pickles, a dish of salted fish, and 2 golden fried eggs at the rim of the bowl. Thank you, Aunt Su. Lin Haixing's voice was a bit choked. During the lowest point of his life in Hong Kong, it was Uncle Rong's family that provided him with a warm haven. There's no need to be so polite with us. Su Sime smiled and waved her hand, her eyes crinkling with warmth. From now on, this will be your home. The steam from the porridge enveloped his face as Lin Haixing ate heartily. After finishing breakfast, the village barber had already arrived. The old barber, wearing reading glasses, was skilled and quick. The scissors snapped as black hair fell like snowflakes, and after cutting, he even helped Lin Haixing shave his beard clean. Not bad, young man, you look much more spirited. The barber surveyed the youth's new hairstyle with satisfaction. Next came the clothing change. Su Sime carefully took out a brand new outfit from the closet. Haixing, she said gently, filled with affection, today you're going to meet Sir A. Change into these new clothes, you'll look handsome and spirited. Lin Haixing took the clothes, a warm current surged from his heart. He couldn't wait to rush to the bathroom, and quickly, when he walked out of the bathroom, the entire living room fell silent. The white long-sleeved shirt was impeccably ironed, the black business trousers were straight and crisp, and a pair of polished leather shoes gleamed enticingly in the sunlight. His originally handsome face looked even more striking in this outfit. Wow! Jianhua exclaimed dramatically, his eyes wide like saucers. Haixing, you really look like a worker from central Hong Kong now. Lin Haixing felt embarrassed, scratching his head as a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Brother Jianhua, don't tease me. I mean it, Jianhua said, seriously patting his shoulder. Walking down the street, I guarantee many Hong Kong girls will turn their heads to look at you. Lin Haixing's face flushed all the way to his ears. Brother Jianhua, please stop joking with me. He walked to the mirror, staring at the familiar, yet unfamiliar face inside, almost unable to believe it was real. All of this was thanks to Uncle Rong's family. Uncle Rong, Aunt Su, Brother Jianhua. Lin Haixing bowed deeply. Thank you. Without you, I really don't know if I could have made it to today in Hong Kong to apply for my ID card. Uncle Rong waved his hand, a loving smile on his face. We are family, so no need for formalities. Hurry, it's getting late, we need to set off. Huang Jianhua had previously helped several people from the mainland apply for ID cards, so he was experienced. Huang Xiangrong decided that he would accompany Lin Haixing to apply for the ID, providing extra support to ensure everything went smoothly. Thus Jianhua took Lin Haixing on the road to Wan Chai. The village minibus rattled along the winding country road, kicking up dust along the way. Lin Haixing sat by the window, his eyes wide open, watching the scenery rush by outside. The quaint villages and the distant rolling green mountains. His heart was both excited and anxious, like holding a lively little rabbit inside. Are you nervous? Jianhua noticed his unease and asked softly. A little, Lin Haixing replied honestly. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Jianhua patted his shoulder. Once we arrive at Wan Chai, if the application goes smoothly, I'll take you to that famous tea restaurant for some delicious wonton noodles and egg tarts. The minibus, bumpy for over half an hour, finally arrived at the Kowloon Canton railway station. The two squeezed onto the train heading to Kowloon with the bustling crowd. The train carriage was packed with people, the air filled with various smells, the scent of sweat, perfume, and the aroma of food. The train rattled along, and Lin Haisheng's mood fluctuated accordingly. He watched the scenery outside constantly change from the countryside to the town, then to the bustling city. After passing several stations, the train arrived at Simsha-sui. "Let's go, we'll take the Star Ferry." Jianhua grabbed Lin Haisheng's hand and quickly walked out of the train station. They walked along the seaside promenade towards the pier, the sea breeze blowing towards them carrying a salty scent. When Lin Haisheng saw Victoria Harbor for the first time, he was completely stunned. The azure sea sparkled under the sunlight like diamonds scattered all over the ground. In the distance, Hong Kong Island skyscrapers pierced the clouds like towering steel giants. Various boats traversed the sea, some massive cargo ships, some exquisite yachts, and a few delicate sailboats. "So beautiful." Lin Haisheng murmured, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Jianhua looked at his shocked expression and smiled with pride. "How is it? The sea in Hong Kong is different from your hometown, right?" "So different," Lin Haisheng sighed, his voice filled with awe. "The sea in my hometown looks so vast, not nearly as beautiful as this." Jianhua patted his shoulder, his tone filled with pride. "This is nothing. The real beauty is when you stand on Victoria Peak and overlook the entire Victoria Bay." "Really?" Lin Haisheng asked curiously. "Of course," Jianhua affirmed. "At night, when the lights come on, the view is so beautiful you won't believe it. The entire harbor looks like a sparkling galaxy, so beautiful that it's hard to take your eyes off it." Lin Haisheng listened, his eyes wide as if he could already see that dreamlike night scene. "Then I must find a chance to see it." "No problem." Jianhua patted his chest, assuring, "Once you get your ID card, at that time we'll also go to the restaurant at the peak to eat, enjoying the view while we dine." Haisheng nodded, suppressing a vague sense of unease in his heart. The two continued walking towards the Star Ferry pier. Just as they neared the pier, Lin Haisheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw the legendary Star Ferry. The white hull of the boat was clean and tidy, while the red chimney stood out strikingly against the blue sky and white clouds. The four golden characters, Tianqing Xiaoluan, glimmered in the sunlight. "Is that the Tianqing Xiaoluan?" Lin Haisheng asked excitedly, his voice trembling with uncontainable joy. "Indeed." Jianhua nodded with a smile. "This is the most distinctive mode of transport in Hong Kong. Taking the Tianqing Xiaoluan across the sea is a very romantic experience for the people of Hong Kong." Lin Haisheng's heart began to race uncontrollably. He had heard stories about the Tianqing Xiaoluan from his grandfather since he was little, knowing that it was an iconic mode of transport in Hong Kong's Victoria Harbor. Today he finally had the opportunity to experience it for himself. They purchased tickets and joined the crowd to board the Tianqing Xiaoluan. The Tianqing Xiaoluan, along with the Hong Kong tram and the Peak tram, has carried nearly a century's worth of historical memories. This almost classical ferry method of crossing the sea, though taking longer than traveling through the tunnel or by subway, is beloved by many Hong Kongers for its affordable price and comfortable experience, becoming their preferred way to travel across the sea. The ferry they were on resembled an elder witnessing the passage of time. The polished deck gleamed in the sun. The wooden seats creaked as they moved, exuding a strong British charm. Lin Haisheng carefully sat down, his heart filled with curiosity. He leaned out to look out the window, and a breathtaking painting unfolded before his eyes. On the surface of the sea, several seagulls soared freely. They dove and circled like spirits in the air. The sunlight spilled onto the deep green sea, creating a shimmering effect. The sparkling points of light resembled countless diamonds dancing. A speedboat zoomed by, leaving a white trail on the water. In the distance, Hong Kong Island was dotted with towering skyscrapers, exuding a magnificent presence. Amidst this dazzling world, the little ferry glided along gracefully, like an elegant walker, leisurely guiding passengers to appreciate the stunning scenery along the way. With the reflections shimmering on the sea, Hong Kong's luxury and nobility were vividly showcased. "So beautiful," Lin Haisheng murmured. He thought of the seaside in his hometown, which was also a coastal city. But as he looked out, all he could see was the vast ocean and dilapidated fishing boats. Compared to the Victoria Harbor before him, it was simply worlds apart. "Jianhua, look at this view," Lin Haisheng exclaimed excitedly. "It's simply as beautiful as a painting." Jianhua nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Hong Kong is just that enchanting. You will discover more beautiful sights in the future," he added. Lin Haisheng nodded vigorously. "I feel like a little bird just flying out of its cage." "Finally found the vast sky." Jianhua patted his shoulder. "Haisheng, I believe in you. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will surely establish a foothold here." The sea breeze gently brushed Lin Haisheng's hair, carrying the salty moisture of the sea and the scent of the city. In just a few minutes they arrived at the Wan Chai Pier on Hong Kong Island. The two quickly walked along the streets of Wan Chai towards the immigration department. The streets were bustling in the morning, with shops opening one after another. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. The mixed scents of various delicacies were incredibly tempting. In a nearby tea restaurant, citizens were purchasing their morning meals. Through the glass window, one could see steamed buns and siu-mai in the steamer. There were also several newspaper stands with colorful newspapers neatly arranged. Lin Haisheng was deeply captivated by everything before him. His gaze constantly swept back and forth across the street. He would glance at shop signs one moment and at magazine covers the next. "Haisheng, stop looking," Jianhua urged with a smile. We can take our time to browse after we finish with the paperwork. Lin Haixing smiled sheepishly. Brother Jianhua, everything feels so fresh to me now that I'm in Hong Kong. Soon they arrived at the building of the immigration department, took the elevator up, and reached the service window. Fortunately, there weren't many people in line today. Lin Haixing's tense mood eased slightly. Although it was a scorching hot day, the air conditioning in the immigration department was strong, yet his palms were still sweating. Some applicants in front of him were asked to go for further review due to incomplete materials or incorrect answers, while others needed to provide additional information to proceed. This situation made Lin Haixing anxious once again. Seeing Lin Haixing's nervousness, Huang Jianhua comforted him. Don't worry, our materials are well prepared, and we have practiced how to answer questions in advance. We will definitely pass. A37, Window 3. Lin Haixing checked his small ticket and walked over, his heart pounding like a drum. The official behind the window expressionlessly flipped through his materials, and time ticked by. The officers processing the paperwork were Chinese who spoke Cantonese. Their eyes held an air of calm familiarity. Name? The officer asked as a matter of routine. Lin Haixing. Age? 20. Place of origin? Chaodong, Haicheng, Guangdong. What is your relationship with the guarantor, Huang Xiangrong? The officer suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp. He is my uncle. Lin Haixing stammered, suppressing his trembling as he forced out the answer he had practiced countless times. The officer asked several more simple questions. After confirming he was a relative of Rong Shu, he began processing the paperwork. Lin Haixing stood aside, his heart racing. He closely watched every move of the officer, his eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Finally, the officer handed him a temporary identification certificate. The officer smiled and said, Mr. Lin Haixing, we have verified your information. This is your temporary identification certificate. This receipt is what the citizens commonly refer to as Xinjia paper. You can return here within 14 days after 1 week to collect your formal ID card. Lin Haixing trembled as he took it, as if he was receiving the key to his future life. He carefully examined this Xinjia paper. Every word and every pattern on it told him of a brand new beginning. Stepping out of the certification hall, Huang Jianhua approached him. He took Lin Haixing's temporary identification certificate and examined it closely. With a smile, he said, I recently helped a friend from the mainland with this too. In a week, you will be able to get an ID card stamped with a green seal, what we call a green stamp resident in Hong Kong, and you can only become a permanent resident after living here for 7 years, after obtaining the permanently resident ID card stamped with a black seal. Brother Jianhua, Lin Haixing exclaimed excitedly, look, I am now also a Hong Konger. Yes, Haixing, Jianhua said with a smile, with this Xinjia paper you can now live openly in Hong Kong. You no longer have to be afraid of the police catching you. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. From now on, Lin Haixing would no longer be like a rat in a gutter, but could walk in the sunlight as a resident of Hong Kong. He knew in his heart that this challenge of coming to Hong Kong to change his life had only just begun today. Yes, Brother Jianhua, I will be a good Hong Kong citizen. I will not let Uncle Rong and your family down, he said seriously, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, he recalled an ancient saying his father taught him as a child, the Yellow River still has its clarifying days. How could one be without favorable opportunities? The past days had been harsh, filled with too many hardships. The days ahead should bring good fortune, he silently vowed. I will survive well in Hong Kong. I want to prove that I can establish a foothold here. I can create a life of my own. At this moment, he was filled with hope for the future. Jianhua looked at his determined gaze and smiled with satisfaction. Let's go, Haixing, Jianhua said. Okay. Lin Haixing replied excitedly. The two walked out of the office building and took the elevator down to the lobby. Creak. The glass door of the immigration department swung open and the glaring sunlight shone into Lin Haixing's eyes. He instinctively squinted, shielding his eyes with his hand, and slowly opened them after a few seconds of adjustment. The sun in Hong Kong is even harsher than in our village. Lin Haixing sighed, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Huang Jianhua patted his shoulder with a smile. You'll get used to it. That's how summer is in Hong Kong, it's so hot that it's hard to breathe. Lin Haixing nodded, his gaze involuntarily drifting around. This was his first time in the truly bustling urban area of Hong Kong. Coming from the countryside of the new territories to Hong Kong Island felt like switching from a black and white movie to a colorful world, with every corner radiating a brilliance he had never seen before. Come, let me show you around Wan Chai and let you experience the real Hong Kong, Huang Jianhua said enthusiastically. The two walked side by side down the streets of Wan Chai. Lin Haixing's eyes seemed insufficient, darting back and forth, afraid of missing any detail. In 1978, Hong Kong presented a starkly different landscape compared to the backward conditions of the skyscrapers sprang up like mushrooms after rain, piercing the clouds, while glass facades reflected the dazzling sunlight, reminding him of the depictions of modern foreign cities in the comics he read as a child. The streets were bustling with traffic, a steady stream of various cars flowed, their horns, engine sounds, and people's conversations intertwined. This is the real Hong Kong. Lin Haixing wondered to himself, filled with shock and incredulity. Huang Jianhua noticed his excitement and smiled, saying, So how does it compare to your countryside? It's more than just two worlds, it's like two different planets. Lin Haixing exaggeratedly remarked, eliciting a hearty laugh from Liang Jianhua. At that moment, a sharp roar of an engine approached from afar, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by. Lin Haixing turned to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a yellow convertible sports car speeding by, its sleek lines shimmering in the sunlight. Wow! Lin Haixing couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide open as he fixated on the sports car until it disappeared around the corner. What kind of car is that? It's so beautiful, he eagerly asked, his tone filled with curiosity and envy. Huang Jianhua smiled slightly and said mysteriously, take a guess. Lin Haixing recalled carefully and suddenly brightened, saying, I remember now. That's the Lamborghini you showed me in the car magazine. Right? Exactly. Huang Jianhua nodded approvingly. This is Italy's top sports car, Lamborghini. In Hong Kong, only the wealthy can afford such a car. How expensive is it? Lin Haixing asked curiously. Let's put it this way, Huang Jianhua gestured with his hand. The price of this car is even higher than a mansion in Kowloon Tong. What? Lin Haixing's eyes widened. A car costs more than a house. That's unbelievable. Huang Jianhua patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, that's Hong Kong, a place full of miracles and dreams. As long as you have the ability and ambition, anything is possible. He paused and added meaningfully, in Hong Kong many people can get rich quickly, but some money is not something ordinary people can earn. Workers and common citizens might only ever take the bus, unable to afford a private car, let alone a luxury vehicle. There are many ways to make money in Hong Kong, and as a new immigrant there are some places you can go and some money you can earn, but there are also certain things you must never pursue. Some people you cannot provoke. Once you settle down, I'll explain it to you slowly. Lin Haixing nodded thoughtfully, but secretly vowed, one day I too will drive such a sports car. The two continued walking, and Lin Haixing noticed an interesting phenomenon in Hong Kong. The driver's seat of cars is on the right side and vehicles drive on the left. Brother Jianhua, he pointed at a passing car and asked curiously, why are Hong Kong's traffic rules different from ours? We drive on the right while here they drive on the left and the driver's seat is on the right. Huang Jianhua smiled and explained, you observed very carefully. I was just about to remind you. Hong Kong is now a British colony, so the traffic rules follow the British system. You need to be careful. Be sure to look clearly when crossing the road, or you might get the direction wrong. Lin Haixing nodded in understanding. Just then a tram slowly approached, making a ding-ding sound, breaking the tranquility of the street. Let's ride the tram and take a look around, Huang Jianhua suggested. The two boarded the tram and found a window seat. The tram moved slowly and the scenery outside flashed by like scenes in a movie. Lin Haixing noticed that the pedestrians on the street were dressed quite fashionably. Some young women wore beautiful dresses and high heels, walking elegantly down the street, while some men wore jeans and round-neck t-shirts, appearing both casual and stylish. The young people in Hong Kong really know how to dress, Lin Haixing exclaimed. Huang Jianhua said proudly, this is the charm of Hong Kong, fashionable, open, and inclusive. People can dress freely, unlike people in the mainland who are more restrained. After riding the tram for a while, it was already noon. Huang Jianhua took Lin Haixing to the Tandoor Cafe on Lockhart Road in Wan Chai to taste the restaurant's famous signature egg tart and silk stocking milk tea, and they each had a bowl of wonton noodles to fill their stomachs. Lin Haixing praised the restaurant, saying he would come back again next time. Huang Jianhua joked, sure, wait until you earn your first paycheck and invite me to come here again. After lunch, the two strolled around Causeway Bay for a while, and when the time was nearly up, they switched to a bus preparing to cross the Cross Harbor Tunnel to Kowloon. Sitting on the bus, Lin Haixing felt both nervous and excited. This was his first time using an underwater mode of transportation. The bus slowly entered the tunnel, and the outside light gradually dimmed, eventually disappearing into darkness. The lights in the tunnel illuminated the road ahead, creating a long band of light, like a time tunnel leading to an unknown world. Wow, how magical! Lin Haixing couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes glued to the window, trying to see the internal structure of the tunnel. Huang Jianhua chuckled and said, this is the Cross Harbor Tunnel connecting Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. It's one of the most important transportation hubs in Hong Kong. After about a few minutes of driving through the tunnel, the bus finally exited, and the sunlight outside flooded back into the cabin, making it feel as if one had crossed from one world to another. The bus continued on, soon arriving at Nathan Road. Look, that's Nathan Road, known as the People's Nightclub. Liang Jianhua pointed out the window. Lin Haixing looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the streets lined with dazzling lights, various shops, restaurants, and bars bustling with crowds. Why is it called the People's Nightclub? Lin Haixing asked curiously. Huang Jianhua explained, because it's particularly lively at night. Many common folks like to come here to shop, dine, and enjoy entertainment, just like a giant nightclub. Lin Haixing nodded, secretly marveling at the prosperity and vitality of Hong Kong at this moment. Just then he suddenly noticed a large billboard in the distance, displaying a familiar face. Brother Jianhua, look over there. Lin Haixing excitedly pointed at the billboard. Isn't that Jackie Chan? Huang Jianhua looked in the direction he was pointing and smiled, saying, that's right, it's him. He's a hugely popular movie star in Hong Kong right now. I knew it, Lin Haixing said excitedly. I saw a report about him in the newspaper before. His kung fu movies are particularly good. Yes, Huang Jianhua nodded in agreement. The two films he recently starred in, Snake in the Eagle's Shadow and Drunken Master, have achieved great box office success, establishing him firmly in the kung fu film industry. Lin Haixing listened, feeling even more admiration for the kung fu star a few years older than him, and decided he must go to the cinema to watch his movies. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Huang Jianhua checked his watch and said, "It's getting late. We should head back to Shapu in the New Territories." The two took a minibus and subway back to the New Territories. The carriage was quiet, only soft music could be heard from the broadcast. Lin Haixing leaned against the window, gazing at the bright lights of the night outside, lost in deep thought. The broadcast played Teresa Tang's Hong Kong Nights, her gentle voice flowing softly with the lyrics. "The night falls, red and green lights, the neon is dazzling. The clock tower gently echoes to welcome the good evening. Windy places are picturesque, sporadic fishing lights are intoxicating. In that beautiful night, lovers are paired up." Listening to this tender and moving melody, Lin Haixing couldn't help but recall the rumors about Hong Kong he had heard back in Haicheng. At that time, the educated youth in the mainland, while undergoing ideological education, often had contradictory and misunderstood notions about Hong Kong. Grassroots cadres often spread hearsay misrepresenting Hong Kong as a hell on earth, depicting it as a city of depravity with prostitutes, rampant gangs, murders everywhere, often harming the innocent, and so on. Some even said that Hong Kong was a drug manufacturing and trafficking base, where the poor lived miserable lives, and people often jumped off buildings to commit suicide. In short, the propaganda about Hong Kong was entirely negative, aimed at deterring the common people from attempting to cross over. However, as more Hong Kong residents returned home to visit relatives, the items and experiences they brought back gave many educated youths a new perspective on Hong Kong. They discovered that capitalism was not as evil as their teachers had claimed, but rather filled with scenes of thriving prosperity. "This is too different from what the teachers said. Even if there are darkness and unknowns here, I still want to experience it fully," he muttered to himself and secretly vowed, "One day, I will carve out my own territory on this prosperous." Lin Haixing couldn't find his uncle's family and had to temporarily stay at Uncle Rome's house. As the days went by, life became gradually fulfilling, yet also filled with hustle and bustle. He was like a clock wound too tightly, not daring to pause for a moment. Before dawn, he followed Uncle Rome to the seaside, sorting fishing nets and hauling in the catch, the salty sea breeze stinging his face. After a busy half-day, around 4 in the afternoon, he and Huang Jiandong rushed to a restaurant in Shapa District. There was a temporary job waiting for them. The restaurant in Shapa District was hidden behind a neon sign, and as soon as they pushed open the kitchen door, a wave of heat mixed with the scent of soy sauce and seafood rushed at them. The frying oil sizzled loudly, and the staff shouted orders the cramped space, making it impossible to move freely. "Newcomer." A plump middle-aged cook dropped a stack of beer crates onto the ground, causing the floor to tremble. "Quickly move these to the back alley warehouse. Hurry up, don't waste time." Lin Haixing rolled up his sleeves and bent down to lift the crates. The beer crates were heavier than he imagined, making his shoulders numb instantly. After just a few steps, he had to catch his breath, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Huang Jiandong was moving tables and chairs nearby. Seeing Lin Haixing's flushed face and strained neck, he chuckled. "Haixing, it's like this at the beginning. When I did this for the first time, my arms hurt so much that I couldn't even hold chopsticks properly." Lin Haixing gritted his teeth and shook his head silently, continuing to lift. By 7 or 8 in the evening, the two finally finished their work. Lin Haixing slumped on the stone steps of the back alley, his stomach growling with hunger, quickly pulling out the salted fish rice ball that Su Samai had given him in the morning, stuffing it into his mouth. The salty flavor spread across his tongue as he downed a big gulp of cold water, finally feeling a bit refreshed. Looking up, he saw people coming and going at the entrance of the restaurant. The boss in a suit was full of vigor. The lady with red nails was laughing and chatting, and there were staff members like him, dirty and disheveled, hurrying past with their heads down. "What are you dazing off for?" Huang Jiandong handed him a cigarette. Let's go. If we get back late, my mom will nag." Lin Haixing waved his hand, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his pants. The two walked home side by side. He instinctively touched his pocket where he had today's earnings of several dozen dollars, the bills slightly damp from sweat. Clutching the stack of money, his heart raced. This was the first legitimate money he had earned in Hong Kong. However, the thrill didn't last long as the mocking voice of the lobby manager echoed in his ears. Earlier at the restaurant, a local guest had greeted him with a smile. "Hey, handsome, could you pass me a soda?" Lin Haixing was taken aback, unable to respond for a long time, his face instantly turning red. The lobby manager quickly intervened, joking afterward. "Mainland boy can't even speak Cantonese." The term mainland boy felt like a needle pricking at his heart, causing a faint pain, making him feel a barrier between himself and this bustling metropolis. After finishing work, Lin Haixing pulled Huang Jiandong aside and asked, "Jiandong, how do you say thank you in Cantonese? I want to learn it well." Huang Jiandong patiently taught him. "It's Ngoi Sai, this way is more polite." Lin Haixing repeated, "Ngoi. Ngoi Sai." His tongue felt tied. From then on, no matter how tired he actively sought opportunities to speak. He greeted neighbors with smiles and tried to chit-chat with customers. Even if he stumbled over his words, he never lost heart. While serving plates, he would nervously grin at customers saying, "Boss, is the fish fresh today?" Even when encountering impatient customers who waved him off, he would stubbornly finish the second half of his line, "Thank you for coming," although his smile would falter. After work, he often squatted under the streetlight at the alley's entrance listening to the nearby old ladies chatting in Cantonese, losing track of time for an hour. Haixing still stealing lessons here. Huang Jiandong came over with a cigarette in his mouth and handed him an old radio saying, "Here, my brother discarded this. It's playing songs by Su Guanjie. Learning to sing this is much more useful than chatting with the old ladies." Lin Haixing took the radio, its cold exterior bearing a hint of age. He pressed the switch and Su Guanjie's carefree voice floated out singing the song Genius and Idiot Dream. Everyone searches for dreams and dreams don't distinguish between east and west. He hummed along softly, but when he reached the line, "Talents all have their uses, soaring high doesn't need to be in dreams," his voice suddenly caught in his throat. Looking up, the outlines of the buildings illuminated by neon lights were particularly clear in the night. In Hong Kong, buildings towered higher than mountains, roads wider than the sea. Why couldn't he carve out a path for himself? Lin Haixing clenched his fists, his eyes shining with stubborn light. The turning point came quicker than he had imagined. The Hong Kong British government built a large industrial village near Shapu Village, factories rising rapidly, and more foreign enterprises moved in, urgently needing to hire workers. That day after work, Huang Jiandong patted his shoulder and pointed toward the Shapu industrial zone saying, "I heard from my brother that a printing factory needs someone to watch the machines. It's not easy, but it's steadier than working in a restaurant, and the pay is $200 more. Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Haixing's eyes lit up, and he nodded almost immediately, "Yes, of course." The next morning, he deliberately washed a clean shirt and ran for the interview. The foreman saw that he was young and energetic and lived nearby. After asking a few simple questions, he agreed to hire him, saying, "Come to work tomorrow, be quick with your hands and feet, and don't be clumsy." Lin Haixing felt a weight lift off his heart, and quickly nodded, "Thank you, boss. I will work hard." In the printing factory, machines roared and the smell of ink mixed with the scent of paper greeted him, but he found it 100 times more pleasant than the greasy fumes of the restaurant. This job was indeed not heavy. He monitored the automatic printing machine, watching paper after paper of newspapers being spat out by the machine, the ink still warm to the touch. During breaks, he learned to categorize the Hong Kong Daily and the Oriental Daily, always unable to resist pulling one out to read while packing. Traditional characters initially seemed like a foreign script to him, but the traditional poems and texts he learned with his father as a child and the traditional bound novels he secretly read were not in vain. Before long, he could stumble through reading them. The Hong Kong depicted in the newspapers was even more vibrant than what he saw with his own eyes. The red and green blocks of stock market fluctuations, the neighborhood gossip, and even the latest celebrity scandals were vividly written. He found a hard cardboard notebook, cut out useful information, and pasted it in. Late at night, he would read under the lamp as if piecing together a map hiding treasures. He also noted some useful information in a notebook as if doing schoolwork. "Haixing, are you preparing to be the top student?" Huang Jiandong leaned over teasing as he looked at the densely packed writing in the notebook. Lin Haixing chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head. "It's good to learn more about Hong Kong society. It can't hurt." He knew that the words hidden between the lines contained the rules of Hong Kong, the survival principles he needed to learn. But the matter of finding his family was something he never let go of. Every Sunday, Lin Haixing would carry a few dry loaves of bread and take the bus to North Point's Ing Huang Road. The buildings in that area were densely packed like a forest, and he would scrape through one by one. "Excuse me, is there a Mr. Yi Xinyang living here?" The security guard behind the glass partition mostly responded with cold, indifferent gazes. "Never heard of him. The owner's information cannot be disclosed. Hurry up and leave. Don't block the way here, but affects the residents' comings and goings." One rejection after another felt like cold water pouring over his heart. Sometimes he leaned against the telephone pole, watching the endless stream of cars, suddenly feeling panicked. Had his uncle already moved away? Did he not want to see this illegal immigrant relative at all? That day, after running through several buildings, his legs felt heavy. Just as he wanted to find a step to rest on, a gentle voice came from behind. "Young man looking to rent a place." Lin Haixing turned around to see Uncle Lin from Anling Building, dressed in a neat uniform with a friendly smile on it. His heart stirred and he rubbed his hands as he slowly approached, his tone a bit hesitant. "Uncle Lim, not looking to rent. I just want to ask. Do you know Mr. Yi Xinyang? I am his nephew from the mainland." Uncle squinted his eyes, sizing him up for a moment. Seeing his clear features and sincere face, he didn't seem like a bad person. He gently replied, "Are you looking for Manager Yi?" Lin Haixing's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. "Yes. He is my uncle. It's a coincidence, but he moved away a few months ago. I heard he went to Kowloon." The security guard replied helplessly. Lin Haixing's heart skipped a beat, his eyes instantly lighting up as he hurriedly asked, "Uncle, do you know where he moved to? Is there a phone number?" Uncle shook his head. "I don't know the specific address, just that he works at a Chinese-funded company. If you're in a hurry to find him, why not go to his company and ask?" That glimmering spark of hope was quickly doused with a bucket of cold water. Lin Haixing felt a wave of disappointment, but still quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle. Sorry to trouble you." As he walked out of the building, the sunset stretched his shadow long. He touched the temporary ID card in his pocket. No rush, he murmured to his shadow. First I need to establish a foothold here, a family will eventually be found. In the evening breeze, it seemed that Su Guangji's songs floated back again. Lin Haixing straightened his back and walked toward the bus back to Shoppa district. It was winter in Xiangang 1978, noon on a day just before Christmas. Lin Haixing leaned against the windowsill of the printing press and finished the last mouthful of his char siu rice with relish. Grease smeared his fingers, he was too lazy to wipe them, brushing them instead across his work trousers. He took a sip from the teacup beside him, opened the broadsheet still redolent with the scent of ink, intending to skim the news before resting. 6 months in Xiangang had sharpened the angles of his face with sea wind and thickened the calluses on his palms with labor. Even the pace at which he read had doubled since he first arrived. The traditional characters that once gave him headaches now leapt into view like old-school texts he knew by heart. The workshop in the afternoon was oppressively quiet. The machines had stopped, only the ceiling fans turned lazily. After reading for a while, just as Lin Haixing was about to doze, someone slapped the back of his neck. The blow carried force and a flurry of urgency. "Haixing, look at this." His co-worker, Aiming, came rushing over like a gust, clutching an issue of Dagenbao. The boy was usually full of horse racing chatter, but now his face was flushed and his voice louder than the machines. Lin Haixing felt his heart drop and hastily took the paper from Aiming's hands. "See the center column on the 3rd page. The bolded notice." Aiming pressed closer, elbowing his waist, his tone urgent and hushed. "After I read it, I felt like they were looking for you." His gaze plunged into the center column of the 3rd page. A line of bold black type leaped out. "Searching for a person from Haicheng, Guangdong, surname Lin, male, about 20 years old, lost contact after coming to Xiangang to seek relatives. Please contact Mr. Yi immediately." A ringing filled his ears, dull as a cotton wad soaked in water, all sounds blurred. He drew the paper very close and read each word, even scanning the telephone number beneath the notice 3 times, his fingertip rubbing repeatedly over the characters Mr. Yi. Is this really about me? His voice trembled as he stared at Aiming, waiting for confirmation. Who else could it be? Aiming patted him again, frantic. The native place matches. The age matches. "Mr. Yi, didn't you say your mother's surname is Yi?" My uncle is called Yi Xinyang." Lin Haixing suddenly cried out, his voice breaking. Aiming nodded violently and shoved him. "Stop standing there like an idiot. Call him now. If you delay, who will answer?" Only then did Lin Haixing come to himself. Clutching the paper, he tore out of the workshop. He ran all the way to the payphone on the corner near the factory, fumbling as he stuffed in 2 coins. His fingers shook so badly he misdialed 3 times. The first time he pressed the wrong last digit. The second time his finger slipped and hit an extra key. The third time, trembling, he finally got it right. He held the receiver to his ear as the tone rang with a steady mechanical rhythm. Each tone made his heartbeat pound faster. "Hello? Who is this?" came a slightly hoarse male voice with a familiar Guangdong accent. His heart leapt into his throat. His mouth opened, but his voice was clogged. After a long beat, he forced out a shaky line. "Excuse me. Is this Mr. Yi?" My name is Lin Haixing." Silence on the other end stretched 2 seconds that felt like an age. Lin Haixing gripped the receiver so hard, he could hear his own pulse thudding in his chest. "Haixing, is that really you?" A joyful exclamation burst into his ear. His nose prickled, tears threatened to spill. He leaned against the iron wall of the phone booth. The metal was icy, the thin fabric of his work shirt offering little warmth, yet none of that could cool the flush in his chest. "Uncle," he managed, voice choked. "It's Haixing. I've finally found you." They quickly exchanged names and family details and confirmed beyond doubt that they were relatives. "Where are you now? How are you? Have you eaten?" Yi Xinyang fired questions like a rapid stream. Concern and urgency in his voice wrapped around Lin Haixing like a warm current. Lin Haixing could hardly speak. He kept answering in fragments. All right. I work at a factory in Xinjia Shoppa district, just finished lunch." Tears finally escaped. When they hung up, he realized the scrap of cigarette pack paper head used to jot the address was crumpled in his fist. He had written down Jiolong Dajiaju, the address of his uncle's home. Holding that light, yet weighty slip of paper, Lin Haixing stayed motionless inside the booth. Only when the first rush of excitement ebbed did the fears, loneliness, and guilt head carried for half a year surge up. He dared at last to imagine how his parents in Chaodong County had endured since he left with a farewell note and boarded the small boat without looking back. Before his eyes flickered scenes of his father Lin Weihua, crouched on coastal rocks, ashtrays of cigarette, but scattered at his feet. His mother, Yi Xinjuan, staring at the vast sea, calling his name again and again. They had humbly asked the fishermen, forced themselves to go to the police station. Each time, they went with hope and returned with disappointment. Until his mother could no longer bear it, and had his father write to Xiangang begging his uncle Yi Xinyang for help. To find him, the uncle had solicited fellow townsmen, scoured factories, combed the newspapers. Every torment and journey condensed into that short black line in the classified column, and today it had reached him. At dusk after work, Lin Haixing took the bus back to Shapadawe village. He disembarked and walked to Rongshu's house, with a step unexpectedly lighter than usual. Entering the courtyard, he saw Huang Jiandong crouched on the threshold, mending a fishing net, while Su Sime bustled by the stove. The oil hissed, and aromas wafted through the yard. "Rongshu, Auntie Su, I've found my uncle," he called out in a voice brimming with excitement. The cigarette in Rongshu's hand fell with a soft clatter. Rongshu sprang to his feet, eyes wide. "Really? You're not joking?" "Really? There was a missing person notice in the paper. I called to confirm." Lin Haixing produced the folded newspaper, smoothed it out, and handed it over. "He moved to Kowloon. He asked me to come on Sunday to meet him." Huang Jiandong came over, grabbed Lin Haixing's arm, and shook him hard. "Good lad. Finally found you. Haixing, today is a good day." Su Simai's voice called from the kitchen. "To celebrate, I'll add more dishes." The dinner table was laid out abundantly, a steamed fish, neatly sliced roasted meats, and a pot of slow-simmered soup rich and thick. Huang Jiandong kept piling food onto Lin Haixing's plate. "Ashing, eat more. Strengthen yourself. Meet your uncle on Sunday. Be in good spirits." Rongshu lifted his cup, face ruddy. "It's good to have family again. From now on in Xiangang, you'll have someone to rely on. You won't be alone." Lin Haixing ate with both hands, his mouth stuffed with food, his heart warmed by the kindness at the table. Tears nearly spilled again. He bowed his head and swallowed a big mouthful of rice to hold them back. Outside, the moon climbed the treetops, its clear light spilling over the fishing village lights and illuminating his young, handsome face. 6 months had passed. From that shivering dawn by the sea to this night of warm food and lamplight, and now to the impending meeting with his uncle. The calluses earned from moving beer crates, the jokes made while learning Cantonese, the countless fruitless inquiries on the streets of Beijiao. All of it had been worth it. Silently in his heart, he said, "Father, Mother, I'm going to see my uncle soon. Rest assured." In the blink of an eye, it was noon on the day after Christmas. This day was a public holiday in Hong Kong, and it was also the moment Lin Haixing had been eagerly anticipating. The time to meet his uncle's family had finally arrived. He made sure to tidy himself up, wearing new clothes and carrying a small backpack, setting off from Shapha in the new town. Tightly clutching the latest Hong Kong map given to him by Uncle Rome, he had only one thought in his mind: to see his uncle quickly and reclaim that long-lost familial bond. His uncle Yi Xinyang's new home was in the Datong New Village in Tai Kok Sui Mong Kok. Years ago, this area was still the Datong shipyard, but later the Hong Kong government carried out land reclamation, gradually retreating the coastline, and the shipyard's activities dwindled. A real estate group seized the opportunity and built this housing estate on the original site. Located close to secondary schools in Kowloon, it was convenient for the children to attend school. Half a year ago, Yi Xinyang moved his family joyfully from North Point and even carefully decorated their new home. Lin Haixing took a minibus and got off near the Mong Kok market. The remnants of Christmas still lingered in the air, with the fusion of Eastern and Western cultures palpable. The Christmas tree at the shop entrance had yet to be taken down, its colorful lights twinkling. Store clerks shouted in Cantonese, and there were noticeably more pedestrians than usual, all wearing expressions of festive joy. But he had no mind to enjoy the sights, his footsteps quickening as he followed the winding streets towards Tai Kok Sui. It had been over a decade since he last saw his grandfather and uncle, when he was just a child. Later, during the Cultural Revolution in mainland China, communication was cut off, leaving only a few letters exchanged. In times of crisis, there were even no letters, and he could only secretly ask others to convey messages of safety. Does my uncle still remember me? How is his family's attitude? Lin Haixing felt anxious, his footsteps growing faster, and his palms were sweating. The afternoon sun slanted into the stairwell of Datong New Village, bringing a hint of warmth. Finally finding the door plate his uncle mentioned, he took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. After a moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s opened the door. He was of medium build, with a square face, handsome features, and a demeanor full of maturity and stability, making him appear very approachable. "Ah Sheng, it's really you." Yi Xinyang recognized him at a glance, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion as he tightly grasped Lin Haixing's shoulders. "We haven't seen each other in so many years. You've grown from a child into a handsome young man." Lin Haixing felt a pang in his nose, his eyes instantly warming. This was his uncle, and the image of that youthful figure in his memory was gradually merging with the present, creating a sense of familiarity that was both strange and comforting throughout his body. He followed his uncle into the living room, where 3 women were already seated. Upon seeing him, they all stood up in unison, their gazes fixed on him, filled with curiosity and warmth. "Let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Du Qian, and these are your 2 cousins Xiaomei and Wan Qing." Yi Xinyang led him to a lady in her 40s. Aunt Du Qian was of medium build, slightly plump, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes radiating determination and confidence, resembling an experienced teacher or civil servant. With a gentle smile on her face, she spoke warmly. "Welcome, our relative from Chaodong to Hong Kong. Oh, you resemble your grandfather so much with the features of the Yi family. It's clear you're one of us." Yi Xinyang pressed him down onto the sofa and handed him a cup of freshly brewed green tea, its fragrance wafting through the air. "You arrived just in time. Your grandfather will be here soon." He patted Lin Haixing's hand affectionately, his tone filled with concern. He has been worried about you during this time, unable to eat or sleep well. Originally, he said he would arrive soon from Shamshuepa, which is actually quite close, so I suspect he got caught in traffic. Also, please rest assured, I sent a telegram to your dad and mom this morning informing them that you are safe, so they won't. Lin Haixing held the warm teacup, feeling a warmth in his heart. Your aunt works as a civil servant in the social welfare department of the Hong Kong government. Yi Xingyang continued, she specifically liaises with community service organizations to assist low-income families and newcomers to Hong Kong. She is quite enthusiastic. Aunt Du Qian waved her hand with a smile, saying it's just a job, it's good if I can help people. Meanwhile, the two little girls excitedly surrounded Lin Haixing, grabbing his hands. Yi Xingyang's eldest daughter Yi Xiaomei was about 17 or 18, looking like a high school student with slightly arched brows, a not-so-high nose, but slightly upturned, making her appear sweet and demure. Today she wore a colorful dress with adorable flowers embroidered on the hem, and her high ponytail swayed with her movements, bursting with vitality. Her round face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple. The younger daughter Yi Wanqing still looked like a middle school student, petite and not yet fully developed, but her appearance was clever and lively with bright eyes that sparkled with mischief. When she smiled, her white tiger teeth showed, making her incredibly cute, like a flower in bloom. Cousin, you finally come. Yi Wanqing's voice was crisp, holding onto his hand and refusing to let go. The two cousins were constantly asking questions, not letting up. Cousin, what is Chao County like? Cousin, how long did you take to get here? Seeing that Lin Haixing could speak relatively fluent Cantonese made them even happier, pulling at his arm as if they had known him for a long time. Yi Wanqing stared at him for a while, suddenly clapping her hands and exclaiming, Cousin, you're so handsome. With a little styling, you could play Chun Jialuo from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then added, but you look even younger. You would also be suitable to play. At that time, the Hong Kong TV dramas based on Jin Yong's martial arts novels were very popular, with Cheng Xiaoqiu playing Chun Jialuo and Zhang Wuji, who were the beloved heroes in the hearts of countless viewers. Lin Haixing had stayed in Hong Kong for some time and had occasionally watched a few episodes, knowing that his cousin was complimenting him by saying he looked like Cheng Xiaoqiu. His face instantly turned red to the ears, and he shyly scratched his head, embarrassedly responding, little sister, please don't tease your cousin. I'm just a country boy. How can I compare with big stars from Hong Kong? Yi Xiaomei quietly observed from the side, smiling slightly and softly, saying, Cousin is indeed very handsome. Wanqing isn't wrong. Aunt Du Qian, listening to their lively conversation, smiled and shook her head, unable to resist interjecting, when a person from the mainland comes, they are just Hong Kong people. Her tone was serious yet firm, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Hong Kong is originally an immigrant city. Before the 1950s, population growth mainly relied on immigration. When it opened in 1842, the population was less than 100, but by 1941, 100 years later, it had grown to 1.6 million. Isn't it because a large population from the mainland moved to Hong Kong? Du Qian pushed up her glasses and continued, now many of Hong Kong's big stars come from the mainland. Take Luo Wen, for example. He has become so famous coming from Guangxi. In just a few short years, he became a household name, singing songs like Brilliant Future and Underlying Rock, which are all very inspiring songs. She looked at Lin Haixing with warm eyes. Haixing, when you have time, your aunt will take you to his concert. It will definitely inspire. Everyone shifted their attention to her side, eagerly anticipating her to continue speaking. Du Qian's tone carried a hint of nostalgia as her fingertips gently tapped the armrest of the sofa. After the First Opium War, Hong Kong became a transshipment port. At that time, the flow of people between the mainland and Hong Kong was free, and the colonial government was also open to all immigrants. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze sweeping over the young people in the living room, filled with a sense of sentimentality. Every time there was social unrest in the mainland, a large number of people would flood into Hong Kong. She paused, her voice growing heavier. Many treated this place as a transit point to Nanyang, to the Gold Mountain. During the Taiping Rebellion, the anti-Japanese war, and the civil war between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, there were large-scale migrations. In the past, the boundary between the mainland and Hong Kong was not so clear, and most mainland immigrants regarded this place as a temporary stop. Du Qian sighed. It was either a transient mindset or a refugee mentality. Everyone just wanted to earn more money and return home in glory once the mainland stabilized. Many people from my hometown in Guangdong Wui worked in Hong Kong for their entire lives. A complex smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. When they grow old, they still want to return home to be buried in the ancestral grave and enter the ancestral hall. Those who are willing to settle in Hong Kong for a lifetime are all things of the 20th century. As she spoke, her gaze returned to Lin Haixing, her tone suddenly softening. So Haixing, don't think that just because you've just arrived in Hong Kong you're an outsider. Everyone who comes here is a new page in the story of Hong Kong. Her eyes were resolute, filled with encouragement. You are young, and you have plenty of opportunities to write your own page. Yi Xingyang could no longer contain himself, immediately interjecting with barely concealed excitement. Yes. He fixed his gaze on Lin Haixing, his voice rising slightly. If it weren't for your mother being forced to return to the countryside with your grandmother, had she stayed in Hong Kong to live and given birth to you, you would naturally be a Hong Konger. Unlike now when you have to sneak across the border and endure such hardships. He waved his hand heavily, his tone growing somber, filled with weight. Alas, let's not talk about it. These matters are long to discuss. When you see your grandfather, let him tell you slowly. Lin Haixing's heart raced as if struck by something. A mix of surprise and doubt surged within him. He had always heard that his mother was born in Hong Kong, but never knew why she returned to her hometown. Countless questions choked in his throat just as he was about to ask his uncle suddenly. Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply and loudly like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering the silence in the living room. Everyone paused for a moment. Yi Xinyang's eyes brightened, and he slapped his thigh. It must be grandfather arriving. Haixing, go open the door and give him a surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Haixing's body, which had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly sprang up. His heart raced wildly, and he almost ran to the door using all four limbs. His fingertips touched the cold doorknob, and he didn't even have time to catch his breath before eagerly twisting the door open. Outside stood a tall, thin, old man in his 60s. The old man was slender, yet his shoulders were held straight. Though his hair had turned gray, it was neatly combed. His face was etched with fine wrinkles, especially deep lines at the corners of his eyes, yet those eyes sparkled brightly, exuding a kind and resilient aura shaped by the trials of life. Grandfather. Lin Haixing's throat tightened, almost blurting it out. Yi Kuan stepped into the house, and before he could say much, he extended his calloused hand and grasped Lin Haixing's hand tightly. His fingertips rubbed against Lin Haixing's hand, his gaze intensely fixed on him, as if confirming a rare truth. Emotion surged in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly, yet every word was clear. You are Haixing, my dear grandson. We've missed you terribly. The old man's voice was choked with emotion, his grip tightening around Lin Haixing's hand. Your mother and father at home worry about you every day, unable to sleep soundly at night. As he spoke, he loosened his grip, his gaze gentle and focused, meticulously examining Lin Haixing from head to toe, afraid to miss a single detail, overflowing with uncontainable affection. Lin Haixing looked at the old man in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. He had seen his grandfather a few times in the countryside when he was young. At that time, his grandfather always carried the fresh scent of rural earth with a hearty smile and spoke in a thick accent. Every time he returned to his hometown, his grandfather would bring many supplies for them, and once he even bought him a toy car in Hong Kong, which he cherished and proudly boasted about to the neighborhood children for several days. But later, after his grandmother passed away, especially after the Cultural Revolution began to avoid implicating his relatives in the countryside, his grandfather never returned to the mainland again. After so many years, his grandfather's hair had turned whiter, the wrinkles on his face deeper, and even his frame seemed a bit thinner than he remembered, a sense of unfamiliarity quietly creeping in. Yet that bond of blood thicker than water felt like a warm current, instantly dissolving all barriers. His eyes uncontrollably turned red, and 1,000 words choked in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a tight embrace. He instinctively reached out his arms, tightly hugging his grandfather, holding on as if afraid that if he let go, his grandfather would disappear. Grandfather. His voice choked, nearly unable to form complete words. The old man in his arms trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Lin Haixing could clearly feel his grandfather's heart racing, the strong rhythm pulsating through the thin fabric of his clothing. He knew that his grandfather must have many stories to tell, too many tales about his mother and this family, all of which. Yi Kuan finally managed to calm down from his emotional excitement. He gently patted Lin Haixing's back, signaling him to let go, and then slowly released his hand. As he turned to walk towards the table in the living room, his steps were still a bit unsteady. His gaze fell directly on the black handbag on the table, and his hand trembled slightly as he reached for it, but his movements became exceptionally gentle as his fingertips touched the bag. He cautiously opened the bag and took out a thick envelope. The envelope was made of craft paper, its edges slightly worn but well preserved, and showing no signs of creasing, clearly frequently read and carefully kept. I am truly sorry for being late just now. Yi Kuan turned around, smiling apologetically at everyone, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. Halfway here, I suddenly remembered I needed to bring this thing. I wanted everyone to take a look, especially you, Haixing. His fingers pinched the edge of the envelope, slowly pulling out a photograph. His hand still trembled slightly, as if holding something fragile. It was an old black and white photo, about 12 inches in size, its surface slightly yellowed and brittle, the edges even curling slightly, as if it had borne the weight of too many years. In the photograph, there were 4 people, a young couple with 2 small children, standing in front of a backdrop in a Chinese photo studio. In the lower right corner of the photo, the date of the shoot was meticulously noted in pen, August 1942. Yi Kuan's expression grew serious, his gentle gaze resting on the photograph, as if looking at distant relatives. He slowly picked up the photo, showing it to everyone, his voice deep and distant as he began. The couple in the picture is me and your grandmother. He lightly pointed to the little girl with braids, saying, this 8 or 9-year-old girl is Haixing's mother, Yi Xinjuan. He then moved his finger to indicate the small boy, adding, this little boy is your uncle Xianyang. I remember I was only 7 at that time. He continued, When country are invaded Hong Kong, the situation was extremely tense with gunfire echoing everywhere and panic among the people. His voice grew somber. Your grandmother wanted to take your mother back to the countryside to avoid calamity. We risked everything relying on several acquaintances to find a photo studio that had not closed and captured this family portrait. He paused and added, this is the only family portrait we have saved. Not long after it was taken, your grandmother took your mother and boarded a boat back to the mainland. Unfortunately, that departure from Hong Kong lasted for decades. Yi Kun's expression and tone were filled with cherish. Grandpa's words acted like a key, abruptly unlocking Lin Haisheng's memories. He grew up under his grandmother's care. At that time, his grandmother was still alive and loved to make him sweet malt candy. On summer nights, she would sit in the yard with a big fan fanning away mosquitoes while sharing small stories about history or local customs. Sadly, she passed away from a sudden illness while he was in elementary school. By then, the situation in the mainland had gradually grown tense, and Grandpa and Uncle were unable to return to handle her funeral, leaving everything to his parents. Looking at the young grandmother in the photo with gentle brows and a warm smile, Lin Haisheng's eyes grew warm. This was his first time seeing a childhood photo of his mother with her family. Recalling what Uncle had previously mentioned about his mother being forced to leave Hong Kong, his curiosity intensified, and he couldn't help but ask. Recalling what Uncle had previously mentioned about his mother being forced to leave Hong Kong, his curiosity intensified, and he couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, why did you and Grandma separate back then? And why did Mom have to go back to the countryside? Didn't you live well in Hong Kong at first? At that moment, a slight noise came from the direction of the kitchen. Yi Xianyang and Du Qian peeked out from the kitchen. Du Qian held freshly prepared vegetables in her hands, smiling as she said, Dad, you all continue chatting, we're going to prepare dinner. We bought everyone's favorite roast goose and fresh sea fish. I will also make my best braised beef brisket with radishes for everyone to try. It will be ready soon. Of course, I already started simmering papaya and peanut chicken soup this afternoon. Yi Xianyang added details about the dinner dishes while smiling before retreating back into the kitchen. Seeing that Yi Xianyang was quite capable in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yi Kun did not immediately answer Lin. He walked over to sit beside the living room sofa, took out a small tin of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and revealed rolled cigarettes inside. He pulled one out, lit it with a match, and the flame flickered, illuminating his profile. Taking a deep drag, he slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke that blurred his expression. He waved at Lin Haisheng, Xiao Mei, and Wan Qing, his voice low and gentle. Come, all of you, sit closer. The three young people immediately gathered around, squeezing onto the other side of the sofa. While Xianyang and Du Qian prepare dinner, they'll give you a good talk about our Yi family's history in Hong Kong. Yi Kun flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze drifting to the window, as if piercing through the walls to see the distant past. There are some things that your parents probably haven't explained clearly to you. Unfortunately, Haisheng's sister, brother, and younger sister are still in the mainland. His tone carried a hint of regret. If they were here too, it would be even livelier. You younger generations should also understand the storms and tribulations that Hong Kong and the motherland have experienced over the years. Lin Haisheng could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly interjected, Grandpa, please tell us. His eyes sparkled with bright anticipation, slightly leaning forward, hands on his knees, eager to dive into Grandpa's story. Once you're done, I will definitely remember it and share it with my younger siblings when I go back. And, Cousin Donan, Xiao Mei rested her chin on her hands, her eyes fixed on Grandpa, unable to help but interrupt. Quickly, let us listen. Wan Qing nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing like a rattle drum. Yes, yes, Grandpa, hurry up and tell us how Grandma returned to the countryside back then. Yi Kun looked at the three eager young faces, a loving smile appearing on his face, and slowly nodded. He took another puff of smoke, and amid the swirling mist, his deep, yet gentle voice gradually rang out, as if his thoughts floated back to that turbulent era. It was the winter of 1941. He began. Hong Kong was occupied by the Japanese army. Yi Kun's voice sank, laden with undeniable weight. On December 8th, the Japanese launched a surprise air raid on Hong Kong shortly after advancing from Shenzhen. The British colonial government held out for just over 10 days before announcing their surrender. From that day on, Hong Kong fell into dire straits. He closed his eyes briefly as if he could see the scenes from back then. The once bustling Queen's Road suddenly became dead. Shops were closed, windows smashed to pieces, and debris and garbage littered the streets. The air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder alongside a suffocating fear. His fingers tightly gripped the cigarette. The Japanese army patrolled the streets with bayonet rifles, stopping anyone they encountered and punishing those who displeased them. At that time, passing by a military checkpoint required bowing, and if you didn't bend low enough, you could be slapped, or even. Yi Kun's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. The streets were filled with refugees, and cries and wails echoed everywhere. The once pearl of the Orient was transformed into a hell on earth. Wan Qing's face paled as she instinctively clenched her fists. The Japanese are so wicked. Indeed, Yi Kun sighed. They even issued military tickets to forcibly replace the Hong Kong dollar. That money was worthless, depreciating daily, and the savings of common people turned into scrap paper overnight. Food became scarce. He reminisced about the hardships back, then his eyes filled with bitterness. Later the Japanese implemented a rationing system allowing each person to receive only 6 taels and 4 chien of rice daily, yet the rice was mixed with a large amount of sand and stones. By 1943, even that amount of rice was insufficient, and many people could only eat immortal cakes, made from cassava flour or forage for wild vegetables, and gnaw on tree bark to stave off hunger. At that time I was working at a newspaper office. Tycoon continued. Originally the newspaper was doing quite well, but once the war broke out people's interest in reading newspapers plummeted. They couldn't even fill their stomachs, let alone buy newspapers. Our leadership was also very patriotic, and some reports offended the people of country, or so the newspaper's office was quickly requisitioned by the Japanese, and we had to cease publication. I had to take odd jobs everywhere, barely making ends meet for the family. He shook his head. Prices soared, with the price of rice skyrocketing to dozens of times its pre-war cost, and the military tickets in hand couldn't be spent at all. Sometimes after running around all day, I couldn't even afford a full meal. Lin Haisheng felt a tightening in his chest, and couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, did Grandma and Mom suffer from hunger back then?" "They were definitely hungry." Yikun's gaze softened. "Your grandmother always saved the little rice they had for your mother and uncle to eat. She herself gnawed on tree bark and ate wild vegetables, which made her health decline more and more. What was even more frightening was the ever-present danger. Many people lost their lives." His voice lowered somewhat. In order to solve the issue of insufficient manpower, the Japanese army forcibly conscripted young men for labor, such as repairing airfields, digging construction sites, and transporting military equipment. Those who showed any signs of resistance would be executed on the spot. Women lived in constant fear, terrified of being abducted by the Japanese army and suffering humiliation. One time a little girl from the neighbor's house went out to look for food and was targeted by 2 Japanese soldiers. Tycoon spoke with a tone of grief and indignation. She ran for her life in fear, but was still caught. At the critical moment, fortunately, a guerrilla from the Hong Kong Kowloon Independent Brigade passed by and shot to drive away the Japanese, saving her. Back then such incidents were everywhere. He sighed. "Every day I went out, I didn't know if I would come back alive. Seeing your grandmother and the children so frightened felt like a knife cutting through my heart." Before the Japanese occupation, Hong Kong's economy was relatively prosperous, and everyone was living well. Tycoon changed the subject. Especially after Guangzhou fell, a large number of refugees flooded into Hong Kong, bringing both labor and capital. At that time the docks were bustling with ships coming and going. The dock workers were bare-chested, shouting as they loaded and unloaded goods, their voices carrying far away. On Queen's Road, shops lined the streets, with silk stores, gold shops, and foreign trading houses standing side by side, along with specialized remittance agencies. The streets were filled with people, bustling and lively. At that time the Japanese had already occupied most of China, and many people from the mainland were forced to come here to make a living, people from Guangdong, Shanghai, Fujian, and various trades. He recalled. But once the Japanese occupied Hong Kong, the situation changed drastically. His tone grew somber. Factories shut down, shops closed, and people fled everywhere to escape the war. Some fled to Southeast Asia, while others wished to return to the mainland, but the roads were filled with Japanese checkpoints, and very few could pass through safely. Your grandmother took Xin back to the countryside out of desperation. The newspaper office was requisitioned by the Japanese army, and I lost my job. The last bit of rice at home had to be saved for your uncle and your mother. Tycoon took a puff of his cigarette, his gaze lost in thought. They started rounding up people in the streets, claiming it was to support the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Your grandmother was always on edge, waking at the slightest noise. One day, holding your mother, she cried and said, "Tycoon, I can't let Xin and Xianyang live in fear here. We must leave. At least we can survive in the countryside." At this point, Tycoon's gaze fell on an old photograph, his expression complex. Later, coincidentally, the Japanese introduced a return policy forcing ordinary citizens to leave Hong Kong for their places of origin. Taking this opportunity, I pulled many strings to find a fellow villager willing to guide your grandmother and your mother Xin back. They endured hardship and fear along the way, and finally returned to their hometown Shandong. Xianyang was still young and couldn't withstand the turmoil, so he chose to stay with me in Hong Kong. I remember the day I sent them off. It was still dark. His voice was filled with reluctance. Your grandmother held Xin, tears in her eyes, as she looked at me, asking when we would be reunited. At that time I felt uncertain and could only lie to her, saying that once the Japanese left Hong Kong, I would immediately go to find them. I never expected that this farewell would last for many years. He sighed softly, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Yi Wanqing listened with red eyes, her small hands tightly gripping Xiao Mai's arm. Grandma has had such a hard time. What happened later? After the Japanese surrendered, why didn't Grandpa immediately go to find them? The Japanese surrendered on August 15, 1945. Tycoon remembered it clearly. That day the streets were filled with jubilant people, everyone waving flags and shouting slogans, and many were crying. But the scars left by the war are not something that can heal quickly. He said, Hong Kong needed to be rebuilt. It was all in ruins. There was still not enough food, and the order was chaotic. At that time I found a job in a factory and was busy restoring production, so I couldn't leave. Moreover, at that time transportation between the mainland and Hong Kong had not yet resumed. He added, although the Japanese had left, the checkpoints were still there and various proofs were needed for travel, making it very difficult. I could only work while trying to gather news about your grandmother and mother, but there was no word for a long time. Later, a large number of people from the mainland flooded into Hong Kong. Yi Kuan recalled, after the outbreak of the Chinese Civil War, many people came from Guangdong, Shanghai, and other areas. The population of Hong Kong surged from over 600,000 to more than 1.8 million. The streets gradually became lively again, shops reopened, and factories increased. His tone carried a touch of vitality. I gradually stabilized, saved some money, and thought that once transportation improved I would go back to find them and bring them to Hong Kong. Yi Kuan took a sip of tea and continued reminiscing. Soon the mainland was liberated, the new China was established, and the situation in the mainland underwent tremendous changes. Your grandmother and Xin had already integrated with the local people and were very accustomed to life there. Your mother was also very proactive and found a job on a farm. Your grandmother's health deteriorated, unable to withstand the hardships, so the two of them decided to stay in Chaodong and not come to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, I had work duties in Hong Kong, and since Xin was studying here, I also didn't plan to return to the mainland immediately. I would try to seize opportunities during festivals to take Xin back to visit them. Later, the exchange between residents of the two places became increasingly difficult. Most of the time, I could only communicate with your grandmother and mother through letters, keeping each other updated on our safety. Later, Xin grew up and met your father. Yi Kuan's voice softened. Your father is a decent man who treats them very well. Your grandmother told me not to worry about them and to live well in Hong Kong, taking good care of Xin. So I stayed. After Xin grew up, he became very understanding. Through his own efforts, he was admitted to a secondary school, worked a few jobs after graduation, and later found a stable job in a Chinese-funded company. He left home early and returned late, every day diligently working, respecting his superiors, uniting with colleagues, and having a good reputation. He gradually accumulated experience and wealth, finally establishing himself in Hong Kong. Yi Kuan spoke of his son with great pride. Later he met your aunt, Du Qian. They got married and had children, and life became better and better. As for your mother, she met your father in the countryside, got to know him, fell in love, and started her own family. He looked at Lin Haisheng with a gentle gaze. She often wrote to me telling me about you and your siblings, saying that you were very understanding from a young age and did well in your studies. I always wanted to go back and see you, but later the Cultural Revolution broke out in the mainland, and the situation became increasingly tense. Yi Kuan's tone grew heavy. To avoid implicating you, I had to give up the thought of returning and could only continue to learn about your news through letters. I never expected that this wait would last for so many years. He looked at Lin Haisheng and then at his two granddaughters, his eyes reddening again. Now it's good, Haisheng, you are here. Our family is finally reunited in Hong Kong. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Yi Kuan's voice slowly faded away. The living room fell silent, with only the faint sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen, where Xin and Du Jia were still busy preparing dinner. Seeing the young people so captivated, Yi Kuan took a sip of tea and continued to share. Accompanied by the curling smoke, a family story that had been buried for nearly half a century slowly unfolded like a magnificent scroll before these three eager listeners. To clarify why your grandmother had to leave so urgently, we cannot merely speak of the times when Hong Kong fell. We must start from the roots, explaining why I came to Hong Kong and the events that transpired within 3 generations of the Yi family. This way you will have a general understanding of the history of the Yi family. My hometown is in Haicheng, a coastal city in eastern Guangdong. In the 1910s, Haicheng was immersed in the tide of transition between the old and new dynasties. The streets were populated not only by men in long gowns and jackets, but also by young students dressed in Zhongshan suits. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze drifting into the void. The Yi family was considered a prominent merchant. The storefront was modest, yet the golden sign of Yes Silk and Tea Shop shone brightly in the local area. This batch of Hangzhou silk has a fine luster. Remember to wrap it in 2 layers of oil paper when delivering it to the Zhang residence tomorrow. Yi Hongya, wearing a long gown, pinched the silk's edge with his fingers, his voice booming. He had spent many years in the business world, and although there were fine lines at the corners of his eyes, his gaze was sharp as an eagle. The sound of clattering dishes came from the back courtyard. Yes, Mother Zhang was directing the servants to set the table. She wore a plain cheongsam, her hair neatly styled. Upon seeing Yi Hongya enter, she presented a warm towel. I just received a letter from Guangzhou saying there's been fighting again. You must be cautious when you go to stock up next time. Yi Hongya paused, his hand that was wiping his face side, and shook his head. In this world, it's hard to find peace. At that time, Yi Kuan was only 5, squatting on the threshold with his rice bowl half, understanding the conversation between his parents. What he loved most was pestering his grandfather for stories from the South Seas after dinner. Ah Kuan, come here, and let me tell you about the red-headed boats. His grandfather swayed a fan the pipe, making a thud sound. We Haicheng people take red-painted wooden boats to Siam. Once the boat sets sail, it drifts at sea for over a month, eating hard biscuits and rice cakes, and drinking water that has been stored for a long time. Then why do we still go? Yi Kuan's eyes widened, small hands clutching his grandfather's sleeve. Because Siam is the land of gold. His grandfather's eyes sparkled. A fellow villager went for 3 years and returned to build a big tiled house, even marrying a wife for his family. The tales of hard work overseas fell like seeds in Yi Kun's heart. When he was in private school learning classical Chinese, he often found his mind wandering, pondering what the world of the South Seas was truly like. The chaos of war among warlords eventually reached Haiqing. First, the supply routes were cut off, followed by heavy taxes imposed by warlords, causing business to plummet. In the winter of 1927, it was particularly cold. Yi Kun returned home from school to see his father squatting behind the counter, sighing over the account books, while his mother secretly wiped her tears in the inner room. "Father, Mother, I won't attend private school anymore." The 15-year-old Yi Kun stood at the door, his voice soft, yet resolute. "I will go to Siam with third uncle to earn money for the family." Yi Hongya suddenly looked up, staring at his son's tall and thin figure, his eyes reddening. "Ah, Kun, that place is very harsh. It's worse at home." Yi Kun clenched his fists. "As the eldest son, I should bear the burden." After spring arrived, Yi Kun, carrying the bag sewn together by his mother overnight, boarded the red-headed boat bound for Bangkok. The cabin was crammed, the smell of sweat and fish mingling together, but as he gazed at the receding coastline, only one thought filled his mind: to live well and earn money to return home. The relatives in Bangkok lived in Chinatown, and upon entering, he heard the familiar dialect. "Ah, Kun is here, come sit." Third aunt brought a bowl of hot soup. "You must be exhausted from the journey." The steaming soup warmed his stomach and eased his anxious heart. He worked as an apprentice in third uncle's silk shop, rising before dawn to move goods. The heavy loads left his shoulders sore, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Later, because I had studied for a few years in private school, I recognized characters and could do calculations. I gradually progressed from a worker to the accountant. When keeping accounts, I applied the classical Chinese foundation I learned at private school, recording everything clearly. Even third uncle praised me, saying, "Ah, Kun is 10 times smarter than my son." Xiaomei quietly asked, "Grandpa, how did you become a teacher again?" By chance, Yi Kun's face revealed a faint nostalgic smile. Next to the goods store was a Chinese primary school. The principal often came to buy supplies, occasionally chatting with me, knowing I could write and do calculations, and that I had memorized some of the 4 books and 5 classics. They happened to be short of teachers, so they asked me to come. I thought teaching would be more noble than calculating money all day, so I went. His tone softened. With his first month's salary, he rented a small attic in Chinatown, standing by the window watching the lanterns below, finally feeling like he had taken root in a foreign land. "It was there that I met your grandmother. She was a janitor at the school, surnamed Xia, also from Haiqing. She was quiet, nimble with her hands and feet, always keeping her head down while working. One time I was grading papers late into the night, and she quietly left me a bowl of sweet soup. That's how we got to know each other." Gradually, the two young people away from home came together. The wedding was simple, inviting a few fellow townsmen and serving 2 tables of dishes. We started a family, had your mother and later a younger brother, Xingyang. It seemed that life finally had some hope. I taught my lessons, she managed the household, and we thought about saving some money. Perhaps we could return to Haiqing for a visit. Yi Kun's gaze gradually clouded, but our country wouldn't let us live in peace. First in the northeast, then in North China, the flames of war spread here. The news reached the South Seas, and the Chinese community was in an uproar, donating money and goods to support the resistance against the war. Our school also organized fundraising and street performances to promote the anti-Japanese cause. I was young and passionate, then believing that even though I was not in my homeland, I should contribute my part. But the Thai government was pro our country at that time. His voice lowered. They began to suppress Chinese schools, claiming we were spreading dangerous ideas and were the 5th column. Police would often come to search, flipping through textbooks and checking slogans. One morning, as soon as Yi Kun arrived at school, he saw Thai police sealing the doors with boards stating "Teaching Chinese prohibited." The principal was taken away and never returned. Yi Kun's voice became dry. Several active colleagues also went missing, one after another. Rumors spread that there was a blacklist. When I returned home, your grandmother's face was deathly pale, tightly holding on to Xingyang. She trembled and said that several unfamiliar faces were loitering at the alley's entrance, inquiring about teacher whereabouts. That night we didn't sleep at all. Yi Kun extinguished the cigarette, and lit another, his hands trembling slightly. Your grandmother cried and said, "Ah, Kun, we must go. Not for ourselves, but for the 2 children. We cannot let them come to harm here." "Go? Where to?" Yi Kun smiled bitterly. "The domestic war rages on, and it seems the South Seas is about to be engulfed as well." After considering all options, there was only one place left: Hong Kong. It was a British colony. Perhaps our country wouldn't reach there. Could there be a glimmer of peace? We sold everything we could, exchanging it for gold jewelry to sew into the linings of our clothes. In the summer of 1940, we boarded a ship to Hong Kong, as if escaping from disaster. Throughout the journey, your mother was seasick, her face turning pale. Xingyang had a fever and cried endlessly. Your grandmother held him, staying up all night, her eyes sinking in exhaustion. Yi Kun's voice was somber. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, standing on the dock with the sea breeze blowing, I felt an emptiness inside. I didn't know if this step was the right or wrong one. In the year that followed, I leveraged my solid Chinese foundation and a bit of English knowledge to secure a position at a newspaper while your grandmother helped at her uncle's grocery store. Life was barely settling down, and we thought we could finally catch a breath. Yikun's tone shifted, but who would have thought our country arrived so quickly and fiercely? On December 8, 1941, our country planes descended like locusts and the bombs turned Kowloon Pier into a sea of flames. On December 25th, Christmas Day, while Governor Yang Mushi was signing the surrender at the Peninsula Hotel, Yikun was engaged in an interview. Yikun's eyes were filled with pain as he slowly spoke, his voice trembling. Christmas in Hong Kong in 1941 should have been a holiday filled with laughter and joy, radiating happiness and peace, but that day Hong Kong fell into a hell on earth, with endless suffering tearing apart the grim veil. Yikun's eyes were filled with pain. That unbearable past experience felt like a nightmare from which he could never awaken. His lips trembled as he slowly spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow and helplessness. On Christmas Day in 1941, Hong Kong should have been a day filled with laughter and joy, a peaceful festive holiday. I was wearing a newly tailored Zhongshan suit that day with a notebook for interviews tucked in my pocket, heading to the Kowloon Hotel to attend the wedding banquet of the actress Chen Meiqi. My companion Xiao Ling was a new female reporter from the newspaper, carrying a camera and joking along the way about wanting to see Chen Meiqi's new qipao. Who could have imagined? Yikun suddenly paused, unable to suppress the lump in his throat. The newspaper boy was still shouting about the victory of the British troops that morning, and by noon Hong Kong had turned into hell on earth. The news of the Japanese army entering the city was heard right in front of the Kowloon Hotel. As Yikun and Xiao Ling reached the revolving door of the hotel, they saw two our country soldiers in yellow uniforms standing at the entrance with bayonets. The doorman shrank back, afraid to approach, and the once bustling entrance fell silent. "Brother Kun, what should we do?" Xiao Ling tightened her grip on the camera, her voice trembling. Yikun quickly pulled her behind a nearby pillar and lowered his voice. "Don't say anything, let's assess the situation first." In those brief moments, the music in the hotel continued to play, but the laughter of the guests had already lost its vigor. Someone peeked out the window and was immediately yanked back by a companion. Later they would learn that the Japanese commander Sakai Takashi had long issued orders. The so-called our country people entering the city for a 3-day holiday was merely a ruse to unleash these beasts upon the populace. Looting, arson, and the violation of women, whatever they desired, no one dared to stop them. Yikun held on to a sliver of hope, pulling Xiao Ling toward the banquet hall. "The wedding is about to start. Let's take the photos and leave quickly." Indeed, the banquet hall was lively. The crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, and soft jazz flowed as guests clinked champagne glasses. But Yikun could see clearly that the smiles on everyone's faces were like masks, stiff at the corners, hiding a sense of panic in their eyes. "I heard the British troops retreated in the new territories." "Don't be ridiculous. My cousin is serving in the British Army. He said they could hold out for a month." Whispers spread through the crowd, and suddenly applause erupted. The bride Chen Meiqi was walking down the red carpet arm in arm with the groom. She was heavily made up, wearing a bright red qipao adorned with silver peony buttons, stunningly beautiful. But at the moment Xiao Ling pressed the shutter, she captured the hint of fear that couldn't be concealed in her eyes. Her fingers were tightly gripping the groom's sleeve, and as she reached the stage, her high heels caught the hem of her dress, causing her to stumble. "Don't be afraid," the groom whispered in her ear, his voice barely audible. "Once the wedding is over, we'll go to Macau immediately." Chen Meiqi addressed the microphone, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. "Thank you all for coming." The applause from the audience was sparse, akin to the gasps of a dying person. Yikun whispered to Xiao Ling beside him, "I heard they paid 6 months' rent to the hotel for this wedding and invited all the media in Hong Kong. They are betting that the British can hold out for these few days." Yikun sighed. At that moment Xiao Ling raised her camera and took a few more shots. Chen Meiqi was just receiving the ring handed over by the groom, her fingertips trembling violently. Suddenly a bang resounded. The main door of the banquet hall was kicked open. A dozen our country soldiers stormed in, rifles with bayonets raised, their demeanor fierce. The officer at the front sported a mustache, and the gleaming military knife at his waist was striking his eyes, scanning the room like a hungry wolf. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone froze in place, watching as those demons in yellow uniforms approached, step by step, the glint of the bayonets instilling fear. At that moment the sudden chaos startled Chen Meiqi, causing the ring to drop onto the tray with a clear clink. The entire hall fell silent. The jazz music abruptly ceased. Guests exchanged glances, no one spoke. Suddenly a man in a suit rushed into the banquet hall in panic, grabbing someone nearby and shouting, "Everyone hurry and run. The Japanese army has entered the city. The governor has surrendered." Everyone was stunned. They had heard of the atrocities committed by our country in Nanjing and Guangzhou, and in the eyes of the Hong Kong citizens these invaders were nothing but beasts. Immediately someone screamed and dashed toward the exit, and the entire hall erupted into chaos. "Quick, head to the parking lot now. My wallet is still in the car. There's no time." Various cries erupted from the crowd. The sounds of crying and the clattering of tables and chairs mingled together. Yikun quickly grabbed Xiao Ling. "Let's go out the back door." At that time, they still did not know that on Christmas Eve the Japanese army had already occupied Hong Kong Island. At noon on Christmas, Governor Yang Muchi was signing the surrender at the Peninsula Hotel, while the British troops, once so hopeful, had long become prisoners. Soon after, Japanese Commander Sakai Takashi arrogantly announced that by the grace of His Majesty the Emperor, Hong Kong would henceforth be renamed Fragrant Island, and the year 1941 would be designated as the 16th year of our country's Showa era. From that moment on, Hong Kong completely fell under the dark rule of the Japanese army. The 100th Christmas bell since the opening of Hong Kong seemed to wail for the city's downfall, its sound mournful and desperate, akin to a funeral bell. However, news of our country's occupation of Hong Kong spread too slowly, or rather no one wanted to believe that our country would attack so swiftly and that the British would resist so feebly. At this moment, Chen Meichi and the groom still stood on the stage, her red qipao standing out starkly amidst. The groom instinctively shielded Chen Meichi behind him, his voice trembling, yet trying to sound calm. "We are civilians, we are just having a wedding." Just as he finished speaking, the mustachioed officer suddenly laughed. He spoke in broken Chinese. "A wedding. Good." At that moment, a middle-aged fat man in a suit suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. He was the host of this wedding. Bowing slightly, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, he quickly approached the officer, deeply bowing. "Your Excellency, your presence here is our honor." As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering it with both hands. "This is English tobacco. Please give it a try. It'll cover all expenses today. You gentlemen can enjoy yourselves." The officer didn't even glance at the cigarette. His gaze never left Chen Meichi on the stage. That gaze was unsettling. It wasn't the look of a person, but rather the scrutiny of a merchant evaluating the quality of a commodity, assessing a prey that had fallen into a trap. "This woman is very beautiful," the officer finally spoke, his tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable command. "Bring her over." Two our country soldiers immediately lunged at the stage like vicious dogs. The groom instinctively protected Chen Meichi behind him, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "She is my wife. We are civilians. We are just having a wedding. Please let us go." "Get away." One our country soldier struck the groom hard with the butt of his gun on the shoulder blade. "Don't touch her." The groom lunged forward, clutching the waist of one our country soldier. "She is my wife. You can't touch her." The fake smile on the mustachioed officer's face vanished. A flicker of offended anger crossed his eyes. He slowly drew the military knife from his waist. The officer from country held the knife against the groom's neck. Seeing the groom loosen his grip, he delivered a heavy kick to his chest. With a thud, the groom fell down the steps, blood instantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Looking for death? Get away from me." Another soldier from country cursed, raising the butt of his gun to smash it onto the groom's head. "No!" Chen Meichi screamed as she lunged forward, but was tightly held back by the two soldiers from country. The sound of her red qipao tearing echoed as it revealed her snow-white arms and thighs. "Let go of me, you beasts!" Chen Meichi struggled desperately, her nails leaving several bloody marks on one of the soldiers' arms. But her strength was too weak in front of the strong soldiers from country, she was utterly helpless. The officer with a mustache walked slowly onto the stage, looking down at the groom pinned to the ground, and kicked his face with the tip of his military boot. "Your woman has caught the eye of the Imperial Army. It's her fortune." The groom glared at him, his eyes filled with blood, shouting, "Damn your ancestors for 18 generations." The officer's expression darkened, and he stepped down on the groom's back. Crack! The sound of bone shattering was distinctly audible. The groom let out a muffled groan, spitting blood onto the ground, staining the tablecloth red. "Husband!" Chen Meichi screamed, heart-wrenchingly, tears mingling with sweat as they streamed down her face, her hair a disheveled mess, and her once exquisite makeup in tatters. The surrounding guests trembled in fear, some covering their mouths in silence, while others hid under tables, not daring to lift their heads. The host had long since curled up in a corner, not daring to breathe. Xiao Ling clutched Yi Kun's arm tightly, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Beasts." Yi Kun felt a tightness in his heart and quickly covered her mouth, pulling her behind a pillar. "Don't speak." He leaned close to Xiao Ling's ear, his voice trembling. "Don't look anymore, we need to leave." As they blended into the crowd preparing to leave, they saw the mustached officer from country dragging Chen Meichi to the center of the banquet hall, reaching out to tear open the collar of her qipao. Chen Meichi's cries and curses intertwined, filled with despair that broke hearts. "No, please, someone save me." In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chen Meichi's cries abruptly stopped. She no longer looked at anyone, her gaze fixed directly on the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling, as if her soul had departed. In the entire banquet hall, only the officer from country's heavy breathing and the monotonous, cruel sound of fabric being torn remained. At that moment, a piece of red satin torn from Chen Meichi's qipao was thrown up and floated down, landing perfectly on the large, uncut wedding cake on the nearby table. The snow-white cream was instantly stained with a shocking scarlet. In the chaos, Yi Kun's notepad accidentally fell to the ground, scattering papers everywhere. Xiao Ling bent down to pick it up, but was firmly held back by Yi Kun. "Don't pick it up," he shouted, pulling Xiao Ling towards the back door. "If we don't leave now, we'll both die." The back door had already been knocked open by the crowd. As they rushed out, they heard Chun Mei-chi's heart-wrenching cries behind them, accompanied by the laughter of the soldiers from Country R. That sound was like a knife stabbing into Yi-kun's heart. They hid in an alley behind the hotel, listening as the sounds inside gradually faded away until only silence remained. Xiaoling leaned against the wall, trembling in fear. Are we just leaving like this? Shouldn't we go check on her? Yi-kun shook his head and urged Xiaoling to run. Xiaoling still clutched her camera, inside which the film recorded Chun Mei-chi in her red qipao, capturing the moments of what should have been a joyful wedding. What can we do, oi? As they left the hotel, he glanced back, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. We are unarmed, going back and would be a death sentence. That night they hid in the basement of the newspaper office, listening to the gunshots and cries outside until dawn. The next day, Yi-kun risked a trip back to the area near the Bailu Hotel. A crowd had gathered at the hotel entrance. Some were crying, others were cursing. He grabbed a young paper boy to inquire, learning the subsequent events. The young and beautiful Chun Mei-chi was brutalized beyond recognition. After the Japanese soldiers had released their beastly desires, they initially intended to kill her. Later, a traitorous translator claimed she was a star, and with media present, killing her would have negative repercussions. At that time, the soldiers from Country R wanted to maintain a certain image of their invasion, so they spared her life. Afterwards, Mei-chi lay helplessly on the cold floor, her eyes hollow, as if her soul had been extracted. Her body was covered in signs of humiliation, her clothes tattered, and blood continuously flowed from her, staining the ground beneath her. I heard that her husband had 3 ribs broken, yet he still carried her to the hospital in pain. She didn't say a word, her eyes vacant like a corpse. The paperboy lowered his voice. The traitors threatened her family. Anyone who dared to speak out or have the media cover it would suffer dire consequences. Back at the newspaper office, he and Xiaoling worked through the night to write a report accompanied by photos of Chun Mei-chi's wedding, titled A Bloody Christmas Wedding: The Tragedy of Hong Kong. But as soon as the article was printed, it was confiscated by the Japanese soldiers and the traitors. If you dare to write anything more, we will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. The traitor pointed a gun at their heads, burning all the printed newspapers. Yi-kun watched the ashes flutter in the wind, reminiscent of Chun Mei-chi's shredded qipao. After that, he never saw Chun Mei-chi again. Some said she went mad and was sent back to the mainland by her family. Others said she committed suicide by jumping into the sea, her body drifting in Victoria Harbor clad in a red qipao, a beautiful Hong Kong star fallen like this. And the atrocities of the Japanese soldiers had only just begun. Arson, murder, pillaging. No evil was left undone. The tragedy at the Bailu Hotel replayed daily in Hong Kong in the days that followed. One could say that in the face of the increasingly frenzied crimes of the soldiers from Country R invading Hong Kong, Mei-chi's plight was just a minor incident. Later, more inhumane events occurred, and few paid attention to the tragic wedding of this star. As Yi-kun spoke up to this point, his expression suddenly grew grave. He fell silent for a moment before slowly rekindling a cigarette. As the smoke twisted and rose in the air, he returned once more to that dark time filled with bloodshed and terror. Lin Haisheng instinctively sat up straighter, even his breathing grew lighter. The 2 cousins beside him also wore expressions of grave concern. Not long after Xiaoling and I left, gunshots rang out behind us. His voice was hoarse. Now that I think about it, those few steps were crucial. If we had been a minute later, we could have perished there. Lin Haisheng clenched his fists, whispering, "Grandfather, did the situation worsen afterwards?" Yi-kun closed his eyes, reopening them filled with rage. The soldiers from Country R stopped pretending. They didn't even spare the media reporters. A few days after we escaped, we heard that the Japanese soldiers hanged a female reporter who refused to hand over photographs at the entrance of the newspaper office. He took a puff of his cigarette and recalled, that girl's surname was Chung Yu. She was a reporter for a major newspaper in Hong Kong in her early 20s. During that time, she secretly carried a camera capturing the atrocities committed by the R nation against the people of Hong Kong, hoping to reveal this brutal truth to the world. Is that why she was killed? His cousin Yi Xiaomei covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Exactly because of that. Yi-kun's fist hit the armrest of the rattan chair heavily. That day, after she finished photographing the Japanese soldiers looting stores on Queen's Road, she was targeted by a few devils at the intersection on her way back to the newspaper office. His voice trembled as he spoke slowly. The devils snatched her camera away, smashed it violently on the ground, and trampled it to pieces with their boots. Then those beasts dragged her into an alley. Yi-kun took a sip of water, paused for a long moment before continuing. Afterward, fearing she would expose them, they directly stabbed her with a bayonet. What's even more outrageous is that they hung her corpse on the French parasol tree by the entrance of the newspaper office, claiming it was to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey, warning other reporters not to report on the atrocities of the Japanese soldiers. The living room fell into dead silence. Only Yi-kun's heavy breathing could be heard. Tears had already fallen from Wangking's eyes. Back then in Hong Kong, such things were far too common. Yi-kun extinguished the cigarette, and lit another one. The devils are a bunch of soulless monsters. They stormed into local hospitals in Hong Kong regardless of whether it was a frail nurse or a female patient lying in bed. Even the corpses of women who had just passed away were not spared. Their actions were more beastly than animals. Every move was like a sharp knife piercing deeply into the hearts of every Hong Konger, causing unbearable pain. I heard from the elders back in my hometown that back then, when the common people saw the devils, they had to salute. Lin Haixing couldn't help but ask. It was more than just a salute. Yi Kuan sneered, his eyes filled with humiliation. The left hand had to be at the eyebrow level and the waist had to bend at 90 degrees. Even a slight deviation was unacceptable. As he spoke, he gestured, causing Lin Haixing to feel a pang in his heart. Do you know there was a mass grave near Kowloon Hospital with thousands of bodies? Yi Kuan's voice dropped to a low murmur. Many people were driven there. The devils would strike them with the butt of a gun, then use a bayonet to push them in, and the person would roll into the pit. They didn't see Chinese people as human beings at all. The smoke swirled before him, and he seemed to see the horrific scenes from that year again. His voice grew softer, yet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Back then, walking on the street, there were corpses everywhere, not a single clean path to be found. What about food? What did everyone eat? Lin Haixing recalled his mother mentioning hunger occasionally, and asked. Mentioning food, Yi Kuan's gaze darkened further. A few months after Hong Kong fell, the rice warehouses were empty. The devils simply canceled the rationing, and the common people had to find their own food. He extended his finger to gesture tapioca flour, sweet potato vines, and even the leaves and bark of trees by the roadside. Anything that could be swallowed was eaten. Every morning when I went out, I would see someone starving to death by the roadside. What was the return to hometown policy all about? Lin Haixing remembered his mother mentioning that they were forcibly repatriated. What return? It was about driving people away. Yi Kuan's tone suddenly became agitated. The devils found the population too large, and it consumed too much food, so they established a bogus committee to forcibly drive the common people inland. He paused, his eyes full of helplessness. They would randomly grab people off the street and use trains and ships to take them away without caring whether you wanted to or not. In 1941, Hong Kong still had 1.6 million people. Later, only 6.0 remained. When the war was over, Yi Kuan's voice was filled with sorrow. At that time, the mass graves excavated in Ma and Shan and Mo Yu Chao had bones piled up like mountains. He looked at Lin Haixing with a gentle gaze. Back then, I really had no choice but to let your grandmother take your mother back to our hometown to avoid trouble. I stayed in Hong Kong with your uncle Yi Xinyang. He was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. Yi Kuan sighed. Every day in Hong Kong felt like a year, and life was extremely hard. Until September 1945, when our nation officially announced its surrender and the British fleet came in. There was finally a glimmer of light in Yi Kuan's eyes. After 3 years and 8 months, we finally saw some hope. The British called it restoration, while we called it liberation. Lin Haixing leaned back on the sofa, his mind buzzing. Over 30 years ago, his mother had fought desperately to escape from Hong Kong to the mainland. Over 30 years later, he was desperately fleeing from the mainland to Hong Kong. The irony of fate was absurd. He couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, I always feel this is destiny. Is our family's fate tied to Hong Kong? Yi Kuan glanced at him, his expression complex. It's not destiny, but it's history. He straightened his body, his tone serious. Now that Hong Kong is stable and prosperous, that is a good thing. But you young people must remember how these good days came about. He pointed to his chest. The crimes of our nation are engraved on this land of Hong Kong, engraved in the history of China. Forgetting it is betrayal. The 3 young people nodded, and no one spoke. Lin Haixing stared at his grandfather, increasingly burdened by confusion in his heart. He had wanted to ask since he was a child, but had never dared to speak up. Grandfather, after Hong Kong was liberated, why didn't you return to the countryside to reunite with Grandma? Yi Kuan smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. I knew you were going to ask this. He took a puff of his cigarette and slowly said, after the liberation, the situation in the country tightened again, and I had important tasks to attend to, so I couldn't leave. Later, when Hong Kong's economy improved, I became a Chinese language teacher at a primary school and also worked as an editor at a newspaper, sending money home whenever I earned it. Back then, Hong Kong's silver shops and remittance offices were very convenient. Every month, I would send money to your grandmother, ensuring that she and your mother wouldn't go hungry. The sound of clinking dishes came from the kitchen and dining room, and Yi Xinyang poked his head out. Dad, Haixing kid. Yi Kuan stood up, patted Lin Haixing's shoulder. That's all for today. I will tell you more about the post-war events later. Some sensitive matters you still don't understand at your age. The dining table was filled with dishes, including steamed fish, roast goose, braised beef brisket with radish, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, each person having a bowl of steaming old-fire soup before their meal. To celebrate, Yi Xinyang even opened a bottle of aged French red wine, the cork popping out with a pop. Come, let's celebrate that Haixing has finally reunited with his family in Hong Kong. Yi Xinyang raised his wine glass, his eyes filled with joy. Yi Kuan lifted his teacup and clinked it with everyone. Eat up, don't be polite. Haixing, eat more fish and meat to nourish your body. You're so tall but too thin. The heavy topic was set aside, and laughter gradually filled the living room. Du Qian served Lin Haixing a piece of fish. Haixing, try my cooking. How does it compare to your mother's? Auntie's cooking is really good, even better than my mother's. Lin Haixing said with a smile, feeling much lighter in his heart. Everyone chatted about their family in Haicheng and shared some amusing stories from their hometown, laughter ringing out continuously. Before they knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Haicheng checked the time, stood up in a hurry, and said, "Grandfather, uncle, auntie, I have to go, otherwise I'll miss the bus back to Shapu village." Yi Kuan and his uncle's family reluctantly sent him to the door. Before parting, Yi Kuan stuffed him with a red envelope. "Take this, get something nice, and come visit often." Lin Haicheng couldn't refuse and accepted the red envelope. "Thank you, grandfather. Take care of yourself, though I'll come to see you again next week." The night deepened and Lin Haicheng walked under the streetlights, the red envelope feeling heavy in his hand. He looked up at the night sky. The stars in Hong Kong were bright, yet he wondered if his mother had ever seen such a starry sky while fleeing back then. At this moment, the feeling of this land beneath his feet was already different. It was no longer just a bustling, unfamiliar city, but more like a thick book that had just opened, its cover soaked in blood, tears, and resilience. He knew that his path truly began here. After reuniting with his relatives in Hong Kong, Lin Haicheng's life there burst forth like a lit firework, vibrant, dazzling, and kaleidoscopically rich. Clutching the hem of his shirt as he stood on a Hong Kong street, watching cars stream past and neon lights flicker, his heart pounded fiercely, his confidence in carving out a life in this thriving metropolis swelling with every beat. From the late 1970s to the early 1980s, Hong Kong became a magnet for mainland Chinese immigrants. Within just a few years, over 400,000 mainlanders, driven by dreams of a better life, flooded into this eastern metropolis, hailed as one of Asia's 4 little dragons. Hailing from every corner of the mainland, they brought with them diverse dialects and cultures, like threads of brilliant variegated silk weaving themselves into the very fabric of Hong Kong's streets and alleys. In wet markets, Shanghai aunties spoke in soft melodic tones, like gentle streams flowing through Jiangnan. On construction sites, Sichuan laborers shouted with fiery directness, their voices as bold and invigorating as steaming hot pot. In narrow lanes, Teochew elders conversed with lyrical cadences evoking ancient folk songs, while Hakka elders in the New Territories spoke in solemn earthy timbres, imbued with the quiet weight of time. Yet in Hong Kong, all regional dialects ultimately bowed to one Cantonese vernacular. A simple mhgoi jeg, "Excuse me, please move aside," uttered by a waiter in a Cha-Chan tongue, became the universal tongue. New immigrants driven by necessity forced themselves to learn Cantonese, even as imperfect pronunciation invited open mockery. Those sharp, stinging laughs pierced the heart like needles. Unfamiliarity with local customs led to constant missteps. Ignorance of haggling norms at markets, unawareness of the unspoken etiquette of table sharing in restaurants, leaving them flustered, humiliated, and silently wounded. Even more chilling was the condescension some locals displayed, branding newcomers with derogatory labels like "Achan" or "De Kwanzai." These terms originated from a wildly popular Hong Kong television drama, whose exaggerated, caricatured portrayals of mainland immigrants had cemented themselves as synonymous with new arrivals. Though all shared the same black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin, their shared heritage as sons and daughters of Huaxia, they were rigidly stratified by nothing more than the chronology of their arrival in Hong Kong. Each time Lin Haicheng heard those labels, his fists clenched tight, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, his chest tightening with a sour, bitter ache. Never again will I be called mainlander. That resolve tightened within him like a taut bowstring, unrelenting, ever-present. Lin Haicheng knew with crystalline clarity mastery of Cantonese was the indispensable threshold to true integration into Hong Kong society. By day the printing factory roared, the machine's thunderous din vibrating painfully against his eardrums. After a full day's labor, returning home to bed felt like collapsing into exhaustion, his bones threatening to come apart. Was he tired? Undeniably. Yet whenever the scornful gaze that might accompany the label mainlander flashed in his mind, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his fatigue whole. While others spent evenings shopping or playing mahjong after work, Lin Haicheng locked himself in his room, turning the radio's Cantonese channel to full volume and listening intently. Sometimes he sat in the living room, eyes riveted to the television screen, mimicking actors' lip movements word for word, syllable by syllable. He savored everyday phrases, mhgoi, masai masai di, yinsam jai yao hai sam, ju lung yap shui, with genuine delight. Even vulgar idioms, ding ne go fei sik ju, ham ga fuck gui ne hai mh hai chi sin, he mastered with uncanny authenticity. He kept a small notebook filled meticulously with obscure Cantonese vocabulary and common sentence structures. Beyond language, he scrimped and saved to buy numerous books on Hong Kong's history and culture. After reconnecting with his maternal grandfather Yi Kuan, a man of profound cultural grounding, curated a personalized reading list for him, gifting him treasured volumes from his own collection and urging him to purchase new titles from bookstores. Beneath the lamplight, Lin Haicheng bent over his desk, reading line by line, seeking between the lines the lands layered past, searching for the hidden key to belonging. In daily life, Uncle Rong's family continued to envelop him in familial warmth. Uncle and Auntie Rong treated him as their own son, always serving him generous portions and reminding him to dress warmly when the chill set in. The brothers Huang Jianhua and Huang Jiandong grew inseparable from him, especially the younger brother Huang Jiandong, who, being close in age and refreshingly candid in temperament, formed an instant easy bond with Lin Haixing. One evening the two squeezed into the cramped room, and Huang Jiandong suddenly slapped his thigh, so excited his spittle nearly flew. Haixing, you'll never guess what I saw. Lin Haixing set down his book and asked, intrigued, what's got you so worked up? Last week I went to Mong Kok and spotted a brand new cha-chan tongue. The queue snaked halfway down the street. No way. Is it really that incredible? The pineapple buns. Absolutely divine. Huang Jiandong licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with nostalgic rapture. Freshly baked, crisp outside, tender inside, sandwiched with icy butter. As the heat rises, the butter melts slowly, yielding a bite that's fragrant, silky, utterly celestial. Lin Haixing swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming like stars. Sounds absolutely mouth-watering. Let's go together soon. Absolutely. Huang Jiandong thumped his chest proudly. Afterward we'll hit Temple Street Night Market, full of marvels you've never seen. Guaranteed to blow your mind. Back and forth they chatted. Hong Kong's culinary delights, street-side anecdotes, memories of home, hopes for the future. Their laughter spilling warmly from the room into the still night air. Day after day they moved as one, commuting together, wandering side by side through alleys and avenues, exploring every nook and cranny of the city. They also shared a fervent passion, football. Whenever free, they gathered fellow factory workers and headed to the football pitch in Sham Shui Pa. On Sunday mornings, sunlight bathed the newly opened pitch in Sham Shui Pa. The grass lush and emerald, the air redolent of damp earth and fresh greenery. Lin Haixing, Huang Jiandong, and their co-workers arrived early, wearing loose athletic jerseys and brand new football boots, each brimming with energy and anticipation. Let's split into two teams. Losers treat everyone to soda, shouted Ah Chong, pounding his chest, prompting cheers and eager nods. From the opening whistle, Lin Haixing played with electrifying intensity, eyes laser-focused on the ball, feet dancing with agile precision. Within moments, he seized possession, swerving deftly left and right to evade two defenders. Block him. Don't let him through, opponents shouted, converging fast. A faint, confident smile curled Lin Haixing's lips. He accelerated sharply, bursting through their line like an arrow loosed from its bow. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Huang Jiandong's position, and without hesitation lifted his foot to pass. Jiandong, take it. Huang Jiandong poised and ready, surged forward and caught the ball cleanly. Dribbling fiercely toward the goal, he bent his knees slightly, then unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball streaking like a meteor toward the net. Score. All breaths held. Alas, the goalkeeper lunged desperately and deflected it away. So close. Huang Jiandong smacked his thigh in frustration, his face etched with disappointment. No matter. Next time. Lin Haixing sprinted over, clapped him reassuringly on the shoulder, his gaze warm with unwavering encouragement. The goalkeeper cleared the ball, but Ah Chong intercepted at midfield and instantly passed to Lin Haixing. This time Lin Haixing didn't rush to pass. He wove through defenders with fluid grace, dodging, feinting, accelerating. Then, spotting the perfect angle, fired a decisive shot into the far corner of the goal. Whoosh! The ball rocketed like artillery straight into the net, the goalkeeper utterly helpless. The pitch erupted. Teammates rushed in, lifting Lin Haixing onto their shoulders, hugging and jumping in jubilant chaos. Huang Jiandong pounded his back, shouting, Haixing, that shot was legendary. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lin Haixing beamed a radiant, unguarded smile. On that field they ran freely, shouted unrestrainedly, casting off the burdens of daily life and the loneliness of exile. Their swift, graceful movements, brilliant passes, soaring shots, became the brightest spectacle on the Sham Shui Pa pitch. Lin Haixing looked around at his jubilant teammates, especially at Huang Jiandong's vibrant, sunlit grin, and felt a deep, quiet warmth bloom in his chest. Time, like a mischievous child, raced quickly by, and the spring festival of the Year of the Sheep in 1979 slipped away lightly, with the Lantern Festival approaching in the blink of an eye. This Sunday morning Lin Haixing had just gotten out of bed and was about to prepare breakfast. Suddenly Huang Jiandong came back from outside with soy milk and fried dough sticks. As soon as he entered the door, he pulled Lin Haixing into their room, crouching down and scanning the area to ensure no one was around, before leaning close to Lin Haixing's ear and whispering in a voice lower than a mosquito's buzz, Haixing, something big has happened in Hong Kong these days. Lin Haixing was startled by his mysterious demeanor, asking what happened. You look flustered. When I went out I called my dad's friend, old Xia, fisherman from Lama Island, and he saw it with his own eyes. Huang Jiandong's eyes widened, his mouth almost pressed against Lin Haixing's ear. A Panama cargo ship is anchored right by Lama Island. The British military and the maritime police are keeping a close watch on the ship, not letting anyone on board disembark. He grew increasingly excited and urged Lin Haixing, hurry up and finish breakfast, and he'll take you to Lama Island to have a look. Why are we looking at foreign ships? Lin Haixing felt a jolt at his mysterious and breathless appearance. The ship is filled with Vietnamese refugees. Huang Jiandong slapped his thigh, his voice involuntarily rising half a pitch, and quickly covered his mouth. I've never seen refugees in my life. How about we go take a look together? Now I get it. Lin Haixing exclaimed, his heart racing like a stone thrown into a calm lake, feeling excited. In recent days, the headlines of Hong Kong newspapers were all about Vietnamese refugees. His uncle had also told him stories about those refugees fleeing to Hong Kong. Some drifting at sea in small boats, others hiding under cargo ships, enduring hunger, leaving him feeling both curious and pained. This story begins in the spring of 1975. The gunfire in Saigon had just ceased, and the war-ravaged land had not yet caught its breath when the pro-American South Vietnamese regime collapsed. It fell without warning, like a house of cards collapsing with a crash. The U.S. military withdrew, and the Vietnamese thought they could enjoy a peaceful life, only to find that reality was more brutal than war. The new regime began political persecution, imposing taxes heavy enough to crush the common people, and the Chinese community suffered even more. Saigon was once a gathering place for millions of Chinese, bustling with traffic and shops owned by Chinese, lined the streets, living prosperous lives. However, the Vietnamese government, in a bid to sustain the war, frantically plundered the people's wealth, with taxes continuously rising and international sanctions led to a complete economic collapse. What was even more despicable was that they treated refugees like cash cows. To obtain an exit permit, one had to surrender property and pay several taels, or even dozens of taels of gold. Those without money had to either find relatives abroad to wire funds or risk their lives to smuggle out. Some even bribed border soldiers, hiding in the bottoms of fishing boats to escape. There were even people in the military who, seeing money, secretly transported refugees by warships. As long as they could leave this desperate place, everyone tried every possible way. At that time, the relationship between the mainland and Vietnam was also tense, with constant border conflicts forcing more overseas Chinese. At that time, the relationship between the mainland and Vietnam was also tense, with constant border conflicts forcing more overseas Chinese and Vietnamese to flee to Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, hoping to find a place to settle. In May 1975, the first refugee ship arrived in Hong Kong. The Danish ship Changchun carried over 3,000 refugees, floating like a lonely island at sea. Coincidentally, during that time, the British Queen was visiting Hong Kong. The Hong Kong British government had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept all the refugees for the sake of international face. This opened the floodgates like opening Pandora's box, and more Vietnamese refugees surged into Hong Kong. Later, by July 1979, Britain signed a convention in Geneva, making Hong Kong the primary reception port. Compared to Thailand and Malaysia, which directly closed their doors, Hong Kong's policy of no rejection made it a paradise in the eyes of the refugees. No matter who they were, as long as they arrived, they had to be received first and then screened before being transferred or repatriated. The Tianyin that Huang Jiandong mentioned was such a Panama-registered cargo ship. In the deep night of February 1979, the moonlight spilled over the sea, shimmering. It quietly entered Hong Kong waters, concealing the hopes and fears of over 2,000 refugees within. The Hong Kong Marine Department, having prior experience, immediately noticed something was amiss and quickly guided this problematic vessel to the remote Lama Island, preparing to dispatch police to investigate. Given that Vietnamese refugees were a hot topic at the moment, Lin Haixing and Huang Jiandong had also been discussing reports frequently during this time. So what do you think? Should we go? Huang Jiandong tugged at Lin Haixing's arm, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oh, it's so thrilling. Lin Haixing, being cautious, frowned, feeling anxious. He was indeed curious to see what those refugees looked like, but also feared for their safety. What if we get stopped by the maritime police? What's there to be afraid of? Huang Jiandong patted him on the shoulder carelessly, saying, well, just take a glance from afar. We're not causing any trouble. The maritime police are busy watching the ship. They won't have time to bother us. Ultimately, Lin Haixing's curiosity overpowered his concerns. He nodded. All right. Then let's hurry up and leave so we don't waste time. The two, energized, found an excuse and told Su Sim Mei they were going out, then turned and rushed to the ferry terminal. The ferry to Lama Island rocked on the waves, and the winter sea breeze felt like knives cutting against their faces. Lin Haixing stood on the deck, gazing at the vast ocean turmoil churning within him. What kind of suffering had those refugees endured to risk their lives crossing the sea? Were their loved ones still alive? Once they arrived in Hong Kong, where could they go? Suddenly, the black and white photos from the newspapers surfaced in his mind. Children emaciated to the bone, women with hollow eyes, and those crowding at the ship's edge, stretching their necks, longing to reach the shore. Haixing, do you think they will all be as skinny as bamboo poles? Huang Jiandong asked curiously. Maybe they brought some Vietnamese specialties. Lin Haixing remained silent, gazing at the distant horizon. He recalled his uncle mentioning that some refugees drifted at sea for over 10 days without food or water, with many unable to hold on until reaching shore. They are so pitiful without anyone to rely on. Lin Haixing empathized, speaking softly in resignation. Huang Jiandong suddenly remembered the immense suffering Lin Haixing had also endured coming from the mainland to Hong Kong. His excitement faded a little, scratching his head awkwardly. Yes, their situation is too difficult. I heard many sold all their belongings just to escape. The sea breeze grew stronger, whipping their hair wildly. The ferry gradually approached Lama Island, and in the distance the silhouette of a cargo ship became increasingly clear. This looked just like the images from the newspaper reports. It must be the Tianyun. Lin Haisheng's heart suddenly raced, and his palms began to sweat. He felt both nervous and excited, his eyes fixed intently on the ship. What would it be like on board? Would those refugees be gazing longingly at the shore, hoping to set foot on this land? Huang Jiandong also dropped his joking demeanor, leaning forward with curiosity, murmuring, "That must be the refugee ship." As the outline of Lama Island grew closer, the details of the Tianyun gradually became clearer. The ship appeared somewhat worn, gently swaying on the surface of the sea like a leaf that could be overturned by wind and waves at any moment. Faintly, he could see countless shadows on the deck, some sitting, some standing. From a distance, they resembled a flock of lonely geese, without anyone to rely on. Lama Island is Hong Kong's third largest island, a jade-green gem nestled in the vast expanse of the sea, its shape uncannily resembling the Chinese character, evoking an air of antiquity and mystery. Though it was winter, the midday sun shone fiercely, bathing everyone in warmth. As Lin Haisheng and Huang Jiandong stepped off the ferry, they spotted a figure leaning against a pillar at the pier, smoking. The man was of medium build, his skin the deep bronze of weathered copper, broad-shouldered, with eyes both profound and resolute. Xia, elder of the outlying island's Fishermen's Mutual Aid Society and a close friend of Uncle Rong. "Haha, Jiandong, you're finally here." Elder Xia strode forward with vigorous steps, his voice booming like a temple gong, arms already raised to clap Huang Jiandong on the shoulder. Huang Jiandong hastily sidestepped, flashing a deferential smile. "Uncle Xia, long time no see. I've missed you terribly." He quickly pulled Lin Haisheng forward and introduced him eagerly. "This is Lin Haisheng, the very one I've told you about so often." Elder Xia appraised Lin Haisheng from head to toe, his gaze brimming with approval. "Indeed, a spirited young man. Old Huang has spoken highly of you, said you're diligent, honest, and sharp-witted." Lin Haisheng smiled and nodded respectfully. "Good day, Uncle Xia. Thank you for waiting for us." "No need for formalities." Elder Xia thumped his chest with gusto, his rugged charisma unmistakable. "Come, let's head to my place for a cup of tea and talk at our leisure." No. Huang Jiandong urgently grabbed Elder Xia's arm, his eyes gleaming like lanterns. "Uncle Xia, let's talk about the Tianyun Maru first. That's exactly why we're here. We're nearly frantic." Elder Xia narrowed his eyes, a knowing, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He drew cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to each, then struck a match with a sharp hiss. The spark flared vividly. After drawing deeply on his cigarette, he spoke slowly. "What you're asking about has dominated the front pages of Hong Kong's newspapers these past few days." Yes. Huang Jiandong leaned in eagerly, neck craning forward. "I heard even the governor is beside himself with worry." "Absolutely." Elder Xia tapped ash from his cigarette, lowering his voice slightly. "This vessel claimed to sail from Singapore. Its normal voyage takes 8 days. Yet it drifted at sea for 28. Huang Jiandong's eyes widened in bewilderment. What on earth did it do during those extra 20 days? Did it suffer a maritime disaster? Or lose its way? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Even so, why would the Hong Kong government refuse it entry outright? Elder Xia gave a gentle shake of his head. His expression instantly grew layered, compassionate yet tinged with helplessness. Glancing cautiously around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he leaned in close to whisper, "It made a wide detour across international waters in the South Pacific." A detour, eh? Lin Haisheng's brow furrowed faintly, a ripple of doubt stirring within him. No mere random meander. Elder Xia lowered his voice further. It drifted deliberately, slowly, patiently, picking up Vietnamese refugees ferried by small fishing boats along the way. He paused, his tone heavy with sorrow. Those refugees were like seabirds lost in a tempest. When they sighted the Tianyun Maru, they clung to it, as if grasping salvation itself, scrambling aboard with desperate urgency. Lin Haisheng's eyes widened. Instinctively, he leaned forward. Then why would a foreign captain do such a thing? Is he practicing selfless benevolence? Who can say? Elder Xia curled his lip with quiet indignation. Was it genuine compassion, or was he paid in shadowy currency? Or perhaps acting under orders? He inhaled deeply, smoke coiled upward like mist. This affair is a dense fog. No one can pierce its veil of truth. Lin Haisheng listened, his heart growing leaden. Over 2,000 refugees adrift for 20 additional days. What unspeakable suffering they must have endured. Hong Kong's current situation is extraordinarily delicate. Elder Xia's tone turned grave. Governor MacLehose is nearly driven to distraction by this refugee. He counted off on his fingers. First came the Danish vessel Changchun Maru, then the Panamanian Hang Sung Maru. Wave after wave of refugees, their status endlessly debated, their fate unresolved. And now, the Tianyun Maru appears, pouring oil onto the flames. Huang Jiandong whistled low. Has the governor devised no solution? Solutions are never easily forged. Elder Xia sighed. Rumor has it the British government itself is mired in chaos. Some factions advocate granting asylum, even consulting the United Nations. But Hong Kong is but a speck of land. How can it withstand such an influx? These words struck a chord deep within Lin Haisheng. He recalled the headlines plastered across Hong Kong's streets, refugee reports everywhere. The city streets have already erupted. Elder Xie continued, journalists swarm like sharks, scenting blood. Coverage floods every outlet. Celebrities, reporters. All speak out, voices clashing until the ears ache. Lin Haixing's mind filled with images of newspaper debates stirring complex emotions within him. Some oppose acceptance outright. Elder Xie's voice rose with fervor. They warn it will open Pandora's box, refugees arriving without end. Hong Kong's resources are finite. Food, housing, jobs. Where would they all go? People fear disruption to their own lives, fear unrest. Huang Jiandong nodded soberly. That's undeniably true. More people inevitably mean more complications. Yet others' hearts soften. Elder Xie shifted tone again. They argue the refugees are pitiful. Temporary shelter should be granted, followed by careful resettlement or repatriation, not burdening Hong Kong forever. He shook his head. But how simple is that? Opposing sides shout, yet resolution remains elusive. Lin Haixing frowned, turning the dilemma over in his mind. On one side lay human suffering, on the other Hong Kong's fragile capacity. Truly an intractable dilemma. What chafes most is the colonial government's double standard. Elder Xie suddenly raised his voice thick with outrage. Huang Jiandong and Lin Haixing exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of quiet confusion. Vietnamese refugees arriving in Hong Kong may reside temporarily, and even seek work. Elder Xie ground out between clenched teeth. Yet mainland Chinese illegal immigrants, even those with relatives here, are summarily deported upon capture. He spat sharply onto the ground. How can fellow souls equally desperate be treated so differently? Lin Haixing's heart lurched. Those words pierced straight to his deepest anxiety. He had been silently fearing whether his closest friends Kai Weisong and Chun Wei had already been apprehended and forcibly returned to the mainland. Elder Xie continued bitterly. Many Hong Kong families have kin on the mainland. Occasionally someone dares the crossing only to face ruthless deportation. Yet Vietnamese refugees receive markedly different treatment. Who among us can swallow that injustice? Resentment simmers beneath every Hong Konger's surface. Elder Xie sighed, his eyes clouded with resignation. This grievance is a splinter lodged deep in the heart, neither removable nor digestible. Huang Jiandong clenched his fist, seething. That's profoundly unjust. Why? Injustice abounds, Elder Xie said, patting his shoulder. We ordinary folk can only vent our grievances, nothing more. He turned his gaze toward the distant sea. The Tianyun Maru lies anchored in that bay, surrounded by military and police vigilantly guarded. One cannot approach, not even glance from afar without being chased away. Lin Haixing followed his gaze, and there upon the far horizon floated a cargo ship, silent and still patrolled by smaller vessels, the Tianyun Maru, bearing over 2,000 refugees. His pulse quickened inexplicably. What were those aboard doing now? Thinking, hoping. Would they ever set? Noticing their curiosity, Elder Xie's lips curved into a sly smile. Want to take a closer look? Huang Jiandong's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. Uncle Xie, I knew you'd have a way. Elder Xie flicked ash from his cigarette and grinned mysteriously. Follow me. I know a narrow path leading straight to the nearest observation point at the pier's bend. Police rarely patrol that corner. Instantly invigorated, the two fell into step behind Elder Xie, walking briskly toward the shoreline. Old Xie led the way ahead, his steps steady. Huang Jiandong followed closely behind, his heart racing like a rabbit, almost catching up to Old Xie, occasionally peering toward the seaside, stretching his neck to look. Uncle Xie, are we almost there? He couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with impatience. Lin Haixing was at the back, his pace slightly slower, but his eyes reflected curiosity and tension. He surveyed the pier at Lama Island, habitually checking for any police watching them. The midday sun baked the concrete of the pier, the air mixed with the salty tang of the sea and the lingering stench of fish from the market. In the distance, a few small fishing boats could be seen docked at the shore. The once bustling crowd had all gone home for lunch, leaving only a few solitary figures. A few fishermen squatted on the shore mending their nets. An old woman wearing a straw hat walked by slowly with a bamboo basket filled with salted fish, a specialty of Lama Island. The sea breeze blew gently warm against their faces, yet for some reason Lin Haixing felt a premonition, sensing an unspeakable oppression hidden in this tranquility, like a harbinger of an impending storm. We have arrived. This is the closest observation point on the entire pier, truly unmatched, close enough to hear the conversations of those on the ship clearly. Old Xie stopped, pointing toward the railing ahead, speaking with a mix of pride and exaggeration. The two immediately moved closer, looking in the direction he indicated. A large foreign cargo ship lay quietly anchored just a few dozen meters offshore. The ship was somewhat worn, its paint peeling to reveal the rust beneath, resembling a silent giant firmly anchored in the sea by thick chains, exuding an aura of helpless struggle. That is the Tianyun. I have had my fill of watching it these days. You two should take a good look. Oh, I'll just smoke a cigarette over here and keep an eye out for you. Old Xie chuckled softly, but a hint of worry flickered in his eyes. Huang Jiandong widened his eyes, leaning forward, his nose almost touching the railing. "Oh my, such a big ship," he murmured, his tone filled with awe. Lin Haixing also held his breath, his gaze fixated. The deck was crowded with people. Their clothing was pitifully thin, mostly old garments patched up with many repairs, shivering against the chilly February sea breeze, their shoulders pressed tightly together like a flock of homeless migratory birds huddling together for warmth in the cold winter. Lin Haixing's gaze slowly swept over the crowd. He saw a young woman with a pale, waxy face, her hair disheveled against her face, staring vacantly into the distance. A hunched elderly man curled up in a corner, coughing incessantly, as if trying to expel his lungs, and a few children dressed in ill-fitting clothes clinging to the rail of the ship, their little hands gripping tightly, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. It should be mealtime now, Huang Jiandong sighed. Sure enough, a few foreigners in crew uniforms appeared on the deck, carrying large iron buckets to distribute food to the crowd. The food looked coarse, resembling moldy rations, with each person receiving only a small handful. The water was stored in murky plastic buckets ladled out into small bowls with grime on the edges. Yet even so, the refugees eagerly stretched their hands forward, their eyes reflecting a desperate hunger. "Is this all we get?" Huang Jiandong furrowed his brow, incredulous. "Can this fill us up?" "It's enough to keep us alive," came the response. Lin Haixing shook his head. "There are too many people on the ship. Supplies must have run out long ago. I heard they've been adrift at sea for nearly a month, and many are starving and sick." He watched the outstretched hands, some calloused, some thin and frail, and the delicate little hands of children, and felt a pang in his heart, a mix of bitterness and sorrow. They had left their homes, drifting at sea for so long, eating the worst food, living in the most crowded conditions. How desperate must they feel inside? At that moment, a sharp scream suddenly cut through the afternoon's tranquility like a thunderclap. The sound was piercing and despairing, causing everyone on the shore to shudder. The three turned abruptly, looking toward the source of the sound. They saw a young woman in white on the deck of the Tianyun, struggling desperately. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, being held tightly by two thin men by her arms. "Let me go! Let me go!" The woman cried out, her voice hoarse. "If you push me again, I'll jump." She twisted her body with all her might, straining. The two men did not expect her to be so fierce. For a moment they could not hold on, and were thrown aside. The woman staggered a few steps, without hesitation turned and rushed toward the ship's edge. In the terrified gaze of everyone she leaped. Splashed. A muffled sound erupted as her body plunged heavily into the icy waters, sending up a huge splash. Though it was noon, the waters around Lama Island in February were still bone-chillingly cold, the temperature terrifyingly low. The woman struggled in the water, her clothes soaked through, clinging tightly to her body, her teeth chattering from the cold. Yet it seemed she paid no heed to the cold, swimming desperately toward the shore. Her arms flailed in a panic, splashing white water, her legs kicked hard against the water, each movement filled with a desperate will to survive. Not good. Old Xia was the first to hear the scream and the sound of someone falling into the water. He turned sharply to look at the cargo ship, his expression changing instantly. Someone jumped overboard. The people on the shore were stunned by this sudden scene. The fishermen mending their nets stopped their work, mouths agape. The old woman with the straw hat stood frozen, her bamboo basket almost falling to the ground. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A few seconds later, the crowd finally reacted. Someone jumped into the sea. "Quick, save her!" Cries erupted, breaking the silence of the pier. Some hurriedly looked around for life rings and ropes. Others shouted toward the distant fishing boats, hoping one would come to help. Some directly ran to the shore, craning their necks to see the woman in the water, their faces filled with anxiety. Huang Jiandong's heart raced wildly, a strong impulse to save her surged within him. Without a second thought, he yanked off his jacket and hurriedly handed it to Lin Haixing. "Haixing, I'm going in to save her." He spoke rapidly, his voice trembling with excitement. "You quickly look for a life ring on the shore, and when I get close, throw it to me. Together we'll pull her up." Lin Haixing instinctively took the jacket, feeling the warmth of the fabric, and only then did he realize. He looked at Huang Jiandong's determined gaze, feeling both anxious and fearful. He knew Huang Jiandong was an excellent swimmer, having grown up by the sea fishing with Uncle Rong, and had developed the skill to navigate the waters effortlessly. He even practiced winter swimming, but the sea was so cold, and the woman was already exhausted. Saving her wouldn't be easy. "Jiandong, please be careful." Lin Haixing grasped the jacket tightly, his voice trembling. "The sea is too cold. Don't overexert yourself. Be sure to stay safe." "Got it, don't worry." Huang Jiandong quickly replied, barely able to think. He stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, then charged forward, leaping like a nimble fish. Splash. He jumped from the edge of the pier into the sea. The icy seawater instantly enveloped his body, and Huang Jiandong shivered, but the thought of saving someone made him disregard the cold. He swung his arms and kicked with his legs, moving swiftly and powerfully, like a flying fish cutting through the waves as he swam rapidly toward the woman in white. His gaze was fixed firmly on the struggling figure ahead, with only one thought in his mind: hurry faster. He must reach her before her strength was exhausted. Lin Haixing was anxiously pacing on the shore, his palms sweating cold. He glanced around and soon spotted a fishing boat not far away with a lifebuoy hanging on it. "Excuse me." "Coming through," he shouted while quickly running over, explaining the situation to the fishermen on the boat. Upon hearing that someone had jumped into the sea, the fisherman immediately helped retrieve the lifebuoy and handed it to her. Lin Haixing grabbed the lifebuoy and ran to the shore, shouting towards Huang Jiandong, catch. He timed it perfectly and threw the lifebuoy with all his strength. The lifebuoy traced an arc in the air and accurately landed not far from Huang Jiandong. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Jiandong caught a glimpse, freeing one hand to grab the lifebuoy, and then increased his speed toward the woman in the water. Old Xia was also busy calling out to several young citizens nearby. Young men, lend a hand. When the person reaches the shore, let's pull her up together. The young people who had been watching from the shore immediately gathered around upon hearing this, nodding in agreement. Okay, no. In the sea, Huang Jiandong quickly swam to the woman in white. At that moment, she was on the verge of collapse, her arms moving with less strength, her body beginning to sink, and despair deepening in her eyes. Grab me. Don't let go. Huang Jiandong shouted, his voice piercing through the waves and reaching the woman's ear. He reached out one hand, steadily supporting the woman's waist to prevent her from sinking further, while the other hand held the lifebuoy, fitting it around her arm. The woman felt someone supporting her, as if she had grasped the last straw of hope, and a glimmer of light flashed in her dazed eyes. Instinctively, she tightly grasped Huang Jiandong's arm, murmuring something indistinctly, her voice too weak to be heard. Don't talk, save your strength. Huang Jiandong reassured her. Don't be nervous, relax, trust me, you'll get you to shore. He paddled vigorously with his arms, dragging the woman slowly toward the shore. The resistance of the seawater was immense, and with the added weight of another person, Huang Jiandong's breathing became slightly hurried, but he dared not slacken for a moment. Everyone on the shore held their breath, their eyes glued to them, continuously shouting, keep going. Hold on a little longer. They were getting closer to the shore. Get ready. Old Xia shouted, squatting down first and extending his hand. As Huang Jiandong brought the woman to the shallow water near the shore, Old Xia and several young men immediately stepped forward, grabbing the woman's arms and the lifebuoy and pulling her up with all their might. Lin Haixing also jumped into the shallow water, supporting Huang Jiandong and the woman as they walked together toward the shore. Finally, with everyone working together, the woman in white was successfully pulled onto the shore. As soon as the woman reached the shore, she collapsed to the ground, completely drenched, her face frozen, purple, her lips dark blue, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, and her expression dazed, clearly in a state of extreme exhaustion. Huang Jiandong also made it to the shore. The sea breeze chilled him, making him shiver involuntarily as droplets of water dripped from his hair and clothing, and his lips turned pale. Child quickly changed. At that moment, a kindly-looking woman in a blue shirt hurried over, holding a clean, thick coat and a large towel, and without further ado draped it over Huang Jiandong. The woman's eyes were filled with concern. Silly child, the seawater is so cold, how could you just jump in? Quickly put this on to warm up, don't catch a cold. Thank you, Andy. Huang Jiandong stammered, quickly drying himself with the towel and wrapping the coat tightly around him. Another elderly woman with graying hair approached, holding a bowl of steaming sweet soup, and cautiously handed it to the woman. Miss, drink some sweet soup to warm yourself, don't think too much. Other citizens also hurried home to bring back clean towels and clothes, while some went to nearby stores to borrow hot water. In an instant, the previously chaotic dock became warm due to the help of these kind-hearted people. Several women surrounded the Vietnamese girl, swiftly helping her change out of her wet clothes and into clean ones, while one auntie draped a wool coat over her. Huang Jiandong took a moment to rest and gradually regained his composure. He walked over to the girl, squatted down, and looked at her curled up on the ground, her gaze vacant, tears streaming down her cheeks, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and gently asked, Miss, why did you jump into the sea? Living well is better than anything else. The girl slowly lifted her head upon hearing his voice. Her eyes were red and swollen, filled with pain and despair. Her lips trembled for a long time before she choked out a sentence, on the boat. It was really too unbearable. Her voice was intermittent, thick with nasal congestion, each word seeming to drain her of all her strength. Every day, I couldn't fill my stomach. The little food was dry and hard, even moldy, and the water was murky. Drinking it would give me diarrhea. People packed together, there wasn't even a place to sit at night. I could only lean against the deck to sleep, and moving slightly would earn me scolding. And there were some lewd men. They bullied people, stole my food, and even harassed me. At this point, the girl could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish, her sobs heart-wrenching. Huang Jiandong watched her in pain, feeling uneasy himself. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say, so he simply draped the large towel over her shoulders. Lin Haixing and the others also gathered around at this moment, standing by silently and listening. Every word from the girl felt like a needle piercing his heart. He looked at the densely packed crowd on the Tianyun ship in the distance, recalling the elderly and children curled up on the deck, and felt a mix of emotions. They had left their homes, drifting at sea for so long, experiencing hunger and cold, while also enduring bullying and even losing loved ones. He remembered when he first arrived in Hong Kong. Although he faced many difficulties, having no job and living in poor conditions, at least he had the support of Uncle Rong's family, a place to shield him from the wind and rain. But what about these refugees? They were helpless on the boat, and with shore so far away they could only struggle and At this moment old Xia also approached, squatted down, and gently patted the girl's shoulder, sighing, "Miss, I know it's hard, but jumping into the sea won't solve the problem. Living gives you hope." He stood up, gazing at the Tianyan ship, his eyes filled with helplessness. These refugees are indeed pitiful, but Hong Kong has its own difficulties. With so many refugees pouring in, there isn't enough food, housing, or jobs to go around. The government doesn't know how. The surrounding citizens nodded in agreement. The auntie who had handed over the coat sighed. Yes, this girl is too pitiful, but Hong Kong is so small, it really can't accommodate so many people. My neighbor is a couple who have been worrying about jobs lately, fearing that refugees would come and take their jobs, said another middle-aged man, his tone filled with concern. What bothers people the most is that these Vietnamese refugees can temporarily stay in Hong Kong and go out to find work, while mainland smuggled immigrants are repatriated as soon as they are caught. Exactly, we are all people who have fallen on hard times. Oh, why the different treatment? The discussions grew louder, and everyone wore complex expressions. Sympathy, worry, and discontent intertwined. Listening to everyone's discussions, Lin Haixing felt a turmoil in his heart. The chaotic scene of saving people gradually stabilized. An elderly woman held a porcelain bowl, scooped up a spoonful of warm syrup, blew on it, and carefully brought it to Ruanxing's lips. Another elderly woman squatted beside her, gently wiping Ruanxing's frostbitten cheeks with a clean towel soaked in warm water. Huang Jiandong, wrapped in a thick coat, stood not far away, rubbing his hands together, glancing at Ruanxing with deep concern. Lin Haixing crouched by the railing, staring blankly in the direction of the Tianyan ship. The discussion about the refugee issue still echoed in his ears, drawing his thoughts into a myriad of reflections. Drink slowly, don't choke. The old woman's voice was like the warm sun of spring, melting Ruanxing's stiff body. Ruanxing's eyelashes trembled, her chapped lips moved, and she finally slowly opened her eyes. They were a pair of eyes that should have been clear and bright, yet now were filled with red veins, and her eye sockets were deeply sunken. She was in her early 20s, of average height, with a delicate face and large bright eyes, yet her body was so thin it was merely skin and bones. Her skin was as white as paper, devoid of color, with visible blue veins on her neck, as if any slight force might cause them to snap. "Water. Give me some more water." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, thickly accented with Vietnamese. Her Mandarin was awkward and difficult, and her voice was very hoarse. The old woman hurriedly brought over the bowl of water and fed her a couple of spoonfuls. Ruanxing's Adam's apple moved, taking a long time to recover before slowly raising her emaciated hand in preparation to speak. "Hi, my name is Ruanxing." She looked at the people gathered around her, her eyes filled with timidness and a hint of uncontainable despair. "I am actually Chinese, a Vietnamese, overseas Chinese." As soon as the words left her mouth, tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Child, don't be anxious, take your time to speak." Old Xia crouched down, his voice very gentle. "We're all here listening." Ruanxing sniffled, trembling, as she began to speak. As her fragmented memories unraveled, it seemed everyone's thoughts drifted back to half a month ago in Saigon, Vietnam. The sunlight that morning was splendid, streaming through the wooden windows of the shop, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Ruanxing was helping her mother organize the silk on the shelves, which had been procured by her father after running around several docks, feeling smooth to the touch with the unique luster of Jiangnan silk. Ruanxing folded that piece of red silk neatly. "Mrs. Zhang is coming to pick it up this afternoon." Her father's voice came from inside the room, filled with warmth. He had been running this silk shop for nearly 20 years, growing from a small stall to the current storefront, which was the family's. Ruanxing responded. Just as she reached for the red silk, she heard a loud bang as the shop door was violently kicked open. The sunlight was blocked by the figure that burst in. Ruanxing was startled and trembled, causing the red silk to fall to the ground. She looked up to see a group of soldiers in government uniforms pouring in, their guns pointed menacingly at the people in the shop. "Don't move." The middle-aged Vietnamese officer at the front, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a fierce gaze, swept over the silk on the shelves, a greedy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "This shop is now confiscated by the government." Her father rushed out from the back room, standing protectively in front of his wife and daughter, his fists clenched tightly, his face reddening with anger. "On what grounds?" "This is our legally operated shop. All paperwork is complete." "Legally?" The officer scoffed, spitting out the cigarette butt and crushing it underfoot. "You Chinese expatriates are parasitic worms feeding on the blood of Vietnam. How dare you talk about legality?" Her mother trembled with rage, stepping forward and pointing at the officer. "You speak nonsense. We pay taxes and rent here. We have always been law-abiding and have never done anything against the country. This is the lifeblood of our family. You can't take it away. Get out of the way." The officer violently pushed her mother aside, the action swift and ruthless. Her mother let out a cry of pain as she fell backward, her knee hitting the iron corner of the shelf with a thud, causing her to curl up on the ground, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "Mom!" Ruanxing screamed as she rushed over, her brother following closely behind. The siblings helped their mother up, looking at her pale face and the blood seeping from her pant leg, and Ruanxing's tears instantly flowed. "You are being too excessive." Ruan Xing glared at the officer, her teeth biting her lip until it turned white. One day you will face retribution. Retribution? The officer's expression darkened as he drew his pistol, the muzzle pressed directly against her father's temple. The cold metal sensation made her father tense up, while Ruan Xing and her brother were terrified, shouting in unison, "Dad!" Retribution? The officer chuckled coldly, his finger resting on the trigger. In Vietnam, the government is the heavens. Speak out of turn again, and I'll send your family to meet your ancestors right now. Her father looked at the terrified expressions of his wife and daughter, then at his suffering wife on the ground. His tense body slowly relaxed, filled with humiliation and helplessness. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. "Let go of me, we will leave here immediately." The officer, satisfied, put away his gun and patted her father's shoulder. "Why not do this earlier? Be smart, and you might leave a path for survival." Her father went into the back room, and soon came out holding a small... He opened the box to reveal a few gold bars, the family's hard-earned savings originally intended as one. "This is all our money." Her father handed the wooden box to the officer, his voice filled with suppressed hatred. "I beg you to let me take my family and leave. Give us a way out." The officer weighed the gold bars, his eyes lighting up, and waved his hand. "Get lost, and don't let me see you in Saigon again." The family dragged their simple luggage out of the shop they had run for 20 years. Ruan Xing looked back. The soldiers had already started moving the silk from the shelves. Those silks that once symbolized hope for life were now someone else's spoils. "Dad, where are we going?" Ruan Xing clutched her father's clothes, her voice choked with tears. Her brother tightly followed their mother, his small hand grasping her sleeve, his eyes filled with fear. Her father looked back at his injured wife and 2 children, his eyes reddening, yet he forced himself to remain calm. "Don't be afraid, we'll first go to the border and find a way to leave Vietnam. There will always be a solution." Her mother's leg injury worsened, and she broke out in a sweat after a few steps. Upon reaching the border town, there was simply no way to proceed. Her father, anxious and with blisters in his mouth, inquired everywhere and learned that fishermen could secretly take them to sea as long as they paid enough money. "I and Ruan Xing will go first." Her father gritted his teeth looking at his wife. "Aishio, you are injured, you and Aiming stay here for now. Once I take Ruan Xing to a safe place and find somewhere to settle, I will figure out a way to come back and get you. Don't worry, I will have the folks in Saigon look after you." "No way." Her mother grabbed her father's hand, tears streaming down her face. "You're not well either. If you're leaving, we leave together. I can't be separated from you." "Mom, don't worry." Ruan Xing held her mother's hand, which was very cold. "I will take good care of Dad. We will be back to get you soon." The 16 or 17-year-old younger brother Ruan Ximing also nodded understandingly. "Dad, sister, be careful on the road." He clenched his small fists and said determinedly, "I will take good care of Mom." At the time of parting, mother pulled Ruan Xing aside, removed her wristwatch, and placed it on her hand. "This was given to me by your aunt who has gone to Hong Kong. Wearing it means mother is by your side." It was an old women's mechanical watch, the dial somewhat worn but polished to a bright shine. She looked up and saw the undried tears embedded in the wrinkles at the corners of her mother's eyes. "Mom, I..." Before she could finish her words, her mother gave her a push. "Go. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the..." Ruan Xing clutched the watch and turned to run towards the fishing boat. When she looked back, her mother was waving goodbye with her younger brother. The wind lifted the hem of her clothes, and her figure shrank smaller and smaller until it faded into a blurred point. Tears instantly clouded her eyes. The fishing boat was very small, cramped with more than a dozen people, making it hard to turn around. The air was filled with the salty and fishy smell of the sea, making one feel nauseous. Ruan Xing was pulled to her father's side. "Xing, lean against me and sleep for a while." Her father's voice was hoarse as he shifted to the side, using his back to shield her from the sea breeze. Ruan Xing leaned over, resting her forehead against her father's shoulder. Her stomach churned violently, as if countless hands were stirring inside. There was no food, only murky fresh water that would cause diarrhea after just one sip. At night, her father's cough worsened. It wasn't a light cough. He was coughing so hard his whole body shook, each sound seeming as if he might cough out his lungs. In her daze, Ruan Xing felt her father's body burning hot. "Dad." She reached out to touch his forehead. "Dad, how are you?" Her father waved his hand weakly, saying, "It's nothing, just a slight cold." But by the latter half of the night, he developed a high fever. He kept calling out Xiao Ming. Those were the names of her mother and younger brother. Ruan Xing held her father's frail body, tears flowing silently. She dared not cry out loud, fearing it would make her father feel worse. She was truly scared that her father wouldn't make it. Thus they drifted at sea for 3 days. During this time, Ruan Xing witnessed a young mother feeding her child with her last sip of water before silently sliding into the sea. The sea was gray and the sky was gray. Ruan Xing stared into the distance, her eyes becoming sore, not even spotting a single seabird. Could it be that she was really destined to be buried in this sea? Just as despair enveloped her, a small black suddenly appeared in the distance. It got closer and closer. It was a ship, a huge cargo ship. Her father, summoning strength from who knows where, suddenly propped himself up, tore off his white shirt, and frantically waved it along with several other refugees. "Hey, over here." His voice was hoarse, but carried a hint of frantic desperation. The cargo ship slowly approached. On the side of the hull were the large characters Tycoon flying the Panamanian flag. The crew lowered the lifeboat. When their feet finally touched the solid deck, both father and daughter cried at the same time. Finally they saw hope. But in the next moment hope shattered. The deck was crowded with people. Over 2,000 refugees were packed together like sardines. Every face was etched with fatigue and despair. The smell in the air was even more unbearable than on the fishing boat. The combination of sweat, foul odors, and vomit was suffocating. There were no beds. Everyone could only squeeze into corners of the deck and sleep on the cold iron plates at night. When the sea breeze blew, it chilled one to the bone. Wanxing supported her father and found a corner by the ship's railing. Her father's illness had worsened. He curled up shivering continuously. Wanxing took off her coat and covered him. Dad, just hang in there. The food provided daily was pitifully scarce. A small piece of moldy bread and a sip of murky water. It was far from satisfying. Wanxing always saved her portion to give to her father. Dad, eat this. Her father shook his head weakly, pushing. Dad isn't hungry. He barely had the strength to open his mouth. How could he eat? Wanxing anxiously shed tears, breaking off a small piece of bread and bringing it to her father's mouth. Just take one bite, Dad, I beg you. Her father reluctantly opened his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then suddenly started to cough violently. He grabbed Wanxing's hand, his eyes filled with guilt. Ah, Xing, I'm sorry for you. I couldn't provide you with a good life and instead made you suffer with me. Wanxing shook her head fiercely, tears splashing onto her father's hand. Dad, don't say that. We will soon reach Hong Kong and everything will be fine there. Though she said this, she had no confidence in her heart. Finally one morning someone shouted, "Look, land." Everyone rushed to the edge of the ship. In the distance a vague outline of land appeared on the horizon. It was Hong Kong. The refugees erupted in excitement. We made it. Finally here. Some cried, some laughed, and others bowed to the land. Wanxing supported her father and smiled as well. Tears streamed down her cheeks, warm against her skin. Yet the ship showed no signs of docking. Several boats marked with the Hong Kong Marine Department insignia slowly surrounded them, guiding the Tianyun to the waters near Lama Island. They were not allowed to dock. Why won't you let us ashore? Someone yelled. We want to survive. The refugees cried out, pounding the sides of the ship. But the only response was the indifferent gazes of the military police and the dark barrels of their guns. Her father looked towards the distant land, the light in his eyes fading bit by bit. He closed his eyes in despair, his breaths becoming weaker. Wanxing touched his forehead. It was even hotter than before. Even water could no longer be taken in. Wanxing panicked. She knew her father couldn't wait any longer. She had to find something to eat, some clean water. At noon, when the crew distributed food, Wanxing saw several young refugees taking multiple pieces of bread. She gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Her palms were sweaty and her voice trembled. Big brother, could you spare me some bread and water? My dad is about to give up, please. The leader was a tall, thin man with dyed blonde hair. He looked Wanxing up and down, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Want food? He shook the bread in his hand, his gaze sticking to Wanxing's face. Sure, just play with us for a bit. Wanxing's expression changed and she turned to leave. But after just 2 steps her arm was grabbed. The tall, thin man yanked her into his embrace. Another hand reached out to snatch the remaining half piece of bread she held. His hand then wandered toward Wanxing's face. Not bad looking, stick with us, and I guarantee you'll have food. Like, Wanxing struggled desperately, her nails digging into the tall man's arm. But she was too weak to break free. She glanced at her father, who was not far away. Her father had woken up at some point and was struggling to sit up, but unable to stabilize himself. He could only make raspy sounds, his eyes filled with pain and anger. Despair engulfed Wanxing like the sea. She suddenly lowered her head and bit down hard on the tall man's hand. Oh! The tall man in pain released his grip. Wanxing took the opportunity to push him away and ran towards the side of the ship. She glanced back at her father. Her father was still struggling, reaching out as if trying to grasp something. Wanxing closed her eyes silently, thinking, Dad, I'm sorry, I can't stay with you any longer. Mom, little brother, goodbye. With her last bit of strength, she didn't leap forward, but instead turned and jumped over the railing, plunging into the icy sea. Child! A cry pulled Wanxing from her painful memories. She was already sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling like leaves in the autumn wind. The elderly woman hurriedly held her in her arms, gently patting her back with her rough hands, her voice choking, Child, you've suffered. It's all over now, it's all over. Huang Jiandong clenched his fist, his eyes filled with rage, his teeth grinding together. Those puking bastards are simply inhuman. Lin Haixing's eyes were also red. He had heard many refugee stories, but had never heard such a tragic account from the person themselves. He turned his head secretly, wiping away his tears. Old Xie squatted on the ground side and shook his head. In this chaotic world, the ones suffering the most are the common people. The crowd began to murmur. Those Vietnamese are so cold-blooded. This girl is too pitiful. She has suffered so much at such a young age. The scene was filled with sighs. Wanxing cried in the elderly woman's embrace for a long time before slowly calming down. She raised her head, her eyes swollen like walnuts. With a hint of pleading in her gaze, she slowly raised her frail hand and removed the watch from her wrist. It was an old mechanical watch. The dial was so worn that the markings were barely visible, and the gold strap was loose but polished to a bright sheen, showing how much the owner treasured it. Ruan Xing cradled the watch in her palms and cautiously extended it toward Huang Jiandong. Her lips trembled, and several times she tried to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Huang Jiandong was taken aback. He looked at the watch Ruan Xing was offering, then at her pleading eyes, a wave of confusion washing over him. "Miss, this is..." Ruan Xing took a deep breath as if making a tremendous decision. Her voice was still trembling, but exceptionally firm. "Sir, I know this request is excessive, but I truly have no other way." Her tears flowed down again, her voice choked with emotion, almost pleading. "This was a parting gift from my aunt to my mother before she left Vietnam. My aunt has already arrived in Hong Kong. This watch should serve as a token." She leaned forward a bit, bringing the watch closer. "This big brother, please help me find my aunt. She will definitely come to save us. As long as I can find my aunt, my dad and I will be saved." Saying this, Ruan Xing's legs went weak as she attempted to kneel before Huang Jiandong. Huang Jiandong hurriedly reached out to support her. "Miss Ruan, please don't do this." He looked into Ruan Xing's hopeful eyes, and then at the old watch, feeling a mix of emotions. In this chaotic world, a watch meant for finding family was the last hope for this girl. Huang Jiandong solemnly extended his hand and took the watch. It was a gold-plated iron dashi women's wristwatch, not particularly valuable, as his sister Huang Aimei also owned the same brand, so Jiandong recognized the Swiss watch brand. Huang Jiandong placed the watch carefully, raised his head, and met the girl's eyes filled with helplessness and hope. His throat moved as he said, "Don't worry, I will find your aunt even if I have to search the entire Hong Kong." His tone was resolute, and the people around fell silent, only hearing Ruan Xing's suppressed sobs. Before she could express her gratitude to Huang Jiandong, hurried footsteps broke the silence. Several officers from the Hong Kong Marine Department approached quickly in dark blue uniforms, the sound of their standard issue shoes echoing on the concrete ground. The leading officer frowned, tightly scanning Ruan Xing with a tone devoid of any leeway. "Miss Ruan, according to refugee management regulations, you must immediately return to the Tianjin ship." Ruan Xing's face instantly drained of color. It was as if all her strength was sapped away, how her body swayed, and had it not been for the older woman beside her supporting her, she would have nearly collapsed. "No, I won't go back." She stepped back suddenly, her voice filled with terror. "The people on the ship stole my food. My dad is dying. They won't even give him water." Her body began to tremble violently, tears, unable to be held back, streaming down her pale cheeks. The officer's expression shifted slightly, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. He turned his face away, unable to meet Ruan Xing's tear-streaked eyes, lowering his voice somewhat, yet still firm. "Miss Ruan, we understand your difficulties, but regulations are regulations. Can't the regulations be flexible?" Huang Jiandong stepped forward and stood in front of Ruan Xing. "Her father is still lying on the ship. Going back is just waiting to die. You should show some humanitarian spirit and help her father get off the ship for treatment." The officer glanced at Huang Jiandong, his tone carrying helplessness. "Sir, we are also following the rules. If we make this exception, all subsequent refugees will want to come ashore, and we won't be able to justify it." Ruan Xing's gaze gradually dimmed like a candle flame flickering out. She knew that begging further was futile. The food and clothing sent by well-meaning citizens were tightly clutched in her arms. I will leave. Thank you for saving me." She sniffled, deeply bowing to everyone, her gaze skimming over Huang Jiandong, before quickly averting, as if wanting to engrave his image into her memory. The Coast Guard urged her softly from the side. Her steps grew heavier until she stepped onto the patrol boat's deck, still glancing back towards the shore. Huang Jiandong and Lin Haixing stood on the shore, watching the patrol boat slowly approach the Tianjin ship. The enormous refugee vessel floated on the sea like a silent beast devouring countless hopes. This girl has suffered too much. Huang Jiandong clenched the watch in his hand. Who knows how much she will be bullied when... That's how Hong Kong's refugee policy works. For us ordinary folks, it's tough, Lin Haixing said, patting his shoulder. He gazed at the approaching patrol boat, his brows furrowing tightly. The sea breeze blew over, carrying a salty scent, lifting the hems of their clothes. They stood there quietly until the patrol boat docked at the Tianjin ship, and they could no longer see Ruan Xing's figure, slowly retracting their gaze. "No, we can't just let this go." Huang Jiandong suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with determination. "Her aunt is in Hong Kong. We must find her." "How do we find her?" Lin Haixing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Hong Kong is so big, there are at least hundreds of Vietnamese Chinese with the surname Ruan." "Old Xia." Huang Jiandong blurted out. "Old Xia has been hanging around the docks for so many years, he knows people in the community, he must have a way." They said no more, turning to find Old Xia. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Tianjin ship, Ruan Xing had just come down with her bag when she was stopped by several figures. A man with yellow hair was chewing on an unlit cigarette, swinging his legs lazily. "Hey, isn't this the little beauty who jumped into the sea? You dare to come back?" His eyes fell on the bag in Ruan Xing's arms, and they brightened instantly. "What's inside? Let us take a look." Ruan Xing quickly hid the bag behind her, stepping back. "This is mine for my dad, but don't snatch it from me." "Yours." The tall man beside him sneered coldly, stepping forward to grab it. "On this ship, once things are in our hands, they belong." "Stop it." A weak voice sounded. Wan Xing's father struggled to sit up from his bunk, his chest heaving violently, his face as pale as paper. Don't bully my daughter. The yellow-haired man shot him a glance, scoffing disdainfully. Old man, can't even take care of yourself and still dare to meddle. Keep talking and I'll hit you too. As he spoke, he was about to make a move when suddenly a figure blocked him. A middle-aged man in a faded shirt stood straight. That's enough. Oh, we are all refugees. Why must you go so far? Brother Chun. Wan Xing was taken aback, recognizing this was old Chun from the adjacent cabin. He was also a Chinese expatriate, usually quiet, but unexpectedly stood up to help her. The yellow-haired man narrowed his eyes. Old Chun, don't overstep. This doesn't concern you. It does concern me. Old Chun stood his ground. Her father has a high fever, and these things are life-saving. If you really lack food, I have some biscuits here, take them. He pulled out half a pack of crumpled biscuits from his pocket, and the surrounding refugees gathered around, some whispering, exactly, this is too much, the girl is so pitiful. The yellow-haired man looked at the people around him, then saw that this girl had been personally returned to the ship by the Hong Kong Coast Guard, and was carrying so many supplies. He worried that she might have influential relatives or friends in Hong Kong, and might face revenge later, so he decided to back off, glancing at old Chun, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll give Brother Chun face today. He picked up the biscuits, glaring at Wan Xing. If we meet again, you won't be so lucky. Once they left, Wan Xing sighed in relief, bowing deeply to old Chun. Thank you, Brother Chun. Old Chun waved his hand, squatting down to feel Wan's father's forehead, his brow furrowing even tighter. With such a high fever, we need to find medicine. Wan Xing's eyes reddened again. What medicine is there on the ship? Previously, someone had a fever and just endured until they couldn't breathe. Old Chun fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I heard that the day before yesterday, an old man on the ship fainted and was taken to the hospital by Hong Kong police. Perhaps we can think of a way. Wan Xing's eyes brightened instantly like stars in the night. Really? Just as old Chun was about to speak, the ship's PA system suddenly sounded. After a sharp electric sound, a clear voice announced, attention, all passengers, the Hong Kong government will identify refugees on the ship, and those who meet the criteria may disembark for resettlement. The deck erupted in excitement. Some jumped up, waving their arms and shouting, we are saved. We are saved. Some squatted on the ground, hands clasped in silent prayer. Others frowned with worry. No one knew what meeting the criteria actually meant. Wan Xing tightly grasped her father's hand, her heart racing with both anticipation and fear. If they could go ashore, her father could go to the hospital. But if they did not meet the criteria? She dared not think further, only staring fixedly at the stairway leading to the cabin, waiting for the arrival of the identification personnel. Meanwhile, on the dock, Huang Jiandong was discussing with old Xia how to help Wan Xing find her relatives. Old Xia pondered for a moment before saying, Hong Kong is so big, finding someone is not easy. But I have a friend who works in the community, perhaps he can help. They'll contact him right now and let him know to look out for any Vietnamese Chinese with the surname Ruan. Huang Jiandong gratefully said, thank you, Uncle Xia, it's too pitiful for this girl. Any help we can provide is appreciated. Old Xia patted Huang Jiandong's shoulder. Don't worry, kid. We are all Chinese, but if we can help, we surely will. He said as he stood up, grabbing the phone on the wall. I'll call right now. We need to find people quickly, it might be too late otherwise. Huang Jiandong stood by watching old Xia dial the phone, feeling restless inside. He touched the gold watch in his pocket, its metallic surface still seemingly retaining Wan Xing's warmth. He silently urged in his heart, Wan Xing, just wait a little longer, we will come to save you soon. The day after returning from Lama Island, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Lin Haixing abruptly opened his eyes, his biological clock more precise than any alarm. The aroma of rice porridge cooked by Su Sime wafted from the kitchen. After washing up, he walked to the dining table and quickly finished his breakfast. Mumbling, he called out, Aunt Su, I'm heading to work. Lin Haixing stepped onto the morning dew, heading towards the minibus station at the village entrance. As he walked, he pulled out a cigarette from his pack, just about to light it, when a sharp commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the village entrance. What's all the shouting about? Who's arguing so early in the morning? Lin Haixing frowned, cursing inwardly. He noticed it was still early and the minibus had yet to arrive. He followed the noise, wanting to see what was happening. Under the old banyan tree at the village entrance, a large crowd had gathered, crying and shouting in a chaotic mix. Lin Haixing's heart sank. Rumors about land acquisition had been circulating, and it seemed they were indeed true. He pushed into the crowd and grabbed a young man beside him, asking, brother, what's going on? The young man waved his hand impatiently. Who knows? It seems to be about land compensation. I'm just here to watch the show. After a bit of effort, Lin Haixing finally found Lin Bo, a neighbor of Uncle Rong. Lin Bo, what's happening? Lin Haixing whispered. Lin Bo pointed towards the center of the crowd, his voice trembling with tension. Isn't it the people from the real estate company again? They've come a few times already, saying they want to acquire our land exchange rights. Once they finish this piece of land, along with the reclaimed land around Dawa village, the government will soon let them build residential houses here. Lin Haixing understood the situation. He had followed the news and knew that a few years ago the British Hong Kong government proposed a 10-year housing plan aiming to provide complete land for planning and building public facilities and various residential buildings by acquiring land and reclaiming from the new territories. Back then, the major real estate developers in Hong Kong primarily strategized to align with and leverage the government's development plans, acquiring land exchange rights and collaborating on reclamation projects to transform scattered or difficult-to-develop land rights into large areas available for development, profiting from building houses. Lin Bo quietly said in his ear, "The economy in Hong Kong has been good these past few years. Once the houses are built, they can be sold quickly. Plus, banks provide mortgage services and citizens are competing to buy houses. The property prices have skyrocketed, and these big developers are making a fortune. However, the acquisition price offered for our land exchange rights is ridiculously low, and they collude with gentry and gangs trying to deceive us into selling immediately, completely disregarding our interests. It's even worse than robbery," Lin Bo complained indignantly. Today they're back to negotiate the acquisition, and the villagers are unhappy, so it turned into a shouting match. I just heard the commotion and came over to see. Upon hearing Lin Bo, Lin Haisheng's heart sank. The news about Dawa village being acquired had been rumored for some time, but no one took it seriously. Generations of villagers have farmed and fished here. The land is their lifeblood. How could it just be taken away? If the land is gone, how will the villagers make a living? He gritted his teeth and pushed further in, wanting to see who was leading. In the center of the crowd stood a man in a black suit, about 30 years old, roughly 6 feet tall, with hair slicked back, so shiny that a fly would slip off. His face was chiseled with distinct features. Beneath a prominent nose, his lips were pressed into a straight line, yet the corners were deliberately turned upward, exuding a false smile. The man held a loudspeaker, shouting, "Everyone, please calm down. We, Longchong Real Estate, are here for your benefit. Chongheng Industrial has commissioned us to acquire land. This Chongheng Group is a well-known listed real estate company in Hong Kong, and the compensation and acquisition terms are hard to come by. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it." Next to him stood 3 young men in suits, all looking quite young, their ties crooked, holding thick promotional brochures for the development of land, with stiff smiles plastered on their faces as they handed them to the villagers, saying, "Villagers, Longheng is strong. The acquisition price will definitely satisfy you. In the future, our Longchong company will build new buildings offering you internal discounts, and soon the villagers will be able to move into new houses. Some new buildings can even be rented out, so you won't have to rely on the heavens for your meals anymore. This opportunity cannot be missed." Some villagers took the brochures, glanced at them, and their brows furrowed. Others crumpled the brochures into balls and threw them on the ground, stepping on them hard. What satisfactory conditions! Their acquisition price is 30% lower than the neighboring village. Do you think we're fools? Voices of discussion erupted in the crowd. Some were so anxious they were in tears, clutching the person next to them. "My land just had vegetables planted. If it's taken, our harvest this year will be gone." Some people were angrily cursing. Suddenly, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man stepped forward, slapping his sun-darkened palm on his thigh. His face was flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted loudly, "Our Dawa village has been farming and fishing here for generations. If we lose our land and houses, where will my fishing boat be tied? Where will I dry my fishing nets?" He became increasingly agitated, and his spittle flew with his angry shouts, hitting the face of a young man in a suit beside him. The suited man instinctively dodged, but didn't dare to wipe his face, only managing an awkward smile. "You suited folks only care about how much our land can sell for, never mind what we will eat in the future." The dark-skinned man pointed at the man in the black suit, his voice trembling with anger. "You're trying to drive us to a dead end." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of agreement surged through the crowd. A middle-aged woman with a bamboo basket squeezed forward, several leaves of greens spilling out of her basket. She pointed at the man in the black suit and shouted, "Exactly. If you build residential areas, where will our fishing boats dock? If the tidal flats by the sea are filled in, how will we fish? Can we afford to live in the new buildings you speak of? Your words sound nice." A young villager in a jacket jumped out, pointing at the man in the black suit, and shouted, "The compensation written in the promotional material is clearly 30% less than that of other villages. Do you think we haven't inquired? We need to discuss the price further, otherwise anyone who signs is a traitor." The man in the black suit's gaze immediately turned sharp as he retracted his false smile, speaking in a threatening tone, "Pretty boy, don't meddle in what doesn't concern you. If you block the chance for the whole village to get rich, can you afford it?" Just as both sides were at a standstill, a commotion suddenly erupted from outside the crowd. Then someone shouted, "Uncle Rong is here. Let Uncle Rong decide. Dear villagers, please make way." The previously crowded space instinctively parted, creating a passage. A few villagers were surrounding Huang Xiangrong, who walked over with steady steps. He was dressed in a black wool coat, and the cold winter wind slightly stirred the white hairs at his temples. Yet he stood upright, his gaze holding a seasoned competence and an imposing authority that commanded respect. He walked straight up to the man in the black suit, stopping firmly in front of him. The surrounding noise seemed to be paused. Huang Xiangrong slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but piercing. "Mr. Ho, long time no see." The man in the black suit, referred to as Mr. Ho, instantly froze his forced smile. His eyes quickly scanned the surrounding villagers, and his heart sank. "Mr. House Adams' apple bobbed heavily, his grip on the microphone loosened, and it fell from his chest. "Uncle Rong, what brings you here?" His voice was a half pitch higher than usual, quivering slightly. "It's cold today. If you have something to discuss, let's find a warmer. Why shouldn't I come? Huang Xiangrong raised an eyebrow, a clear sarcasm in his tone. Just watching you lot bully my fellow villagers on my territory. He took a small step forward, his aura pressing forward. Mr. Ho, let's speak plainly, no need for circles. Huang Xiangrong's gaze was sharp as a knife, directly piercing Mr. Ho. Your father is the chairman of the Village Affairs Committee and is well respected in the Shapa district. I won't waste time on pleasantries today. I'll ask you directly, are you here to negotiate the rights acquisition price on behalf of the Ho family, or are you representing Chongqing Group to lower the price for buying our land? As his words fell, he paused, slowly surveying the surrounding villagers. Each person he met with his gaze instinctively straightened their backs, their previously anxious hearts suddenly feeling reassured. If you're here to negotiate on behalf of Chongqing, Huang Xiangrong's voice suddenly rose a few notches, carrying an undeniable firmness, then I'm sorry, our people in Dai Village may be honest and law-abiding, but we're not soft persimmons to be squeezed. I, Huang Xiangrong, have lived in this village for 50 years. My understanding of which plots can be cultivated and where to fish during high tide is unparalleled, from running around in open crotch pants to having great hair now. The surrounding villagers nodded, their eyes reflecting a sense of resonance. Hong Kong is currently in a golden period of development, and while we farmers and fishermen may not be as shrewd as developers, we know they will profit immensely. But that doesn't give you the right to bully us by lowering prices just because your company is powerful. Our land is the lifeblood passed down from our ancestors, the foundation of our existence. If you want to transfer or compensate, you must provide a plan that satisfies everyone in the village, not even a single cent less. With his words, Huang Xiangrong stepped forward aggressively. Mr. Ho instinctively took half a step back in fright. The surrounding villagers burst into laughter, filled with a sense of vindication. Mr. Ho's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. The generous terms you mentioned? Huang Xiangrong stared at him, asking each word deliberately. Are they considered generous by you at Chongqing or by the villagers of Dai? Mr. Ho forced a calm smile, which looked more painful than crying, his voice trembling. Uncle Roan, you're taking this too seriously. Chongqing Enterprises is also a well-known listed company in Hong Kong. You can be assured of our strength. The compensation terms we offer are definitely the most generous in the area, and the villagers won't be at a loss. Moreover, our Longchong real estate has been rooted in the new territories for many years. We have successfully negotiated land acquisition deals for many villages and built numerous buildings without any Furthermore, our Ho family is also reputable in the Shapa district, and we guarantee we won't do anything to harm the villagers. This time we genuinely want to cooperate with Dai Village, he said, cupping his hands to the surrounding villagers, softening his tone, firstly for the development of Hong Kong, and secondly, to help the villagers live better lives. Getting compensation funds quickly to build new houses so everyone can buy properties and wait for appreciation, no longer relying on the weather to make a living nor suffering from the elements while farming and fishing. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing. Huang Xiangrong snorted coldly. If you really cared for us, you wouldn't try to fool us with prices that are 30% lower than the neighboring village. Do you think the people of Dai Village are fools and easy to bully? His voice suddenly rose. The land is the lifeblood of the entire village. We cannot hand it over carelessly. Words alone won't suffice. Bring forth a solid plan that satisfies everyone. Otherwise, don't expect this matter to be resolved peacefully today. Agreed. Provide a concrete plan. Don't think you can fool us. The villagers immediately echoed, their voices rising in unity and power. Mr. Ho's face flickered between shades of green and white, looking extremely unpleasant. He glanced at the angrily glaring villagers around him, and then at the imposing Huang Xiangrong in front of him, realizing today's negotiation would be difficult. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Uncle Roan, please don't be angry. We are definitely sincere in our cooperation. I will go back and discuss with Chongqing Company to see if we can optimize the conditions and try to meet the villagers' demands. Optimize? Huang Xiangrong pressed forward another step. What do you mean by optimize? Give me a clear answer. Huang Xiangrong pressed hard. How will the payment be made? Is it a lump sum or in installments? If installments, how will the interest be calculated? Where will the villagers be resettled? When will it be ready? Can they move in with their bags? These all need specific answers. Don't try to play tricks with us, and don't think you can muddle through. A series of questions left Mr. Ho speechless. Lin Haixing quietly moved to Huang Xiangrong's side. He was tall, standing at about 1.8 meters, making him quite tall among the young men in the village. Yet standing beside Huang Xiangrong, he felt an indescribable aura from this uncle that could stabilize the... Huang Xiangrong quickly glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Mr. Ho, unable to meet Huang Xiangrong's gaze, hurriedly turned to look at his subordinates, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle Roan, please don't get excited. I will tell my father right away and immediately apply with the headquarters of Chongqing Company to strive for the maximum rights for the villagers. We are all from Shapa, we see each other often, and I will definitely not let the villagers suffer. He paused, then deeply cupped his hands to the villagers, lowering his posture significantly. Let's just stop here for today. I kindly ask Uncle Roan to help persuade everyone to return home so we can reach a consensus and promote the project sooner. Next month, I will definitely bring a concrete plan and personally discuss it in detail with everyone. Huang Xiangrong said sternly, fine, we await your news. He paused and warned, but let me be clear, don't expect to drag this out, and don't think about playing tricks. If you can't come up with a decent satisfactory plan next month, don't come back to Dai Village. We in Dai Village can find other developers to negotiate with. Absolutely. Then we'll take our leave for now. Mr. Ho quickly nodded in agreement. He dared not stay any longer, hurriedly signaling to his subordinates, turning to lead them towards the village entrance. As they watched Mr. Ho's vehicle kick up dust and the engine sound fade away, the crowd gathered at the village entrance slowly dispersed. A few villagers, however, remained lingering around Huang Xiangrong, unwilling to leave. Lin Bo grasped his arm. Rong, we are counting on you. We cannot let these scoundrels take advantage of us. We rely on this land for our livelihood. Huang Xiangrong patted his shoulder, his tone firm and reassuring. Rest assured, Lin Bo. If the compensation isn't reasonable, no one will touch our land. I've already sent someone to inquire about the compensation plans of the neighboring village, and soon we will negotiate with them. With Uncle Rong saying this, we can be at ease. Yes, with Uncle Rong around, we are not afraid of them bullying us. The other villagers chimed in, slowly dispersing. Lin Haixing didn't linger any longer. He glanced at the digital watch on his wrist. Oh no. If I miss the next minibus to the industrial area, I'll be late today, and I'll lose this month's perfect attendance bonus. As night quietly descended and the lights began to sparkle, Lin Haixing dragged his weary body home after a long day's work to the warm abode of Uncle Rong. On the dining table lay 2 dishes and a soup, all simple, yet delicious Cantonese delights. The steamed fish exuded freshness, the stir-fried vegetables were vibrant green, accompanied by a bowl of warm, nourishing soup. After dinner, Uncle Rong, with a kind smile on his face, warmly invited him. Haixing, come sit in the living room. With that, Uncle Rong skillfully arranged the tea set and brewed a pot of aged pure tea. Before long, the fragrant tea wafted through the air like gentle smoke. Soon Uncle Rong poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards him. The tea was deep brown, rich and smooth with a hint of sweetness. Try it, this is aged pure. Uncle Rong lifted his cup, took a delicate sip, and fixed his gaze on Lin Haixing, as if he could see through his innermost thoughts. Lin Haixing held the teacup, feeling the warmth in his fingertips. He knew Uncle Rong was about to discuss today's events with him. Sure enough, Uncle Rong set down his cup and slowly began. I know you're curious about what happened this morning. Lin Haixing raised his eyes, meeting Uncle Rong's gaze, and honestly nodded. Especially about that leader, General Ho. You must really want to know his background. Uncle Rong chuckled, his tone carrying an understanding. Lin Haixing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation, like a child eager for a story. Uncle Rong, do you know him? I know him more than just a little. Uncle Rong sighed, his gaze drifting to the night outside. His name is Ho Yong, and his father Ho Guoqiang is quite a distinguished figure in the New Territories. Now that we have time and no one else around, I will tell you the story of the Ho family, including some matters regarding the original residents of the New Territories. You just came from the mainland and don't understand the complexities of Hong Kong. Knowing this will do you no harm. It will help you avoid unnecessary detours and be cautious of those around you. Lin Haixing quickly straightened up, placing the teacup on the table and resting his hands on his knees, listening earnestly. Thank you, Uncle Rong. I will pay close attention. He indeed knew very little about the history of Hong Kong's original residents. This unfamiliar land concealed many secrets he was unaware of, and these secrets seemed intricately related to the powerful General Ho from earlier. Uncle Rong took another sip of tea, cleared his throat, and began speaking slowly, his voice carrying the weight of years. The New Territories of Hong Kong are vast and have a long history. Long before the British forcibly leased the New Territories, many Han people already resided here. There were Hakka people, Waitao people, and we the boat-dwelling Tonka people have lived here for generations. If we trace the history of the original residents, it goes back at least to the Song dynasty. Lin Haixing's eyes widened slightly. The Song dynasty. So early. Indeed. Uncle Rong nodded, his eyes seemingly traversing time, witnessing those tumultuous years of war. At that time the world was unstable, rife with conflict. To survive, many began to migrate on a large scale. Uncle Rong continued. Many prominent families migrated from Hunan, Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong to the New Territories. They took root here, multiplying and surviving through generations. He paused and added, among these families 5 clans gradually developed and became major groups in the New Territories. Which 5? Lin Haixing couldn't help but ask. They are the Dengwen, Liao Ho, and Peng clans. Uncle Rong enunciated each clan clearly. These 5 clans have grown increasingly powerful, and their descendants still inhabit dozens of villages, large and small, throughout the New Territories. In comparison to them, we small fishing families are considered a minority. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then the villagers tended their own little plots and lived an agrarian life. Life was indeed hard, but at least it was peaceful without the need for upheaval and displacement. At this point Uncle Rong's tone suddenly shifted, his smile fading and his expression turned serious. But everything changed in 1898. Lin Haixing's heart tightened, sensing the shift in Uncle Rong's. The British forcibly occupied the New Territories. Uncle Rong's voice deepened, tinged with repression. To better govern the villagers here, they initially managed us Chinese according to the Great Qing legal codes. In 1910, the Qing dynasty fell. Yet the British introduced the New Territories Ordinance. This ordinance stipulated that aside from provisions conflicting with Hong Kong's written laws, matters in New Territories villages would still be governed by the laws and customs of the Qing dynasty. For instance, property inheritance and rights of males would follow the old rules. Lin Haixing furrowed his brow, having never heard of this term before. Rights of males. It means only the males in the family are qualified to inherit land. Uncle Rong explained, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Simply put, only male heirs are recognized, not daughters. Once a daughter marries out, she can't even touch the family's ancestral land. Lin Haixing thought this patriarchal rule seemed outdated, especially since Hong Kong at the time still allowed concubinage. Back then, among the original residents of the New Territories, any financially stable man could marry multiple wives. Lin Haixing's eyes widened in shock. Is that really true? What's so surprising about it? Uncle Rong waved his hand. In the New Territories at that time, it was quite common, especially among those prominent families, to expand their lineage and strengthen their clan's power. It was even more so. He shifted the topic back to the Ho family, saying, that General Ho, who came to negotiate today, his father Ho Guoqiang, is the core figure of the Ho clan in the New Territories, the chairman of the Longchong Group, a real estate tycoon here, and he is also the chairman of the Rural Committee. He has a brother named Ho Guofu, who is the general manager of the Longchong Group, responsible for land development in northern New Territories. Speaking of the Ho family, they hold great influence among the original residents of the New Territories. Uncle Rong lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip before continuing. It is said that the ancestors of the Ho family migrated from Panyu, Guangdong, to the Sheng Shui and Sha regions of the New Territories during the Northern Song dynasty. Generations later, the Ho family's population grew, and their presence can be found in many places in northern New Territories. Even in the Sha Daiwei village where I live, there are a few households with the surname Ho. In earlier years, Ho Yong's grandfather, who is also Ho Guoqiang's father, took a concubine. Lin Haixing's eyes flickered with interest as he listened attentively. The original wife of Elder Ho, who is Ho Guoqiang's mother, Peng, bore 3 sons and 3 daughters. Later, the Ho family engaged in trade and land transactions, and their business thrived, gradually prospering. By the 1960s, for reasons unknown, Elder Ho decided he no longer wanted to stay in the rural Hong Kong. He took his concubine and the daughter born from her to immigrate to England, leaving the main wife Peng and 6 children behind in Hong Kong. At that time, Ho Guoqiang was already in his 30s. Uncle Rong continued. As the eldest son, he naturally took on the family's responsibilities and worked to develop and strengthen the family's power. Uncle Rong took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and said with great interest, however, speaking of it, Ho Guoqiang's achievements today are also inseparable from the support of his mother, the Peng clan. The Peng clan is no ordinary woman, Uncle Rong added with a hint of admiration in his tone. She is also a native of the New Territories, a member of the Peng family. This Peng family is a prominent clan in the New Territories, and its influence should not be underestimated. The Peng clan learned to manage finances from her family at a young age. She is meticulous and possesses a firm hand. After Ho Lao, the old master, went to England, the family business fell apart, with Ho Guoqiang's younger siblings still being quite young. It was the Peng clan who supported Ho Guoqiang from behind. She assisted Ho Guoqiang in organizing the family business, connecting with the clan, and utilized her family's influence to pave the way for him. One could say that the scale of the Ho family today owes much to the Peng clan. Lin Haixing listened intently, surprised to learn about such a past of the Ho family. It turned out that behind Ho Guoqiang's success was such a formidable mother. But what about Ho Guoqiang himself? Lin Haixing couldn't help but ask, isn't he quite capable? Naturally, Uncle Rong nodded. No matter how powerful the Peng clan is as a mother, she can only assist her child in growing. Ho Guoqiang himself is also astute and capable, with great courage and sharp insight. When he first took over the family business, he was just over 30 and still a bit immature. But he dared to venture and fight. His mother, the Peng clan, guided him for a few years, and he quickly became independent. He consolidated the originally scattered family trade and increased investments in land transactions. At that time, the New Territories had not yet been extensively developed and prices were low. He took the opportunity to accumulate a considerable amount of land. Later, as the New Territories developed, the land in his hands became highly sought after. The Ho family's business grew larger and gradually transformed into a real estate and construction company now known as Longchong Group. At this point, Uncle Rong slightly furrowed his brows, and his expression turned serious. However, the rise of the Ho family cannot be separated from the policies of the British Hong Kong government during that era. After the surrender of our country, the British Hong Kong government took over Hong Kong, and society developed rapidly. Especially in the 60s and 70s, the British Hong Kong government decided to develop the New Territories on a large scale and proposed a massive 10-year housing plan to build new towns in places like Sha Tuen Mun and Tsuen Wan. This sounds like a good thing, but problems followed suit. Uncle Rong sighed, his face revealing a complex expression. Most of the land in the New Territories is agricultural land or ancestral land, and the ownership is quite chaotic, scattered among various clans and villagers. Moreover, these lands are protected by the New Territories Ordinance, and the cost of land acquisition for the government is high with low efficiency. To promote the development plan, the British Hong Kong government introduced a series of policies. Starting in 1972, they implemented the small house policy in the New Territories, commonly known as the Ting House policy. This policy stipulates that male natives of the New Territories who are 18 years old can build one Ting house in their lifetime, as long as their ancestry can be traced back to the recognized indigenous villagers of the New Territories since 1898. There are also regulations regarding Ting houses. The height cannot exceed 3 stories, and the area of each floor cannot exceed 700 square feet. Lin Haisheng listened attentively, silently noting this information. He could sense that Uncle Rong's detailed explanation of these policies was closely related to the rise of the Ho family. But not all villagers want to build Ting houses, and not everyone has the money to do so. Uncle Rong continued, initially the British Hong Kong government attempted to bypass the New Territories Ordinance to forcibly acquire land, resulting in strong protests from the local gentry. As a result, the British Hong Kong government had no choice but to compromise and introduce the Land Exchange Rights Policy. What is the Land Exchange Rights document? Lin Haisheng pressed for clarification. In simple terms, if the natives surrender their agricultural land, the government will issue them a Land Exchange Rights document. The document will specify the area and location of the original land. When the government auctions land in the New Territories in the future, the holder of this document can bid for land of equal area at agricultural compensation prices with the right of first exchange. If the government does not provide land for exchange temporarily, this document can be retained indefinitely and can also be resold. Lin Haisheng nodded. Just as he wanted to speak, he noticed Uncle Rong's brow furrowing even tighter. This policy sounds like it's for the benefit of the villagers, but in practice there are too many loopholes. Uncle Rong's tone carried a hint of indignation. The government's compensation price is set unilaterally based on agricultural land valuation, far below the market price after land development. Many villagers are in financial distress and eager for cash, wanting to quickly receive compensation, so they can only sell the exchange rights documents at a low price. At this time, the large real estate developers exploited this loophole. They used the influence of local affairs and clan leaders to purchase the exchange rights documents from villagers at cash prices. After accumulating a significant number, they consolidated these rights documents to bid for land, build housing for profit, or flip it to other developers for a price difference. The profits involved are astonishing. Uncle Rong picked up his teacup, took a sip, and rubbed his fingertip along the rim of the cup. After a moment of silence, he continued, smart people can see that there is a great profit-sharing space between the large real estate developers and the local affairs forces. And someone like Ho Guoqiang, a local affairs big shot, becomes a key figure of interest for all parties. He is not only a core member of the Ho clan, but also has the backing of the Peng clan, giving him significant influence in the local affairs circle of the New Territories. Developers seeking to acquire exchange rights cannot do without his assistance. Seizing this opportunity, the Ho family also collaborated with major developers engaging in housing construction and other engineering projects, earning considerable profits. One could say that the scale of Longchong Group today is directly related to these transactions. Also, due to land acquisition and exchanges, the interests among villagers have become increasingly complex. Uncle Rong's tone was filled with helplessness. In the past, everyone lived in harmony, helping one another. Now, for a little profit, villagers can argue heatedly, and some have even turned against each other. Lin Haisheng listened with rapt attention, a tempest rising in his heart. He finally understood why Ho Yong had such a strong aura earlier in the day. It turned out that the Ho family's influence in the New Territories was so deep, entangled with so many interests. Uncle Rong nodded, his gaze complex. The people of the Ho family are quite astute, but they cannot be wholly blamed. The environment back then was like this. The policies of the British Hong Kong government had loopholes, large developers pursued profit, and local forces acted for clan interests, intertwining to bring about all this. Ho Guoqiang was indeed capable of seizing the opportunity to expand the family business. However, due to these entangled interests, the Ho family has made many enemies in the New Territories. He looked at Lin Haisheng, his expression turning serious. Haisheng, I share this with you to remind you. Hong Kong's society is very complex, especially in the New Territories, where the interests among clans, local affairs, and developers are deeply intertwined. Lin Haisheng nodded to show he understood, swallowed hard, and couldn't help but ask. Uncle Rong, was the development history of the Ho family all smooth sailing, step by step becoming real estate tycoons? Uncle Rong sighed softly, his fingers caressing the warm teacup. The Ho family's current status did not come by the winds of fortune. He began, his voice steady and slow. There have been plenty of murky waters and hidden losses along the way. Lin Haisheng sat up straight, listening intently. After World War II, Hong Kong underwent a transformation. Uncle Rong's gaze fell on the curling smoke. With industrial and commercial ventures, tall buildings emerged and profits came swiftly. The old trades in the New Territories, reliant on land and sea, no longer held their allure. People must survive. The men of the Ho family each sought their own paths. Those with talent gritted their teeth, and went to England or the Netherlands running restaurants, washing dishes, doing all sorts of work. Their homes were left in the village year after year, empty, with walls crumbling. Not all of those who stayed were honest farmers. Uncle Rome paused, his tone complex. Some were sharp-minded and bold, quickly setting their sights on real estate. They first helped their neighbors build houses, earning some hard-earned money. Later, having grasped the way of things, their ambitions grew, joining forces with large outside developers to acquire land and engage in development. Among them, Ho Guoqiang is a successful representative. His insights are keen and he makes decisions swiftly and decisively. Step by step, he established the Longchong Group, gradually becoming a renowned real estate tycoon. Lin Haixing was taken aback, instinctively asking, how could a native of the new territories achieve such greatness? It relies on his identity and connections. Uncle Rome scoffed, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. He is both the head of the village affairs committee and a clan leader. The Ho family's foundation in the new territories runs deep. Under the guise of coordinating land disputes, he actually assists large real estate companies in acquiring farmland and ancestral land at low prices. Once acquired, he then influences the government to change the land's purpose to luxury residential or commercial properties. Once the land's designation changes, its value skyrockets immediately. Uncle Rome's fingers tapped the table emphatically. Their family then secretly splits the profits with large developers, easily raking in substantial earnings. His brother Ho Guofu is the general manager of Longchong Group, and he has also contributed significantly to the development projects in northern new territories with dirt on his hands not less than his brothers. As for Ho Yong, he is even more ruthless than his father. Uncle Rome's voice dropped low, laced with a hint of gritted teeth. The phrase cold-hearted and ruthless fits him perfectly. He has been heavily involved in the underworld business in Hong Kong. Drug trafficking, smuggling operations, and shady dealings in real estate, even in the adult entertainment industry and the entertainment circle. His hands are stained with countless unspeakable deeds. Later, when the British Hong Kong government pushed the 10-year housing plan, the windfall arrived, and the Longchong Group's ship immediately filled its sails. Uncle Rome took a sip of tea and continued, they employed various overt and covert methods to acquire numerous land leases from the original residents at low prices. Coupled with their existing land, they quickly secured their footing in the new territory's real estate circle. But this approach naturally led to conflicts. Uncle Rome's tone softened, slightly tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Just like today, Ho Yong smiles as if he were a good person claiming to fight for the villagers' interests. Yet who doesn't know what schemes are brewing in his heart? It's merely a ploy to ensure that Chongqing Group smoothly acquires the land. But the villagers are not foolish, they are as clear as a mirror. He sighed. Once the land is handed over, the future becomes uncertain, like a kite, with a severed string drifting wherever it may. Some villagers refuse to sell their land at all, leading to numerous conflicts with the Ho family. Moreover, other real estate developers are like hungry wolves eyeing this juicy piece of land, and the Ho family must compete with them for their share. I remember once the Ho family had their sights set on a piece of land in the Shapo district, intending to build a large residential area. The local villagers united in strong opposition. Uncle Rome recalled, Ho Guoqiang personally negotiated, and the situation resembled a battle with voices raised and faces flushed. He exerted tremendous effort to sway a portion of the villagers, gradually breaking their resistance. But there were still a few hard-headed ones like stones refusing to yield. The situation became a stalemate. How was it resolved later? Lin Haixing pressed. On the surface, they relied on the village affairs committee and government mediation, but behind the scenes, Ho Yong sought help from the Triads to apply pressure. Uncle Rome's voice dropped even lower. With this combination of soft and hard tactics, they barely managed to settle the matter. However, this also taught the Ho family a lesson. He continued, when developing in the new territories, relying solely on force is inadequate. They must cloak their actions under the grand pretense of seeking welfare for the villagers. Otherwise, troubles will snowball and become increasingly severe. As for how much good they can ultimately provide to those villagers, no one can say for sure. Uncle Rome shook his head. It's like seeing flowers in the fog, hazy and unclear, depending entirely on their words. Uncle Rome, after hearing you say this, I think I understand. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. In the future, I will stay more vigilant in Hong Kong, just like walking at night, taking every step with caution. Uncle Rome smiled with satisfaction. That's good to know. You just arrived in Hong Kong lacking a background, so you must be careful in your dealings. When encountering members of the Ho family and those village bigwigs, try to speak less, observe more, and avoid getting entangled in these disputes over interests. Lin Haixing felt warmth in his heart and nodded seriously. I understand, Uncle Rome. Thank you for reminding me. At this moment, Uncle Rome shifted, his tone softening a bit. But not all members of the Ho family are bad. Lin Haixing was taken aback. Are there really good people in their family? Ho Guoqiang's youngest son, Ho Ming, Uncle Rome said. This child has a strong sense of justice and is from the second wife. He has always had a poor relationship with his father. I heard he just returned from studying in the UK and has joined the Hong Kong police force as an officer. He also has a daughter, Ho Xin, who is stunningly beautiful and works in the film and television industry, planning and packaging artists in the entertainment circle. Although she hasn't directly participated in the family business, she is helping the Ho family infiltrate the entertainment industry and lay a foundation. Hearing about the Ho family's clandestine betrayal of the villagers' interests, Lin Haixing felt a surge of indignation and asked, "Uncle Rong, is there truly no law in Hong Kong? The Ho family acts with such impunity, doesn't the police intervene?" Uncle Rong's brows furrowed, once more a glint of worry flashing in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "Haixing, this matter is not as simple as you think. The Ho family's influence in the new territories is too great. Their connections form an impenetrable web encompassing all aspects. Sometimes, even if the police want to intervene, they are hindered by various relationships and cannot move against them at all. Moreover, the Ho family is very cunning, always skirting the edges of the law, meticulously gauging the limits, making it exceedingly difficult to catch them in wrongdoing." Lin Haixing couldn't help but ask, "Is there really no one who can take them down?" Uncle Rong chuckled, "But things are different recently." Uncle Rong did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking, his voice carrying a sense of desolation from experience. "Haixing, you missed the most chaotic times in Hong Kong. Back then corruption was as pervasive as air." He continued, "A few years ago when I went to the police station to apply for a pass, I had to secretly slip money under my documents. Street vendors had to give the police a fixed amount of protection money every month. When children went to school, gifts had to be presented to the principals. If someone fell ill and needed hospitalization, they had to provide cash gifts to the doctors. Even when a fire truck arrived at a fire scene, it wasn't about saving lives first. They had to collect an opening fee first, or else the fire hose wouldn't spray any water at all. The common people's suffering is deeply rooted in their bones." He lamented, "When the system fails to keep up and resources are scarce, everyone has to scramble for public housing, schooling, and medical care." Uncle Rong put down his teacup, saying, "Corruption in the government grew wildly like weeds, and the darkest place was the police force." He paused, his tone filled with anger. "In those years, very few Hong Kong police officers were clean. Grassroots officers received protection fees that were more than 10 times their legitimate salaries. At that time, the biggest parasite in the police force was a foreign police chief named Gobo, who was found to have over 4 million in unexplained assets." "More than 4 million. Lin Haixing couldn't help but exclaim. At that time, this was an astronomical figure. "Isn't that the case?" Uncle Rong nodded, his tone heavy. "This person was utterly corrupt, shielding drug lords and condoning gangsters with blood debts that are unimaginable. Later he caught wind of the investigation and fled to the UK, which caused an uproar." He continued, "The first to step forward were the university students in Hong Kong, taking to the streets with placards that read anti-corruption, capture Gobo. Thousands of citizens surged out next, filling the entire street, their chants loud enough to shatter the heavens." Lin Haixing, picturing the grand scene, couldn't help but feel excited. The Hong Kong government, unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion, first established an investigation committee, and the following year officially set up the Independent Commission Against Corruption, known to us Hong Kongers as ICAC. Uncle Rong's voice took on a more serious tone. This agency was directly overseen by the governor of Hong Kong, Mac Leos, and had no ties to the police force or the government. Apart from the governor, anyone could be investigated and no one could interfere. He continued, "Once ICAC was established, it triggered a wave of anti-corruption. The Gubo case was immediately transferred from the police's anti-corruption unit to ICAC, becoming their first case." "What happened next?" Lin Haixing asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "It took a great deal of effort, but in January 1975, the British court, based on 2 witnesses and 3 account books as solid evidence, managed to force Gubo back to Hong Kong for trial." Uncle Rong revealed a hint of satisfaction on his face as he continued, "Once this news broke, all of Hong Kong was in an uproar, and the common people were hoping for his severe punishment. The trial lasted 6.5 days, and in the end the court found him guilty of corruption, sentencing him to 4.5 years in prison. The 430,000 Hong Kong dollars he embezzled was also fully recovered by ICAC through civil litigation. Once this case was cracked, the reputation of ICAC was completely established. Those corrupt officials were terrified, fearing that ICAC agents would come knocking on their doors, inviting them for a coffee." He sneered, his tone filled with disdain. "Before this, every department in the British Hong Kong government had an anti-corruption unit, but they were all mere decorations. Each one was complicit with corrupt officials worse than anyone else, merely deaf ears. Good to look at, but useless." Lin Haixing felt a surge of emotions, recalling the rumors he had heard before coming to Hong Kong about the connections between the police and the underworld. Now, hearing Uncle Rong's detailed account, he felt a newfound respect for ICAC and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Rong, after ICAC was established, could it really suppress corruption immediately? Are those police officers that easy to deal with?" Uncle Rong glanced at him, his eyes filled with approval. "Your concern is not excessive at all. In the 1960s and 70s, the Hong Kong police force was tied up with the underworld, relying on protection money from gambling and drugs to make money, forming a massive gray interest chain. In 1973 alone, the bribes taken by police officers from the underworld amounted to 10 billion Hong Kong. 10 billion. Lin Haixing gasped, completely stunned by this figure. With such a massive interest group and so many people involved, how could it be so easy to deal with them? Uncle Rong sighed. The underworld in Hong Kong, which we refer to as Triads, has a long history. The intricacies and stories within could circle the globe. I will tell you slowly when the opportunity arises. Today let's focus on how ICAC dealt with the police and these disciplinary forces. From the very beginning, ICAC received full support from the governor and was unyielding in handling cases directly targeting the police force, which was a major disaster zone. In its first 2 years, it took down dozens of police corruption rings and arrested over 200 police officers, including that Chief Gubo. Among them, there were also many high-ranking Chinese detectives. The formal rank is inspector, but they wield tremendous power. Uncle Rong explained most of them are heads of the criminal investigation departments in various police districts like the Kowloon District Chief and the Hong Kong Island District Chief. They handle matters of both the black and white worlds, raiding venues, collecting protection money, distributing spoils. There was nothing they couldn't get involved in. Their money and influence were greater than those of legitimate police chiefs, and they didn't have to lower their heads when speaking to officials of the same rank as police chiefs. The famous 4 great detectives in Hong Kong were representatives of this group. The entire corruption system in Hong Kong was built by them. However, the ICAC was initially too aggressive, arresting over 100 police officers at once. This caused an uproar in the police force. I remember at the end of last year, thousands of police officers and their families surrounded the ICAC building, blocking all exits. Some rushed in, attacking staff on site. What? Lin Haisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. They dared to hit the ICAC staff. That's too brazen. Didn't the governor punish them severely? Uncle Rong was silent for a moment, took a sip from his teacup, and then slowly spoke. This matter is quite complex. ICAC did quell public anger, but it thoroughly enraged the police. If the police truly went on strike, Hong Kong would descend into chaos. No one to maintain order, thieves and robbers, rampant fires, unchecked brawls, unregulated, and society would collapse entirely. The governor found himself caught in the middle in a dilemma. Ultimately, with no other options, he had to choose the lesser of two evils and compromise with the police. He issued a pardon apart from those already convicted and the high-ranking corrupt officials. He specifically wanted to deal with other public officials' corruption cases prior to January 1st, 1977, would not be pursued. This seems too lenient for them, right? Lin Haisheng frowned. It appears to be a cowardly compromise, but under the circumstances at the time, it was also a necessary measure. Uncle Rong sighed. However, this wave of events made everyone see ICAC's determination and power, and the morale of ICAC soared even higher. Most crucially, the common people of Hong Kong no longer had to suffer under the oppression of the police. Uncle Rong sighed gently. After the Independent Commission Against Corruption established its authority, the local tyrants like the Ho family had no choice but to replace overt robbery with covert schemes. When you see Ho Yong coming to negotiate politely today, it is a result of ICAC's looming presence over them. If it had been a few years ago, they wouldn't have wasted words, but would have come with people and bulldozers instead. Now they have changed their methods, appearing to negotiate openly with the villagers while secretly coercing and enticing them to surrender their land. Most of the villagers in Dawei village fear the Ho family's power, so they endure as much as they can. If the conditions for repurchase or compensation are even slightly acceptable, they have no choice but to concede and hand over their land. He paused, a hint of bitterness in his tone. My ancestors bought a village house here, and it happens to fall within the scope of the Ho family's upcoming acquisition. I have no choice but to unite with nearby villagers to negotiate with them, just trying to fight for a reasonable price. He added, to be honest, we would prefer not to sell at all. It would be best to continue living here, as it is also convenient for my family to go out to sea for fishing. Lin Haisheng listened quietly, feeling turmoil in his heart. When he first came to Hong Kong, he saw only a dazzling world. High-rise buildings, bustling traffic everywhere, signs of economic prosperity, and a vibrant atmosphere. He had never imagined that beneath this land lay so many dark pasts, and that the lives of ordinary people were. At this moment, his understanding of Hong Kong society was completely transformed. Beneath the surface splendor lay the struggles and helplessness of countless ordinary people, along with a history of painful resistance filled with blood and tears. Deep in Nathan Road, Sim Sha Sui, the neon lights of the Golden Light Bar flickered in the night, making one feel. Blinding beams of light alternated across the dance floor. The heavy metal music shook the floor, blending with the rich aroma of whiskey, the burnt scent of cigars, and the cloying perfume of women, fermenting a decadent and heated atmosphere in the enclosed space. The corner booth was partially concealed by deep-colored velvet curtains, forming a private realm guarded by several burly men at the entrance. Ho Yong leaned against the genuine Italian leather sofa, inside the collar of his suit unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of a large gold chain around his neck. His brows were tightly furrowed, impatience swirling in his eyes as the cigar in his fingers burned with a crimson glow. Boga, you have no idea how arrogant that Huang Xiangrong is. Ho Yong took a hefty gulp of whiskey, struggling to suppress the anger in his heart. My land acquisition plan is all set, just missing that one lousy piece of land from him. No matter how I tried to negotiate, that bastard wouldn't listen and even dared to threaten me. Sitting opposite him, Panbo, known as Bogu, was once a red stick of the Zhongan Society of the Triads Guild, and now the spokesperson for the Zhongan Society in the New Territories North, leisurely swirling the brandy glass in his hand. He appeared to be in his early 40s with a neatly shaved buzz cut, a grotesque scar running from his brow bone to his cheekbone, a badge from his youth in the underworld. His black tang suit accentuated his robust build, and a large jade ring adorned his finger. Ah Yong, calm down. He took a puff from the cigar Ho Yong just handed him, smiling as he asked, is this from Cuba? It has a stronger and more fragrant flavor than the Dunhill my elder brother sent me last time. Young Ho is truly resourceful to acquire such a rare item. This is indeed top-tier Cuban called Cohiba. It was specially gifted to me by the chairman of Chongqing Group, Zheng Jia, during our last meeting. If you like it, Bogu, I can send you 2 boxes right now. Ho Yong took a puff and replied proudly. Pan Bo said a thank you, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone shifting in that piece of land in Sha Pa. No one dares to disregard my Pan Bo. Huang Xiangro, an old fool waiting to die. He doesn't know how to behave, so we'll teach him how to be proper. He paused, downed his drink, his tone fierce. Since he refuses a toast and insists on punishment, I will naturally make him understand what the rules of the underworld are. Ho Yong's eyes momentarily lit up with joy, leaning slightly forward, getting closer to Bogu. Bogu, you have to help me get this off my chest. As long as you can take care of him, my little brother will surely understand the benefits. Don't worry, little brother. Bogu patted his shoulder firmly. In a few days, let him taste the consequences. Next to the 2 in the booth were 3 scantily clad beauties, each with stunning makeup and graceful figures. On the left, Lily wore a silver spaghetti strap, dressed the hem barely covering the upper thigh, her snow-white skin glistening under the dim lights. Holding a glass, she leaned toward Bogu with a flirtatious smile, her ample bosom revealing 2 half-spheres intentionally brushing against his arm, her voice sweetly sticky. Bogu, you're amazing. I admire heroes like you the most. Panbo pinched her playfully, letting out a lewd laugh. Is that true? I, Bogu, have always hated fake heroes. If we fight, let's fight real heroes, not fake ones. Lily quickly moved away, lightly hitting Panbo with her hand, saying, you're annoying, of course I'm real. In the middle, Hong Hong was dressed in a black lace, see-through outfit that accentuated her alluring curves, the hollow design of the skirt vaguely revealing soft flesh at her waist. She held a bottle topping off Ho Yong's glass, her fingertips casually brushing over the back of his hand, her gaze captivating. Young master, Ho, don't be angry, it's not worth it to ruin your health. Come, let me drink with you, cheer up. The furthest right, Zhang Xiaoyan with the English name Annie, was pouting slightly, her eyes filled with timid anticipation. She wore a red strapless dress, the slit reaching her waist, revealing a glimpse of her long fair thigh with every movement. A delicate platinum necklace accentuated her slender neck. As a small star newly immigrated from the mainland to Hong Kong to shoot Category 3 films, she was strikingly beautiful, tall, and alluring, especially her large watery eyes that were now filled with hope as she gazed at Ho Yong, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Young Master Ho. Zhang Xiaoyan's voice was soft and sweet, speaking Cantonese with a noticeable mainland accent, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. I heard your good friend Director Luo is still casting for the female lead in the next film. Ho Yong's gaze had long been glued to her. Since she sat down, he had not taken his eyes off her ample bosom and fair thigh, lustful and unabashedly greedy. Hearing her words, Ho Yong chuckled, reaching out to gently trace her cheek with his finger, the touch delicate and smooth. Your English name is Annie, right? Do you want to be the female lead? Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed quickly, nodding, her eyes brimming with expectation. Yes, young master. Ho, I'm working hard. I can definitely perform well. I beg you to say a word to Director Luo. For me, let me be the second female lead, okay? That's easy. Ho Yong's fingers slid from her cheek to her chin, gently pinching it, forcing her to look up at him. His thumb caressed her soft lips, his eyes filled with ambiguity and possessiveness. Little darling, both I and the big bosses of Zhongan Society have invested in this film. As long as you keep us happy, don't mention just the second female lead. Oh, whatever role you want to play, I can arrange it for you. Zhang Xiaoyan's face instantly flushed, to her ears a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by the desire for fame. She bit her lip, suppressing her discomfort, revealing a sultry smile, wrapping her arm around Ho Yong's, pressing her body closer. Thank you, young master. Ho, I will definitely accompany you well. Ho Yong laughed wildly, his palm unconsciously resting against her thigh skin. Lily and Hong Hong noticed and moved closer, chattering sweetly to entice the 2 to drink, making the atmosphere in the booth increasingly ambiguous and luxurious. Bogu, slightly annoyed by Lily's clinginess, did not push her away, but merely observed everything with indifference. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, a smug smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Ho Yong. By the way, Yong, I have something to tell you. Bogu, what is it? Ho Yong, who was teasing Zhang Xiaoyan, raised his head at the mention. I recently took on a new henchman. Bogu spoke with a hint of pride. He just smuggled over from Guangdong. That kid is really capable. A few days ago, he got into a conflict at the dock and took down over 10 people by himself. Quick and ruthless, a real find. Ho Yong's eyes lit up. Oh, so strong. Of course. Bogu patted his thigh, exuding confidence. This kid is a talent, but for now he's still a blue lantern. After a period of assessment, he can officially join and become one of our 49ers. Whenever there's a big scene that requires action, let him handle it. There won't be any problems. That's fantastic. Ho Young exclaimed in delight. Having such a fierce character around will make things much easier in the future. When will you bring him out for me to meet? In a while, once he's familiar with the rules here. Boga took a sip of his drink, speaking confidently that Huang Xiangrong is nothing. You just find a few small henchmen to teach him a lesson. It's a piece of cake. The two exchanged smiles, and the beauties in the booth chimed in the atmosphere, lively yet eerie. Just then the velvet curtain was gently pulled aside. A young henchman dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans poked his head in, lean and vigilant, scanning the area before quickly approaching Ho Young. He lowered his voice as much as possible, leaning toward Ho Young's ear. Breathless Yonggu, I've been looking for you for a while. Ho Young, being fed drinks by Zhang Xiaoyan, frowned impatiently and waved his hand. What is it? Didn't you see I'm busy? It's old Master Ho looking for you. The henchman's voice dropped even lower, his eyes cautious. He wants you to come home immediately. There's something important to discuss, and he sounded quite urgent. My dad is looking for me this late. Ho Young's brows furrowed tighter, the smile on his face disappearing, instantly replaced by confusion and impatience. His father Ho Guiqiang was usually indifferent to his late-night escapades. Oh, why was he suddenly so eager to find him today? Did he say what it's about? Ho Young pressed on, his tone tinged with displeasure. No, old master just said to return as soon as possible, not to delay. The henchman shook his head, not daring to say more. Ho Young fell silent for a moment, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. On one side was the unfinished drinking party, and the beautiful women within reach. On the other was his father's urgent summons. Boga sensed his conflict, patting his shoulder. Since it's old Master Ho looking for you, it must be urgent. You should go take a look first. I'll keep an eye on things here regarding Huang Xiangro. All right then. Ho Young gritted his teeth, stood up, adjusted his suit jacket, and glanced lecherously at Zhang Xiaoyan. Annie, when I come back next time, let's continue discussing the movie. Zhang Xiaoyan quickly nodded, revealing a compliant smile. Thank you. Young Master Ho, you're so kind to me. Ooh, I'll wait for your good news. Ho Young said no more and turned to follow the henchman. The dark figure quickly disappeared into the noisy crowd of the bar. Boga watched his silhouette, taking a sip from his glass. Lily seized the opportunity to lean in and coyly ask Boga, what shall we do now? Boga set down his glass, his gaze sweeping over the three beauties in the booth, a cryptic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What else can we do? Beautiful women, let's keep drinking. The music in the bar continued, the neon lights flickering erratically, illuminating each person's face in a dim and bright manner, just like the night in Sim Sha Sui, concealing endless desires and dangers. The black Bentley sped along the Shapo highway at night, its wheels carving fleeting arcs under the dim streetlights. In the driver's seat, Ho Young wore a distressed expression, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. The sensation of Zhang Xiaoyan's fair thigh still lingered in his palm, but the moment of indulgence was abruptly cut short by his father's unwelcome summons. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, pressing the accelerator down further. Hurry up, hurry up. Why do I have to go home so late? Is the old man deliberately trying to ruin my fun? As Ho Young pushed open the heavy oak door of the villa, it was already past 9 o'clock. The living room door was ajar. As soon as he entered, he noticed only a single floor lamp was lit, casting a warm glow around the figure on the sofa. Ho Guiqiang leaned back on the genuine leather sofa, his face somewhat blurred in the interplay of light and shadow, with only his cold eyes fixed sharply on the newcomer. The head of the Ho family in his 50s had a medium build and graying temples, yet he still exuded a vigorous spirit. He held a British cigar between his fingers, the crimson ember flickering, surrounded by swirling smoke. Dad. Ho Young loosened his tie, the scent of alcohol and perfume still lingering around him. He strode forward, his tone laced with urgency. Are you waiting for me this late? Because there's something urgent. Can't we discuss it tomorrow? He sensed that his father's aura today was off, oppressive and heavy like the calm before a storm. Ho Guiqiang did not respond, his gaze pinned on Ho Young with a penetrating sharpness, as if he could see through to his very soul. Ho Young felt a jolt in his heart, instinctively straightening his back. Silence. The only sounds in the living room were the faint crackle of the burning cigar and the occasional rustle of wind from outside. This silence felt like a heavy stone, making it hard for Ho Young to breathe. After a full half-minute, Ho Guiqiang slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse yet carried an undeniable pressure. You went to Dai village today. What happened? Did the negotiations fall through? Ho Young's heart sank. He had just returned and hadn't had the chance to report back. He forced out. Huang Xiangrong, that old fisherman, is resistant to both persuasion and coercion. There was no way to continue the discussion. No way to continue. Is that why you rushed to find someone from the Jing'an Association tonight? Ho Guoqiang's voice suddenly rose a few notches, his gaze turning sharp and fierce. Ho Young, do you think the Ho family's foundation is not enough for you to squander? Dad. Ho Young was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of accusations, and a surge of anger welled up in his chest. He stepped forward, swallowing hard, his voice strained with urgency. How do you know? I was only inquiring about the situation. I had no intention of taking action. No intention. Ho Guiqiang sneered, crushing the cigar in the crystal ashtray with a soft hissing sound. As the embers extinguished, he suddenly stood up. Although Ho Guoqiang was not particularly tall, his imposing presence at that moment made even his son, who stood at over 6 feet tall, feel an overwhelming psychological pressure. You think I don't know your little schemes, eh? Ho Guoqiang glared at him, each word dripping with anger. You took a hit during the day and now want to retaliate at night. Do you think this is like a few years ago? What was it like a few years ago? Ho Yong could no longer contain himself, a mix of grievance and alcohol fueling his anger. His face flushed a deep shade of purple and his voice rose involuntarily. His chest heaved violently, his fists clenched unconsciously. That old man Huang Xiangrong really thinks weren't the conditions we offered through the intermediary good enough? The compensation for relocation was twice that of others, yet he still wasn't satisfied. He insists on clinging to some collective village interests and inciting those villagers to oppose us. Ho Yong became increasingly agitated, almost overflowing with hostility. Let's just send someone to teach him a lesson and see if he dares to act up again. His eyes reddened, his tone fierce. When the villagers are left without a leader, won't they just fall under our control? Enough! Ho Guoqiang's voice rang out sharply. His expression darkened further, and the chill in his gaze made Ho Yong instinctively shiver. Teach him a lesson. Is your brain filled with mush? Ho Guoqiang's voice was filled with the anger of disappointment. Do you think it's still like before, when we could handle both the underworld and the legitimate side at Wale? He stood up in agitation, taking a few steps forward, each word striking like a hammer. I see. The people from the Independent Commission Against Corruption are watching us closely. If you dare lay a finger on Huang Xiangrong, as soon as there's even a hint of evidence, they will come knocking at our door. Mentioning the ICAC sent a clear sense of apprehension through Ho Guoqiang's tone. He pointed a finger at Ho Yong's chest. At that time, the Ho family's hard-earned foundation built up over many years will all be destroyed because of you. Can you bear the consequences? What does ICAC matter? Although Ho Yong was intimidated by his father's aura, he still felt defiant, holding his head high and retorting, as long as we do things cleanly and swiftly, what can they uncover? Is it really such a big deal over a mere fisherman? Dad, you're just being overly cautious. He thought his father had become timid with age. Cautious? Ho Guoqiang's face turned pale with rage, pointing at Ho Yong's nose, his hand trembling with anger. What the hell do you know? True, Huang Xiangrong is an ordinary fisherman, but have you forgotten his standing in the local community? Those old fishermen and the original residents of the village. Who doesn't respect him? His word carries more weight than 10 of ours. Ho Guoqiang took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anger boiling within him, yet his tone remained stern. If you rashly act against him and incite public outrage, and the media gets wind of it, do you think the ICAC will not investigate? At that point, we would be like rats crossing the street, universally condemned. Ho Yong was rendered speechless by the reprimand. He was not unaware of Huang Xiangrong's standing. He was just too frustrated by the humiliation he suffered during the day, and his mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge. Yet his father's words forced him to calm down. He understood the power of the ICAC. 2 years ago, a local big shot from a neighboring district, also a property developer, fell under the ICAC's scrutiny after offending someone during a forced demolition, leading to his company's bankruptcy and his own imprisonment. But the thought of the project potentially stalling because of Huang Xiangrong's non-cooperation made Ho Yong anxious. So what do you suggest we do? His tone softened, but still carried a hint of dissatisfaction. We have already invested significantly in the collaboration with Chongqing Group for this project. If it stalls because of his obstruction, the losses will be immense, and you know that better than I do. Besides, you are the chairman of the Village Affairs Committee, a figure of power and influence in the new territories. When have you ever endured such humiliation? Ho Guoqiang looked at his son's impatient demeanor and sighed inwardly. He sat back down on the sofa, picked up a cigar, and tossed one to his son. The crimson flames flickered in the dimly lit living room, and smoke once again curled around, obscuring his expression. When doing things, you must think. You cannot act recklessly. Ho Guoqiang slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone finally softening a bit. As for Huang Xiangrong, I've asked someone to find him for a discussion. I will personally ask him if the benefits we provide are insufficient, and if necessary, we will increase our offers. As long as Huang Xiangrong nods in agreement, the other villagers will gradually compromise for the sake of the benefit. Moreover, we can also work through the Township Affairs Committee and other members of the clan. With a dual approach, we need not fear their unwillingness to yield. Ho Guoqiang's tone carried a hint of fatigue. Furthermore, do not forget, at the beginning of the year, Master Dong Mujia of the Iron Board Divine Calculation predicted that you would have a year of misfortune and encounter troublemakers, warning of potential disasters. He also mentioned that you should be cautious in business over the next 2 years and not to act rashly. Now the British themselves are having headaches. The situation in Hong Kong faces the issue of 97, especially regarding land development in Hong Kong, particularly real estate projects in the new territories, which the government may need to slow down and consider long-term. Thus, everything cannot be rushed now. If you hurry, you will make mistakes. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you need not worry about firewood. Besides real estate projects, our family has other industries to support us. Ho Guoqiang patiently explained, trying to make his son understand his concerns. He knew that Ho Yong was shrewd, but too impulsive, focusing only on immediate results without considering the bigger picture. But I simply can't swallow this anger. Ho Yong's emotions had softened somewhat, but he stubbornly said, "Why should we let him have his way?" Ho Guoqiang put down his cigar, his gaze sharp as he looked at him. "Because everything we now possess must be careful. You are simply too impulsive." Ho Guoqiang's tone carried a sense of frustration. The position our Ho family has today was not achieved through momentary rashness. In doing things, one must consider the overall situation. You cannot lose sight of the big picture for the sake of small gains. He stood up, walked in front of Ho Yong, and patted his shoulder. "Think about it. How much have we earned by collaborating with major real estate developers over the years, by acquiring land for development? If we ruin our relationship with the government over such trivial matters, who would dare to cooperate with us in the future? At that time, the Ho family would truly be on a downward spiral." Ho Yong fell silent. His father's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing him. He knew his father was. The scale of the Ho family today could not be separated from his father's strategic planning, nor from the support of the Hong Kong British government and those cooperative partners. Once these are lost, the Ho family would indeed fall into trouble. "But I always feel that this is too suffocating." He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept. "Suffocating?" Ho Guoqiang chuckled, but there was no warmth in that smile. "In this world, to succeed, one must first learn to endure. If you cannot endure the small inconveniences, you may disrupt the larger plans. Endure for a moment. It is not surrender, but waiting for a better opportunity to strike your opponent decisively. Dad, I know you are doing this for the good of the family." Ho Yong's tone softened, his face bearing a hint of grievance, like a child who had been wronged. "But I really can't swallow this anger." Ho Guoqiang looked at his son's aggrieved expression, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of helplessness. He sighed, his tone softening a bit. "I understand your feelings, but we cannot act on impulse. You are not a child anymore. It's time to mature. You must be more stable in your actions. The heavy responsibilities of the Ho family will eventually fall on your shoulders. Our family has come this far through wisdom and strategy, not through violence." Ho Yong remained silent for a long time. He looked at the white hair at his father's temples, the weariness and worry in his eyes, and his own unwillingness gradually faded. "All right, Dad, I will listen to you." He finally relented, though his tone still carried a hint of reluctance. "Let's do it my way." He stood up, patted Ho Yong's shoulder. "In the future, when you encounter situations, think more about the consequences. It don't always be so impulsive." "Understood, Dad." Ho Yong replied, helplessly, turning to leave the living room. "Wait." Ho Guoqiang suddenly called out to him. Ho Yong paused, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had a bad feeling. As expected, he heard Ho Guoqiang's voice again, imbued with undeniable authority. "You need to rein in those shady businesses you've been involved in recently. Don't let those matters cause trouble for the family." Ho Guoqiang paused, adding with a heavier tone, "Your brother is now in need of help. He will not let you off easily." Ho Yong's mind went blank in an instant. His expression changed drastically. It turned out his father was already. He had been involved in drug trafficking and those shady investments in the sex industry. Activities that could not see them. He had always kept it very discreet, but he never expected to be discovered by his father. "Dad, what are you talking about?" Ho Yong feigned calmness, trying to cover it up. "I haven't done any shady business recently. It's all legitimate investments." "Legitimate investments?" Ho Guoqiang scoffed, his gaze sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through all of Ho Yong's disguises. "Do I need to list all your dirty deeds one by one before you will admit it?" Ho Yong understood that since his father said this, he surely had concrete evidence. Further arguing would only invite harsher reprimands. "Dad, don't worry." Ho Yong lowered his head, unable to meet his father's eyes, his voice trembling slightly. "I am aware I won't cause trouble for the family. You better be aware." Ho Guoqiang's tone was laced with a strong warning. "Our Ho family has worked hard to attain our current position. Do not ruin it with your reckless behavior. If I find out you are still involved in those disreputable activities, I will not let you off lightly." His penetrating gaze fixed on Ho Yong, the authority and warning in his eyes made Ho Yong feel uneasy all over. "I understand, Dad." Ho Yong replied, lowering his head. He dared not linger, quickly saying, "Good night, Dad," before hastily leaving the living room. Ho Guoqiang watched Ho Yong's departing figure and sighed heavily. That sigh was filled with exhaustion and worry. He sat back down on the sofa, picked up the cigar from the table, but did not light it again. Ho Yong, this child, is indeed clever and quick-witted, but he is too impulsive and does not consider the consequences of his actions. He is a significant hidden danger for the future development of the Ho family. But what can he do? The Ho family has only 2 sons. The younger son, Ho Ming, is not the legitimate child, and being too straightforward, is wholly devoted to his police career and has no intention of taking over the family business. Only Ho Yong has the ability and ambition to shoulder the responsibilities of the Ho family. He only hopes that Ho Yong can mature quickly, understand his concerns, and walk the right path. But can Ho Yong truly understand? Ho Guoqiang felt uncertain in his heart. He fell into deep worry. The future of the entire family was filled with challenges and uncertainties. In the past, when Hong Kong's legal system was still not sound, he relied on connections and means to manage many high-ranking officials and police officers. Even if something happened, he could suppress it. But now it is different. The Independent Commission Against Corruption is closely monitoring, and the media is invasive. Even the slightest disturbance could bring about disaster. Careless actions are truly not acceptable. He must lead the Ho family cautiously through the currently complex situation in Hong Kong. Days flow like sand in an hourglass, passing by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Haixing has been living at Uncle Rong's house for almost a year. Recently, his grandfather has repeatedly expressed his wish for him to move to Kowloon and live together. Sometimes Lin Haixing sits in the slightly old, yet cozy living room of Uncle Rong's house pondering, the Rong family has been so good to me, but it feels inappropriate to keep living in their house. It's troublesome for them, and that's not right. Should I move to my grandfather's house, or should I rent a place for myself? His heart was filled with turmoil. After the recent Dragon Boat Festival, the weather in Hong Kong had become hot again, with the banyan trees along the main road in Shapa district casting a dense shade. One weekend afternoon, Huang Xiangrong invited Lin Haixing to the tea restaurant by the road that they often frequented for afternoon tea. They chose a relatively quiet table by the window and sat down facing each other. Lin Haixing took a deep breath, his hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. Over the past month, he had been contemplating moving to Kowloon. The kindness of Uncle Rong's family made him reluctant, but it also made him increasingly uneasy, feeling like a burden. However, at this moment, Uncle Rong's expression did not seem to indicate a conversation about moving away. Instead it appeared he had something more important to discuss with him. Haixing, you've been in Hong Kong for almost a year, right? Huang Xiangrong pushed a steamer of shrimp dumplings in front of him. Ever since that day we met by chance on the beach, and I took you, and I felt that we were destined to be together. Recently you have been getting along with Jianhua and Jiandong like brothers. My sister Si and I, our family, genuinely likes you from the bottom of our hearts. The warm aroma of tea wrapped around his heartfelt words, making Lin Haixing's nose tingle. He recalled the anxiety he felt when he first arrived, remembered how Huang Jianhua shielded him from the curious questions of the villagers accompanied him to get his ID card, remembered how Huang Jiandong took him to work and to the basketball court, and how Su Sime always put the best pieces of meat into his bowl. These fragments of warmth were the family-like stability he had never dared to hope for on his journey to escape Hong Kong. Uncle Rong, he said, his voice trembling as he put down the chopsticks, it is you who gave me a second life. If it weren't for you, I would have been sent back by the police long ago. Who knows? The words choked in his throat. Huang Xiangrong looked at him, the solemnity in his eyes deepening. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision. Today, I want to formally tell you about our decision. Si Mei and I have discussed it, and we would like to recognize you as our godson. You are the same age as Jiandong, just a few months younger, and from now on you will be the third in the Huang family. I know you have recognized your relatives in Kowloon, but we sincerely hope you can also consider this place as your home. The words godson struck Lin Haixing like thunder, causing his heart to tremble. Countless warm memories surged in his mind, and the sense of belonging, being treated as family, overwhelmed him, making his eyes burn with emotion. I would be honored. He almost blurted out, his voice filled with excitement. Uncle Rong, I'm willing. But I'm afraid. I won't amount to much and will disappoint your expectations. Uncle Rong's smile instantly blossomed, dispelling the anxiety that had lingered for days. He patted Lin Haixing's shoulder heavily. Good lad. Just having this intention is enough. Si Mei has been worried that you wouldn't agree. After all, we are just ordinary people and cannot offer you great advantages. At that moment, the glass door of the tea restaurant was pushed open and the wind chimes jingled, breaking the warm atmosphere. A figure in a police uniform walked in with three prominent-shaped insignias on his shoulder. He was the three-chai inspector, as referred to by the people of Hong Kong. Lin Haixing looked at him, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. He was the police officer who accompanied the British inspector on the ship to conduct searches the day he escaped Hong Kong. Huang Xiangrong also recognized that the person was Inspector Zhang Haoyong from the Shapa District Police Station. He composed himself, withdrew his hand, and politely smiled. Officer Zhang, good afternoon. It's been a while since we last met after your promotion. Zhang Haoyong's gaze swept around the restaurant, and when it landed on Huang Xiangrong, he showed a hint of familiarity. Oh, it's Uncle Rong, good afternoon. His gaze then shifted to Lin Haixing, sizing him up and slightly furrowing his brows. Is this young man your relative? Lin Haixing's heart raced as if it would burst from his chest. He could feel that gaze, sharp as a knife, as if it sought to penetrate his disguise, exposing every detail of his past escape. He is the son of an old friend who is a fisherman from the mainland, just immigrated to Hong Kong, and is temporarily staying at my house. Huang Xiangrong's tone was casual as he poured Lin Haixing another cup of tea. The soft clinking sound of the cup lid against the cup body perfectly alleviated the tense atmosphere. This lad is sensible and diligent, often helping me at the dock to deliver fish. Zhang Haoyong stared at Lin Haixing's face and slowly spoke. The young man seems somewhat familiar. Have we met? This question was like a needle piercing through Lin Haixing's forced calmness. His Adam's apple bobbed, yet he could not produce any sound. The memories of that day, the sea breeze, the police sirens, the footsteps of the search, suddenly surged up, suffocating him. Perhaps we crossed paths at the dock or market. Huang Xiangrong quickly interjected, maintaining a calm tone, while discreetly glancing at Lin Haixing, signaling him not to panic. It's been busy at the dock lately. He follows me around every day, so it's inevitable we've seen each other. Zhang Haoyong nodded, thoughtfully not pursuing the question further, and turned to the bar to place an order. However, as he walked past their table, he paused briefly, and his gaze swept over Lin Haisheng's tense-side profile, revealing a hint of inquiry, mixed with an inexplicable scrutiny. Lin Haisheng felt somewhat nervous, raised his teacup, and took a big sip. The scalding tea burned his tongue, but helped clear his muddled mind. Huang Xiangrong noticed his pale face, a flicker of worry passing through his eyes before settling down again. He put down the teacup, his gaze shifting to the bustling street outside the window. His voice lowered, carrying a heavy tone. Haisheng, the whole family has been looking for me recently. Lin Haisheng's heart jolted, and he looked up at him. That day He Guoqiang personally sent someone to pick me up to meet at his villa. He told me not to worry, and to discuss with the villagers to propose a suitable price for the land exchange rights. He even said I could compare with other companies. He is willing to compete fairly, and told me not to mind Ho Yong, saying that matters regarding the Ho family are his responsibility. He also hinted that if I am smart and cooperate well, he will remember it, and when the Township Affairs Committee is re-elected next year, he will help me become a committee member and village chief. Huang Xiangrong took a sip of tea, saying helplessly they want to fight for the land in Data Village, and both soft and hard tactics will be used. He Guoqiang just wants to win me over and keep me stable. Behind the scenes he will definitely be working to bribe other villagers. Huang Xiangrong raised his head to look at Lin Haisheng, his expression calm, yet firm. This place may seem peaceful, but beneath the surface there are turbulent currents. As an outsider, having your grandfather and uncles in the urban area of Kowloon is your true path to the future. Uncle wants to adopt you as his godson, not to pull you into this, but to give you a stepping stone. Once you acknowledge the kinship, living in Kowloon will not be a betrayal of this bond. It turned out that Uncle Rong had already planned an escape route. The earlier acknowledgement of kinship was both a genuine acceptance and a path paved for him. Lin Haisheng felt a mix of emotions, putting down the teacup. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Uncle Rong, you saved my life. Every meal I've eaten and every peaceful night's sleep over the past 6 months has been provided by this family. He shook his head, his eyes showing no hesitation. What trouble? From the day I landed, my affairs have been tied to this village, this family. If you recognize me as your godson, I am one of the Huang family, and the Huang family's matters are my matters. Huang Xiangrong gazed at him for a long time, the worry in his eyes gradually transforming into a profound smile. He nodded heavily, saying a single word, good. One word heavy as 1,000 pounds. Not far away at another table, Zhang Haoyong was dining, tilting his head to talk to the staff, but the corner of his eye once again inadvertently drifted toward the corner by the window. The auspicious day that Master has chosen has finally arrived. As dawn breaks, the small courtyard of the Huang Xiangrong family is filled with the warmth of early summer. The preparations for the recognition ceremony are simple. Su Sime solemnly hands over 2 items that have long been prepared to Lin Haisheng. A smooth white jade Buddha pendant intricately carved with the smiling face of the Buddha, and a simple plain gold ring polished to a smooth roundness, feeling heavy in the palm. The jade Buddha brings peace, and the gold ring brings fortune. The jade Buddha's light was obtained from the Wang Tai Sin temple at the beginning of the year, ensuring safety. Su Sime gently caresses the smooth surface of the jade Buddha. This gold ring is an old custom of the Cantonese, ringing in good fortune, hoping for a future free from worries about food and clothing. Lin Haisheng nods vigorously, taking the items and keeping them close. He then walks into the bedroom, digging out a brand new outfit from the bottom of his suitcase. A white cotton shirt, crisp and neat, black trousers with straight creases. This was carefully selected by Su Sime after visiting several shops, as she said that recognition is a significant matter and one must dress appropriately. He carefully changes into the clothes. The buttons of the shirt are a bit tight. When he buttons it to the collar, he pauses in front of the bright mirror on the wall. The young man in the mirror has delicate features, but his eyes betray a clear tension and an uncontainable excitement. He picks up a comb, applies a bit of hair gel, and meticulously styles his hair back. The unruly strand that always refuses to obey is also tamed today. The person in the mirror is both familiar and strange. A year ago he was just a barefoot young man from the countryside walking on the ridges of farmland, but now he is dressed in a crisp shirt, standing in this village house in Hong Kong. Between this turn of events lies the Shenzhen River and a treacherous smuggling journey that nearly cost him his life. Regarding the recognition ceremony, he immediately informed his grandfather and uncle's family after discussing it with Uncle Rong at the tea restaurant. He remembers that day, his grandfather sitting in a rocking chair, eyes closed, listening to Cantonese opera on the radio. Lin Haisheng approached his grandfather, gently shaking his arm, and said, "Grandpa, I have good news to tell you." Yi Kuan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in them, and asked, "What good news?" Lin Haisheng took a deep breath and said, "I will be recognizing Uncle Rong's family as my guardians. They will be my godfather and godmother from now on." Upon hearing this, Yi Kun's face broke into a warm smile. He patted Lin Haisheng's shoulder and said, "Haisheng, this is great news. Uncle Rong's family has been kind to you. You must treat them well." Uncle Yi Xinyang, upon learning the news, also smiled and said, "Haisheng, congratulations. You must be sensible and filial from now on." Aunt Du Jie nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, Uncle Rong's family are all good people. You must cherish this bond. From now on you will have 2 homes in Hong Kong." Lin Haixing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with joy. In the living room, the ceremony preparations have begun. The incense altar is set up, an ancient 8 immortals table, draped in red cloth, 2 red candles flickering with flames, the scent of wax mingling with sandalwood filling the air. Huang Xiangrong picks up 3 incense sticks, lights them, and bows deeply 3 times at the incense altar, softly reciting, "Ancestral spirits, today, I Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime take Lin Haixing as our godson, and from now on we will treat him as our own, caring for him diligently. We pray for the ancestral spirits to bless Lin Haixing with safety and health, and more so to protect him from all misfortunes in Hong Kong, allowing him to settle down and thrive, achieving great wealth and prosperity." The last whispered sentence is as light as a breeze, yet it makes Lin Haixing's heart sink suddenly. He stands before the incense altar, watching the flickering candlelight, beads of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. "Kneel down." Huang Xiangrong's voice is deep and solemn, carrying an undeniable authority. Lin Haixing takes a deep breath and slowly kneels. As his knees touch the cold hard floor, he trembles slightly. This kneel is one of gratitude, of promise, and also of allegiance. He closes his eyes, feeling that his heart holds not only pure gratitude, but also a sincere determination. "With this bow, the troubles of the Huang family will now be my troubles." Lin Haixing's Ho family, the Triads. "You may come at me." 1 bow to thank for the refuge, 2 bows to pledge respect and filial piety, 3 bows to pray for the family to weather the storm together. Each bow is filled with deep sincerity. The moment his forehead touches the ground, he feels as if he can sense the gaze of his ancestors and the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. After the kneeling ceremony, Huang Jianhua presents 2 cups of hot tea in white porcelain with a red fortune character. Lin Haixing rises, steadies himself as he accepts them, and approaches Huang Xiangrong, respectfully offering, "Godfather, please enjoy the tea." His voice trembles slightly, but is filled with sincerity. Huang Xiangrong takes the teacup, his gaze falling on the upright young man before him, and smiles with satisfaction. He pats Lin Haixing on the shoulder and says, "Child, from today onward you are a member of the Huang family. We will share fortunes and face difficulties together." After saying this, he tilts his head and drinks the hot tea in one go. "Godmother, please enjoy the tea." Lin Haixing then brings the tea to Su Sime. Su Sime accepts the tea, her eyes glistening with tears. After finishing it, she pulls out a thick red envelope, handing it to him, her trembling fingertips revealing her excitement. Then Huang Xiangrong picks up a brand new blue and white porcelain bowl filled with warm food, accompanied by new chopsticks and a new spoon. This is an old custom of the Cantonese recognition ceremony called family rice, using new bowls and chopsticks, sharing a bite of the family's meal from now on, becoming one family, sharing a pot of rice, and bearing responsibilities together. Family rice entering the family door. He places the bowl in front of Lin Haixing, saying, "From now on we are family. We will face difficulties together and live good lives together." Lin Haixing receives the bowl with both hands, the warmth of the bowl spreading through his fingertips to his heart. He picks up the chopsticks, takes a mouthful of rice, and slowly chews the soft and glutinous texture, hiding the taste of home. He looks at Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime, speaking each word clearly. "Godfather, Godmother, rest assured, I will definitely respect and honor you, and together with my family, we will overcome all difficulties and share in the blessings." After the recognition ceremony concludes, the family gathers together, filled with laughter and joy. The table is laden with a feast, including roast chicken, hakka, braised pork, large crabs, steamed fish, and stir-fried vegetables. Lin Haixing specially brought along 2 bottles of Maodai wine gifted by his uncle. As soon as they are opened, the aroma of the wine fills the air, and everyone joyfully raises their glasses to celebrate. Huang Jiandong, straightforward in nature, couldn't help but speak after taking a few sips of wine. "We've recognized a 3rd brother today, oh our family will be stronger. Once we deal with that bunch of Ho Yong's thugs." "Jiandong." Huang Xiangrong suddenly coughs, his gaze sternly stopping him. The conversation abruptly halts, and the dining table falls into a moment of awkward silence. Su Sime quickly intervenes, saying, "Let's eat. No need to talk nonsense. The most important thing for a family is to be harmonious and safe." While saying this, she helps Huang Jiandong with a piece of food, the laughter somewhat forced to cover the previous awkwardness. Lin Haixing silently eats, saying nothing, but instinctively touches the jade Buddha on his chest, the warm touch bringing him a bit of reassurance. He knows that this recognition is not just the beginning of a new life, but also the onset of a hard battle. From now on, he has a second family behind him, a new support, and a responsibility he must protect. For the first time in his life, Huang Jiandong lied to his family. Ever since he rescued the Vietnamese woman Ruan Xing on Lama Island, he and Lin Haixing have kept silent about it. They knew too well the personalities of Uncle Rong and Sister Sue. Even the smallest matters required repeated reminders. If they found out that their family was involved with refugees, they would surely lose sleep over it. While Huang Jiandong kept his family in the dark, he was also trying to find ways to help Ruan Xing search for her family. Meanwhile, Ruan Xing's situation had become increasingly dire. After being rescued from the refugee ship, her father's condition worsened significantly, his body emaciated to the point of being nothing but bones. His cough echoed day and night at times so severe that it brought up blood-tinged phlegm. Ruanxing sat by her father's side, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. "Dad, hold on, I will find a way to save you." She sorrowfully grasped her father's frail hand. Perhaps her pleas had an effect, or perhaps the officer had a change of heart. The Hong Kong officer in charge of the refugee ship finally relented, agreeing to let her take her father to the hospital for treatment. After learning the news from a police friend, Old Xie immediately informed Huang Jiandong to come and help. With Old Xie's connections, Huang Jiandong accompanied Ruanxing and her father to a nearby small hospital. The doctor examined her father and emerged with the report, his face grave and alarming. "Stomach cancer already at an advanced stage. If we perform surgery it might have better outcomes, but you are refugees." The doctor continued helplessly, "We have no other options." The doctor's words struck Ruanxing like a heavy hammer on her heart. "Doctor, please save my dad." Ruanxing fell to her knees with a thud, gripping the doctor's pants, tightly, weeping heartbreakingly. "No matter how much it costs, I'm willing to pay. I'm begging you." The doctor sighed, helping her up, his tone filled with resignation. "Miss, it's not that we don't want to help, but you are refugees without identification or family guarantees. The hospital can only provide basic care, we cannot offer further treatment. Basic anti-inflammatory treatment, pain relief, and 4 drips." A few days later, her father's condition slightly stabilized, and the hospital issued an eviction notice. Huang Jiandong could only watch helplessly as Ruanxing supported her weak father, moving step by step back to the refugee ship under the supervision of the police. Life on the refugee ship was a daily torment. The cramped space was packed with hundreds of people, and the air was thick with the stench of sweat, seawater, and excrement. Food consisted of only a small amount of dry rations and fresh water, and every day someone would collapse from hunger or illness. Ruanxing stayed by her father's side day and night. As the agonizing days passed, summer came a few months later. The sun blazed like a giant fireball, scorching the entire sea surface, and the deck of the refugee ship became unbearably hot. Inside the cabin, the heat was stifling like a steamer. Everyone was drenched in sweat, and breathing became difficult. The living conditions on the ship worsened. Fresh water became scarce and food was running low. Despair set in for some, while others grew restless. "Rather than waiting to die here, we should fight for it. Yes, we cannot just be trapped here to die." Finally, on a pitch-black night, where one could not see their own hand, a few young refugees could no longer bear it. They snuck to the stern of the ship and used a rusty pair of scissors to cut the anchor chain. Without the anchor chain's restraint, the entire cargo ship surged wildly across the sea like a headless fly. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the hull violently struck the rocks near Lama Island. A large gash split the ship, and seawater rushed in through the crack. "The ship is sinking. Run!" Someone shouted, and chaos erupted on the ship. People pushed and shoved each other, frantically scrambling to jump into the sea and flee towards the shore. Ruanxing trembled in fear, holding her father tightly, shouting, "Dad, hold on to me." Her father weakly opened his eyes, using his last bit of strength to push her towards the edge of the ship. "Xing, you escaped by yourself, don't worry about me. I want. If we're going, we go together." Ruanxing cried, refusing to let go. Amid the chaos, someone bumped into Ruanxing, causing her to lose her balance and fall into the pitch-black, icy water with her father. The salty, fishy seawater mixed with the smell of diesel rushed into her mouth and nose, accompanied by the terrifying groans of the twisted ship, the screams of the crowd, and the distant wail of police sirens. She struggled to rise her feet, sinking into the cold mud. Fortunately, it was low tide that night. The water only reached her waist, allowing her and her father to barely stand in the water, moving step by step towards the shore. In a critical moment, Chen Dage, a Vietnamese overseas Chinese who had been helping them, appeared just in time, grabbing her father's arm to help Ruanxing drag him to shore. However, what awaited them was the Hong Kong police, who had been on high alert. "Don't move. Everyone squat down," the officers shouted, guns raised. The scene was chaotic, with cries and shouts intertwined. Some refugees attempted to resist, but were quickly subdued by the officers. Seeing that the situation had completely spiraled out of control, the Hong Kong British government had no choice but to agree to let all crew members and refugees abandon the ship and disembark, relocating them to a refugee camp in the new territories. When Ruanxing first arrived at the refugee camp, she felt a wave of anxiety. She had no idea what life would be like here, nor how to handle her father's illness. To her surprise, the Hong Kong British government implemented an open management policy for the refugee camp, providing supplies, which was much better than life on the ship. Within the specified time, you can enter and exit other areas of Hong Kong, freely search for relatives, and even look. The management of the refugee camp has been handed over to the International Red Cross and volunteer organizations, explained the staff responsible for registration. Even more surprisingly, Hong Kong residents can freely enter the refugee area to visit. This afternoon, while Ruanxing was with her father in the open area of the refugee camp basking in the sun, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. "Ruanxing, Ruanxing." She looked up and saw Huang Jiandong accompanied by Lin Haixing scanning the area and repeatedly calling her name. Brother Huang, Brother Lin. Wan Xing was both surprised and delighted, quickly standing up and running towards them. Upon seeing her, Huang Jiandong hurried over, took her hand, and looked her up and down, his tone filled with concern. Are you okay? I've been so worried about you during this time. I'm fine, thank you, Brother Huang. Wan Xing's eyes turned red instantly. All the grievances and hardships she had endured during this time flooded back to her the moment she saw Huang Jiandong. Huang Jiandong noticed the old man behind her and asked, How is your father's health? He's very weak, but after coming to the refugee camp, the living conditions improved, and his condition has stabilized for now. Wan Xing nodded, her voice choked. Although Huang Jiandong felt that the living conditions in the refugee camp were not much better than those in a Hong Kong prison, they were still a vast improvement compared to the hellish cargo ship. Huang Jiandong's expression darkened. He walked over to the old man and softly said, Uncle, please rest well. Then he pulled Wan Xing aside and took out an old watch from his pocket, handing it to her. Is this the token your aunt left for your mother? Huang Jiandong asked. Wan Xing nodded, looking at the Iron Lady's watch, her eyes reddening further. Yes, this is what my aunt left before she left. She said that if she could get to Hong Kong in the future, she could find her with this watch. I have been trying to find her during this time, but I haven't succeeded yet. However, don't worry. Huang Jiandong tightened his grip on the watch, his gaze resolute. I will definitely help you find your aunt and provide you with support in Hong Kong. Wan Xing looked into Huang Jiandong's earnest eyes. Brother Huang, I truly don't know how to repay your great kindness. Her voice choked and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Huang Jiandong knew he had committed to an almost impossible task in the bustling city of Hong Kong to find a woman whose name he knew but whose exact address remained a mystery, armed only with an old wristwatch. Yet the sight of Wan Xing's pained and helpless expression prevented him from uttering the words, give up. Time is a chasm deeper than the sea. From that day forth, Huang Jiandong embarked on a difficult journey to find his kin. In search of clues, Huang Jiandong would leave home before dawn on holidays, returning late at night. With the old watch in hand, he navigated through the streets and alleys of Hong Kong. He visited upscale office buildings and also wandered through dilapidated tenement districts. He questioned street vendors and factory security guards, but all he received in return were head shakes and refusals. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. Just as Huang Jiandong was at a loss and on the brink of despair, a sudden turn of events occurred. That day, after helping his father Huang Xiangrong deliver goods to a vegetable market in Tunmun, he took the opportunity to inquire about leads within the market. An elderly vegetable vendor looked at the watch in his hand and hesitantly said, This watch. I seem to recall a Vietnamese woman wearing one of the same style. She often comes to buy vegetables, and I noticed her watch when she was getting change. Huang Jiandong's heart raced as he eagerly grasped the old woman's hand and asked loudly, Grandma, have you really seen her? Where did you see her? Do you know where she lives? The old woman was startled by his urgency, took a moment to collect herself, and replied, She said she lives nearby and walks to the market to buy groceries. She didn't specify the exact location, but it seems to be near the Tunmun industrial area where she works. She also mentioned that there's a Dolly Kong supermarket below the building she rents, but the prices are higher than those at the market. With this newfound clue, Huang Jiandong quickly thanked the old woman and turned to run towards the Tunmun industrial area. The industrial zone was quite large, with hundreds of factories of varying sizes. Huang Jiandong searched one factory after another, asking about a Vietnamese female employee who wore an old Swiss watch until his voice grew hoarse. Excuse me, do you have a Vietnamese woman working here who wears an old Swiss watch? No, we only employ locals. I'm not sure, you might want to try another factory. He searched from morning until noon and from noon to evening, yet still couldn't find the woman the old woman had mentioned. As the sun began to set and darkness crept in, Huang Jiandong's mood sank with it. Was it all just a fruitless? Just as he was preparing to give up, he suddenly spotted a small supermarket not far away. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. The old woman had said the woman was near the small supermarket next to the factory. He hurried over to the entrance of the Dolly Kong supermarket and inquired of the security guard, Excuse me, have you seen a Vietnamese woman with an old watch whose surname is Wan? She often comes to your store to buy things and lives nearby, around 40 years old. I'm a friend and urgently need to find her. The guard pondered for a moment and said, Vietnamese woman. Let me think. Oh, I know, you must be talking about Mrs. Lee. She lives in a nearby rental flat and often comes to the supermarket with her child after work, and yes, she does wear an old watch. Mrs. Lee. Huang Jiandong trembled with excitement. Can you tell me where she lives? The guard pointed to a small alley next to the supermarket, saying, It's in that alley, the third rental flat. Huang Jiandong repeatedly thanked him and quickly dashed towards the alley. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He reached the door of the third rental flat, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside, laced with caution. Is this Mrs. Lee? I'm here to... My voice is a bit shaky, Huang Jiandong admitted. Are you from Vietnam? Do you know a girl named Wan Xing? The door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 40s, slender in build, who peered out. Seeing Huang Jiandong, her eyes filled with confusion. Who are you? How do you know this? Huang Jiandong pulled out the old watch from his pocket and held it out to her. I'm here to help your niece Wan Xing find her family. She said her aunt is named Wan Shanshan, and this is the token you left for her. The moment the woman saw the watch, she froze. Her eyes fixated on it, filled with shock and disbelief. After a long pause, she slowly reached out her trembling hand to take the watch. As her fingers brushed against it, tears welled up in her eyes, reddening her gaze. Young man, I am Wan Shanshan. This is the watch I gave to my sister-in-law. The watch. Her voice choked with emotion. Are you saying Wan Xing is my brother's daughter? My brother. He also came to Hong Kong. Huang Jiandong nodded, his tone grave. Yes, Wan Xing and her father are both in Hong Kong, now living in a refugee camp in the New Territories. Her father is in the late stages of stomach cancer. His condition is not good. Latest stage stomach cancer. The woman swayed slightly, almost losing her balance. She gripped the doorframe, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. How could this happen to my brother? Huang Jiandong watched her in pain and said gently, Mrs. Li, please don't be too sad. Wan Xing has always missed you. Her greatest wish is to find you. The woman wiped her tears, lifted her head, and her eyes were filled with urgency. Quickly take me to see them. I want to see my brother, to meet my niece. The next morning, Huang Jiandong took Mrs. Li, Wan Xing's aunt, and hurried to the refugee camp. When Wan Xing saw Wan Shanshan, she was taken aback. She gazed at this woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Xing, Mrs. Li quickly approached her and hugged her tightly, crying uncontrollably. My Xing, Annie has finally found you. Aunt, Annie. Wan Xing came to her senses and tightly embraced her, tears streaming down her face. Auntie, I finally found you. I've missed you so much. The two women wept in each other's arms, their cries drawing the attention of other Vietnamese refugees in the camp. The surrounding refugees looked at them with envy. Huang Jiandong stood aside, watching this touching scene unfold, a smile of relief spreading across his face. The fatigue and hardships of recent days vanished in that moment. A few days later, Huang Jiandong arranged to meet Wan Xing and asked her to bring her father along for a visit to Wan Shanshan's home. Her home was modest, a rental flat of about 10 square meters furnished with simple furniture. Mr. Li, her husband, had once been a soldier, tall and strong, and they had 2 children waiting at home for them. Brother. Mr. Li exclaimed as he spotted Wan Xing's father quickly moving to greet him with a firm handshake, his eyes glistening with tears. You've suffered so much over the years. Wan Xing's father smiled weakly and shook his head. It's not suffering you as long as I can see you all. It's not suffering. Mrs. Li brought over hot water, poured them each a cup of tea, and said, Brother Xing, don't worry, as long as we are here you won't suffer anymore. During their conversation, Huang Jiandong learned that Mrs. Li's family had left Vietnam for Hong Kong 2 years. Mr. Li had been an officer in South Vietnam, well-educated and proficient in English. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, he quickly found a job at a foreign trade company in Tuen Mun, while Mrs. Li worked at a nearby factory, and together they struggled to survive with their 2 children. We have been looking for ways to leave Hong Kong and go to America, Mrs. Li said. I've heard that the United States has some supportive policies for refugees in our situation. Mr. Li added, yes, I heard that the U.S. has just passed the Refugee Act, which will adopt the UN definition of refugees and establish a quota system for accepting refugees each year. This act provides a systematic and lawful pathway for us Vietnamese refugees to go to the United States. Because I used to be an officer in South Vietnam, I am among the refugees prioritized for acceptance by the Americans, so our family's application is progressing quite smoothly. A glimmer of hope appeared on Mr. Li's face. We have already received an interview notice from the Immigration Service of the U.S. Consulate in Hong Kong, and we expect it will be approved soon. Brother Wan Xing, I will also try to pull some strings and find a way to apply so that our family can go to the United States together. Wan Xing's eyes lit up at this news. Really? That's wonderful. It's true, Mrs. Li said with a smile. Xinger, when the time comes we will go to America together. The medical facilities there are excellent, and I will take your uncle to the best hospital for treatment. He will definitely get better. Wan Xing's father looked at his relatives before glancing at Huang Jiandong, a smile of relief spreading across his face. He knew that he and his daughter finally had hope for the future. Huang Jiandong watched the warm scene of this family reunion, genuinely happy for them. As he turned to leave Wan Shanshan's home and walked along the streets of Tuen Mun, the sunlight bathed him warm and comforting. He instinctively reached into his empty pocket. The watch that had accompanied him for months and had almost become part of his own thoughts had finally returned to its rightful owner. After a moment of lightheadedness, a peculiar sense of emptiness quietly surged within him, as if a heavy mission had suddenly lifted, leaving him unsure of which direction to take. The warmth of the contract ceremony had yet to dissipate, but Lin Haixing had already made up his mind to move to his grandfather Yi Kun's home. His grandfather lived alone in Sham Shui Po, and that small apartment was in his eyes a safe haven for establishing his footing in Hong Kong. In the summer of 1979, the sun in Hong Kong blazed like a ball of fire. The sunlight shone unimpeded on every inch of Sham Shui Po and Kowloon, making the streets and alleys glisten, while the air carried the hot, dusty scent. Lin Haixing stood at the entrance of Suwu Estate, his eyes wide open. Though the buildings before him appeared aged, the staggered high-rises shot up from the ground with their densely packed windows neatly arranged, exuding the grandeur of a bustling metropolis. Lin Haixing's heart raced. This poor boy from the mainland never imagined he would one day live in a high-rise, and with a glimmer in his eyes and a smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth, it felt as if good days were already beckoning him. "Haixing, why are you just standing there? Come in quickly." His grandfather, Tycoon, leaned against the entrance, his hoarse voice wrapped in warmth as he waved to him. Lin Haixing snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. He quickly picked up his luggage from the ground and hurriedly followed his grandfather inside the building that would carry his new life. The hallway was filled with the aroma of neighboring meals mixed with a faint scent of disinfectant. Curiously looking around, Lin Haixing lightened his footsteps. "Grandpa, this Suwu estate looks so special. Can you tell me its story?" He leaned closer to his grandfather, his tone brimming with eager curiosity. Tycoon chuckled, slowing his pace a bit, and began to leisurely explain, "There are so many stories about Suwu estate." He pointed ahead at the clusters of buildings, his gaze drifting into the distance as if submerged in memories. It wasn't like this before, but it used to be a vast area of wooden houses. The wooden houses were crammed together, resembling a dilapidated beehive. Those wooden houses were made of planks and tin, unable to withstand the wind and rain, and were already falling apart long ago. Whenever it rained, the roofs leaked, dripping incessantly, and there were small puddles everywhere inside. At that time, the people living here were all struggling to make ends meet, all desperately seeking work just to have a full meal. Lin Haixing was captivated, his footsteps slowing down, and images of his grandfather's words involuntarily floated in his mind. Later, the government demolished the wooden houses, and from 1960 to 1963, it was divided into several phases before the current Suwu estate was built. Tycoon's tone carried a hint of pride. "Look over there at Maple Grove and Lilac Tower. They are among the first S-shaped public housing buildings in Hong Kong." Lin Haixing followed his grandfather's pointing direction and saw those buildings cascading up the hillside like steps, with sunlight spilling over the surfaces, forming shadows of varying depths. "Grandpa, why was it designed in a Y shape?" He tilted his head and asked. "This design is practical." Tycoon patted his shoulder patiently, explaining, "At that time, the population in Hong Kong was growing like bamboo shoots after the rain, and there was a huge housing gap. The Y shape allowed for more units to be built, solving the housing problem for more people." He paused and continued, "Moreover, back then, Suwu estate was one of the largest and most well-planned public housing projects in Hong Kong. Living here was already considered a blessing." Speaking of this, Tycoon raised his voice. "Don't you really like the songs of the star Sam Hui? He used to live in Suwu estate, and it is said that the inspiration for his song, Half a Catty 8 Tails, came from the lives of the workers in the estate." Lin Haixing was overjoyed to hear this, grabbing Tycoon's hand and saying, "Grandpa, you must take me to see the building where Sam Hui lived whenever you have time." Tycoon readily agreed. He stepped aside to make way for a passing neighbor, smiling and greeting them before continuing, "Don't think that the conditions are average now. Oh, it was much worse before. In the early days, both the kitchen and the bathroom were shared. At mealtime, the hallway would be filled with the aroma of food. The Zhang family would be making soup, while the Li family would be stir-frying vegetables, and everyone would share a taste. Although it was crowded, it was lively and bustling, filled with the warmth of life. Only in recent years did the government agree to make kitchens and bathrooms independent. Life now is much better than before." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the door. Tycoon took out his key and opened the door with a click. Lin Haixing followed him inside, surveying the small house. The place was not large, only about 30 square meters by British standards in Hong Kong. That's a little over 300 square feet. It was a typical combined living room and bedroom. Simple furniture was neatly arranged, an old sofa polished to a shine. On the wall hung a few faded old photographs bearing the marks of time. He placed his luggage in the corner and turned to ask his grandfather, "Grandpa, this house is so small. How did you and Uncle live here before?" Tycoon closed the door, poured a glass of warm water, handed it to him, took a sip himself, and then slowly replied, "I moved here at the end of the 1960s. At that time, your uncle had already started a family and had long moved out." He sat on the sofa, leaning slightly back, his gaze drifting away again. "Before this, we lived in an old tenement building nearby." Old tenements, those were the old marks of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a humid place. During the spring rainy season, water droplets would seep through the walls, making it feel like a steamer, sticky everywhere. Tycoon frowned, as if he could still feel that dampness. The architects of that time learned from the design of tenement buildings in Guangzhou over 100 years ago, the kind with balconies. This way, the shops on the ground floor wouldn't have their goods soaked by rainwater. Those shop signs were colorful, and when wet in the rain under the lights, they swayed, looking lively, but in reality, life was tough. However, the floor in the tenement I lived in was high, and in summer the wind could blow in through the windows, making it much. In the evening, when the wind blew, the curtains would flutter. That little bit of comfort is rare now. At that time, our family rented the 5th floor of an old tenement building in Shek Kip, Meisham Shuepa. Tycoon's voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of nostalgia. The landlord had divided a unit of less than 100 square meters into 5 small rooms for rent. We 5 households squeezed inside like bees in a beehive. Turning around was a struggle. The hallway was cluttered with odds and ends, and walking required us to turn sideways. Our room was only about 10 square meters, and the kitchen was shared among the 5 households. At that time we used a gas stove for cooking, relying on it to stir-fry and boil water. Each time the flame was ignited, the smell of gas was so pungent it made one cough, but after a while it became He smirked slightly, revealing a complex smile. The blue flames danced on the stove, looking vigorous, but in reality life was tight. Tycoon paused for a moment, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye, his tone slightly choked. Do you remember I told you about the water supply issue in the 1950s and 1960s? Lin Haixing nodded, holding his breath and listening earnestly. At that time, more than a dozen households in the building would all get up before dawn. Adults and children carried water buckets, lining up downstairs for water. Yikun's eyes glistened with tears as he recalled that scene, which resembled the movie The 712 Households. Everyone was bleary-eyed but brimming with determination in the line. Neighbors greeted each other, and if anyone had something to attend to, others would help keep an eye on their water buckets. Life was tough, but that warmth of human connection was thick and unbreakable. Children chased each other in the line, their laughter filling the entire hallway. He smiled, saying, "Now life is better, but that lively sense of community can never be recaptured." Lin Haixing quietly listened, feeling a pang in his heart as he empathized with his grandfather's struggles. He seemed to see the scenery of that era in the dilapidated tenements, people crowded together to make a living, the leaking wooden houses in the rain, the lines for water before dawn, and the aroma of food and gas wafting through the hallways. It was hard yet filled with warmth. He lowered his head to glance at this small but tidy room, suddenly realizing that this place held not just life, but also half a lifetime of his grandfather's memories and that heavy familial affection. He felt fortunate that his journey in Hong Kong over the past year had been relatively smooth, having encountered only kind-hearted people, and was able to find his grandfather and uncle's family. However, thinking of Kai Weisong and Chun Wei, his brows furrowed again. Those 2 good brothers who had crossed over to Hong Kong with him. He wondered how they were doing now. Could they make it to Hong Kong safely? Had they encountered any dangers? Yet at present there was not a single piece of news. Lin Haixing sighed softly, his heart filled with worry. Every time the night grew deep and quiet, he would think of these 2 good brothers, silently praying in his heart, "I hope they are blessed and safe." On a Hong Kong afternoon, sunlight fractured into shards by towering skyscrapers. Traffic roared along the streets, while floor-to-ceiling display windows in upscale malls bathed bespoke suits in gleaming spotlights and cast shimmering golden glints across the dials of newly launched wristwatches. The silken luster of imported chocolate and the hazy, ethereal aura of limited edition perfumes acted like invisible hands, drawing passers-by to pause again and again. Beneath the dazzling surface of prosperity lay another world entirely. For young dreamers, university admission loomed as elusive as the mist clinging to Victoria Peak, deceptively near, impossibly distant. Across all of Hong Kong, only 2 institutions of higher learning existed: the University of Hong Kong and the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Admission slots were vanishingly scarce and competition fierce, rivaling the legendary scramble of mainland China's Gaokao, where millions surged toward a single narrow bridge. Lin Haixing had lived in Hong Kong for only half a year. Besides studying Cantonese, he taught himself English and often sought guidance from his younger cousin Yuan Qing. Yet his grasp remained confined to rudimentary phrases like hello and thank you. University, a sheer fantasy. Not just for him. Across the street, several youths in work uniforms squatted by the factory gate, smoking in silence. They had just finished monotonous assembly line labor, exhaustion weighed heavily upon their faces, and the light in their eyes dimmed grain by grain. School ended, then straight into work. Does this conveyor belt define our entire lives? Someone murmured, lowly voice thick with suppressed resentment. A companion offered a wry smile. What else? No means to study abroad, no chance of passing university entrance. Is there any other path besides working? Yet many young newcomers to Hong Kong carried an unshakable yearning for education, knowing full well that knowledge reshapes destiny. Who would willingly resign themselves to a lifetime of manual labor? In recent years, Hong Kong's economy had rocketed upward. Skyscrapers pierced the sky and restless energy crackled through every alley and avenue. Everyone sought something tangible, even if only the faintest glimmer of opportunity to alter their fate. Learning had become the most dependable lifeline. In bookstores, titles on finance, accounting, and electronics always occupied the most prominent shelves. Bold, vivid fonts proclaimed quick start and practical guide across their covers, beckoning youth like silent siren calls. Several young people gathered before the shelf fingertips, tracing pages still fragrant with fresh ink, their gaze sharp, luminous with concentration. They read intently, as if striving to pry open the very gates of the future from between the lines. As dusk fell, Victoria Harbor blazed gold and crimson. Workers pouring off their shifts surged like tide waters toward Yau Ma Timon Kok and Causeway Bay, where old Tong Lao buildings had been converted into night schools, their sanctuaries for renewal. Warm amber lights spilled from the Tong Lao windows onto weathered walls, like stars descended to earth, illuminating faces weary yet resolute. 3 weeks had passed since Lin Haixing moved into his maternal grandfather's home. On a Sunday afternoon, the air hung thick and heavy, a steaming pressure cooker. He sat on a chair gripping a dry, hardened loaf of bread, nibbling absent-mindedly. A creak echoed as the door swung open. Uncle Yi Xinyang entered clutching a greased paper bag, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Asheng, look what I've brought you." He set the bag down on the table. The rich, heady aroma of curry instantly flooded. Inside lay a steaming bag of curry fish balls and 2 boxes of golden flaky egg tarts. Lin Haixing's eyes lit up. He set aside the bread and hurried forward. Yi Xinyang took a large bite of an egg tart, crisp crumbs scattering across his shirt. Unfazed, he brushed them off with one hand and asked, mouth half full, "Asheng, would you like to study?" "Study?" Lin Haixing froze mid-bite, his expression dimming instantly. "Uncle, my English is too weak. I'll never get into university." "Who said anything about university?" Yi Xinyang swallowed, wiped his lips, and continued, "There's a workers' night school in Mongkok, teaching electronics and electrical engineering. I've already asked around. It still accepts transfer students." A thunderclap reverberated inside Lin Haixing's skull. His mind went utterly blank, then flooded with surging, overwhelming joy. The fishball nearly slipped from his fingers. His hand trembled violently. Electronics and electrical engineering. He'd been enchanted by machines that spoke since childhood. Back home, he dismantled and reassembled a battered radio countless times, gears and coils springing to life beneath his touch. Once he'd scavenged parts to build a tiny receiver tuned to local stations. Neighbors praised him for his innate aptitude. This was the deepest, most guarded longing of his heart. "Yes," Lin Haixing almost shouted, the words trembling with unrestrained emotion. His eyes brimmed with astonishment, hope, and a fragile disbelief. Yi Xinyang laughed at the sight, then clapped Lin Haixing firmly on the shoulder. "I'll take you to enroll tomorrow. Work hard at the factory by day, recharge your mind by night. The days will grow brighter." Lin Haixing nodded vigorously. The next evening, Yi Xinyang led him toward Mongkok. The workers' night school nestled within a 5-story aging Tong Lao building hidden amid the city's bustle, its ground floor housing a modest fishball stall. The vendor deftly flipped fishballs in a sizzling wok, its rhythmic hiss mingling with the rich, savory scent of curry and hot oil, carried far by the evening breeze. Cement stairs groaned hollowly underfoot, thud thud thud, a resonant echo of time's passage. Yellowed enrollment posters clung to the walls, electrician basics, conversational English, accounting fundamentals, their bold lettering faded, yet still bearing traces of their original vibrancy. On the third-floor corridor hung a wooden signboard. Bathed in soft light, the 4 traditional Chinese characters, Workers' Night School, stood tall and dignified in crisp, upright, regular script. Lin Haixing paused beneath it, drawing a slow, deep breath. The air held the fragrance of fish balls, the dust of aged stairs, and a faint, clean trace of ink. That was the scent of knowledge. That was the scent of hope. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the tuition money in his pocket, the fruits of a year's frugal labor at a shop or printing factory. "Go on in," Yi Xinyang urged, giving his back a reassuring pat. Lin Haixing pushed open the door. Over 20 people already filled the classroom. Near the entrance, a young man in work pants sat hunched, wiping cement stains from his hands. Exhaustion etched on his face, yet his gaze unwavering. By the window sat a young woman in an apron, her hair loosely tied back, stray strands dusted with flour, pencil moving steadily across her notebook. In the back row sat a middle-aged man with streaks of gray, slightly stooped, yet sitting ramrod straight. Wearing reading glasses, he turned textbook pages with quiet reverence, his eyes bright, keen, and startlingly youthful. Lin Haixing found an empty seat toward the rear. Outside, twilight deepened. Neon signs flickered awake one by one. Tutoring Center Tea Restaurant Hardware Store, their kaleidoscopic glow painting Hong Kong's glittering, ceaseless energy. At the front, the teacher wrote on the blackboard with chalk, the sharp, rhythmic scritch piercing the quiet classroom. Lin Haixing stared fixedly at the schematic of electronic components, his focus absolute, as if his gaze were riveted to the board itself. He knew in that instant of crossing the threshold his life might begin anew. Outside, the aroma of fish balls lingered, the stairwell echoed with occasional thuds, but none of it reached him. In that moment, his world narrowed to the knowledge unfolding on the blackboard, and to the flame kindling deep within his chest, fierce and eternal. Lin Haixing spread open the textbook on electronic motor engineering on the desk. The pale yellow pages glimmered with the unique sheen of old books. Leaning in to smell the faint scent of ink mingled with the musty aroma of the paper, a fragrance unique to knowledge. "All right, today we'll discuss the basics of circuits. Everyone please pay attention to the blackboard." The teacher's voice, wrapped in a distinct Cantonese accent, floated through the quiet classroom, resonating gently. He picked up a white chalk, and the sudden scratching sound echoed clearly in the empty space. A simple series circuit slowly took shape on the blackboard. Lin Haixing sat upright, his eyes fixed on the blackboard without blinking. The focus in his gaze seemed to want to swallow every line and every symbol. He had been a top student during his middle school years in the mainland. Had it not been for the Cultural Revolution and the down to the countryside movement, he surely could have smoothly entered university. However, after the college entrance examination was reinstated in the mainland, he stealthily crossed over to Hong Kong, where the teaching methods were vastly different from those in the mainland, and he still needed to adapt. The pen tips swiftly glided across the notebook, the handwriting messy yet vigorous. So this is Ohm's Law. Ohm's Law. The English term spun in his mind like a jumble of characters. He opened his mouth, wanting to raise his hand to ask, but watching the teacher's smooth, teaching rhythm, he swallowed the words back. With a firm stroke, he drew a thick and heavy question mark on the notebook. Remember this, and I will ask during the QA session in the next class, he silently reminded himself. The next afternoon, as the factory's closing bell rang, Lin Haixing rushed to the bus station with his backpack. He didn't return to his grandfather's house, but directly turned into a stall by the roadside, taking out some money to buy 2 char siu buns and a bottle of mineral water. After quickly filling his stomach, he held the half-finished bottle of mineral water and briskly walked to take the subway. He arrived at the night school with 10 minutes to spare before class. Gasping for breath, he leaned against the wall of the corridor to catch his breath, reaching into his pocket to pull out a crumpled. The paper held the classroom questions he had noted during the day, slightly blurred from sweat, the difference between series and parallel circuits, unit conversion for resistance, how to measure current with a multimeter. Lin Haixing's palms were still sweaty as he carefully smoothed out the paper. These questions had accumulated throughout the day, and he longed for this moment to find answers. As the class bell rang, Lin Haixing immediately rushed into the classroom and found a seat near the front. The teacher began answering questions with chalk in hand, his voice booming like a bell, completely overpowering the noise from the street market outside. Everyone watched closely. This transistor is like a switch. With a pause, the chalk danced on the blackboard, bringing the symbol of the transistor to life. Lin Haixing stared at the symbol, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness. He suddenly recalled the old radio back home, which had a part resembling a small hat. He had taken it apart many times, but could never understand how it worked. So that was a switch. So that's how it is. He couldn't help but slap his thigh, his voice not loud, yet it stood out distinctly in the quiet classroom. His classmates turned to look at him, their faces filled with friendly smiles. Lin Haixing's cheeks flushed, and he smiled bashfully, quickly lowering his head as the pen tip swiftly moved across the paper. The confusion he felt earlier dissipated, leaving only a sense of clarity and liberation. At 10 o'clock at night, the class bell finally rang. Lin Haixing packed his bag and walked out of the classroom, a wave of lively street aromas rushing towards him. The night market in Mong Kok was bustling. Neon lights painted the streets into a vibrant canvas. Fresh fruits. Clearance sale, $10 for 3 pounds. Don't miss out on this treasure. The vendor's shouts echoed in succession. Boss, can you make it cheaper? If I buy so many oranges, can you throw in one for free? A female customer stepped forward, a heavy bag in hand. All right, I'll give you one for free, but remember to come back next time. The vendor waved his hand, picking a large orange from the basket and handing it over. Not far away at the fishball stall, a middle-aged woman handed over a steaming skewer of fishballs. Hey, handsome, just from the neighboring record stall, Teresa Tang's sweet voice floated over the moon, represents my heart, entwined with the evening breeze, adding a touch of tenderness to the bustling market. Car horns, footsteps, and laughter intertwined, weaving a vivid tapestry of street life. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Lin Haixing walked out of the Tong Lao with his backpack. The summer night breeze carried a hint of coolness, brushing against his cheeks and dispelling the fatigue and heat from class. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. The air mingled with the aroma of food, car exhaust, and a faint scent of sweat. This is the taste of Hong Kong, real and vibrant. He felt a warmth in his heart, filled with a sense of fulfillment. As he passed through a secluded alley, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. It was a woman in her 30s, wearing an extremely short pink dress that barely covered her thighs. Her heavily made-up face appeared somewhat distorted under the dim light. The purple eyeshadow looked like 2 bruises, and the bright red lipstick was thick and glaring. She had a voluptuous figure, her ample bosom and waist's excess flesh swayed as she walked, appearing, and the woman swayed her hips exaggeratedly, stepping closer to Lin Haixing, speaking in a flirtatious tone. Hey, handsome, want to come in and have some fun? Relax, relax. She waved at Lin Haixing, her voice soft and sticky, particularly jarring in the quiet alley. Since you're so handsome, I'll give you a discount, a better deal. Lin Haixing's steps abruptly halted, his body tensed instantly. His brows knitted tighter, quickly swept by a flash of disgust, immediately replaced by vigilance. He certainly knew what this was about. In Hong Kong society, there is a saying that ridicules the poor, but not the sex workers. Most of these practitioners are driven by necessity, yet he felt a deep-seated rejection. At just over 20 years of age, still a naive young man who had never experienced romance, he held a more beautiful and pure expectation of feelings with his own bottom line. Such matters he could never be involved in. Lin Haixing tightened his grip on his backpack, trying to make his tone sound polite. Miss, no thank you. He slightly turned his body to avoid the woman's gaze. Sorry, I have something to do. I'm in a hurry. With that, he quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run. Seeing her advance fail, the woman pouted and did not pursue further, turning to approach another middle-aged man passing by. He wore a floral shirt, his hair tousled with a murky gaze and a hint of lewdness. He looked the woman up and down, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth. The two whispered a few words as if haggling. Before long the man nodded. The woman immediately linked her arm with his and walked towards the nearby Tong Lao. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground faded from near to far, ultimately disappearing into the dim light. Lin Haixing couldn't help but glance back. The shadows at the Tong Lao's entrance swallowed the two figures. He sighed softly, feeling a mix of emotions. He shook his head, withdrawing his gaze and quickening his steps toward the subway station. The night deepened, and the wind in the alley grew cooler, refreshing him considerably. Months ago, Ho Yong went to Dai village to acquire land, causing a ruckus with Uncle Rong, Huang Xiangrong, and a host of villagers. This uproar led to a halt in the land acquisition plan pushed by House Longchong Real Estate with Chongqing Group. Afterward, the Ho family came several times, each time revolving around the land price, but despite the negotiations there was still no result. Ho Yong's father, Ho Guoqiang, even specifically arranged a private meeting with Huang Xiangrong, trying to butter him up to loosen his stance. However, Huang Xiangrong remained unyielding. Without raising an eyebrow, he bluntly refused. Mr. Ho, don't try that with me. I am a resident of Dai village and also a village representative. I must protect the interests of the villagers, and there is nothing to discuss. In his eyes, personal interests held no weight whatsoever. Seeing that Huang Xiangrong was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Ho Yong completely exploded. His hatred for Huang Xiangrong had reached the bone. Ho Guoqiang had warned him more than once the land acquisition matter must be approached slowly, don't act impulsively, or it will cause trouble. But in his fury, Ho Yong was completely deaf to this advice. He secretly contacted Pan Bo, the spokesperson for the Zhong'an Society of the Triads in New Territories North, gritting his teeth and ordering find a few people to teach Huang Xiangrong of Dai village a lesson. Nothing too severe, but he must feel the pain and know the consequences of opposing me, Ho Yong. The summer evening was stifling like a sealed steam room. Huang Xiangrong trudged heavily along the path back to the village. After a whole day of work at the fishing port, his bones felt like they had fallen apart. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead's wrinkles, soaking through the coarse cloth of his back. The muddy path beneath his feet was softened by the earlier rain, and with each step his cloth shoes made a puff-puff sound, splashing murky water onto his ankles, bringing a momentary coolness. This path from the mountainside to the dock had been walked by him for 50 years, familiar as the lines on his own palm. The ancient banyan trees on either side of the road were lush, resembling gigantic green umbrellas. The dangling aerial roots swayed gently in the night, with raindrops from the leaves falling with a drip-drip sound, occasionally landing on his graying temples. Huang Xiangrong softly hummed autumn grievance on a journey. The cool breeze holds promise, the autumn moon is boundless. The longing for loved ones feels like a year in every day. His voice was hoarse, carrying a unique sense of weariness, slowly drifting away in the heavy night. From around the corner ahead, several dark figures suddenly sprang out. With a rush, they quickly surrounded Huang Xiangrong. A jolt ran through his heart, and all his fatigue vanished in an instant as he tensed his nerves warily. Instinctively, he gripped his canvas backpack tighter, while his other hand swiftly reached into his pocket to pull out a flashlight. With a click, a faint beam of light flickered on. In the light, he saw the 4 men before him, each with a menacing look staring at him as if they were going to devour. Old man, quite leisurely, aren't you? The leader was a burly man, his face full of muscle quivering as he spoke. He toyed with a dagger in his hand, the blade glinting menacingly in the flashlight's glow, instilling dread in anyone who saw it. Huang Xiangrong frowned tightly, his gaze turning cold. Who are you? What do you want? What do we want? The burly man sneered, stepping closer with a threatening tone. Old Huang, you've got quite the nerve, repeatedly sabotaging our plans. He pointed the dagger at Huang Xiangrong's chest, snarling, I advise you to be sensible and stop meddling in the land acquisition. Obediently keep quiet. Today we'll let you go home otherwise. The rest of the statement went unspoken, but the malice in his eyes said it all. Huang Xiangrong straightened his back sharply, his previously weary eyes igniting with anger, his voice rising a notch. I thought who it was. It turns out to be that bastard Ho Yong sending you. Unfazed, he panted with rage. You want me to forsake the villagers' interests? In your dreams. I, Huang Xiangrong, would rather die than agree to something that harms the villagers. Hey, quite tough. The burly man's face fell, anger mixing with embarrassment, as he spat. You refuse to drink the wine offered, so you'll taste the punishment. Today you'll find out the consequences of meddling. He swung his hand violently and barked, get him. The other 3 thugs instantly pounced on Huang Xiangrong like hungry wolves, their eyes fierce. Huang Xiangrong's heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. At that critical moment, a shadow darted like a gust of wind from the nearby woods, instantly blocking Huang Xiangrong. It was Lin Haixing, who arrived just in time. Tonight there were no classes at night school, and Lin Haixing had been worried about his guardian Huang Xiangrong. After finishing work at the factory in the afternoon, he hadn't even changed out of his work clothes before rushing straight to Dai village. Upon arriving at Uncle Rong's home, his guardian's wife Su Sime informed him, your guardian is still busy on the fishing boat and hasn't returned yet. Having previously witnessed the turmoil surrounding the land acquisition and knowing the complexities of the disputes caused by the Ho family, Lin Haixing was uneasy, aware that the Ho family had ulterior motives. He immediately stated, "Auntie, I'll go find my guardian at the fishing port and lend him a hand." Little did he know, just as he stepped onto this path, he stumbled upon this scene. "You despicable scoundrels." Lin Haisheng's eyes widened, glaring angrily, his voice booming like a bell. He fixed his gaze on the thugs before him, full of fury. In a society ruled by law, you dare to commit such blatant acts of violence. The sudden change took the thugs by surprise, causing them to instinctively halt their actions and turn their heads, glaring fiercely at Lin Haisheng. The burly man sized up Lin Haisheng, noticing he was merely a young lad in his 20s, not particularly burly, and immediately displayed a look of disdain. "Where did this little pretty boy come from?" He sneered, his tone contemptuous. "Mind your own business, or you'll be dealt with too. This is my guardian." Lin Haisheng stepped forward, protecting Huang Xiangrong more closely, his gaze resolute. "You bully an honest fisherman. What kind of skill is that? With me here, don't even think about laying a finger on Uncle Rome." Looking for death. A tall, lean thug could no longer contain his impatience, growling and lunging at Lin Haisheng like a rabid dog, throwing a punch straight toward his face. Lin Haisheng's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Back in his hometown, he had trained for several years in family boxing with his childhood friend Chen Wei. Although he wasn't as skilled as Chen Wei, he had solid basic skills. Moreover, having worked physical jobs in Hong Kong for a year, he had become quite strong, capable of handling such street. He flashed like a nimble swallow, easily dodging the lean thug's punch. Then he stepped forward, his right fist bent, delivering a sharp hook that struck hard. Bang! His fist landed squarely on the lean thug's chest. The lean thug let out a muffled grunt, his body recoiling like a sandbag hit by a heavy hammer, staggering back 5 or 6 steps before crashing heavily into the muddy water, gritting his teeth in pain, unable to rise for a while. The other 2 thugs, seeing this, changed color, exchanged glances, and immediately rushed forward, flanking Lin Haisheng. "Bring it on." Lin Haisheng's expression turned serious, unafraid. His feet shifted as he swiftly unleashed Li family boxing, his movements agile. As he alternated between punches and kicks, his strikes were fierce. The thug on the left swung a punch, he sidestepped, and at the same time swept his left leg, delivering a harsh kick to the other thug's knee. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by the thug's scream as he collapsed to the ground. The thug on the right seized the opportunity to attack. Lin Haisheng used the momentum to turn, elbowing backward, hitting the thug's abdomen precisely. The thug let out a muffled groan, bending over like a shrimp. In just a few seconds, both thugs lay on the ground. "Is this the extent of your pathetic skills, daring to come out and embarrass yourselves?" Lin Haisheng dusted off his hands, his tone filled with disdain. The burly man looked on, his eyes bloodshot, his face ashen. He never expected that this young lad would be so formidable. 3 of his men had fallen in an instant. Lin Haisheng responded, "I know," not daring to show any sign of carelessness. He moved swiftly, agile as a raccoon, darting nimbly through the narrow village path. The burly man across from him held a dagger, its blade glinting coldly in the night, each thrust accompanied by a menace. Lin Haisheng's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the burly man's wrist, accurately predicting each of his movements, skillfully maneuvering to deny him any chance to close in. Time passed in the tense standoff. Finally, Lin Haisheng spotted a perfect opportunity. He deliberately feigned a misstep, staggering backward, while a hint of pain twitched at the corner of his mouth. The burly man, seeing this, instantly flashed a greedy glint in his eyes. Like a hungry wolf spotting a dying prey, he let out a low growl, disregarding his own defense, and lunged forward with the dagger. "Now," Lin Haisheng thought to himself. In a split second, he steadied himself, rapidly turning like a twisting vine, his movements swift as a whirlwind. His right leg swept through the air with a whistling sound, striking fiercely at the burly man's legs. And sweep kick. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The burly man's center of gravity instantly lost balance, crashing to the ground like a tree felled in half, groaning in pain as his chest hit the earth. The dagger slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. The sound of metal hitting the earth was particularly clear in the still night, the dagger rolling a few times before falling into the nearby grass. While the battle was tense, Huang Xiangrong was not idle. Though over 50, he had been engaged in fishing for years, remaining robust and more agile than his peers. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of another thug charging at him with a wooden stick, and he quickly lowered his body, bending down to pick up a stone the size of a bowl from the roadside. With his arm raised high, muscles taut from exertion, he shouted, "Look out!" He hurled the stone with all his might. Whoosh! The stone cut through the wind like a cannonball, striking the thug accurately on the shoulder. Ouch! The thug let out a piercing scream, agony shooting through his shoulder, and the wooden stick almost slipped from his grasp. The sudden blow caused him to stagger, taking 2 steps back, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. "Haisheng, watch out behind you." Huang Xiangrong had just caught his breath when he caught sight of a shadow lunging towards Lin Haisheng, and he shouted urgently. His voice rang out loud in the quiet night. Lin Haisheng stiffened, instinctively turning around. He saw another thug, face brutish, raising a wooden stick ready to smash it down on his back. The distance was too close, there was no time to evade. Lin Haisheng gritted his teeth, without hesitation, instinctively raising his right arm to shield his back. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. The wooden stick landed heavily on his arm. A piercing pain surged through him. Ugh! Lin Haixing groaned, feeling intense pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he did not flinch. Instead, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. His arm muscles tensed as he bore the blow. Just as the thug was about to swing the stick again, Lin Haixing seized the wooden stick with a swift motion, fingers gripping it like iron claws, using all his strength to yank it forcefully. The thug, completely unprepared for such strength from an injured opponent, stumbled forward uncontrollably. Lin Haixing's eyes gleamed as he swiftly lifted his left foot, knees slightly bent, then kicked forcefully at the thug's abdomen. Bang! The thug was kicked back repeatedly, ultimately losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled grunt, struggling to rise, but finding himself unable to muster any strength. After several rounds, the originally arrogant thugs had been beaten to a pulp, retreating in defeat. Each bore injuries to varying degrees, the ferocity in their eyes long gone, replaced by deep fear. Fear was evident in their eyes as they glanced around, their limbs feeling weak. They were terrified, fearing that at any moment other villagers or the police would arrive to assist. The burly man who had been knocked down by Lin Haixing struggled to get back up. His knees and palms were scraped raw by the stones on the ground, burning with pain, yet he paid no attention, glaring viciously at Lin Haixing and Huang Xiangrong, his eyes filled with unwillingness and rage, his teeth grinding audibly. "You think you're tough?" He gritted his teeth, speaking each word with difficulty, his voice hoarse and resentful. "They'll let you off today, but this isn't over." With that, he dared not linger any longer, turning to yell at the other thugs, "Go!" A group of them, looking quite disheveled, helped each other and fled in disgrace. Their figures stumbled in the darkness, quickly disappearing from sight. It was not until he confirmed that the thugs had completely left that Huang Xiangrong let out a sigh of relief, finally putting down the wooden stick he had picked up from the ground. He hurriedly approached, his voice filled with worry. "Haixing, are you okay?" His gaze fell on Lin Haixing's slightly trembling right arm, worry and pain flooding his eyes, his brow furrowing tightly. Lin Haixing rubbed his numb arm, forcing a smile despite the intense pain. "Uncle Rong, I'm fine." He paused and asked concernedly, "Are you hurt?" The pain in his arm made it hard to breathe, as if his bones were about to break, but he did not want to worry Huang Xiangrong and could only endure. I'm fine, I'm fine." Huang Xiangrong waved his hands repeatedly, walking over to him, gently touching his arm. Seeing him wince in pain, he quickly withdrew his hand. "Thanks to you arriving in time, or I would have been in danger today, but it has troubled you." He looked at Lin Haixing, his eyes filled with gratitude and appreciation, as if looking at his own son. At the crucial moment, it was this child who stood up. "Uncle, please don't say that." Lin Haixing shook his head, his eyes reflecting determination and respect. "You fight against the Ho family for the villagers' interests, putting yourself at risk. It is my duty to protect you." Huang Xiangrong felt warmth in his heart, patting his shoulder without saying more. The two supported each other, slowly walking towards Dao village under the cover of night, safely returning to Huang Xiangrong's home. Upon entering, the lights in the house were still on. Huang Xiangrong's wife, Su Sime, along with their two sons Jianhua and Jiandong, were anxiously waiting in the living room. Hearing the door open, they immediately surrounded them. "Dad, you're back. We've been waiting so long. Jiandong and I felt something was wrong, and we're about to—" Jianhua spoke first, his voice filled with anxiety. But when he saw the dust on Huang Xiangrong's clothes and Lin Haixing's slightly swollen, trembling arm, his expression changed instantly. "What is going on?" Jianhua's voice suddenly rose, his face flushed and his fists clenched tightly. "Is it the Ho family who did this? These thugs, they have gone too far." His eyes widened in fury, ready to explode with rage. He shouted, "Even if they had someone else do it for them, we must report this to the police. Let the police investigate thoroughly and deal with these bastards." Jiandong echoed from the side. Seeing his father and Haixing's expressions, he quickly understood the situation. His face darkened, and he paced back and forth, the floor creaking under his steps. "Yes, we can't let this slide." Jiandong gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. They must be punished accordingly. The Ho family has been bullying us in Dai village for too long. We cannot tolerate them any longer." Su Samai, her eyes reddening with worry, pulled on Huang Xiangrong's hand and looked him up and down. "Arong, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Huang Xiangrong sighed, walked over to the sofa, and sat down, leaning wearily against the chair back. He slowly said, "Reporting to the police won't help much. The police alone cannot resolve the substantial issues. They will only investigate the gangsters, and the matter will end without results. They won't be able to trace it back to Ho Yo." As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Jianhua and Jiandong were stunned, turning to look at him. "Dad, what did you say?" Jianhua frowned, filled with confusion in his tone. "Why wouldn't reporting to the police work? They have already attacked people. This is against the law. The Ho family has a strong influence in this area with extensive connections and support from above." Huang Xiangrong's voice carried a hint of helplessness, his gaze growing complex. "Even if we report it, they will surely find a way to smooth things over. I don't want to escalate things and disturb the peaceful lives of the villagers. I plan to find an opportunity to speak directly with Ho Guoqiang and see if the issue can be resolved." Tonight's ambush certainly wasn't Ho Guoqiang's idea. He is cunning and wary of the ICAC, he would never act so recklessly. Only that brat Ho Yong who knows no bounds would dare to threaten us with the Triads. Dad, how can you still be so kind at a time like this? Jianhua grew more anxious, his face filled with worry as he looked at his father. How could the Ho family possibly talk to you nicely? They just want to oppress us and take our land at a low price. Have you forgotten how they treated the villagers in our village who refused to sell their land before? Recalling the previous events, Huang Xiangrong's expression darkened, but he shook his head. Jiandong stepped forward advising, yes, Dad. You can't take such a risk. If Ho Guoqiang is as malicious as Ho Yong, wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? We can't let this slide. Oh, we need to think of a better solution. His eyes were filled with anxiety and his tone carried urgency. He knew his father's temperament. Once he decided on something, it was hard to change his mind, but this time it was truly dangerous. Huang Xiangrong looked at his two sons' anxious expressions and then at his wife, whose eyes were red. He felt a mix of emotions but remained resolute. I know you are worried about me, he slowly began, his tone leaving no room for doubt. But I cannot stand by and watch the villagers' interests being harmed. Dai village is our home. We have lived here for generations. The land is our lifeline. I cannot allow the Ho family to take away our land and leave everyone without a future. Su Samai could no longer hold back her tears which rolled down her cheeks. She walked to Huang Xiangrong's side, gently held his hand, and trembled as she said, Arong, I know you mean well for everyone, but I am really worried about your safety. If Haixing hadn't volunteered to pick you up tonight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What would we do if something happened? Seeing his wife in tears, Huang Xiangrong's heart softened. He patted her hand and gently comforted her. Samai, do not worry. I know what I am doing. I will be careful. I still have the strength to fight them. Dad. Jianhua wanted to persuade him further. Huang Xiangrong waved his hand, interrupting him. Jianhua was anxious, stamping his feet. Suddenly he brightened and said, Dad, if reporting to the police won't help, we can expose them through the media. Let everyone in Hong Kong know about the Ho family's misdeeds and see how they can still be arrogant. His eyes were filled with hope as he fixed his gaze on Huang Xiangrong, wishing he would change his mind. Jiandong immediately echoed, right. This idea of contacting the media is good. The power of public opinion is immense, as long as we expose the matter. Even if the Ho family has connections they want, dare to act recklessly. Huang Xiangrong fell silent. He lightly tapped his fingers on the sofa armrest, his brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. The living room quieted once more, all eyes focused on him, waiting for his decision. After a while, Huang Xiangrong slowly raised his head, a serious expression on his face, as he said, exposing this through the media is not out of the question. Jianhua and Jiandong's faces flickered with joy, but they quickly heard him continue. However, this might completely anger the Ho family. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. If they are pushed too hard, they might do even worse things that could endanger the villagers. Now is not the time for a complete confrontation. He sighed. We need to think this over carefully and not act impulsively. Jianhua and Jiandong's expressions sank again. They wanted to say something, but didn't know how to argue. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy once more. Lin Haixing leaned against the wall, quietly listening to the conversation. The pain in his arm persisted, but his eyes grew increasingly resolute. No matter what, he had to help Uncle Rong and protect the villagers of Dai from losing their land, as it was not only Uncle Rong's lifeline, but also the first place he found that felt like home after leaving his hometown for Hong Kong. He thought for a moment, then stood up, his gaze firm as he looked at Huang Xiangrong, and said, Uncle Rong, I think Jianhua and Jiandong's idea is good. We can take a dual approach. On one hand, report to the police, and on the other, contact the media to expose the various fraudulent activities of the large real estate company during the land acquisition process. This will put strong pressure on the Ho family, making them wary. Moreover, we can also gather evidence of the Ho family's oppression of the villagers, which will give us more leverage during negotiations or when exposing the matter. Uncle Rong nodded, his expression serious, as he said, Haixing, you make a good point. It seems we cannot rely solely on me to negotiate with Ho Guoqiang. We will gather evidence while contacting the media to expose them, applying pressure on the Ho family to see how they react. But everyone must be cautious. The Ho family is not to be trifled with, and we must not alert them to our plans. Uncle Rong's eyes revealed a hint of caution. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Only the brothers Jianhua and Jiandong remained very agitated. Dad, this matter cannot just be let go like this. Jianhua stepped forward saying, we must report this to the police. Let the officers deal with those thugs. Jiandong quickly chimed in, yes. Dad, the Ho family is too arrogant. They openly bully us, and if we back down now, they'll only ride on our necks in the future. We cannot be afraid of them. Huang Xiangrong looked at his two sons, who were visibly excited, then glanced at his worried wife beside him, letting out a heavy sigh. He could not resist the insistence of his family. The next morning, Huang Xiangrong, burdened with worries, headed to the Shapa District Police Station, accompanied by Su Samai. He did not allow his two sons and Lin Haixing to go with him, fearing they might get overly emotional and say things they shouldn't. Su Samai tightly linked her arm with his in silence. They pushed open the doors of the Shapa District Police Station. Huang Xiangrong's gaze swept across the hall, and he froze instantly. On duty that day was none other than Zhang Haoyou. Zhang Haoyong also spotted him abruptly halting his relaxed posture, leaning against the desk. The easy smile on his face vanished in an instant, his eyes flashing with a hint of panic mixed with an indescribable complexity. But it was just for a moment. The next second he adjusted his expression, forcing a somewhat stiff smile, and quickly approached, saying, "Uncle Rong, what brings you here? Please have a seat." Huang Xiangrong suppressed the rising anxiety in his heart, and followed Zhang Haoyong to sit next to a bench. "Officer Zhang," his voice was slightly hoarse, "I came to report a case today." He then recounted the attack he suffered at the alley last night in detail, describing the harsh words and actions of the assailants clearly. "What a—" Zhang Haoyong slammed the table, his face changing drastically, feigning shock as he widened his eyes. "Such a thing actually happened? They dared to use knives and clubs? This is outrageous." He leaned in closer, scrutinizing Huang Xiangrong from head to toe. "Uncle Rong, you weren't hurt, were you? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable, eh?" Huang Xiangrong shook his head, saying, "Fortunately, my godson Lin Haixing arrived in time, and we were not seriously injured, just a few scrapes." That's good, that's good." Zhang Haoyong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to shout at another officer not far away. "Officer Wang, go bring 2 cups of hot tea for Uncle Rong and Sister Samai." The officer acknowledged and discreetly turned to the tea room. The hall instantly fell silent. Zhang Haoyong looked around to see if anyone was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice, stood up quickly, and walked over to Huang Xiangrong, slightly bending down to bring his face close to Huang's ear. He whispered, "Uncle Rong, I advise you to minimize this matter, make a big issue small, and a small issue disappear." Huang Xiangrong's body stiffened suddenly. "Officer Zhang, what do you mean by that?" He turned his head, staring at Zhang Haoyong. A trace of helplessness appeared on Zhang's face, and he lowered his voice further. "You know well that if this matter escalates, it benefits no one." He paused as if having made up his mind, and added, "Actually, last year at the dock when I accompanied Senior Inspector Smith to inspect fishing boats, I saw Lin Haixing there." Huang Xiangrong's heart sank suddenly, as if something had gripped it tightly. "I knew he was smuggled in," Zhang Haoyong continued, his tone carrying a deliberate sense of honesty. "At that time, seeing him in such a pitiful state, I didn't want to implicate you, so I didn't speak up." In Huang Xiangrong's mind, the scene from that day flashed by. Lin Haixing hiding in the small storage space of a fishing boat, his injured leg unable to be pulled in time, indeed revealing a foot. Could it be that he really saw him back then? Or was it that the last time at the tea house when he introduced Lin Haixing to Zhang Haoyong, it raised his suspicion, and now he was deliberately using this matter to blackmail him? Countless questions surged in his mind, and Huang Xiangrong's eyes instantly became vigilant. He stared intently at Zhang Haoyong's eyes, but found that the other party's gaze flickered and did not dare to meet his. This guilt made Huang Xiangrong feel even more insecure. He did not respond, neither affirming nor denying, but his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and disappointment. "Officer Zhang," Huang Xiangrong slowly began, his voice calm, yet undeniably firm. "I, Huang Xiangrong, have always been an honest fisherman making a living by fishing, and I have never taken the initiative to cause trouble. But the Ho family is different." His tone grew somber. "They have bullied the villagers of Dai village time and again. As the village representative, I cannot just stand by and watch." Zhang Haoyong fell silent. He straightened up, worry evident on his face. "Uncle Rong, I understand your feelings and know you mean well for the villagers. But you have to consider the consequences." Zhang Haoyong's voice lowered. "You know the Ho family's influence in this area. They have connections and deep-rooted relationships. If you go against them, you really won't come out well. Think about it, if something happens to you, what will Sister Samai and Jianhua and Jiandong do? Moreover, the thugs from last night have run off, and you only suspect that it was Ho Yong who instigated it with no real evidence." Zhang Haoyong spread his hands. "Without evidence, our police also find it hard to investigate." "What do you mean there's no evidence?" Su Samai could no longer hold back her eyes, instantly turning red, tears welling up, her voice cracking. "They attacked right at our doorstep. Isn't that enough?" She tightened her grip on Huang Xiangrong's hand. "If it weren't for Haixing arriving in time last night, old Huang might not be here anymore." The last few words came out almost in a sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Huang Xiangrong patted his wife's back gently, his determination in his gaze deepening. He turned to Zhang Haoyong and said emphatically, "Officer Zhang, I am not afraid of them. I can temporarily overlook last night's attack, but I cannot allow the villagers' interests to be trampled on at will. Dai village is home to all of us. I cannot just watch as they buy our land at a low price, leaving us with no way to make a living in the future." Zhang Haoyong shook his head helplessly, letting out a sigh. "Uncle Rong, your temper is too stubborn. I have been at the police station for so many years, and I see some things more clearly than you do. The Ho family is known for their ruthless methods. You really need to think twice." Huang Xiangrong gritted his teeth, a look of resolute determination appearing on his face. "I have made up my mind," he said in a deep voice. "I am old and have nothing to fear. At worst, I will risk my life to protect the villagers' interests." Zhang Haoyong looked into his determined eyes, knowing that further persuasion would be futile. He remained silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. "All right, Uncle Rong. I will keep an eye on this matter, and will consider reporting it to my superiors. But you must be careful and not provoke trouble again." Zhang Haoyong's tone softened a bit. If anything happens, contact me in a timely manner. If you suffer any mishaps, I will also find it hard to explain. Just then, Officer Wang entered with 2 cups of Huang Xiangrong, and his wife no longer had the mood to stay saying goodbye as they left the police station. The sky outside was still overcast. Huang Xiangrong looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the heaviness in his chest, showing no sign of relief. Su Samai still tightly linked her arm, with her voice filled with pleading. Arong, why don't we think of another way? I'm still worried about you. Her tears welled up again. If something happens to you, how will I and the kids live? Huang Xiangrong stopped and gently patted his wife's hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He said softly, this struggle against the Ho family has only just begun. For the villagers of Dai village, for our family, I must persevere. When they returned home, as soon as the door was pushed open, Jianhua and Jiandong rushed over. Jianhua immediately noticed the tear stains on his mother's face, his heart tightening as he quickly stepped forward. Mom, why are you crying? Dad, what did the police say? Did they agree to help us deal with those bastards from the Ho family? Huang Xiangrong shook his head, entered the house, and briefly recounted the situation at the police station to his 2 sons. This Zhang Haoyong actually said that. Jiandong slammed the table in anger, his face turning pale. He must have accepted benefits from the Ho family. Otherwise, why would he speak for the Ho family? Regardless of whether he accepted benefits or not, our plan cannot change. Lin Haixing walked out from inside, his eyes resolute. We will continue to collect evidence and expose it to the media. No matter how powerful the Ho family is, they cannot cover the sky with one hand. Huang Xiangrong nodded, agreeing. Haixing is right, we cannot sit idly by. You 2 brothers also need to pay attention. See if the Ho family is bullying the villagers in any way and document everything, whether it's written evidence or eyewitness accounts. We have to collect them all. Jianhua and Jiandong exchanged a glance and nodded heavily. In early 1980, the lights of the night school accompanied Lin Haixing for nearly a year. His hard study was not in vain. He not only grasped the fundamentals of electronic engineering and business, but also self-taught himself the basics of English. Clutching the graduation certificate from night school, Lin Haixing stood at the entrance of the printing factory in Tapu district, his brow furrowed. He could no longer stay here. The fire within him was burning brighter. He wanted to venture into the realm of advanced manufacturing and hone his survival skills further. His uncle Yi Xinyang witnessed all of this, his eyes filled with pride. This nephew's determination resembled his own youthful dream of breaking into Hong Kong. Before his father Yi Kuan could say anything, Yi Xinyang took action, leveraging familiar connections to finally secure a proper job for Lin Haixing. Sheng, it's done. My Dashi watch company, run by a friend of mine, does OEM for an electronic watch factory in our country and also handles some sales. Yi Xinyang patted his nephew on the shoulder, his tone brimming with excitement. The factory is located in the Tsuanwan industrial area of the New Territories, and the sales office is in Kowloon. You can take the bus to your grandfather's home in Shamshui-pu and reach in half an hour. Lin Haixing's eyes lit up. He had been fascinated with electronic things since he was young. A memory from middle school suddenly resurfaced. At that time, his curiosity was overwhelming. He seized the opportunity when no one was home to dismantle the radio. He unscrewed the outer casing with a screwdriver, scattering the components all over, and ultimately couldn't reassemble it, leaving the radio completely silent. When his father Lin Weiguo returned and saw this, he scolded him mercilessly. Yet that criticism could not extinguish his passion. By high school, he had his eyes set on his father's Shanghai brand watch. In those days, on the mainland, watches were real hard currency. The 3 essentials for young couples starting a family were watches, bicycles, and sewing machines, each requiring a great deal of effort to obtain. Buying a watch required not only frugality, but also all-night queues for a number or finding connections to help. By then, his father was no longer a principal and had been sent to the countryside, his temperament becoming more open. Seeing his longing, his father voluntarily offered to lend him the watch for a few days. However, his mother firmly opposed. This is a 17-jewel Shanghai, full-steel shockproof watch. His mother held the watch tightly, her tone anxious. I used your grandfather's money and relied on many connections to buy this as a birthday gift for your dad. She feared that this reckless young boy might mishandle it and break the watch. In the end, it was only after his father persuaded her a few times that she relented, watching closely as he wore it for half a day before quickly taking it back. I knew from a young age that watches were very precious. Lin Haixing sighed softly, pulling his thoughts back to reality. It was only after arriving in Hong Kong that he truly understood the wonders of technology. The world of watches had already undergone a transformation. It was no longer dominated by mechanical watches. The emergence of electronic watches turned once unattainable luxury items into consumer goods that ordinary people could easily purchase. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze carried the unique sounds of machinery from the industrial area. Lin Haixing followed his uncle Yi Xinyang into the gates of my Dashi watch company. Upon entering, a busy yet orderly atmosphere enveloped them. The sounds of the assembly line, the murmurs of workers, and the clattering of materials intertwined to create a vibrant symphony. They were greeted by Mr. Zheng, the production manager. He appeared to be in his 50s with graying hair neatly combed. His sharp eyes were accompanied by a warm smile, making him instantly approachable. Xinjiang, long time no see. Manager Zheng quickly approached, extending his hand, enthusiastically shaking Xinjiang's hand tightly before turning to Lin Haixing, giving a firm handshake. I absolutely trust anyone you bring. Xinjiang smiled and patted Lin Haixing on the back, pushing him forward. Brother Zheng, this kid is very motivated, studying electronics and business hard at night school, hoping for a good opportunity. I'll trouble you to take care of him and teach him more in the future. Manager Zheng looked Lin Haixing up and down. His gaze was filled with appreciation as he nodded. The young man looked spirited, exuding cleverness. Come, let me show you around and discuss the company's situation. He led the two into the adjacent conference room. A few tables and chairs were neatly arranged with designs of watches hanging on the walls and several performance charts showing upward red lines indicating a thriving momentum. Sit down. Manager Zheng gestured for them to take a seat, walking to the whiteboard and picking up a black marker. Lin Haixing sat up straight, his eyes glued to Manager Zheng, his body slightly leaning forward. He was eager to absorb knowledge about electronic watches. Our Maidashi primarily does OEM for the electronic watch factory in our country, along with some sales. Manager Zheng began, his voice resonant. The watch industry in Hong Kong has developed quite well over the years. As he spoke, he drew a large watch diagram on the whiteboard, writing keywords like import and export, manufacturing, and repair next to it. In the past, watches were luxury goods that ordinary people could hardly dream of. Only the wealthy and powerful could wear them. If they broke, they could only be sent to retail stores for repair. Manager Zheng pointed at the words repair, saying, the Hong Kong watch industry began with import and export, wholesale, retail, and repair. He paused before continuing, manufacturing can be traced back to the late 1930s. Back then it was all family-run workshops making watch bands and casings for repair shops. Assembly line-style component factories only emerged after the war. The watches produced in post-war Hong Kong were categorized by movements and power into three main types: mechanical watches, electronic digital watches, and quartz watches. Manager Zheng spoke, while writing each word carrying the weight of history. Manager Zheng, Lin Haixing couldn't help but interject, his tone filled with curiosity. What is the story behind mechanical watches? Manager Zheng looked up at him, smiling, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man knows how to ask questions. Good. Before the 1970s, mechanical watches were mainstream, divided into coarse and fine types. He drew a simple diagram of a movement on the whiteboard. Coarse watches have 1 joule, making them inexpensive. Fine watches differ with up to 17 joules, which are all high-end. Lin Haixing listened intently and followed up with another question. Where were the watches from Hong Kong sold back then? Before the 1950s, watch factories imported coarse movements, assembling them with local parts into mid-range watches, primarily for export to the US, our country, and the Middle East. Manager Zheng's enthusiasm grew as he spoke, his voice rising. In the early 1970s, the introduction of electronic digital watches revolutionized the watch manufacturing industry. He gestured enthusiastically. The concept of quartz watches emerged as early as 1922. However, back then quartz clocks were enormous, some the size of cabinets, consuming a lot of power. During World War II, their size shrank to that of a milk carton, but they could only serve as official precision timing tools. For instance, Seiko produced a quartz clock for our country's NHK in 1958, which was used to regulate radio timing signals. Manager Zheng turned around, opened a drawer, and took out a yellowed promotional poster, handing it to Lin Haixing. Later, the United States developed diode and liquid crystal display electronic watches. At that time, America had just landed on the moon and space technology was applied to industry. Once electronic watches were launched, they sold at high prices, becoming luxurious items that captivated the market. Lin Haixing stared at the image of the electronic watch on the poster, unable to take his eyes off it. On the poster, a handsome foreign man holds a peculiar firearm, exuding a style that is both fashionable and intensely stern. 007, James Bond. Lin Haixing recognized him immediately based on the movie magazines he usually read. Yes, from the 1973 film Live and Let Die. The key point is the watch on his wrist. Manager Zheng carefully retrieved a watch from the cabinet below, saying, this is a Pulsar made by Hamilton in the United States, the world's first mass-produced digital quartz watch. It was more expensive than Rolex back then. He pressed the side button of the watch. With a soft beep, the red LED digits, 1200, suddenly lit up, magically suspended above the black dial. Lin Haixing's breath caught in his throat. He had seen mechanical watches and rudimentary digital displays, but he had never witnessed such a futuristic technology-laden display method in person. No hands, no gears, Manager Zheng said with a hint of nostalgia. It relies on a chip to drive the glowing diodes. American elites rushed to buy it, and even Nixon's daughter bought one as a Christmas gift. At that time, the New York Times called it a monumental leap in personal timing technology. Lin Haixing felt a surge of excitement, as if he could touch the pulse of the cutting edge of the era. Then this American company must have made a fortune. However, Manager Zheng chuckled, putting the Pulsar back and picking up another watch that was noticeably thinner with a gray-black glass dial. The wave of technology comes swiftly and departs just as fast. The brilliance of Pulsar's LED lasted only a few years before it was defeated by this one. He handed the new watch to Lin Haixing. This is the 06 LC from Country are released in October 1973, the world's first 6-digit liquid crystal display quartz watch. With LCD technology, it consumes less power and provides a more comprehensive display. Lin Haixing took it. The watch was light, and the LCD screen clearly showed 1200, with hours, minutes, and seconds easily visible, plus a small date below. He gently touched it. The screen was cool and flat. LEDs need a button to light up, but LCDs can display continuously. The transition in display technology took only 2 or 3 years. Manager Zheng looked at him and suddenly changed the topic. Xiao Lin, you study electronics at night school and have such an interest. Let me test you. He turned around and picked up a transparent plastic box from the workbench, which contained several scattered electronic watch movement parts and 2 complete small circuit boards. These are the 2 common movement modules from the production line Model A and Model B. Manager Zheng pushed the box in front of Lin Haixing. Model A is an older version with a higher failure rate. A common issue is that the liquid crystal display occasionally has missing strokes. Some strokes do not display. Model B is a newly improved version. I want to ask you to repair it or just look with your eyes and guess based on what you've learned which part of Model A is most likely to have issues. He'll give you 5 minutes. Lin Haixing felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively looked at his uncle. Yi Xingyang gave him an encouraging glance. He took a deep breath knowing this was not just a test, but an opportunity to showcase himself. He bent down to observe closely. The parts were small quartz crystal, a black integrated chip, a flat LCD screen, a ring of gray conductive rubber, and thin printed circuit boards. He recalled what the night school teacher had taught him about the principle of liquid crystal display. It requires stable, driving voltage chip control signals and conductive rubber to connect the circuit board to the glass screen physically. Missing strokes. He murmured, his mind racing. If the chip or crystal is faulty, it might not display at all. If it's a contact issue. His gaze fixed on the inconspicuous ring of gray conductive rubber, comparing it to the Model B movement. The rubber strip on Model B seemed more orderly, and the contact points with the circuit board were clearer. Time ticked by. Manager Zheng and Yi Xingyang waited silently. Lin Haixing raised his head, pointing to the ring of conductive rubber, his tone uncertain, but striving for clarity. Manager Zheng, I guess it might be this connection part. If the conductive rubber is unevenly pressed or has slight contamination or aging, it could easily lead to poor contact along the corresponding circuit, causing that stroke not to light up. I noticed that the design of this part on Model B seems a bit better. After speaking, he anxiously awaited the verdict. Manager Zheng's face showed no emotion. After a few seconds, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter and patted Lin Haixing's shoulder vigorously. Good. Your reasoning is completely correct. His eyes were filled with approval. You are not reckless, you observe well, and you can connect what you see. Indeed, over 70% of the issues with Model A's missing strokes stem from the contact of that ring of conductive rubber. With Model B, we improved the pressing process and the rubber material, and the failure rate has decreased. He opened the box and took out a magnifying glass, handing it to Lin Haixing. Take a closer look at the contact surface of the rubber strip on Model A. Are there places where the gloss is inconsistent? Lin Haixing leaned in to look, and indeed he found it so. Suddenly he felt enlightened, a wave of achievement washing over him. This was not book knowledge, this was a real production issue. Manager Zheng collected the parts, his tone becoming profound. Xiao Lin, why did I show you the Pulsar, then the Kingwork 06 LC, and now this rubber strip? Lin Haixing pondered. The Pulsar represents the cutting edge of technology, but it couldn't keep up with the iterations and was eliminated in just a few years. Kingwork achieved a leap by stubbornly focusing on technology, liquid crystal display, quartz movement precision, and here in Hong Kong, Manager Zheng pointed out the roaring workshop outside the window. We sit at the top of the world's watch production thanks to our ability to mass-produce these advanced designs from Kingwork in the most efficient, reliable, and cost-effective manner. The small problem you found just now represents the countless cost and quality issues we have to resolve on the production line every day. The knowledge here is no less than that of designing a new watch. Lin Haixing completely understood. He had previously yearned for the halo of technology, but now saw the solid, even trivial foundation behind that halo. And this foundation is precisely where he can learn and cultivate. So don't underestimate the assembly workers. Manager Zheng concluded, understanding why the parts in your hands are designed this way and how to assemble them quickly and well means you have grasped the most genuine pulse of this industry. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. After a brief training session, Lin Haixing was assigned to the LCD watch assembly line. In the workshop, the machines hummed and the air was filled with a faint metallic and plastic scent. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the long assembly line. Lin Haixing stood in front of his workstation, receiving his tools and anti-static tweezers, a small pneumatic screwdriver, and a magnifying lamp. His job was to preliminarily assemble the LCD screen module, circuit board, conductive rubber, and watch case together. He performed his tasks with utmost seriousness. With every tiny screw he picked up with the tweezers, and every time he aligned the rubber strip in place, he was fully focused. Because now he knew that the ring of gray rubber affected whether the final display was complete. The torque of each screw could influence the long-term reliability of the watch. Thinking about the watches he assembled which would bear the label, Made in Hong Kong, and be sold around the world, a sense of unprecedented fulfillment and purpose enveloped him. Although the work was monotonous and he stood for hours and his arms felt sore and numb at the end of the day, the pay was significantly better than that at the printing factory. Living at his grandfather's house, he could start saving money. After work, Lin Haisheng sometimes went with his co-workers to a nearby tea restaurant for milk tea and pineapple buns. They gathered around chatting about work life and amusing anecdotes from Hong Kong. His co-workers shared various fun stories and gossip from the Hong Kong watch industry, like which factory produced a new model or which boss made a fortune. Lin Haisheng always listened with great interest, increasingly feeling that this industry was full of charm. He knew that he had finally found a solid starting point for his new life. Aside from working in the factory and attending night school, Lin Haisheng would accompany his grandfather to various activities whenever he had free time. Tycoon was not yet 70, and his physique was remarkably strong. The elder had a peculiar obsession with hiking and visiting temples on weekends. Whenever the weather was fine, he would take Lin Haisheng along the mountain paths. They would either hike into the dense forests of Hong Kong and Kowloon listening to the birds, or visit those ancient or solemn temples to see familiar monks and masters. Especially the Lingyun Temple in the New Territories, where the abbot Master Shirkong was a close friend of Tycoon. The temple was nestled among green mountains and clear waters with heavy ancient doors and brass rings worn smooth by time. Incense lingered throughout the year, and the sound of the bell could be heard from afar. In his youth, Tycoon worked as a journalist and editor, well-versed in various aspects of Hong Kong society, having interacted with people from all walks of life. Having witnessed the joys and sorrows of the world, he immersed himself in Buddhism in his old age, finding joy in it. However, his son, Xinyang, who worked in a Chinese-funded company, was not very interested in Buddhist culture due to his job and personal beliefs. Whenever Tycoon enthusiastically tried to discuss Buddhist scriptures with him, he would only nod politely and quickly bury himself in paperwork. His daughter-in-law, Du Jie, was influenced by her family from a young age and was a devout Catholic. Every Sunday, without fail, she would attend church services, and in their living room a cross and the Bible were displayed, while she viewed Buddhist rituals and doctrines with a sense of misunderstanding and detachment. His two granddaughters were busy studying for exams and were rarely seen around. Tycoon found it a luxury to seek companionship for visiting the temple. The arrival of Lin Haisheng was like a ray of light illuminating the elderly man's later years. This nephew was not only filial, but also eager to accompany his grandfather everywhere. Having accompanied his grandmother and mother to many temples in his hometown since childhood, those memories were etched in his bones. He remembered that although the temples in his hometown were small, they were always bustling with incense. The walls were adorned with colorful murals depicting the Buddha sitting on a lotus throne with a compassionate expression, Guanyin holding a pure vase with willows gently swaying, and the four heavenly kings formidable and holding their weaponry, leaving onlookers in awe. His grandmother often shared simple Buddhist principles with him, and his mother would always take him to kneel reverently before the Buddha statues. He was somewhat familiar with the Buddha and Guanyin, and had a little knowledge of the law of cause and effect. Later during the Cultural Revolution, those temples were either demolished or destroyed, and he never had the chance to step foot. Now in Hong Kong, following his grandfather into Lingyun Temple, the familiar scenes flooded back to him, evoking an indescribable sense of warmth. Since Hong Kong was ceded to Britain, the environment has been relatively stable. Many refugees from the war-torn mainland fled here, bringing Buddhism and monks with them. At that time, the streets of Hong Kong were filled with the presence of monks. Clad in simple robes and holding prayer beads, they walked steadily, drawing the attention of passers-by wherever they went. The spread of Buddhism facilitated the flourishing development of Buddhist culture in Hong Kong, with many talented monks practicing there. Among the lay practitioners, there were also plenty of officials and prominent figures. By the 1980s, as Hong Kong's economy soared, Buddhism blossomed in various forms. Numerous Buddhist activities were held enthusiastically, with devotees flocking to the temples, creating a bustling atmosphere. In the meditation room of Lingyun Temple, the faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Outside was the noisy world with the sounds of vehicles faintly coming in, but inside it was so quiet that one could hear the crackling of the burning candles, creating a sense of serenity apart from the world. The walls of the meditation room were adorned with exquisite Buddhist paintings, and an ancient incense burner rested on the table, the gentle fragrance lingering, bringing comfort to the whole being. On the morning of this Sunday, Lin Haisheng accompanied his grandfather to meet Master Shirkong. On the way to the temple, Lin Haisheng kept his head down, kicking small stones by the roadside, appearing calm, but with a sense of lingering heaviness in his brow. Tycoon was keenly perceptive and immediately saw through his thoughts. The elder slowed his pace, patted his shoulder, and spoke gently like a spring breeze. "Sheng, is everything going well at the factory lately? Seeing your demeanor, it seems like something is on your mind." Lin Haisheng paused his steps. After hesitating for a few seconds, his clenched fist slowly relaxed, and with a hint of frustration in his voice, he said, "Grandfather, everything at the factory is quite good. It's just, I keep thinking about Uncle Rong's family in Dawei village and the faces of those from the Ho family." He raised his head, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. "I studied and learned skills, but when I think of them still bullying others and I can do nothing about it, I feel a fire brewing inside me that I can't calm down. I don't know how to place this emotion." Master Shirkong, who looked to be in his 50s, had a kind face, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to hold endless wisdom. The prayer beads in his hands gleamed with a soft luster. He had seen Lin Haisheng a few times and had a good impression of this young man. With a clear brow and bright eyes, he spoke little, always quietly sitting to the side listening to him, and Yi Kuan chat, and he was diligent in serving tea and water, without laziness, treating others with respect and politeness. The master genuinely liked this composed young man. He smiled and handed Yi Kuan a Buddhist scripture, the cover a deep brown with the title printed in gold, the pages yellowed, yet emitting a faint scent of ink. Yi Kuan's eyes lit up as he immediately took it, sitting on a nearby chair, gently stroking the pages, eagerly flipping through, hardly daring to blink, quickly immersing himself in his own world. Seeing his old friend captivated, the master did not want to interrupt, and turned to Lin Haisheng, smiling gently. "Young benefactor, you have been here several times now. I see you take Buddhism to heart. If you have any questions today, I will surely help you find answers." Lin Haisheng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining brightly. He had come here so many times, but had never had the chance to have a good conversation with the master. Hearing the master take the initiative to speak, he quickly stood up, respectfully bowing, hands clasped together, slightly leaning forward, his tone tinged with nervousness and anticipation. "Master, I've heard that the wisdom in Buddhist scriptures is boundless. But I feel like I'm always on the verge of understanding, yet not quite. Could you please choose some simple Buddhist principles and explain them to me in detail?" The master smiled, his eyes full of compassion. He gently waved his hand, his voice calm and unhurried. "Child, the scriptures are not something one can comprehend in a day or two. You must calm your mind and ponder slowly." He paused before continuing, "Just like what is spoken in the Diamond Sutra, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. They should be viewed like this. Everything in this world appears real, yet in essence it is fleeting, just like dreams, bubbles, dew, and light." The master's gaze fell upon Lin Haisheng, carrying profound meaning. "In our daily lives, we are busy grasping things tightly, yet ultimately they are not lasting. If one understands this principle, one can let go of some attachments and find peace in the heart, facing life's various tribulations with composure." Master Shirkong observed Lin Haisheng's furrowed brow and could see through his thoughts. He shifted the subject, smiling and asking, "Young benefactor, you seem to harbor some pent-up feelings. Are you troubled by injustices?" Lin Haisheng shuddered, as if his innermost secret had been exposed. He paused for a few seconds and nodded heavily. "The Diamond Sutra states one should produce the mind without dwelling on anything." The master's voice slowly resonated, imbued with a calming power. "Seeing injustice and feeling righteous indignation, this is producing the mind, showing that your conscience has not faded." He paused again, his tone growing more serious. "However, if this indignation lingers in your heart, it becomes an attachment, which can harm yourself. It's like stirring muddy water with your hand. The more you want to see clearly, the murkier it becomes. You need to let your heart settle, not dwelling on anything, to see the true nature of things and find the real solution." The master looked at Lin Haisheng, every word filled with sincerity. "To punish evil requires wisdom, not mere anger. To promote good requires strength, not empty sympathy." Lin Haisheng listened dazedly, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his entire being frozen. The confusion on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of clarity. He steadied himself, his face revealing a look of reverence, his eyes full of longing. "Master, after hearing your explanation, I feel like I've gained a superficial understanding of Buddhist teachings. I often hear my grandfather mention the 3 seals and the 4 seals about impermanence, non-self, nirvana, stillness, and that all is suffering. Please, Master, elaborate on these to help me clarify my doubts." Master Shirkong sat cross-legged, his fingers gently turning a string of Buddhist prayer beads. Upon hearing the question, he nodded slightly, his expression solemn, as he spoke slowly. "Dharma seals are the Buddhist criteria for verifying the authenticity of the Dharma, like an official seal that confirms whether a statement truly aligns with the Buddhist teachings." He paused, softening his tone. "Of these 3 Dharma seals, the foremost is, all phenomena are impermanent." As he spoke, he raised his hand, his slender, weathered finger pointing gently toward the towering ancient tree outside the meditation chamber. "Observe all things in this world. They flow like a rushing river, never pausing for even a single moment." Lin Haisheng followed his gaze and saw a lush, umbrella-like foliage. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, scattering delicate specks of light upon the ground. "The phenomenal world we inhabit exists solely through causes and conditions. Where there is birth, there must also be cessation." The master's voice was gentle, yet penetrating. "Consider this very tree. In spring, tender buds emerge like curious little heads peering into the world. In summer, dense layers of leaves shelter us from the scorching sun. In autumn, golden leaves flutter down like butterflies. In winter, it stands bare and trembling in the cold wind. He withdrew his gaze and settled it upon Lin Haixing's face. Year after year its form is never fixed. That is, all phenomena are impermanent. Lin Haixing pondered in silence for a moment, his eyes clouding with deeper uncertainty, until suddenly a flash of insight split through his mind like lightning. Was the Ho family's arrogance itself an expression of impermanence? Today they wielded power to oppress others. But times change, Hong Kong changes, laws evolve, and so too does the human heart. No power endures eternally. The Rong family's plight was the manifestation of present causes and conditions. But even this present is already receding into the past, ripening the next set of conditions. Leaning forward intently, Lin Haixing locked his gaze onto the master's eyes, as if seeking answers within their profound depths. Master, how then should we understand? All dharmas are without self. A faint serene smile touched the master's lips as he patiently explained, dharmas encompass all phenomena. The doctrine of all dharmas are without self declares that nothing in this world possesses an eternal unchanging essence called self. He lightly tapped his own chest. Take the human body for instance. It arises from the four elements earth, water, fire, and wind. Our thoughts and consciousness too shift, ceaselessly shaped by countless internal and external conditions. Reflect from infancy to youth, adulthood, middle age, old age, and finally death. Our appearance and physical faculties transform constantly, our beliefs and perspectives evolve alongside lived experience. His gaze remained steady upon Lin Haixing. Where then is an immutable I? I is but a provisional relative concept. Precisely because all dharmas are inherently without self, all phenomena are impermanent, arises. At these words Lin Haixing lifted his head sharply, his eyes no longer clouded with mere doubt, but alight with sudden crystalline clarity. He blurted out, Master, I think I begin to grasp it. When you say all phenomena are impermanent, do you mean that our current hardship, and even our adversaries, are merely transient forms amid infinite flux? What we require is not brute confrontation with some fixed form, but rather the wisdom to comprehend and skillfully influence the very causes and conditions that drive transformation. Master Shirkong paused, visibly taken aback. Then his eyes shimmered with deep admiration. He had not expected this young man to so swiftly map Buddhist wisdom onto the turbulence of worldly afflictions. Well said. The master clapped his hands softly. You have already touched the threshold of wisdom. To fixate on defeating a static evil person is to cling to the illusion of a permanent self. To see clearly both impermanence and non-self is to find the fulcrum by which a feather's weight can move a mountain. As he spoke, the master observed Lin Haixing's expression with quiet attentiveness. Noticing the young man's furrowed brow soften and his gaze deepen with contemplation, a gentle approving smile warmed the master's face. Just then soft footsteps sounded outside the door. A novice monk 12 or 13 years old entered bearing a tea tray. His features were refined, his eyes pure and clear as a mountain spring. Clad in a freshly laundered pale gray monastic robe, he moved with such lightness that his steps made no sound. He placed 2 steaming cups of tea steadily upon the low table, pressed his palms together in respectful salutation, bowed slightly, and withdrew, silent as mist. Lin Haixing's gaze instinctively followed the novice's retreating figure until the door closed softly behind him. He lowered his eyes to the cup before him, watching the delicate plume of steam rise and curl. Within his heart, the master's words echoed, slowly coalescing into something newly intelligible. And what of Nirvana's stillness? He lifted his head abruptly, eyes blazing with urgent inquiry. I know it is a profound state, but precisely what does it feel like? The master's expression grew even more solemn. With hands resting naturally upon his knees, he spoke slowly. Nirvana is the highest spiritual attainment beyond the cycle of birth and death, a Buddhist stance toward life and death, and the ultimate goal of cultivation. Sentient beings ensnared by ignorance and the afflictions of greed, hatred, and delusion wander endlessly through samsara. Nirvana is the complete extinction of these afflictions, the realization of ultimate liberation. Nirvana's stillness is like a cleansing breeze that extinguishes the raging fires of greed, hatred, and delusion within the heart, ushering one into awakening. The master's gaze drifted into the void as if piercing through the walls of the meditation chamber. When one is no longer ruled by desire, anger, or ignorance, the inner realm settles into perfect stillness. This is Nirvana's stillness. It is transcendence beyond worldly turmoil, a tranquil harbor for the soul. As he spoke, the master lifted his teacup, took a slow sip, closed his eyes, tilted his head upward slightly, and wore an expression of serene, untroubled peace, as though already dwelling within that stillness. Lin Haixing fell silent for a long while, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. A new layer of perplexity gathered in his furrowed brow. I've also heard, all is suffering. How does this relate to the Dharma seals you've just explained? The master exhaled softly, a sigh imbued with boundless compassion. This is all afflictions are suffering. In other words, all emotional states are rooted in suffering. Because all phenomena are inherently impermanent and without self, Yet people stubbornly cling to the illusion of a fixed enduring I, and from this clinging springs suffering. Suffering manifests both as physical pain and mental anguish, worry, distress, despair. To live in this impermanent world is to endure birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encounters with those we despise, and the agony of unfulfilled desire. The grief of losing a parent, the sorrow of parting from a beloved, the torment of longing for what remains out of reach. His tone remained calm as he offered examples. Some obsess over fame and fortune. When denied, they suffer excruciatingly, all because they fail to see the essential truths of impermanence and non-self. The Buddha himself experienced these truths firsthand, and thus taught his disciples to seek nirvana. The master's gaze returned to Lin Haixing. All phenomena are impermanent, all dharmas are without self, and all is suffering. These three are contemplative gateways leading toward nirvana. Only by cultivating insight into these truths can one truly arrive at that profound stillness. At these words, images of Hong Kong's streets flooded Lin Haixing's mind. Those who frantically chase wealth and status erupt in ecstasy upon gaining them, and crumble in despair upon losing them, each living in exhausting exhaustion. He now understood the root of it all lay in failing to pierce the veil of impermanence and non-self. A faint bitter smile touched his lips as he murmured quietly, "For so many years humanity has wandered aimlessly within this illusory web of attachment." As if reading his thoughts, the master spoke gently. "Young man, to awaken to such insight is itself a blessing. In this world of suffering, all beings drift upon the ocean of affliction. Those who awaken early and embark upon the path of cultivation are truly fortunate." Lin Haixing lifted his head sharply, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Leaning forward slightly, his voice rang with absolute determination. "Master, I wish to begin cultivation, to fathom the truth within. But where do I start?" A warm, encouraging smile softened the master's face. "The path of cultivation begins within the heart. First, learn to observe your own mind, to notice every arising thought unmoved by greed, hatred, or delusion." His voice was soft yet resonant. "In daily life, maintain equanimity, meeting gain and loss, honor and disgrace with unshaken composure." Lin Haixing nodded, firmly committing these words deeply to memory. After a thoughtful pause, another long-standing question surfaced. His eyes clouded with quiet uncertainty. "Master, as a child, my mother often told me that believing in the bodhisattvas would bring protection to all beings and alleviate suffering. What Buddhist principle lies behind this?" His gaze held earnest expectation, awaiting the master's reply. At that moment, Yi Kuan, who had been listening nearby, spoke up. "Haixing, time grows late. The profundity of Buddhist doctrine cannot be grasped hastily. It demands patient study and gradual realization." Then turning to Master Shirkong, he added, "We're deeply grateful for your guidance. You must be weary from this morning's discourse. Please rest well. We'll return soon for further instruction." The master pressed his palms together in respectful salutation. "Venerable Lin, I shall always welcome you for tea and conversation." And so the two departed, concluding their journey of Chan practice. Emerging from Lingyun Temple, the afternoon sun dazzled their eyes. On the bus returning home, Lin Haixing gazed out the window at the cityscape rushing past, each passing street corner echoing with the master's teachings and his own dawning realizations. Perceive the causes and conditions, transform the causes and conditions. He repeated these 8 characters, silently savoring their weight. To confront the Ho family Hedon would be the crudest, most futile strategy. What he could do now was become the most discerning observer in the factory, mastering not only technical skills, but also tracing the watchmaking industry's upstream and downstream flows, capital movements, and shifting customer loyalties. In Dawai village, discerning precisely what sustained the Ho family. Was it the patronage of a particular official, the villagers' fear, or loopholes in the system? He knew cultivation began right here, right now, on the factory assembly line in the narrow alleys of Dawai village. Cultivating a heart capable of observing chaos with lucid stillness, gathering in time the strength needed to reshape the very fabric of cause and condition. At 6 in the evening, the Jiulong Liyuan restaurant was at its liveliest. The neon sign at the entrance reflected the bustling crowd, with waitresses in kipeos weaving through the throngs, a cacophony of Cantonese, Mandarin, and a few English phrases penetrating even the intricately carved wooden doors into the private rooms. Zhang Xiaoyan sat by the window in the private room, in her early 20s, tall and voluptuous, with a sweet oval face and a pair of alluring, captivating eyes. At this moment, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her qipao. The short, deep crimson fabric, smooth and high-slit, swayed slightly with her movements, revealing a section of her fair and slender calves. She instinctively tucked her legs under the table. "Are you nervous?" asked Ho Yong, holding a cigarette between his fingers, the smoke swirling upward, obscuring the smile on his face. "Relax, Director Luo is not difficult to deal with." Zhang Xiaoyan tugged at the corner of her mouth, but remained silent. She was from Guabei province, a place abundant with tall and beautiful girls. 2 years ago, she arrived in Hong Kong with just a few hundred yuan, believing that with her looks she could become a fashion model, but reality proved to be far more brutal than she had imagined. The competition in the modeling industry was fierce, lacking connections and resources. She barely had any opportunities for auditions. To survive, she through a friend's introduction took a job as a PR girl at a high-end nightclub in Simsha Sui, where Ho Young was generous and took care of her. More importantly, he said he could help her achieve her dream of becoming an actress. This was the deepest obsession hidden in Zhang Xiaoyan's heart. Before coming to Hong Kong, she enjoyed imitating characters from TV dramas in front of the mirror. After arriving, she even had minor roles in several adult films, but they were all small parts where her face wasn't even clearly visible and she had hardly any lines. She raised her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear, her fingers brushing over the beauty mole by her lips. This was her most distinctive mark. Back home, neighbors would say this mole brought peach blossoms, but in Hong Kong those blossoms had yet to bring her any luck. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Ho Young immediately extinguished his cigarette, calling out. The door to the private room opened, and a slightly plump middle-aged man walked in wearing a floral shirt with a slight belly and a shrewd smile on his face. Behind him was a young assistant holding a briefcase. Director Luo, we've finally been waiting for you. Ho Young immediately stood up to greet him, enthusiastically extending his hand. Please take a seat. The one who came was Director Luo Jing in his 40s. He had previously been a photographer for the Cambodian royal family, skilled in photography techniques. Before the war broke out in the late 1960s, he had followed royal members to Hong Kong for refuge, trained at Shaw Brothers, and worked as a film cinematographer. Gradually, he became a director at a newly established film company specializing in adult films. Luo Jing's gaze swept across the private room, finally landing on Zhang Xiaoyan, his eyes holding a hint of scrutiny, lingering for a few seconds before moving away. He shook hands with Ho Young, saying, Brother Ho, sorry to keep you waiting. I was recognized by a few fans downstairs, which delayed me a bit. It's normal. Director Luo is now a big director, popular wherever he goes, Ho Young said with a smile, motioning him to the main seat and giving Zhang Xiaoyan a knowing glance. Xiaoyan, quickly pour tea for Director Luo. Zhang Xiaoyan immediately stood up, took the teapot from the table, and gently poured a cup of tea for Luo Jing, her voice soft. Director Luo, please enjoy your tea. Luo Jing nodded, taking a sip from the cup, his gaze landing on her again, this time more unabashedly. Brother Ho, is this the little girl you mentioned? She does look quite good, and her figure is proportionate. Zhang Xiaoyan felt somewhat uncomfortable under his direct gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she instinctively lowered her head. Ho Young noticed her embarrassment and smiled, trying to ease the situation. Xiaoyan just arrived in Hong Kong not long ago and is new to this film industry, so she's a bit shy. Director, while she may lack experience, she is blessed with charisma, and both her looks and figure are top-notch, absolutely meeting the requirements for your film. Luo Jing smiled, but did not respond, turning to his assistant to open the briefcase, taking out a script and placing it on the table. I am preparing to shoot a new film. I fell in love with a fox spirit, an adaptation from the Liaozhai series. He pushed the script towards Zhang Xiaoyan. You should know what type of films I make. For this film, I want to combine the whimsical elements of Liaozhai with current popular trends, making the styling and photography aesthetically pleasing, but there will be no shortage of intimate scenes. Zhang Xiaoyan picked up the script, her fingertips growing a bit cold. She certainly knew what kind of films Luo Jing made. 2 of the adult films for which she had previously played minor roles were produced by his film company. Director Luo, the main role hasn't been decided yet, has it? Ho Young asked. Not yet. Luo Jing leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. I've tried a few actresses, either their figures don't meet the standards, or they can't let go. The actress I want not only needs to be beautiful with a proportionate figure, but also must have consistent skin tone. I can't have one part white and another part black on the same person. His meaning was clear as his gaze swept across Zhang Xiaoyan once more. Zhang Xiaoyan's heart raced, her fingers clenching the script tighter. She knew this was the closest she had ever been to an opportunity for the main role. Director Luo, rest assured, Xiaoyan will definitely be able to handle it. Ho Young interjected, serving Luo Jing a piece of roast goose. As long as she can be in your film, she is willing to cooperate with anything. Brother Ho, I love hearing that. Luo Jing laughed, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite of the roast goose. But I need to be clear about the rules of filming. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and his tone became more serious. Intimate scenes don't need to be truly acted out at critical moments. It's all about positioning or using a body double. Fake acting is sufficient. Don't worry, I've been filming for so many years, I know how to handle it. Zhang Xiaoyan looked up, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Luo Jing noticed and explained, it just means the camera is on you and you strike a few poses with the right expressions. I won't actually make you do anything. That's good to know. Ho Young nodded and then, as if joking, added, I heard that sometimes when you don't have enough staff, you even have to step in yourself. That's quite a fortunate situation, being able to act alongside so many beautiful women. Luo Jing revealed a mischievous smile and unabashedly said, there's no choice, it's too hard to find male actors these days. Those with a bit of fame are unwilling to take on such roles, and those without fame lack acting skills. Sometimes when absolutely necessary, I have to grit my teeth and step in myself. He paused, his gaze greedily sweeping over Zhang Xiaoyan, adding, but don't worry, when I personally step in, it's just for simple actions like kissing or touching a bit. There won't be any major actions. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat delicate. Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks turned even redder, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. Ho Yong's smile faded slightly, and his tone became serious. Director Luo, jokes aside, I need to make... Xiaoyan is my girlfriend. I brought her here to act in the film to give her an opportunity, not to let her suffer. He stared into Luo Jing's eyes, speaking each word clearly. Filming is fine, fake acting is fine, but you must not engage in any real actions, and absolutely no undefeatable rules. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, don't blame me for not giving you face. Luo Jing's mischievous smile faded as he understood that Ho Yong had some influence in Hong Kong, and was not someone to be trifled with. He waved his hand saying, Brother Ho, you're taking this too seriously. Although I direct adult films, it's still art. I have my principles, and will never do anything outrageous. That's good to hear. Ho Yong nodded, regaining his smile, and pouring a glass of wine for Luo Jing. Come, Director Luo, I toast to you, wishing us a pleasant collaboration. Cheers to a pleasant collaboration. Luo Jing raised his glass and clinked it with Ho Yong's, downing it in one go. The atmosphere at the dinner party relaxed once again. Luo Jing spoke about various details of the filming, such as costumes, styling, and shooting schedules, while Zhang Xiaoyan occasionally interjected with a question, mostly listening quietly. Her thoughts had long drifted away, her mind filled with the words lead role. As long as she could secure the lead role, she would be able to establish her footing in Hong Kong and realize her dream of becoming an actress. As for the intimate actions mentioned by Director Luo, she told herself it was merely acting and she just had to endure it. She understood that most actors had to endure various pressures and even bullying before becoming famous. By the time the dinner party ended, it was already close to 9 o'clock. Ho Yong escorted Luo Jing to the door, exchanging a few pleasantries. As she was about to leave, Luo Jing patted Zhang Xiaoyan on the shoulder and said, Miss Zhang, prepare well. In a few days, I'll have my assistant notify you about the audition. Thank you, Director Luo. Zhang Xiaoyan hurriedly expressed her gratitude, a sincere smile appearing on her face. Watching Luo Jing's car disappear into the night, Ho Yong turned to Zhang Xiaoyan and said, So were you disappointed? Director Luo personally invited you for an audition. As long as you pass, the lead role will be yours. Thank you, Brother Yong, Zhang Xiaoyan said sincerely. If it weren't for Ho Yong, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to meet Luo Jing, let alone vie for the lead role. You don't need to be so polite with me. Ho Yong chuckled, reaching out to pat her shoulder affectionately. It's getting late, we'll take you home. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded and got into the car with him. The car did not head towards her rented place in Sham Shui Po, but instead drove towards Kowloon Tong. Brother Yong, this isn't the way to my house. Zhang Xiaoyan asked, somewhat puzzled. I know, Ho Yong replied, looking straight ahead, his tone calm. I'm taking you to a nice place for a surprise. Zhang Xiaoyan felt a bit anxious, but swallowed her words when she saw Ho Yong's serious profile. She still needed his help and couldn't afford to offend him. The car stopped outside a luxurious apartment building in Kowloon Tong. The building looked extravagant, with security standing at the entrance and a grand lobby. Ho Yong led Zhang Xiaoyan into the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. When the elevator doors opened, he took out a key and unlocked a door. Go in, he said. Zhang Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering, she was astonished by the sight before her. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, featuring genuine leather sofas, high-end audio equipment, a large television, crystal chandeliers, and thick carpets that felt plush underfoot. Next to the living room was an open bar stocked with various foreign wines and premium cigars. Further inside, she also spotted a bathroom complete with a massage bathtub. Is this your place? Zhang Xiaoyan asked in surprise. Sort of. I usually live in a villa in Shapa district. This is a new purchase just for resting and entertaining guests. Ho Yong closed the door and walked over to the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Please make yourself comfortable. Zhang Xiaoyan sat down beside the sofa, feeling a bit uneasy. She could tell that this apartment was definitely expensive, and Ho Yong's wealth surpassed her expectations. Compared to her rented tenement, it was like heaven and earth. Ho Yong approached with his drink, sitting beside her and offering her a glass of French red wine. Have some wine to relax. You must be exhausted from dining with Director Luo tonight. Zhang Xiaoyan took the glass, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface, and her unease intensified. She could feel Ho Yong's gaze lingering on her, imbued with an intensity she couldn't comprehend. In truth, from the day she met Ho Yong in the nightclub, she had sensed his interest in her. He was generous, often buying her gifts and treating her to meals. His intentions were clear. However, until now, Ho Yong had never been so direct. Brother Yong, thank you for helping me today, Zhang Xiaoyan said, taking a small sip from her glass, trying to break the awkwardness. I told you there's no need to be so polite with me. Ho Yong leaned in closer, the scent of alcohol mixed with a faint hint of cigar smoke wafting over to her. Xiaoyan, do you know? From the first time I saw you in the nightclub, I was drawn to you. In fact, Ho Yong had been eyeing Zhang Xiaoyan for quite a while, lusting after her, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. His voice was low, tinged with a husky quality and filled with magnetism. Zhang Xiaoyan's heart raced, and she instinctively shifted away, avoiding his closeness. Brother Yong, don't joke around. I'm not joking, Ho Yong said, his gaze earnest. I truly like you. If you want to be an actress, I can help you. I can make you famous in Hong Kong. He reached out, gently grasping Zhang Xiaoyan's hand. His palm was large and warm, exuding an undeniable. Zhang Xiaoyan's long hair swayed gently in the breeze, her body emanating a light scent of jasmine combined with her alluring and voluptuous figure, rendering him momentarily unable to control himself. Xiaoyan, Hong Kong is very realistic. I can help you with Director Luo's film. But you need to think carefully how relying on others can lead to disappointment. Do you need someone you can always rely on? Ho Yong's breath quickened, his voice deep and enticing. Zhang Xiaoyan's heart was filled with turmoil. She wanted to be an actress and achieve her dreams. Ho Yong was her only chance right now. He was bold, clever, and charming, willing to invest both money and effort to help her rise to fame. As long as she followed him, she could have everything she desired. Yet she also understood what it meant to follow Ho Yong. She didn't want to obtain opportunities in such a manner, but reality left her with no choice. Under the dim light, a faint blush appeared on Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks as she lowered her head slightly. She made no resistance and allowed Ho Yong to pull her into his embrace. Ho Yong's embrace was warm, making her feel a bit reluctant to leave. She closed her eyes silently, telling herself that just this once sacrificing for her dreams was worth it. Ho Yong sensed her submission, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. She gazed out the window where the dazzling night view of Kowloon Tong blurred into a halo of lights. At that moment she recalled the snow in her hometown of Guanbei during winter, so white, so cold, and so pure. Then she closed her eyes. The leather sofa felt cool to the touch, and the glow of the crystal chandelier flickered against her eyelids. She felt the collar of her cheongsam loosen, a chill creeping against her skin. She remained still, gripping the fabric of the sofa tightly. When Ho Yong's kiss descended, she turned her head away, a tear, silently, sliding into her hairline, quickly disappearing. The night enveloped everything. After an unknown amount of time, morning light filtered through the curtain seams. Zhang Xiaoyan woke up first with the sleeping Ho Yong beside her. She gently rose, her bare feet touching the carpet as she silently walked through the living room. The glass of red wine from last night still stood quietly on the coffee table, with a dried wine stain on the glass resembling a tear mark. She did not look back as she walked into the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror was somewhat unfamiliar, the collar of her cheongsam loosely undone. Slowly, one by one, she began to rebut on the fastenings. Each movement was slow and clear, as if she were performing a silent ritual. She walked out of the bathroom, and at that moment Ho Yong had also awakened, looking at her gently. Zhang Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment, not saying a word. Were you exhausted last night? Does it still hurt? Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she nodded. You were too vigorous, I felt a bit. Zhang Xiaoyan sat on the edge of the bed, burying her face in his embrace, not daring to look at him. Don't be shy, Ho Yong said softly, stroking her hair. I promised I would take good care of you as long as you stay with me. He paused and said seriously, don't worry, I will inform Director Luo soon for your audition. Once you land the leading role, I will help you find better resources in the entertainment industry. Before long you will become famous in Hong Kong. Zhang Xiaoyan lifted her head, her eyes filled with innocence and anticipation. Really? Of course it's true, Ho Yong replied with a smile. When have I ever lied to you? As long as you obediently stay with me, you will definitely become famous and prosperous in Hong Kong. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded, her unease dissipating considerably. Right now she could only trust Ho Yong and rely on him. For the next few days Zhang Xiaoyan stayed in Ho Yong's apartment. Ho Yong bought her many beautiful clothes and cosmetics, and even hired a teacher from an acting training class to teach her basic acting skills. Zhang Xiaoyan studied diligently, knowing that this was her last chance to realize her dream and that she couldn't miss it. Of course, every night she had to accompany Ho Yong. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Zhang Xiaoyan received a call from assistant Luo Jing notifying her to go to the set for an audition the next day. After hanging up, she excitedly hugged Ho Yong. Brother Yong, Director Luo's assistant notified me to go for an audition tomorrow. I know. Ho Yong smiled and stroked her cute little chin. I've already spoken to Director Luo. To be honest, I've invested in this film, and I have a say in who gets to act. Just perform normally, my little darling. Brother Yong, I will do my best. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with confidence. The next morning Ho Yong had to go to the company, so he asked the company driver to take her to the set. He told Zhang Xiaoyan that it was just a trial performance, and she didn't need to be nervous. He would come over during lunch to accompany her. The set was bustling with activity, staff were arranging the scenes, and the actors were preparing. When Luo Jing saw Zhang Xiaoyan enter, he greeted her with a smile. Miss Zhang, you're here. Follow me, the audition is inside. Zhang Xiaoyan followed Luo Jing into a temporarily constructed room, which contained a camera and several chairs. First, let's see your body, then we will choose your clothes. Luo Jing asked everyone else to leave, leaving only him and a female assistant. For the audition, Zhang Xiaoyan needed to remove all her clothes, leaving only her underwear. This made her blood run cold in an instant. She looked towards the closed door, recalling the contrast between Ho Yong's apartment and the Tang building, remembering the words leading role. Then her fingers slowly and mechanically began to move. Luo Jing's gaze measured her like a ruler. He hoped to find an actress who was both natural and well-proportioned, with consistent skin tone, not just focusing on her chest. Having quickly examined her body, it was evident that Luo Jing was very satisfied with her figure. Next it was time to try on the costume and rehearse the scene. The audition is quite simple. It's a scene of intimacy between a fox spirit and a scholar. Don't be nervous. Oh, just imagine you are with your boyfriend, Luo Jing said with a smile pointing to the costumes nearby. Go ahead and change into this outfit. Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at the outfit, which was a white sheer ancient dress made of very thin fabric that almost revealed her skin underneath. She hesitated. What's wrong? Afraid to wear it. Luo Jing noticed her hesitation and said, this is just an audition. If you can't even let go of this, then you can forget about the leading role. Hearing the words leading role, Zhang Xiaoyan's hesitation vanished instantly. She gritted her teeth, picked up the outfit, and walked into the changing room. After changing, Zhang Xiaoyan's cheeks were slightly flushed. The sheer fabric clung to her body, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Luo Jing's gaze fell on her, and he nodded. Not bad, this outfit suits you very well. Miss Zhang is truly a beauty. In this ancient costume, she is even more enchanting. I think even Lu Xiaohui would be moved. Lu Xiaohui. Zhang Xiaoyan looked perplexed. Seeing that she didn't understand, Luo Jing, not feeling awkward, joked. In this outfit, even President He would be captivated. He waved his hand, and a young, strong male actor walked in. This is the actor you will be performing with. Get to know each other. When I say start, you will perform directly. Zhang Xiaoyan took a deep breath and steadied herself. She looked at the male actor in front of her, recalling the acting techniques her teacher had taught her. Start. With Luo Jing's command, Zhang Xiaoyan instantly got into character. The fox spirit she portrayed was charming and passionate, and her eyes flowed with a hint of seductive charm. As she locked eyes with the male actor, she stirred her emotions. The face of her ex-boyfriend surfaced in her mind, and her gaze began to fill with affection, her movements becoming natural and smooth, shedding the initial tension. Luo Jing sat behind the camera, his eyes fixed on the screen, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He initially thought that the woman recommended by Ho Yong might not perform well, but as an investor he couldn't offend her. However, to his pleasant surprise, not only did Zhang Xiaoyan have looks and figure, but her acting potential was also excellent. This investment was definitely a win-win situation. Having filmed erotic films for so many years, he had seen many actresses. Some were too reserved, others too pretentious, rarely encountering someone like Zhang Xiaoyan, who was both natural and spirited. Moreover, her figure was well-proportioned and voluptuous, with a fair and consistent skin tone perfectly meeting his aesthetic standards. After the audition scene, Zhang Xiaoyan looked nervously at Luo Jing, awaiting his feedback. Luo Jing turned off the camera, stood up, and said with a smile, very good. Excellent. Miss Zhang, from today onwards you are the leading actress of I Fell in Love with the Fox Spirit as the character Qian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes instantly lit up. She had succeeded. She had truly landed the leading role. All her efforts had not been in vain. She was finally one step closer to her dream. Excitedly she said, thank you, Director Luo. Thank you, Director Luo. I will definitely perform well in my role. Just do well, and that's enough. Luo Jing nodded. You will officially join the crew tomorrow, and I will have my assistant send you the script and shooting schedule. Okay. Thank you, Director Luo. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her smile radiant as a flower. Stepping out of the set, the afternoon sun was a bit blinding. Ho Yong's car was just parked by the side of the road. He got out and opened his arms with a smile. You did it. Brother Yong, I landed the leading role. Zhang Xiaoyan pounced into his embrace, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. I knew you could do it, Ho Yong said, holding her his hand, naturally sliding to her waist. He opened the car door. Let's go, I'll take you out for the best meal to celebrate the birth of my big star. As she sat in the car, the air conditioning dispelled the heat outside. Zhang Xiaoyan looked out at the rapidly retreating scenery, the bright lights of the set. Luo Jing's scrutinizing gaze, the feel of that sheer costume. All quickly washed away like a tide, drowned by the joy of the moment. Unconsciously, the corners of her mouth lifted as she glanced at the profile of the man beside her. The sunlight cast a golden outline around him, making him appear so reliable, as if he were truly the helmsman of her destiny. The car passed through bustling streets, gliding past enormous movie billboards. On the signs, the dazzling smile of a popular Hong Kong star shone brightly. Zhang Xiaoyan gazed dreamily, imagining that soon her own face would also be hanging there. She did not know that every shortcut to brilliance had a dark tunnel that needed to be traversed alone. And her journey had only just begun. Just as White famously said, she was still too young then, unaware that all the gifts fate bestows come with a hidden price. On the Mid-Autumn Festival of 1980, the full moon hung in the sky. The neon lights of Hong Kong's streets lit up on time, red, green, and pink, twinkling like a string of eyes. A mixed aroma floated in the air, making one's stomach growl. Lin Haixing walked with a heart full of joy, his steps light, as if he were stepping on the wind. He accepted his uncle's invitation and headed to the Phoenix City restaurant in Kowloon right after work. Before reaching the entrance, he saw a sea of people gathered. The restaurant was already full, and makeshift tables were set up outside the door, equally packed. Many people were queuing, craning their necks to peek inside, waiting for their turn at the banquet. Haixing, over here. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard his uncle, Yi Xinyang's voice. Lin Haixing looked up and saw Yi Xinyang waving at him from the entrance of a private room. He hurried over and followed his uncle into the private room. As soon as the door opened, warmth mixed with the aroma of tea rushed in. His grandfather Yi Kun, his aunt Du Jie, and his two younger cousins Yi Xiaomei and Yi Wanqing were already there. "Grandpa," Lin Haixing called out with a smile. Yi Kun, sitting at the main seat, looked up at him, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out a kindly expression on his face. "You're here. Sit down, we've been waiting for you." Lin Haixing sat down in response, and Du Jie handed him a cup of hot tea. "You must be tired from the journey. Have some tea to warm yourself up." "Thank you, Aunt." The dishes had not yet been served, but Yi Xinyang suddenly remembered something, stood up, and pulled out a delicate iron box from his bag. "Almost forgot this." He opened the iron box, revealing 4 golden mooncakes intricately patterned on the crust, clearly exquisite. "These are the double yolk white lotus seed paste mooncakes from Maxim's. Try them, they will make a nice appetizer." Yi Xinyang distributed the mooncakes to everyone. "Maxim's mooncakes, now that's a treat." Yi Xiaomei's eyes lit up as she reached for one and brought it close to her nose, so fragrant. Yi Wanqing also picked one up, nibbling at it daintily, a bit of crust smudged on her mouth, like a little squirrel stealing food. Everyone sat around sipping hot tea, breaking mooncakes, and chatting idly. Recently, a new department store opened in Hong Kong, and it's quite well stocked. Yi Xinyang began to talk about the latest happenings in Hong Kong. I know. Yi Xiaomei interrupted eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "I went there with my classmates last week, and they have a lot of imported chocolates." Having just graduated from Form 5, she was accepted into the nursing training school at Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Hong Kong, and during this time, she was both interning at the hospital and attending classes, eager to share her fresh experiences with her family. "How's the internship going? Are you tired?" Du Jie asked with concern. "It's tiring but fun." Yi Xiaomei put down the mooncake, gesturing excitedly. "Today, I even accompanied the head nurse on her rounds and saw many cases I had only read about in textbooks. I've learned so much." Yi Kun nodded, his tone filled with approval. "Getting into nursing school is not easy. Study hard, it's a respectable and stable job in the future." Listening to this, Lin Haixing felt happy for his cousin. He knew that in the 70s and 80s, Hong Kong university degrees were scarce, and those who could enter the medical school at the University of Hong Kong were the elite among the elite. For most secondary school students, being able to enter nursing school after Form 5 was already a great choice. Not only was it stable, but it was also respected. While they were chatting, the waiter walked in with the dishes. A series of exquisite dishes were placed on the table, and the aroma instantly overwhelmed the scents of the mooncakes and tea. Yi Kun straightened his back, still wearing a kind smile. His hair had turned gray, but his eyes were bright, radiant. "All right, everyone is here, let's dig in." He picked up his chopsticks and signaled to everyone. "Enjoy the food." Yi Xinyang enthusiastically picked up a piece of roast goose for Lin Haixing. "Try this, the roast goose from Phoenix City is the most famous." "Thank you, uncle." The dining table instantly became lively. Yi Xiaomei continued sharing amusing stories from the hospital, while Yi Wanqing occasionally chimed in. Du Jie would sometimes serve dishes to her 2 daughters, and Yi Xinyang chatted with Yi Kun. Laughter and joy filled the entire private room, creating a warm atmosphere. At that moment, Yi Kun exchanged a glance with Yi Xinyang. Yi Xinyang understood, immediately stood up, and took out a dark bottle from the cupboard. "Dad, the mitai you've been saving, you must savor it today." Yi Kun nodded with a smile. As the bottle cap was opened, a rich aroma of liquor burst forth, swirling with the scents of the dishes on the table. "What a fragrant liquor!" Lin Haixing couldn't help but exclaim. "This has been saved for many years, usually am reluctant to bring it out." Yi Xinyang poured a glass for Yi Kun, and then poured a small half glass for Lin Haixing. "Just a bit for you, tasting the flavor is enough." As drinks circulated and dishes were served, the atmosphere became even more lively. Lin Haixing felt a slight blush on his cheeks, his gaze becoming somewhat dreamy, filled with satisfaction. He put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and listened to his cousin's chatters, feeling that this mid-autumn night was truly delightful. Suddenly, Du Jie also put down her chopsticks. Her smile faded, her expression became serious, and her gaze fell on Lin Haixing, filled with concern. The laughter in the room gradually quieted down. Yi Xiaomei and Yi Wanqing also sensed the change in atmosphere, stopping their conversation and turning to look at Du Jie. "Haixing, it's been a while since you came to Hong Kong, hasn't it?" Du Jie's voice was not loud, but carried a heavy weight as she slowly began. "Yes, it's been nearly 2 years and 3 months, Lin Haixing replied, sitting up straight and nodding. "Hong Kong appears to be truly prosperous on the surface." "Yes, it does," Du Jie continued, her gaze sweeping across the neon lights outside the window. Tall buildings spring up one after another, the streets are bustling with traffic, and everywhere exudes business opportunities, making it seem like everyone is living a prosperous life. "I agree, Aunt. What I've seen during this time is just that. The streets are crowded with people, and the stores are filled with a dazzling array of goods, and everyone is quite polite." He paused for a moment and added, "Though I felt the influence of the Ho family's power over the villagers while living at Uncle Rong's house, overall Hong Kong society is still quite civilized, and everyone adheres to the law." As he spoke, he scratched his head, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing thoughtful. Du Jie sighed, gently, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. "Haixing, what you see is merely the surface." Her voice deepened, carrying a serious tone. "Behind this prosperity lies numerous social issues, many indeed. I work in a government department, and my understanding of these matters is somewhat deeper than that of the average citizen. She looked at Lin Haixing, her gaze particularly earnest. Tonight, taking advantage of this mid-autumn night, I want to talk to you seriously. Lin Haixing's eyes widened in surprise, filled with confusion and curiosity. He leaned forward slightly and asked, Aunt, what social issues are you referring to? Why have I not noticed any of them? Not noticed? Not at all. Yi Xinyang raised his voice. Do you think these things are hidden in dark corners and won't find you? In your factory, those workers who rush to the mahjong parlors right after work, haven't you noticed? He stared at Lin Haixing. How many of them lose half a month's salary every time? They want to win back what they lost, sinking deeper into the pit. Lin Haixing was taken aback. Images of several co-workers from the factory flashing in his mind. It seemed true. As soon as work ended, they would huddle together claiming they wanted to play a couple of rounds. And those who invite you to upstairs bars at the drop of a hat saying they want to show you something new. Yi Xinyang continued, his tone warning. Do you think they genuinely want to take you out for fun? You never know what ulterior motives they might have. Lin Haixing unconsciously clenched his hands, his expression growing tense. Just then Yi Kun slowly stood up. He patted Lin Haixing's shoulder, his tone softening. Don't scare the kid. Then he turned to everyone. I need to step outside for a smoke. You all continue your conversation. He patted Lin Haixing's shoulder, his tone softening. Don't. On the street by the entrance of the Phoenix City Grand Hotel, the night breeze carried a hint of chill. Yi Kun took out a cigarette box from his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. The white smoke ring slowly dispersed in the night, resembling the swirling thoughts in his mind. In fact, he had been planning for days to have Du Jie speak to Lin Haixing about this tonight. Yi Kun squinted, his thoughts drifting back to the conversation he had with his son Yi Xinyang in the Yi family's living room 2 days ago. Haixing has been in Hong Kong for a while now. Oh, he must have a preliminary understanding of this place, right? Yi Xinyang nodded. Yes, this kid adapts quickly. He works diligently in the factory and never slacks off. Diligence is a good thing, but he's too young. At such a vigorous age, youthful exuberance makes one the most susceptible to external temptations. He raised his eyes to look at Yi Xinyang, worry etched in his gaze. As elders, you must guide him well. Oh, don't wait until he strays to remedy it. Dad, don't worry. Yi Xinyang straightened up, his tone reassuring. We are keeping a close watch on him, and often don't just let him see the good side of Hong Kong. Yi Kun interrupted him again. He also needs to be aware of, especially regarding the chaos of vice and drugs in society. He needs to see through them early and must not fall into those traps. Yi Xinyang nodded seriously, his tone earnest. Dad, you and I are on the same wavelength. I have been pondering this matter these past few days. At this point, he suddenly smiled, his tone gaining more certainty. You know, Du Jie is the most experienced in this regard. Having worked in the government for so many years, she is very familiar with the situation of newcomers to Hong Kong and has handled many cases involving wayward youths. It's perfect to have her talk to Haixing. Yi Kun listened, and the tense corners of his mouth finally relaxed a bit, revealing a hint of a relieved smile. He gently nodded. Yes, Du Jie is indeed suitable. She has experience and is thoughtful. Having her guide Haixing gives me peace of mind. In these days, I also had Master Shirkong teach Haixing some basic Buddhist knowledge, hoping he can grasp some principles of being a person and remain calm. But Hong Kong is developing too rapidly. He shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. Temptations abound everywhere, and if one is not careful, it's easy to fall in. If I don't spell it out and don't warn him beforehand, I truly fear he might take a wrong step and lose everything. Yi Xinyang sighed. Dad, you worry more about Haixing than you do about me. Rest assured, with Du Jie and me around, we will make sure Haixing doesn't take any detours. After finishing his second cigarette, Yi Kun stood on the street for a while longer until the heaviness in his chest eased somewhat and his emotions calmed down before turning to walk into the hotel. When the door to the private room was pushed open, the atmosphere inside had relaxed considerably. Du Jie was sitting opposite Lin Haixing, patiently explaining something to him. Yi Xinyang occasionally added a few comments from the side, while the two young girls Yi Xiaomei and Yi Wanqing sat quietly, their little hands propping up their chins, listening intently. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Du Jie stopped speaking, looked up, and said warmly, Dad, you're back. Yi Kun nodded, said nothing, and silently returned to his seat, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on Lin Haixing, quietly listening to their conversation. Du Jie put down her chopsticks and looked seriously at Lin Haixing. Haixing, before we delve into the details and origins of these forms, let me first share a true story that happened last year. You'll understand why even a slight involvement in these matters can ruin a lifetime. Lin Haixing involuntarily sat up straight. Du Jie spoke with a heavy tone. The Social Welfare Department rescued a young man about your age, also a new immigrant working in an electronics factory. He was taken by familiar co-workers to a bar to broaden his horizons, but ended up being drugged hazily, accruing a huge service fee, and was ultimately forced into drug trafficking. A once promising young man's life was thus ruined. Lin Haixing gasped in shock, his complexion changed. Why can't one come out once they go in? Because these sexual traps in Hong Kong have been industrialized, disguised in various forms. Du Jie, seeing that he was absorbing the information, continued to explain the case. They appear to be bars or nightclubs, or sometimes called massage parlors or pressure point centers. Some unscrupulous ones even call themselves fishball stalls, exploiting underage girls. Lin Haixing clenched his fists, feeling both anger and a wave of fear. Du Jie continued, they are rampant because they exploit loopholes in the law. In Hong Kong, engaging in sexual transactions is not illegal, but organizing and controlling others to engage in prostitution is a serious crime. This has given rise to the concept of one floor, one phoenix, where there is only one sex worker in a unit, making it difficult for the police to investigate under the pretext of operating a sexual establishment. If you see women standing on the streets in Mong Kok or Wan Chai beckoning customers or illuminated by suggestive neon lights, many of them fall into this category. She sighed, adding some background. This industry has deep roots in Hong Kong, existing since the British and Japanese occupations, and has persisted even after the war. Now, with the economy flourishing and an influx of outsiders, it has become even more hidden and rampant. Dance halls, escort companies, and even some bars may harbor such activities. Yi Xinyang, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but interject. He leaned slightly forward, looking at Lin Haixing, his tone serious. As the saying goes, a word related to lust is a knife over the head. Throughout history, whether heroes or ordinary people, those who cannot control their desires, especially lust, will eventually encounter major problems. Indulging in beauty can harm the body and ruin one's career. Confucianism also teaches, when young and full of blood, the caution lies in lust. Young people should be especially vigilant and not lose their virtue and aspirations. He softened his tone. Of course, meeting the right girl and having a proper relationship is a good thing. But be sure to distinguish boundaries and not let desires blind you. Just as Yi Xinyang finished speaking, Lin Haixing's face flushed red. He suddenly recalled the scenes he had seen after night school, near the Tang Lu in Mong Kok, women dressed provocatively, heavily made up, standing on the street assessing passers-by, sometimes even waving at him. Every time his heart raced, and he hurriedly looked down and walked away. Now, remembering those images combined with the terrifying case his aunt had described, he felt not merely embarrassment, but a strong sense of fear and alertness. He raised his head, his eyes filled with anxiety. And uncle, I understand now. So, if I really encounter co-workers inviting me to broaden my horizons in the future, how should I refuse without offending them and protect myself? Du Jie's gaze was firm as she provided a clear answer. First, your attitude must be strong. Directly say no. There are plenty of ready-made excuses. My family is strict, or I need to save money for school. Remember, being concerned about face in such matters is the most harmful. Second, keep your distance from such people. The co-worker who invites you to broaden your horizons today may tomorrow lead you into gambling or drugs. In Hong Kong, many bad things are initially packaged as brotherhood, or men just want to have fun, so you need to have a sense of awareness. After hearing this, Lin Haixing nodded heavily, feeling a sense of relief, and memorized these two sentences, and face and so-called fitting in are not as important as my future and integrity. Seeing the innocence in his grandson's eyes replaced by awakening, Yi Kun's tightly pursed lips finally relaxed a bit. After a moment, having processed all this heavy information, Lin Haixing refocused his gaze on Du Jie and asked the next question. And what about gambling and drugs in Hong Kong? What is that all about? Du Jie raised her eyes to Lin Haixing, took a deep breath, and her tone darkened. Gambling in Hong Kong. After a pause, her brows furrowed slightly. It's not just a pastime, it's a malignant tumor rooted in the bones. Have you ever seen an underground casino? She stared at Lin Haixing. In the dark alleys, old buildings, and even the corners of wharf warehouses, they are everywhere. Those places are a mix of all kinds of people shrouded in smoke, hiding blades and swords, extremely dangerous. As she spoke, her voice suddenly trembled slightly. How many people chase after the dream of overnight wealth, diving in headfirst? At first it was just a small game for fun, but later, blinding with greed, they stake their entire savings, houses, and even the life savings of their wives and children. And in the end, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. How many have lost everything and ended up on the streets? What's even more heartless is those people in the casinos. Du Jie's voice unintentionally rose slightly. They cheat, set traps, using all kinds of underhanded means to ensnare gamblers, making you sink deeper and deeper, unable to escape. She picked up a glass of water and took a sip. As she set the cup down, the bottom clinked lightly against the table. You have no idea how prevalent gambling is in Hong Kong. Many citizens with nothing else to do love to rush to casinos, flock to racetracks. It's becoming a trend. The variations are so numerous that they'll dazzle your eyes. She counted on her fingers, speaking faster. Dice, mahjong, tianjiu, poker. These traditional games are just the beginning. Then there's horse racing. A crowd gathered around the racetrack, screaming, betting with eyes bloodshot. The types of gambling are incredibly diverse, capable of twisting one's mind. Lin Haixing listened with a bewildered expression, scratching the back of his head, his brows knitted. Is it really that bad? Du Jie looked at him with sharp eyes, her tone intensifying. Haixing, you must not be complacent. Everyone has a gambling gene in their bones. Once they touch the gambling table, it's like being possessed. Once seated at the card table, they can go without food or sleep, their eyes fixed only on winning and losing. Her voice carried an urgent tone of exasperation. How many families have fallen apart like this? Men driven mad by gambling squander all their family's money, and their wives flee with the children, leaving the family shattered. But what about those gamblers? She shook her head, her eyes full of helplessness. They can't wake up at all. Always clinging to a moment of luck, thinking the next round will allow them to turn the tables to win it all back. But where are the real winners in the casinos? She emphasized, stating each word clearly. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Behind it all there are those who cheat, manipulating everything. No matter how much money you start with, as long as you get involved in gambling, you'll surely end up losing everything, down to your last pair of shorts. Lin Haixing felt a jolt in his heart, as if he remembered something, and hurriedly said, the workers often say that a little gambling is just for fun, playing a few rounds here and there to relieve boredom. He tentatively looked at Du Jie. Isn't that right? Just then Yi Kun, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, slowly spoke up, his voice hoarse. Haixing, a little gambling. That's the most harmful. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze deep, like an old well. A little gambling is like Pandora's box. Once opened, you can't control that tiny desire. Today you bet $10, tomorrow you feel it's not enough and want to bet 100, 1,000, or 10,000. Slowly what starts as a little gamble becomes a big gamble, and by the time you realize it, you're already in too deep. I remember when I lived in Tong Lao, there was a grocery store downstairs, and the owner, Old Chun, got hooked on betting on character flowers and horse racing, losing all the money he saved for his son's study abroad and his wife's medical expenses. He even owed high interest loans. Later the creditors came to his house every day to throw paint. He couldn't dare to go home, and he became untraceable. A perfectly fine family just fell apart like that. Yi Kun sighed, the cigarette between his fingers swaying slightly. Such examples are everywhere. I'm not exaggerating. One must always be vigilant against the small beginnings. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant hole. His tone was heavy. I've lived in Hong Kong for most of my life and have seen too much. Some wealthy folks, not satisfied with gambling in Hong Kong, even run to Macau. He raised his voice in excitement. In Macau, there are high-interest loan sharks specifically targeting gamblers. Those people, blinded by greed, disregard everything, borrowing high-interest loans to continue gambling, ultimately losing everything, leading to family ruin. By the time they regret it, it's already too late. Yi Kun's voice was filled with regret. Lives lost, families destroyed, just like that. Lin Haixing's face changed as he listened. His lips moved, but he couldn't find his voice, just nodding thoughtfully. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and whispered, I understand. I usually just buy a few lottery tickets. I have no interest in other forms of gambling. He shifted the topic, curiosity in his eyes. By the way, doesn't the British Hong Kong government care? Just watching gambling run rampant. Du Jie glanced at Yi Kun. I both shared a look of helplessness. She turned back to Lin Haixing and said, why don't they care? They've devised a method of prohibition combined with tolerance, embedding prohibition with intolerance. They established several regulations like the Gambling Ordinance and the Betting Tax Ordinance, claiming to distinguish between legal and illegal gambling. She scoffed, her tone filled with sarcasm, but those regulations are merely for show. In practice, it's impossible to prove who is gambling illegally. There are loopholes everywhere. Gamblers will still gamble as usual, and the gambling culture in Hong Kong hasn't diminished at all. In fact, it's growing stronger. Lin Haixing nodded repeatedly, his curiosity intensifying. Besides horse racing and the lottery, are there other special forms of gambling? Du Jie revealed a complex expression, slowly nodding. Yes, have you heard of character flowers? This originated in Guangzhou and was most popular in Hong Kong in the 1950s. Lin Haixing's eyes brightened as he leaned forward. Character flowers. How do you play it? There are a total of 36 numbers, each corresponding to an ancient person's name, and only one number is drawn each time. Du Jie explained, if you win it pays 30 to 1. Yi Kun added beside her, tapping his fingers lightly on the table to encourage more betting. There are also special character flower masters. They publish illustrations in small newspapers hinting at the results through the images, offering so-called unique insights. For example, number 17. Qingyun corresponds to a Taoist priest, and the illustration might depict a cloud or a person in a Taoist robe. He chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Relying on these gimmicks, they make it impossible for people to resist pulling out their money to bet. Lin Haixing listened, captivated. Sounds quite interesting. So what happened next? Du Jie's smile instantly vanished, her expression turning serious, and her tone became somber. What happened next? The Triads got involved. Her voice carried a chill. The entire market became chaotic, and there was no place to seek justice. At that time, there were at least 500,000 people addicted to character flowers. She emphasized that accounted for 10% of Hong Kong's population. How many lost their entire fortunes because of this, feeling hopeless, ultimately choosing to commit suicide? Lin Haixing was shocked, his mouth agape, his eyes wide open, unable to close for a long time. Is it really that severe? I never expected something as simple as character flowers could harm so many people. Yi Kun sighed heavily. So gambling, regardless of its form, be it character flowers, the lottery, or horse racing, essentially remains the same, a trap that devours people without leaving a bone behind. Once you fall in, it's like being entwined by a venomous snake. Escaping is nearly impossible. Du Jie nodded finally, summarizing the British Hong Kong government organizes horse racing and the lottery, employing embedding prohibition with intolerance to extract hundreds of billions in taxes each year. On the surface it appears legal and glamorous, but the house always wins, and the ones losing are always ordinary citizens like Old Chun. Haixing, this is the truth behind the prosperity of Hong Kong that we must make clear to you. Lin Haixing listened dumbfounded, his face filled with shock. I never imagined there were so many intricacies behind the lottery and horse racing. He muttered, the gambling culture in Hong Kong is way too complex. Yi Kuan looked at him seriously and said, Haixing, what I'm telling you today is not to dampen your spirits. Hong Kong is prosperous, but behind that prosperity lies too many traps like this. You just arrived in Hong Kong to make your way. You must stay true to yourself and remain clear-headed. He patted Lin Haixing on the shoulder, the pressure, not too light nor too heavy. You mustn't be tempted by these things, becoming addicted. One wrong step and your whole life could be ruined. Lin Haixing listened dumbfounded, his heart churning. The tragic fate of Old Chun intertwined with those shocking statistics shattered the fantasies of overnight wealth he had heard from his co-workers and movies. What seemed like ordinary pastimes actually hid so much blood and tears. He fell silent for a moment, a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes as he urgently asked, Aunt, grandfather, since gambling is this severe, what about drugs? He leaned forward slightly, his voice tinged with tension. Is the situation with drugs in Hong Kong also that frightening? Du Jie's expression suddenly darkened, her voice lowered significantly. Drugs. The harm of this substance is so great that you can hardly imagine. The British Hong Kong authorities publicly call for a crackdown on drugs, but it's of no real use. She paused for a moment, her tone heavy. Hong Kong now is becoming the largest drug transit hub in the Far East, even ranking among the world's largest drug markets. There are nearly thousands of young people using drugs. Ugh. Lin Haixing gasped, his pupils contracting sharply, disbelief etched across his face. He leaned forward, his voice trembling slightly. So many people. What drugs are they using? There are many types. Du Jie sighed. Many of the cases I handle are due to family members using drugs. A perfectly good family has fallen apart like this. Haixing, this is not just numbers from newspapers. This is real, happening right in our neighborhood. Those drugs. Marijuana, white powder, heroin, cola, cocaine. Their names are colorful, but each one consumed is like drinking poison that destroys families. Lin Haixing furrowed his brows tightly, his face filled with indignation. If the harm is so great, why does the government keep failing to stop it? Du Jie sighed, gently, a layer of helplessness appearing in her eyes as she slowly shook her head. It's not that easy. Firstly, the geographical location. Hong Kong is too close to the drug production center of Southeast Asia, the Golden Triangle. Moreover, it is a transportation hub in the Far East and an international commercial financial center. How could drug trafficking groups possibly overlook this place? She added a hint of sarcasm to her tone. They treat Hong Kong as a drug transit station, leveraging the financial advantages here to launder money. Did you forget? The British initially opened China's doors and occupied Hong Kong just to sell opium. Later, although they declared a drug ban, the drug trade has long moved underground, with some even half public. The sales and trafficking volumes are still quite alarming. International drug trafficking groups have fixed routes. They transport opium, morphine, and heroin from the Golden Triangle to Hong Kong, then on to the United States, Europe, and our country, bringing in marijuana from the Philippines and Thailand, hashish from Nepal, and Pakistan, cocaine from the U.S., and then selling from Hong Kong to other parts of the world. How absurd. Lin Haixing's face flushed red, his eyes burning with anger. Doesn't the police care? Are they just watching these drug trafficking groups run rampant? Du Jie nodded slightly, her expression softening. The police have been cracking down since the mid-1970s, and many drug trafficking groups have been dismantled. But the problem is not so simple. She shifted, her tone growing serious again. Now the drug business has changed to a family dismantling model. These family dismantlers are scattered around low-rent housing estates in various corners of Kowloon, the New Territories, and Hong Kong Island. They buy large quantities of drugs from international trafficking groups, refine them into smaller packets, and then sell them secretly through distribution centers. And many involved in this business are members of the Triads. She paused, lowering her voice further. They might also collude with some corrupt policemen. The Independent Commission Against Corruption has been cracking down over the years, but the profits from the drug trade are too high and the power dynamics involved are extensive. Do you think it's just the street thugs? Many apparently respectable businessmen and developers are using the profits from this business to fill their financial holes or to launder dirty money. At this point, Yi Kuan, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up, his voice somewhat hoarse, breaking the tension in the room. Speaking of this, I actually know a group of people. Lin Haixing and Du Jie turned to look at him simultaneously. Yi Kuan tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes darkening. There are the Ma brothers from our eastern Guangdong province. Their drug business is massive and closely linked with the officials, businessmen, and police of 20th century Hong Kong society. Their business peaked from the late 1960s to the 1970s. These two brothers escaped from the countryside to Hong Kong in the 1950s. He joined the Triads from the start and later mingled with military officers with Kuomintang backgrounds within the organization, gradually rising to power. The Ma brothers. Lin Haixing slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling something, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I heard Uncle Rong mention the Independent Commission Against Corruption before and talked about the Triads. By the way, why is it called the Triads? Yi Kuan took a sip of tea, paused to gather his thoughts, and began to explain slowly. The Triads in Hong Kong originated from the Heaven and Earth Society in the Fujian and Guangdong regions during the Qing dynasty. They existed even before the British took Hong Kong in 1842. In Hong Kong's laws, there is actually no clear definition of organized crime. All along, the organized crime groups here have been referred to as triads. How exaggerated was their peak? The then Commissioner of Police, Shi Fu, estimated that among Hong Kong's population of about 3 million in 1960, 1/6 were triad members, a staggering 5,000. Lin Haixing's eyes widened in disbelief. I read reports stating that the British Hong Kong government has been cracking down on the triads in recent years, and after the establishment of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, the relationship between the police and organized crime was essentially severed. How could there still be so many people joining? Yi Kuan sighed softly, continuing, in the past decade or so the Hong Kong government has indeed been cracking down on the triads and has achieved some results, significantly reducing the triads' living space. But the problem of the triads has never been completely resolved. The key is that the current triads have developed into economically self-sufficient organizations. They can provide various job opportunities for members and many services to meet their needs. Their criminal activities can provide livelihoods for members who lack skills managing brothels, controlling prostitutes, as horsemen, street-level drug dealing, as family dismantlers, and operating illegal gambling houses and watching spots. Yi Kuan counted on his fingers, his tone growing heavier. There are also vendors selling untaxed cigarettes, bootleg and pornographic tapes, attendants supplying untaxed gasoline, drivers smuggling vehicles, thugs collecting protection fees from stores and territories, employees running usury and collecting debts, administrators monopolizing public minibus routes, and even enforcers executing violent tasks. There are even higher-level positions providing security consulting for some real estate companies and nightclubs, which is actually just a legal facade for doing dirty work like using violence to clear places and threatening. This money comes faster and is easier to connect with the upper class. These criminal activities involve the livelihoods of thousands, affecting tens of thousands more. In addition, the triads also provide various services for members: sexual services, illegal gambling, drug supply, and bars, karaoke, and disco venues controlled by them. He shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. If a triad member wants to leave the organization, it basically equates to losing their job and cutting off their social network for survival, along with the psychological support and sense of fulfillment from their peer group. More importantly, even if they want to leave, it's very difficult to reintegrate into society. Most of these individuals lack educational background, skills, and generally have criminal records. Society holds biases against them with a labeling effect, and coupled with their long-standing lifestyle, they simply cannot adapt to normal life. Yi Kuan concluded, therefore, unless the issues of triad members' livelihoods after leaving and their reintegration into society are resolved, no matter how strict the criminal policies are, it will be ineffective in preventing and controlling triad crime. Du Jie and Yi Kuan exchanged a complex glance. Yi Kuan picked up his teacup and set it down, finally speaking. Haixing, it's good for you to know some things, so you can be more aware when you walk around in the future. The shadows of the triads in Hong Kong run deeper than you think. In earlier years, they might have had a bit of chivalry. Now, many are just businessmen in suits running businesses involving gambling, drugs, and collecting protection fees. He pointed to a dimly lit back alley below the window. Do you see that shop that always changes its sign, but is always filled with people playing mahjong inside? That's backed by someone. The owner has to pay on time every month, pay the fees, otherwise don't even think about keeping the business, let alone the glass door. The young men watching inside are the lowest level 49ers. Do you think they are imposing? They are merely henchmen who can be easily sacrificed and discarded. But the big bosses commanding them might be in some office building, mingling with those suited businessmen as brothers. Do you think the thugs that Ho Yong hired last time just appeared out of nowhere? It's all part of this scheme. Do the police not know about these people? Lin Haixing felt a wave of powerlessness. Knowing doesn't change anything. Du Jie's tone was sharp. What's the evidence? Those big bosses have long washed their money clean and moved on. Even if they are caught in the act sometimes. In short, the waters are very murky. Remember, in Hong Kong, keep your distance from those who seem idle, yet appear very capable, the gangsters. Remember, in Hong Kong, keep your distance from those who seem idle, yet appear very capable, the gangsters. Hearing this, Lin Haixing took a deep breath, suddenly thinking of Ho Yong, recalling his arrogant demeanor and his ability to easily summon zheng and society thugs. Yi Kuan fell silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to Lin Haixing, his tone growing grave. You guessed correctly. Otherwise Ho Yong wouldn't be getting so close to the people of the Zheng'an society, spending money more extravagantly than ever before. His gaze suddenly tightened, filled with an undeniable seriousness. But you must remember, they are now afraid of the ICAC's investigation. Their dealings in vice and drugs are conducted more secretly than a mouse. Fixing his gaze firmly on Lin Haixing, Yi Kuan's voice became even more earnest. there are still a multitude of triads in Hong Kong. Haisheng, as you move around here, you cannot afford to be careless for even a moment. You absolutely must not provoke them. And don't let your curiosity lead you into these organizations on a whim. He emphasized the word curiosity. Lin Haisheng nodded vigorously, furrowing his brow, imprinting the warning in his heart word for word. He could sense the worry in his grandfather's tone, a genuine concern. Seeing that he had taken it to heart, Yi Kun's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, his expression softened, and he shifted the conversation back to the main topic. Now let's continue discussing the Ma brothers. After they became familiar with the Nationalist Party officers, they first managed a few gambling dens known as Zihua Dang to scrape by gradually amassing wealth. In the ruthless world of crime, the two of them were brutal and ruthless, carving out a territory for themselves. However, their ambition grew too large, and they quickly became dissatisfied with just a little money, focusing instead on the lucrative drug trade. To monopolize the market, they had to control the source. At that time, the Golden Triangle had nationalist remnants cultivating opium, and they could obtain goods at a price much lower than the market rate due to their prior connections. Once they acquired the drugs, they set up a distribution network in Hong Kong, selling as much as 700 tons a year at their peak, nearly monopolizing the local market and even expanding into Southeast Asia. I've heard that these two brothers became members of the Military Intelligence Bureau of the Nationalist Party remnants in Taiwan because of their drug trade, gathering intelligence in Hong Kong. Later, to launder the money they earned from drugs, they also ventured into publishing and other businesses. They transformed and entered Hong Kong's upper class. However, good times didn't last long. With the establishment of the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption, which cracked down on police corruption and the drug trade, after the major drug lord Boha was captured, the Ma brothers found themselves in trouble. One was arrested while the other fled to Taiwan. Lin Haisheng pondered for a moment and said, "Grandfather Aunt, hearing you say this, the situation of the drug trade in Hong Kong is indeed complex, with historical reasons, international backgrounds, and involvement from criminal organizations. What measures does the colonial government currently take against drug use and trafficking?" Du Jie replied, "The colonial government currently enforces fairly strict regulations on drug use and trafficking. It is illegal for anyone to use drugs, conceal drugs, possess drug paraphernalia, supply drugs, operate and manage drug-related businesses, transport drugs, or cultivate and manufacture drugs. As long as there are these illegal acts, prosecution and conviction can follow. To help addicts quit, Hong Kong has 3 major rehabilitation centers and over 20 outpatient clinics." After hearing so many stories, Lin Haisheng thought for a moment and then asked with curiosity, "Aunt, thank you very much today. You have systematically introduced me to the basic situation and complexities of the vice and drug trade in Hong Kong, but I am still very curious. The colonial government has implemented many measures against vice, gambling, and drugs, yet why are the results not significant, and in fact some issues seem to be worsening?" Du Jie looked at Lin Haisheng, speaking earnestly. "Haisheng, the issues of vice, gambling, and drugs are a very difficult problem for the colonial government to tackle. These 3 illegal trades were brought to Hong Kong from the very beginning of colonial rule, and the colonial government has benefited from them. Moreover, these 3 tumors have grown on the body of capitalism and materialism, and worship of wealth have only made them larger. Additionally, in the colonial environment, people experience spiritual emptiness and emotional distress, seeking stimulation, which provides fertile ground for the proliferation of vice, gambling, and drugs. Most importantly, the colonial government's attitude towards these 3 issues is inconsistent. They are reluctant to completely eradicate them due to economic interests, while feeling the need to impose restrictions for social stability, leading to a policy that sometimes forbids, and sometimes permits, sometimes strict, and sometimes lenient, which prevents eradication and instead allows them to continue spreading." Lin Haisheng clenched his fists and said firmly, "And after hearing you explain so much, I believe these issues are not just individual matters, they are problems that the entire society and government must address. But how can they be solved? I truly hope there is a good way to free Hong Kong from these troubles." Du Jie looked at Lin Haisheng with appreciation and smiled, saying, "Haisheng, it's wonderful that you think this way. It shows you have depth in your thinking. To thoroughly resolve these issues is not an easy task and requires collective effort from all sides. The government needs to be determined to implement stricter and more effective laws and regulations and increase enforcement efforts. All sectors of society must also strengthen education for citizens, especially guiding the youth, so that everyone recognizes the dangers of vice, gambling, and drugs, and increase the crackdown on crimes related to these issues. This requires a long process needing to be done step by step." Lin Haisheng nodded earnestly, "And I remember. I will not only keep myself away from these issues, but if given the chance, I also want to contribute to solving these problems. I will warn myself and also advise young people from the mainland who come to Hong Kong to stay away from vice, gambling, and drugs." Yi Kun and Yi Xinyang, sitting nearby, listened to the conversation while eating and drinking, silently nodding and smiling at Lin Haisheng's understanding of his aunt's reasoning. At that moment, the 2 younger cousins, Xiao Mei and Wan Qing, who had run out to buy snacks, returned. The moon outside was shining more brightly, and the family resumed their joyful chatter, continuing to discuss the festive activities in Hong Kong and family anecdotes, happily celebrating this mid-autumn festival. However, Lin Haisheng's heart now carried an additional sense of vigilance. He understood that in this complex society, to walk towards a bright future, one must always remain vigilant and self-disciplined, upholding personal and moral integrity. On the way home, Tycoon lit a cigarette, feeling greatly comforted. He thought back to the aftermath of the war in the 1950s, when various upheavals followed one after another, and he had never found the opportunity to bring his daughter Exine Wan to Hong Kong, failing to fulfill a father's responsibility. So many years had passed, and whenever he recalled this matter, it felt like something was twisting his heart, causing him great pain and overwhelming guilt. Now, with his daughter Exine Wan's son Lin Haisheng by his side, he was determined to help this child grow up well, even if it was just to make up for his shortcomings towards his daughter Exine Wan. The night breeze blew, causing the ember on the cigarette to flicker. Tycoon took one last puff through the cigarette, but on the ground, and stamped it out fiercely. In his heart, he held only one thought. Even if I do not wish for my grandson to be wealthy and noble, I at least want him to live safely in Hong Kong, establishing a family and career, becoming a useful person to society and family. The New Year's Day of 1981 had just passed, and Hong Kong was enveloped in a layer of damp, cold fog. Although it was not as icy as the northern regions, the sea breeze that swept through the streets could penetrate clothing and seep into one's bones. On Sunday morning at the Huang Xiangrong family in Dawei village, Huang Jiandong anxiously awaited on the phone. The moment the call connected, he spoke rapidly with an undeniable urgency. "Haisheng, I have something important to discuss with you. I'll come over shortly." Without waiting for a response from the other end, he hung up with a click, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and rushed out. Ever since Lin Haisheng moved to his grandfather Yi Kun's house in Kowloon, Shamshui, his meetings with the brothers Jianhua and Jiandong had become increasingly rare. After all, during their years of struggle in Hong Kong, everyone was pushed forward by the tide of their careers, each busy, making a living, working hard to forge their futures, sometimes too busy even to sit down for a cup of tea. However, during the festive seasons, Lin Haisheng never failed to visit. He would always pick out carefully prepared small gifts in advance to visit his godfather and godmother Huang Xiangrong. The family would gather in the small living room, chatting about amusing happenings at work and discussing the trivialities of life, making it a rare moment of warmth. That day, coincidentally, grandfather Tycoon had gone out to meet an old friend for tea early in the morning, leaving Lin Haisheng alone at home. When Huang Jiandong appeared at the door in a hurry, Lin Haisheng warmly welcomed him inside. Lin Haisheng closed the door and turned to pour him a cup of hot tea. As he handed it over, his gaze fell on Jiandong's tense face, and he asked with concern, "You seem hurried and restless. What is so important?" "It's so cold, and you came all the way here by car. Couldn't you have said it over the phone?" After a full half-minute of silence, Huang Jiandong slowly lifted his head, his voice hoarse and filled with unmasked turmoil. "Haisheng, I've encountered a huge problem in my love life." He paused, then continued, "I haven't slept for several days because of this. I really don't know what to do. I can't tell my family about it, and after thinking it over, I could only come to you, my brother, to discuss it." "A problem in your love life?" Lin Haisheng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sat down beside Huang Jiandong, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Don't worry, take your time to explain. Is there anything between brothers that we can't discuss? No matter how big the issue, we'll face it together." Hearing this, Huang Jiandong's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Taking a deep breath, he spoke softly. "Haisheng, do you remember the Vietnamese girl Ruan Xing we saved on Lama Island?" "Ruan Xing?" Lin Haisheng nodded immediately. "Of course I remember." He looked at Huang Jiandong puzzled and asked, "Why are you suddenly bringing her up?" His tone carried a hint of heaviness. Her father was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. Despite their family's hardships, they managed to settle. His tone carried a hint of heaviness. Her father was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. Despite their family's hardships, they managed to settle in a refugee camp in the New Territories. Later, I helped her find her aunt, allowing them to reunite in Hong Kong. These matters Huang Jiandong had mentioned before, and Lin Haisheng vaguely remembered. Furrowing his brows, he asked with concern, "How is life in the refugee camp? Can Ruan Xing's father receive treatment for his illness?" Hearing this, Huang Jiandong's expression darkened, filled with sorrow. He remained silent for a few seconds, as if struggling to suppress the pain in his heart, before slowly speaking. "That place is better than being on a refugee boat, but not by much. It's makeshift shelters in a very remote area, far from any village or store." His voice was very low, laced with suppressed anger. "The living conditions are absurdly poor. I think even the prisons in Hong Kong are better than there." Upon entering the camp, the stench of sweat and mold mixed with the foul odor from the toilets assaulted the senses, making one want to retch at once. Huang Jiandong continued, "The critical issue is that the medical facilities are inadequate, and they cannot receive systematic treatment. Her father's condition is worsening. A couple of days ago, I accompanied her and her aunt Ruan Shanshan to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said the cancer cells have already spread." He choked on his words at this point. The doctor tactfully suggested we prepare for the worst. Ruan Xing held back her tears, not daring to tell her father the truth, but the old man's health was deteriorating day by day. I could see he was beginning to sense that his remaining days were few. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavier. Huang Jiandong paused and added, "By the way, her uncle used to be an officer in South Vietnam and qualifies as a priority refugee accepted by the Americans. Their family's application has already been approved, and they are preparing to settle in the United States." Going to America? Lin Haixing immediately reacted, a wave of concern rising in his heart. What about Ruan Xing and her father? Can they go with them? Huang Jiandong smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not that easy. Ruan Xing and her father are not within the priority acceptance range. The policies on the American side are very strict, especially since Ruan Xing's father is currently, so, though there is no room for leniency at all. He sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Her aunt's family is also in a difficult position. They want to help, but feel powerless. After all, they are going to a foreign country, and they themselves have not yet settled. Her uncle said they would find a way to help Ruan Xing after they have settled in the United States. But we can't just watch them continue to stay in the refugee camp. Lin Haixing suddenly stood up. The conditions there are so poor, the old man's illness cannot be properly cared for, and it's too dangerous for Ruan Xing, a young girl, to stay there. I've thought of ways to help. Huang Jiandong stood up, as well, running his hands through his hair, fatigue etched on his face. I wanted to help Ruan Xing find a job so she could support herself in Hong Kong, but she has to take care of her ailing father and can't get away. Moreover, there are rules in the refugee camp. She cannot leave for long, making finding work unrealistic. He walked to the window, gazing at the overcast sky outside, his back radiating a sense of loneliness. I thought about helping them find temporary accommodation to stabilize the old man's condition first, but housing in Hong Kong is so expensive, my savings are nowhere near enough. Watching his anxious demeanor, Lin Haixing gradually calmed down. He walked over to Huang Jiandong's side and patted his shoulder again. Don't panic. We'll think of a way together. We will surely find a place to settle. Treat the old man's illness first and take things one step at a time. Although he said this, he felt uncertain inside. The situation in Hong Kong was already complex, and the refugee identity was particularly special, making it tremendously difficult to accomplish this task. Lin Haixing looked at Huang Jiandong's profile, noticing the worry etched in his eyes, and suddenly felt a spark in his heart. He tentatively asked, "Jiandong, since you care so much about Miss Ruan, and today mentioned having difficulties in love, could it be that you have developed feelings for her?" Huang Jiandong suddenly turned around, as if someone had struck the deepest secret hidden in his heart. His cheeks instantly flushed, and even the roots of his ears burned hot. He dared not look into Lin Haixing's eyes, his gaze nervously darting away. The air fell silent for a while before he stammered, "I don't even know if I like her. Growing up, I have never cared for a girl so earnestly." His voice grew softer, yet carried an undeniable sound. His Adam's apple bobbed as he continued, "Ruan Xing is truly a good girl, gentle, kind, and especially strong. Even when life is so hard, she has never complained a single word. Moreover, she is also Chinese, a Vietnamese overseas Chinese, and she is alone in Hong Kong. I keep thinking that any little help I can offer her would be worth it." At this point, he awkwardly scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. "But I'm not sure if she likes me too. I fear I might be overthinking it and end up startling her." Seeing his helpless, childlike demeanor, Lin Haixing burst into laughter. "You rascal, so this is where you are tangled up." He patted Huang Jiandong's arm, his tone suddenly lightened. "What's there to hesitate about? How about finding a time for me to accompany you to meet her and her father? Although I have never been in a relationship, I can see things clearly from the sidelines." Lin Haixing raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with confidence. "They'll help you observe and see if one girl has any. If you both have mutual feelings, neither her father nor my godfather would object." Huang Jiandong's eyes lit up, but that glimmer quickly dimmed again as he lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with timidity. "But I'm still a bit scared." "Scared of what?" Lin Haixing interrupted him directly, his tone firm and powerful. "A man should be brave. I suggest you find an opportunity to confess to her. Even if she doesn't agree right away, you can at least gauge her attitude. It's better than being anxious and sleepless like you are." Lin Haixing's words were like a stone precisely thrown into the chaotic lake of Huang Jiandong's heart, creating ripples. He stood still, uncontrollably envisioning Ruan Xing. Her frail shoulders seemed as if they would collapse with a gust of wind, yet she always bore the weight of life. Her clear eyes, even though dulled by suffering, concealed a hint of stubborn strength. Especially every time he visited her in the refugee camp, the cup of warm water she handed him was just the right temperature to warm his hands. And her softly spoken, "Thank you," always warmed his heart. "Yes, I cannot avoid it any longer." Huang Jiandong took a deep breath, his previously evasive eyes gradually turning resolute. He looked up at Lin Haixing, his voice brimming with determination. "Haixing, you are right. I can no longer be so cowardly. I will confess to Ruan Xing and tell her my feelings. No matter how difficult the future may be, I am willing to face it together with her. That's the spirit." Lin Haixing's face broke into a comforting smile as he clapped Huang Jiandong's shoulder firmly. "My brother supports you. If you need any help, just say the word, and I will definitely assist you." "All right." Huang Jiandong nodded vigorously, turning towards the door. His steps hurried, as if afraid of changing his mind if he hesitated. Wait! Lin Haixing quickly called out to him. Huang Jiandong abruptly stopped, turning back to look at him with eyes filled with barely contained urgency. Don't rush out just yet. Lin Haixing walked quickly to his side, lowering his voice to remind him. Think carefully. Her father is seriously ill, and she must be feeling terrible. When you go, don't rush to confess. First comfort her and ask her thoughts. Don't scare the girl. Huang Jiandong finally calmed down a bit, nodding. I understand. His inner urgency gradually eased, replaced by a hint of nervousness and uncontainable anticipation. He looked at Lin Haixing, his eyes full of gratitude. Haixing, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be hesitating, unsure of what to do. What are you being polite for? Lin Haixing chuckled, giving his arm another pat. We are brothers. Oh, we should share both hardship and joy. Go on, I wish you success. Okay. Huang Jiandong nodded again, opened the door, and strode out. The cold winter wind rushed towards him, bringing a biting chill that stung his cheeks. But this chill did nothing to diminish the warmth in his heart. He felt both anticipation for the confession and a trace of undeniable nervousness, but more so a sense of relief after finally making up his mind. Regardless of the outcome, he had to bravely take this step. Huang Jiandong tightened his coat, shielding himself from the cold wind, and walked with determined steps towards the refugee camp. Upon reaching the entrance of the refugee camp, the familiar stench struck him once again. It was a mix of sweat, rot combined with the strong smell of medicinal herbs intertwining into a scent that made him frown. Huang Jiandong instinctively held his breath, yet his steps did not falter. Instead, he quickened his pace. The refugee camp was in utter chaos, with people of all ages scattered everywhere. Elderly people hunched over, sitting in corners, their eyes hollow and lifeless like puppets that had lost their souls. Children in tattered clothes, their faces smeared with dust and grime, chased and played in the narrow passages, their innocent laughter starkly contrasting against the oppressive environment. Huang Jiandong's gaze hurriedly swept over these people with no time to linger. His heart was filled to the brim with thoughts of Ruanxing as he walked straight through the chaotic crowd towards her tent. Ruanxing was sitting on the stone steps in front of the door, gazing blankly into the distance, her face etched with fatigue and sorrow. Her hair was a bit disheveled, a few strands carelessly falling beside her cheeks, gently swayed by the wind. Her clothes were worn and stained, but in Huang Jiandong's eyes she remained beautiful. It was a beauty that endured through suffering. Ruanxing. Huang Jiandong softened his voice and gently called out. Ruanxing snapped back to reality, and upon seeing Huang Jiandong standing in front of her, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, and her previously hollow gaze brightened. Jiandong, why are you here? I came to see you and your father. Huang Jiandong replied as he stepped into the tent. The inside was dark and damp, filled with a strong medicinal odor, even more pungent than outside. In the dim light, he could clearly see Ruanxing's father lying on the bed, his complexion pale as paper, reduced to mere bones, his chest weakly rising and falling, emitting a faint mosquito-like breath. On the ground beside the bed lay some broken bowls and empty medicine bottles, creating a disordered scene. How is uncle's condition? Huang Jiandong walked to the bedside and asked in a low voice with concern. Still the same, getting worse by the day. Ruanxing said, her eyes immediately reddening, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Jiandong, I'm really scared. I don't know what to do. Looking at her reddened eyes, Huang Jiandong felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but reach out to gently grasp her icy hand. His warm palm conveyed a bit of strength to her. Don't be afraid, Ruanxing. I will always be by your side. We will think of a way together. There will definitely be hope. Ruanxing looked up, meeting Huang Jiandong's determined gaze, and tears finally fell uncontrollably. She sniffed, her eyes filled with gratitude and reliance. Jiandong, thank you. If it weren't for you during this time, my father and I wouldn't know how we could hold on. Huang Jiandong's heart ached even more at the sight of her tears. He stood up and said to Ruanxing, let's go outside to talk so as not to disturb the old man's rest. Ruanxing nodded, wiped her tears, and followed him out of the tent. The two of them walked to a quiet small park outside the camp, stopping in their tracks and standing face to face. The cold wind continued to blow, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground. Huang Jiandong took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising and falling as if he was encouraging himself. He looked up at Ruanxing, gathering all his courage, and said, Ruanxing, actually I came here today to tell you something. Ruanxing looked at his slightly nervous expression. Confusion filled her eyes. What is it? Huang Jiandong's gaze locked onto her eyes, every word deliberate and serious. Ruanxing, from the moment I rescued you on Lama Island, I fell for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, his heart raced as if it would burst from his chest, and his palms began to sweat. He didn't dare pause, and continued, seeing you suffer in the refugee camp, my heart felt like it was being torn apart. I want to take care of you, protect you, and no matter how difficult it is now, I am willing to face it with you, to walk through every day of the future together. Will you give me this chance? Ruanxing was momentarily stunned after hearing this. Ruanxing's eyes widened suddenly, her pupils slightly constricting. She stared blankly at Huang Jiandong, her lips trembling uncontrollably, and a slight shiver ran through her shoulders. A flicker of panic flashed in her eyes like a startled deer caught off guard. In truth, she had long harbored feelings for Huang Jiandong. In this dark and desperate refugee camp where her courage to live was nearly worn away, Huang Jiandong's appearance was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds, bringing warmth into her bleak life. That warmth, imbued with a reassuring power, had supported her step by step to this moment. Uncontrollable flashes of recent memories surged in her mind. The passage in the refugee camp was narrow and crowded, the ground muddy. She was holding a clay pot for brewing medicine for her father when she was knocked off balance by someone rushing by and fell hard to the ground. The pot shattered, and the scalding medicinal liquid splashed onto her hands, making her gasp in pain. Her knee scraped painfully, blood mingling with mud as it oozed out, the sharp pain causing tears to well up instantly. She bit her lip, trying to push herself up from the ground, but after several attempts she failed. People hurried past her, their footsteps quick, and no one was willing to stop and glance at her, let alone lend a helping hand. Despair surged like a tidal wave, and her nose tinged with sourness as tears finally fell. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Xing. Huang Jiandong's voice was filled with obvious urgency. She looked up and saw his expression change dramatically, his previously gentle brows now filled with worry. He rushed over, crouching down with utmost care, afraid of hurting her. "Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself?" He carefully supported her arm, his gaze falling on her bleeding knee, his brow furrowing even more tightly. "How did you fall so hard?" Before she could answer, he crouched even lower, his warm breath gently blowing over her wound, carrying a sense of comfort. "Hang in there, you'll get some medicine." He got up and ran quickly, returning shortly with medicine and bandages. Crouching in front of her, he first used cotton to gently wipe away the mud around her wound, his movements tender, as if treating a rare treasure. When the medicine touched her wound, she flinched in pain. "If it hurts, just tell me." Huang Jiandong's voice softened further, his actions slowing as he wrapped her knee while gently coaxing. "It will be over soon. Once it's bandaged, it won't hurt anymore." In that moment, watching his focused profile, Ruanxing's feelings of grievance and despair were instantly replaced by a warm current. Since moving into the refugee camp, Huang Jiandong had often come to see her. At first he would make up awkward excuses. "I just passed by here, thought I'd check on you and Uncle Ruan. I brought some dried fish from home for you." As time passed, those excuses gradually fell away. He would come, she would wait. It became a tacit understanding between them. If Huang Jiandong didn't come for a few days, Ruanxing would feel restless. She would zone out while cooking, go into a daze while helping her father bathe, and at night, she would toss and turn, filled with anxiety and anticipation, always worrying something had happened to him. But as soon as Huang Jiandong appeared, all her unease would vanish. Each time he came, he would never be empty-handed. Sometimes it was dried fish from his home, a few freshly bought loaves of bread. Other times it was a small bag of rice or a few bars of soap and some cotton, everyday necessities. Knowing that Uncle Ruan was seriously ill, he would often volunteer to fetch medicine, running through several streets just to find effective herbal ingredients. When he had free time, he would sit by her bed chatting with her about the new things outside, sharing amusing stories from his work. He wasn't good with words and couldn't say anything particularly sweet, but those simple words always managed to bring a smile to her face. Those brief moments of happiness allowed her to temporarily forget the hardships of the refugee camp and the pressure of her father's illness, genuinely feeling a wave of warmth. All these little kindnesses had long been etched in Ruanxing's heart, forming a special sentiment toward him. Yet she had never imagined that Huang Jiandong would actually like her and even confess his feelings. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat felt as if blocked by something, unable to produce a sound. The scalding tears could no longer be restrained, streaming down her cheeks, drop by drop, burning with their heat. She was a refugee with nothing to her name and a seriously ill father, just a burden. How could she drag down such a good person like Huang Jiandong? Jiandong go. Ruanxing sniffled, her voice choked and barely recognizable, each word laced with sorrow. "I'm just a refugee. I will burden you. Please don't like me." Huang Jiandong's heart ached sharply. He stepped forward without hesitation, firmly grasping her icy hand. His palm was broad and warm, tightly enveloping hers, as if he wanted to transfer his strength to her. "I won't let go." His voice was exceptionally firm. "Xing, please don't reject me, okay?" He looked into her eyes, sincerity filling his gaze with no trace of disdain, only deep concern and cherishment. "I don't care about your status, nor do I care about Uncle's illness." He spoke clearly, his tone serious. "All I know is that I want to be with you to face all challenges together. As long as I'm here, I won't let you be wronged." Ruanxing lifted her head, looking at him through misty eyes. His gaze was so sincere, like a beam of light penetrating her heart and dispelling all her insecurities and fears. In her mind, memories flashed, him bandaging her wounds, bringing her food, chatting, and making her laugh. Each seemed clear, as if it had happened just yesterday. Her heart's defenses began to loosen and crumble under his sincere gaze and heartfelt words. "Jiandong gu, I like you too. But I..." Ruanxing bit her lip, the skin turning pale under her teeth, her eyes filled with entanglement and unease. "I'm afraid. I'm afraid I can't give you anything and will burden you." "There are no buts." Huang Jiandong interrupted her, tightening his grip on her hand. Xing, trust me, if we work together, we can definitely change the current situation. I will work hard, I will get Uncle's illness treated, and we will have a good life in the future. His voice was filled with strength, making her instinctively want to believe. Xing gazed into his resolute eyes, looking at the reflection of herself within them. Tears flowed even more fiercely, but this time it was not from despair or self-doubt, but from deep emotion. She sniffled, nodding heavily, her voice soft, yet filled with unwavering determination. Okay, Jiandong-gu, I believe you. Upon hearing her response, Huang Jiandong's eyes turned red instantly. He could no longer control himself, pulling Xing into his embrace. His movements were gentle yet firm, as if he were holding his entire world. Xing, thank you. His voice was choked with emotion as he softly whispered in her ear, thank you for believing in me, thank you for being willing to be with me. I promise you I will make you happy, and I will never let you be wronged for a lifetime. Xing leaned against his shoulder, crying out loud. All her grievances, anxieties, and worries were released at this moment, flowing out with her tears. Huang Jiandong's palm gently caressed her rough hair. The moment he touched her icy earlobe, he lowered his head and placed a kiss, pure and untainted by desire, on the top of her head. The cold wind around them remained fierce, billowing their clothes. Yet at this moment their hearts were filled with warmth, a warmth strong enough to withstand all cold and hardship. After returning from the refugee camp, Huang Jiandong immediately shared the good news of his successful confession with Lin Haixing, who was also very happy. Originally, they had planned to visit Xing and her daughter in the refugee camp together next weekend. However, no one expected that just 3 or 4 days later the tranquility would be completely shattered. That noon, while Lin Haixing was working at the clock company, Huang Jiandong's phone call suddenly pierced the calm like a thunderclap. On the other end of the line, Huang Jiandong's voice trembled with urgency. Haixing, Uncle Ruan's condition has worsened. He has been urgently taken to the hospital for rescue. Lin Haixing's heart tightened. He hurriedly responded, don't panic, Jiandong, I'll rush over as soon as I finish work. Just stay calm and keep watch at the hospital. Finally, after enduring until evening, he had no time to catch his breath before he hurried to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he saw Huang Jiandong waiting there. Huang Jiandong rushed up and grabbed his hand, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Haixing, you made it. His eyes were red and his voice was hoarse and choked. Uncle Ruan is not going to make it. Xing is still inside with him. Lin Haixing patted his shoulder and squeezed it tightly, trying to convey strength through this gesture. Don't worry, the doctors will take care of it, he said in a deep voice. Let's go in and take a look. The two hurried toward. As soon as they reached the door of the room, they saw Xing waiting there. She was curled up in the corner of a chair, her eyes swollen and red from crying. Next to her, Aunt Ruan also had red eyes, her face filled with sorrow, occasionally raising a hand to wipe her tears with a handkerchief, gently sighing. Lin Haixing and Huang Jiandong exchanged glances and quietly stepped into the room. On the hospital bed, Uncle Ruan's complexion was ashen, his eyes tightly closed, and his breathing was so weak it was barely perceptible. The breath of life was slowly withdrawing from his frail body. At that moment, Uncle Ruan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cloudy and weary, laboriously scanning the faces of those present, and finally his eyes settled on Huang Jiandong, locking in. Jiandong. His lips trembled, each word painfully difficult to utter, as if he were using all his strength. I know. My body may not hold on. Uncle Ruan, please don't say that. Huang Jiandong rushed forward, grasping his cold hand, his eyes immediately reddening. You will get better, you will definitely get better. Uncle Ruan gently shook his head, his eyes carrying a hint of relief, but more so a concern for his daughter. I only have this one daughter. He looked at Huang Jiandong, his expression becoming incredibly earnest, even with a hint of pleading. Please, take good care of her. For me, take good care of her. Uncle Ruan, rest assured. Huang Jiandong nodded vigorously, gripping his hand tightly, his voice firm and sincere. I promise you I will take good care of Xing, never letting her suffer a single grievance in her life. You must get better and see us live our lives well. Hearing his promise, a hint of comfort appeared on Uncle Ruan. He slightly nodded, turning his gaze to Xing beside him, and weakly said, Xing, Dad wants to talk to you alone for a moment. Xing suddenly raised her head, tears welling up again. She fought back her sorrow, stood up, and walked slowly to the bedside, softly responding, Dad. Huang Jiandong, Lin Haixing, and Aunt Ruan exchanged glances, and silently turned to leave the room, gently closing the door. Outside the room, none of the three spoke. Huang Jiandong looked down, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Lin Haixing leaned against the wall, frowning, occasionally glancing toward the door of the room. Aunt Ruan stood by, continually wiping her tears with a handkerchief, her face filled with sorrow and worry. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like a century. After about 10 minutes, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly echoed from the room. Dad! The cry was piercing and desperate, like a sharp knife stabbing into everyone's heart, making them feel tight in the chest. Huang Jiandong's complexion changed drastically, his heart sinking. He could no longer care about anything else, and pushed the door open, rushing inside. Inside the room, Xing was collapsed over Uncle Ruan's body, crying with her heart, breaking her shoulders, shaking violently, repeatedly calling out, "Dad," her voice hoarse and broken, making it painfully hard to listen. Uncle Ruan's eyes had forever closed, a trace of serene smile remaining on his face. Huang Jiandong stepped forward, gently embracing Ruan Xing's trembling body, his voice choked with emotion, repeatedly comforting her. "Xing, don't cry. Don't be too sad. Uncle Ruan has already left." Ruan Xing looked up at Huang Jiandong, her tearful eyes filled with despair. "Jiandong Ge, Dad has really gone. I no longer have a dad." I know. Huang Jiandong held her tightly, letting her tears soak his shoulder. "I'm here, I've always been here. With me by your side, don't be afraid." Lin Haixing and Aunt Ruan Shanshan heard the cries and also walked in. Seeing Uncle Ruan, who no longer had any breath of life, they could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down their faces. Ruan Shanshan collapsed beside her brother, crying out loud. An atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the entire room, Ruan Xing tightly grasping her father's already cold hand, unwilling to let go. Only when the doctors and nurses came in to assist with the arrangements did she reluctantly watch her father being covered with a white cloth and wheeled out of the room. In the days that followed, Huang Jiandong took on almost all the responsibilities, bustling about to help Ruan Xing handle Uncle Ruan's affairs. Unfortunately, Ruan Xing's mother Chen Xiuxiu and her brother Ruan Jiming were still in Vietnam and could not possibly attend the funeral. Huang Jiandong contacted the funeral home to finalize all the arrangements and procure burial supplies. He took care of every detail personally, confirming repeatedly just to ensure Uncle Ruan could depart in peace. He was afraid Ruan Xing would be reminded of her sorrow, so he tried to keep her from getting involved in these tedious and sad matters, allowing her to rest well. But Ruan Xing was still immersed in the immense pain of losing her father, becoming haggard. Her eyes remained red and swollen, her complexion pale with no hint of color, silent and withdrawn, no longer showing the lively spirit of her past. Huang Jiandong watched in pain, always staying by her side, never leaving her alone. During meals, he patiently encouraged her to eat a little more. While sleeping, he stood guard outside her door, afraid she would wake up crying at night without anyone to comfort her. During quiet moments, he would sit beside her, gently patting her back, not saying much, just being there for her. "Xing, don't be too sad," he said softly, his eyes filled with compassion. "You still have me. I will always be with you, never letting you be alone again." Ruan Xing leaned against his shoulder, her tears falling silently, soaking his clothes. She nodded, gently, not speaking, but holding his hand tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline. Finally, under Huang Jiandong's management, Uncle Ruan's funeral was successfully completed. That afternoon, Ruan Xing and her aunt sat in the living room of their rented house, in Tunmun, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Ruan Xing stared at the Iron Dame watch on her wrist, her expression somewhat dazed. Her aunt looked at Ruan Xing's haggard appearance, worry and reluctance filling her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "Xing, what are your plans next?" Ruan Xing looked up blankly, staring at her aunt, shaking her head. Her mind was blank, and she had no idea what to do next. Aunt Ruan held her hand, gently patting it, and speaking persuasively. "Xinger, why not apply to go to the United States with me? There are relatives there to take care of you, and life can be better than being alone here in Hong Kong." Go to the United States? Ruan Xing was taken aback. She had never considered this question. But in the next moment, Huang Jiandong's figure appeared in her mind. She recalled how he bandaged her wounds, the sincerity in his eyes when he confessed to her, and how he tightly embraced her during her hardest moments. She shook her head, her eyes becoming firm and gentle. "And I'm not going to the United States. I have fallen in love with Jiandong, and I want to stay in Hong Kong to live with him." "What?" Aunt Ruan was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing across her face, clearly not expecting her to make such a decision. "Xing, have you thought this through?" She furrowed her brow, her tone filled with concern. "Staying in Hong Kong as a girl is unfamiliar territory. Although Huang Jiandong treats you well, he is just an ordinary worker, and your future path won't be easy. Your life might be very tough." Ruan Xing gently grasped her aunt's hand, her eyes resolute. "And I have thought this through. Jiandong treats me very well. He will protect me and take care of me. I believe that as long as we work hard together, we can have a good life." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of affection. "Moreover, Hong Kong is the place where Dad lived. There are memories of him here, and I can't bear to leave. And I will take good care of myself when you go to the United States. You must also take care of yourself and your family and pay attention to your health." Just then, Huang Jiandong came in after finishing his conversation with Ruan Shanshan's husband, Mr. Li, outside the rental house. He stood beside Ruan Xing, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder, looking at Aunt Ruan with a serious tone. "Aunt, please rest assured to leave Ruan Xing to me. I promise you I will take good care of her, work hard to earn money, and give her a happy life." Aunt Ruan looked at the young couple before her, seeing the value and love in their eyes for each other. A smile of relief appeared on. Good. She nodded, her tone filled with blessings. "Seeing you like this, I can rest easy. In the future, you must support each other, be tolerant of each other, and live well in Hong Kong." Huang Jiandong and Ruan Xing held hands, exchanging glances, smiling at each other, their eyes filled with hopes for. In recent days, Huang Jiandong has been like a wind-up top, spinning tirelessly. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the matters concerning Ruan Xing's family, and he dared not reveal even a hint to his own family. Lin Haixing watched this unfold anxious in his heart. After much contemplation, he finally made up his mind. He would take the initiative to help Huang Jiandong by first reaching out to Uncle Qi and Aunt Qi to gauge their attitudes. Manager Zheng, I'd like to request a half-day off this afternoon. There's an urgent matter at home. Lin Haixing clutched the phone, his tone earnest. Manager Zheng on the other end did not ask much and readily agreed. After hanging up, Lin Haixing, with a heart full of trepidation, rushed towards Shapu village. On the way, the wind intensified his unease. He knew all too well the temperament of Uncle Qi, Huang Xiangrong. Huang Jiandong had always feared this father. Whenever he made a mistake as a child, Huang Xiangrong would mercilessly scold him with a feather duster. Now that such a significant issue had arisen, Huang Jiandong had unexpectedly become involved with a Vietnamese refugee girl. This was something that would be difficult for anyone to broach. Lin Haixing sighed. He was Huang Jiandong's best friend, fully aware of the ins and outs of the situation, and he also understood the goodness of Ruan Xing. She was kind-hearted, diligent, and highly principled. It was precisely because of this that he felt he should lay some groundwork first. At the very least, he wanted to prepare the two elders psychologically, so that when Huang Jiandong spoke later, it would go more smoothly. In the afternoon at Shapu village, sunlight filtered through the branches of the banyan trees, casting dappled shadows. Lin Haixing had arranged to meet Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime at their usual tea restaurant at the village entrance. There were not many customers in the shop, though a few tables were occupied, and the air was filled with the aroma of char siu and milk tea. The three of them chose a corner table to sit down. Old Xia, 3 plates of char siu rice, 2 pineapple buns with butter, 1 order of French toast, 1 iced milk tea, and 2 cups of hot lemon tea. Lin Haixing ordered confidently. Su Sime looked at him, her eyes filled with a hint of puzzlement. Haixing, it's not a holiday. Why did you suddenly invite us out for afternoon tea? Is there something urgent? Lin Haixing chuckled awkwardly and did not answer directly. Let's eat first, and we can chat while having our meal. Before long, the food was served. Huang Xiangrong picked up a pineapple bun, took a big bite, and flaky pastry fell all around. Su Sime also picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of char siu in her mouth. Lin Haixing lifted his milk tea, took a large sip, and the cold liquid slid down his throat slightly, easing the tension in his heart. Clearing his throat, he set down his cup, his voice lower than usual. Uncle Qi, Aunt Qi, I'm here today because I want to discuss something with you both. Huang Xiangrong paused in his chewing, looked up at him with raised eyebrows, signaling him to continue. Su Sime put down her chopsticks, leaning forward with concern. Is something wrong with Jiandong? No, Lin Haixing quickly waved his hands, his tone urgent. Aunt Qi, please don't worry, Jiandong is fine. Seeing the expressions of the two elders ease slightly, he cleared his throat and proceeded to the main topic. It's about Jiandong's relationship. He has recently started dating a girlfriend. She is a Vietnamese refugee girl named Ruan Xing. He paused, adding, he doesn't know how to tell you, so he asked me to come and explain it to you first. A Vietnamese refugee. Huang Xiangrong's chewing came to a complete halt, and his expression darkened. He set down the pineapple bun in his hand, picked up the hot tea on the table, took a sip, but remained silent, just staring deeply at Lin Haixing. Su Sime was also stunned, her eyes wide, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately held back, gesturing for Lin Haixing to continue. Lin Haixing did not dare to delay, laying out all the details of the situation. Last year at the Lama Island Pier, Jiandong saved Ruan Xing, who had fallen into the water. Later he learned she was a refugee from Vietnam, but actually Chinese. At the time it was urgent as she needed to find her aunt in Hong Kong, and Jiandong took the initiative to help. Recently, when Ruan Xing's father fell seriously ill, Jiandong was also busy looking after her, helping to find doctors and run errands to the hospital. As they spent time together, they grew closer and developed feelings for each other. He detailed how Huang Jiandong cared for Ruan Xing, highlighting her thoughtfulness and diligence. Throughout the entire process, Huang Xiangrong remained silent, listening quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of the teacup, his brow tightly furrowed, filled with deep contemplation. Su Sime's brow was also knitted with worry. After Lin Haixing finished speaking, there was a silence in the tea restaurant for a few seconds. Su Sime was the first to speak, her voice tinged with anxiety. Haixing, what does this Vietnamese girl look like? Is her temperament good? She paused, then continued, probing. Has she found her aunt? Will she be willing to stay in Hong Kong long term? Will she want to go to America? Jiandong isn't very good at English. Lin Haixing scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Aunt Qi, I'm just the messenger here, reporting the situation to you both. Regarding matters of the heart, it's too sensitive. The specific details will have to wait for Jiandong to discuss with you himself. He is the one directly involved, and his report will be clearer than mine. Su Sime smiled, helplessly picked up her chopsticks, fiddling with the char siu in her bowl, but did not take another bite, clearly having lost her appetite. At this moment, Huang Xiangrong finally set down his teacup, directing his gaze at Lin Haixing, his tone calm, yet inscrutable. Haixing, the son has grown up and spread his wings. As for matters of the heart, I truly cannot interfere, nor do I wish to. Lin Haixing's heart tightened, just about to speak, when Huang Xiangrong continued. I only have one request, they must genuinely love each other. If this girl chooses to stay in Hong Kong, and not go to America, she must not jeopardize her future. Upon hearing this, Lin Haixing felt a warmth in his heart, quickly nodding. Uncle Chi, you can rest assured. Jiandong and Ruanxing genuinely like each other. Ruanxing is a very pretty girl, and she handles matters well. She is kind-hearted and diligent, definitely not the kind of girl who is thoughtless. As for whether they will go to America, they will certainly consider it carefully and won't make a hasty decision. Su Sime nodded gently, her worries dissipating somewhat. As long as they can be happy together, what more can we as parents say? She looked at Lin Haixing, her tone earnest. Haixing, please advise Jiandong more. Relationships are not a game. They need to be taken seriously and cannot be impulsive. Rest assured, Aunt Chi. I will definitely advise him, Lin Haixing responded promptly. Huang Xiangrong picked up the pineapple bun on the table again and took a bite, his tone softening a bit. Let Jiandong come and tell us himself. As long as he feels happy, we have nothing to say. Lin Haixing looked at the two elders, feeling a surge of emotions. He knew that they had initial concerns, but ultimately, they still hoped their son could find his own happiness. After that, the three of them did not mention Huang Jiandong and Ruanxing anymore, turning instead to casual conversations about family matters and Lin Haixing's work. Laughter occasionally erupted in the tea restaurant, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. After the funeral of Ruanxing's father was concluded, Huang Jiandong returned home. This time, he did not ask Lin Haixing to accompany him. Love is personal, and some things ultimately need to be clarified with one's parents in person. Back in his room, Huang Jiandong sat by the bed, rehearsing in his mind how to start the conversation. He knew his parents' temperaments and beliefs all too well. His father Huang Xiangrong seemed strict, but was soft-hearted. His mother Su Sime was meticulous and mainly worried that he would be wronged or delayed. It would surely not be easy for them to accept a Vietnamese refugee as a daughter-in-law. However, Huang Jiandong was already prepared. For the future, he shared with Ruanxing he was willing to endure some hardship and use his voice even if it meant facing difficulties. As night fell, the family gathered around the dining table for dinner. The dishes were simple, 2 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes along with a bowl of soup. Huang Jiandong picked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks, feeling little appetite. He raised his head several times to look at his parents, but the words lingered at the tip of his tongue and were swallowed back down. His distracted demeanor could not escape the notice of Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime. Huang Xiangrong set down his bowl and chopsticks, asking meaningfully, Jiandong, what's wrong today? You seem lost in thought. Su Sime also looked at him with concern. Are you too tired, or is there something on your mind? With his parents' questions, Huang Jiandong took a deep breath. At this point, he could no longer delay. He put down his chopsticks, placed his hands on the table, and with a hint of barely perceptible tension in his voice, said, Dad, Mom, I want to tell you something important. Go ahead. Huang Xiangrong nodded. Huang Jiandong hesitated for a few seconds, finally gathering his courage and saying word by word, I have fallen in love with a girl. It's the Vietnamese girl Ruanxing we rescued on Lama Island that Haixing mentioned to you before. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the dining table became instantly tense. Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces grew serious. After a long while, Huang Xiangrong finally spoke, his brows tightly furrowed. Jiandong, do you know she is a Vietnamese refugee? Our family. He stopped halfway, seemingly weighing his words. Dad, I know you may have concerns. Huang Jiandong quickly interjected, his tone urgent, but Ruanxing is truly a good girl, exceptionally good. I have helped her find her aunt, contacted doctors for her father when he was critically ill, and taken care of everything after her father passed away. We have been through so much together, and I genuinely love her, and she loves me back. Su Sime sighed gently. Jiandong, it's not that I oppose your dating. It's just that this girl's background is too special, and there may be many troubles ahead. Moreover, her aunt is going to America, and she can easily choose to go with her to America, where the conditions might be better, and she could have a better life. Don't hold her back. Mom, that won't happen. Huang Jiandong replied firmly, his eyes resolute. Ruanxing wants to stay in Hong Kong. I know you mean well, but I do not want to give her up. He paused, and added, Haixing also said he would help convince you. He said, as long as we truly love each other, you will see Ruanxing's goodness and accept her. Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime fell silent. They looked at the determination in their son's eyes and understood that he was serious this time. Once this child sets his mind on something, he would never easily give up. The dining table was quiet for a full minute. Jiandong, when it comes to matters of the heart, we parents do not want to interfere too much. Huang Xiangrong slowly began. When I married your mother, even my father disapproved of her family's poverty. But the road must ultimately be walked by him. You need to think carefully about matters of the heart. Huang Jiandong's heart raced, and he held his breath. Huang Xiangrong continued, why don't you bring her home for a meal? Let us meet her before making a decision. Really? Huang Jiandong abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with surprise, hardly believing his ears. Thank you, Dad. He was so excited that he almost stood up. I will go tell Ruanxing right away. You will definitely like her after meeting her. Su Sime looked at his excited demeanor and smiled helplessly. Look at your eagerness. Go on, but don't be too late. In the following days, Huang Jiandong and Ruanxing were both busy preparing for their meeting. Ruanxing was especially nervous, pondering every day about what to wear and what gifts to bring. Jiandong, do you think this dress is okay? Is it too plain? Ruan Xing held up a simple dress in front of the mirror, her tone filled with uncertainty. Huang Jiandong hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, looking at the two of them in the mirror, smiling, as he said, "You look beautiful. You look good in anything. My parents like simple and stable girls, and you fit that perfectly." But Ruan Xing still felt a bit worried. "I'm afraid I won't perform well, and the uncle and aunt won't like me." "That won't happen." Huang Jiandong gently patted her back, his tone tender, yet firm. "Just be yourself. My parents are very nice, they will like you." To choose a gift, we even specifically visited several stores. In the end, Ruan Xing picked a silk scarf suitable for Su Sime and a box of fine tea for Huang Xiangrong. She carefully wrapped the gifts and placed them on the bedside table, checking them every night before going to sleep. After a mix of anticipation and nervousness, the day of the meeting finally arrived. At dawn, Ruan Xing got up early. She meticulously groomed herself, putting on light makeup to look more spirited. Then she wore the simple dress she had chosen long ago, hugging the gifts tightly in her arms. When Huang Jiandong came to pick her up and saw her nervous appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be nervous, I'm here with you." Ruan Xing nodded. The two walked side by side toward the house in Dawa village. The closer they got to the door, the faster Ruan Xing's heart raced, and her breathing became somewhat hurried. Huang Jiandong noticed her unusual state, stopped in his tracks, held her hand, and softly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, my parents already know about us. They won't make things difficult for you." Upon arriving at the front door, Huang Jiandong took a deep breath and gently knocked. "Coming." The door quickly opened, revealing Su Sime standing at the entrance. The moment she saw Ruan Xing, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a warm smile. Ruan Xing immediately steadied her nerves, slightly bowed, and with an appropriate smile, said, "Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Ruan Xing. It's a pleasure to meet you." As she spoke, she handed over the gifts, "Just a small token of my appreciation, or I hope you like it. Come in quickly, don't just stand at the door." Su Sime took the gifts and stepped aside to let them enter, her tone warm. Huang Xiangrong sat on the living room sofa, holding a newspaper. Seeing Ruan Xing, he put down the newspaper, looked her over, and then nodded slightly as a greeting. Ruan Xing followed Huang Jiandong to the sofa, nervously saying, "Hello, uncle. Please have a seat, don't be so formal." Huang Xiangrong's tone was very flat, revealing no sign of pleasure or anger. Ruan Xing cautiously sat down, placing her hands on her knees, sitting up straight, and not daring to relax at all. Su Sime placed the gifts aside, and brought over 2 cups of cold tea, saying, "Have some water to quench your thirst." "Thank you, aunt." Ruan Xing accepted the teacup with both hands, softly expressing her gratitude. Soon it was lunchtime. The dining table was filled with dishes, all carefully prepared by Su Sime, with fish and meat, as well as several light vegetarian dishes, clearly considering Ruan Xing's taste. However, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat stiff. Huang Jiandong occasionally served Ruan Xing some dishes, trying to liven up the mood. "Try this, my mom's braised pork is especially delicious." "Thank you," Ruan Xing quietly replied, taking a small piece of braised pork and chewing it slowly. She knew she couldn't remain silent for long. After hesitating slightly, she took the initiative to speak, looking at Su Sime. "Aunt, your cooking is truly wonderful. This dish is delicious." Su Sime smiled. "If you like it, eat more." With the response, Ruan Xing became bolder. She slowly talked about her life in Vietnam, the hardships brought by the war, and her experiences after coming to Hong Kong. When talking about Huang Jiandong's help, her eyes were filled with gratitude. "If it weren't for Jiandong, I might have already been unable to go on. He not only saved my life, but also helped me find my aunt and took care of my father. He is truly a wonderful person." Her tone was sincere, without any attempt to ingratiate herself. Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime listened quietly without interrupting her. From Ruan Xing's words, they felt her sincerity and kindness, as well as her deep affection for Huang Jiandong. Gradually, the expressions on their faces softened, and their gazes became much gentler. After lunch, Huang Jiandong, Ruan Xing, and his parents sat in the living room chatting. Ruan Xing took a deep breath, as if having made a decision, looked at Huang Xiangrong and Su Sime, and sincerely said, "Uncle and aunt, I know my background may raise concerns for you, and I understand that being together may bring many difficulties. But I genuinely love Jiandong and want to live a good life together in Hong Kong. I will work hard, earn money, and won't cause any trouble for Jiandong or the family. I will treat you both as my own parents and take good care of you." She spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. Su Sime looked at her, gently sighed, and the worry in her eyes completely dissipated. She took Ruan Xing's hand and patted it, her tone warm. "Girl, it's evident that you are a good girl who truly cares for Jiandong. As long as you both truly love each other and support one another, what can we parents say?" Hearing this, Ruan Xing's eyes immediately turned red, and she was so moved that she couldn't speak. Huang Xiangrong also nodded, looking at Huang Jiandong. "Since you both have decided on each other, we want to oppose it. Just live well, and don't make us worry." "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." Huang Jiandong excitedly held Ruan Xing's hand, and they exchanged a joyful smile, filled with happiness and gratitude. The weight that had been hanging over their hearts finally lifted. The atmosphere in the living room became completely relaxed. Su Sime took Ruan Xing's hand, asking about her life in the refugee camp, and reminded her to take good care of herself. Huang Xiangrong also occasionally chimed in, asking about her future plans. Ruan Xing answered one by one, always wearing a gentle smile. Things went much smoother afterward. Huang Aimei, the second sister, helped Wan Xing find a job in a toy factory in the Shapa district. During the day, Wan Xing worked at the factory, diligently learning the craft and getting along well with her colleagues. At night, she returned to the dormitory in the refugee camp to rest. Although the conditions remained difficult, Wan Xing's heart was filled with hope. However, in the quiet depths of the night, she would think of her mother Chen Xiuxiu and younger brother Wan Jiming, who were still living in hardship in Vietnam, worrying about them and feeling helpless about how to reunite with them in Hong Kong. Lin Haixing finally caught a breath after helping Huang Jiandong deal with the matters of the Wan family. Life had finally returned to a state of tranquility. On the morning of this Sunday, just after finishing breakfast, and while watching the news on television, his grandfather returned from outside, walked over, and took hold of his arm with warmth in his voice. "Today, I'm taking you out to relax. I've made arrangements with a few old buddies to go to Happy Valley on Hong Kong Island to watch the horse races." He looked Lin Haixing up and down, his eyes filled with concern. "Look at you, so thin. You must be exhausted from all this time. Today, don't think about anything else. Oh, just have fun with Grandpa." Lin Haixing smiled and replied, "Sure thing, Grandpa. I've been in Hong Kong for so long and have never been to a racetrack. It's just the right time to join in the excitement. That's the spirit." Yi Kuan patted the back of his hand quickly. "Let's not keep the old buddies waiting." Within a few minutes, the two arrived at the agreed meeting point. Uncle Zhang and a few older men were already waiting there, and upon seeing them, they immediately greeted them warmly. "Old Yi, you finally made it. Is this your grandson? Quite the handsome young man." Lin Haixing politely smiled and greeted, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." "Hello, Uncle Li." The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the subway station. The subway started slowly, and the noise in the carriage couldn't dampen the elders' enthusiasm. The conversation quickly shifted to horse racing. Lin Haixing leaned in closely, listening attentively, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Uncle Zhang cleared his throat and began to narrate vividly. "Do you all remember that one time? There was a dark horse that no one expected much from, and at the last moment it surged forward like it had gone mad, clinching the championship." He animatedly gestured, his tone filled with excitement. At that moment, those who had bet on the favorites were all stunned, their jaws almost hitting the ground. "I still remember that scene vividly." "That's nothing," Uncle Li interjected, unwilling to back down, his voice rising. "There's also the legendary champion, Ever Victorious, which won the major races for 3 consecutive years. Now that was impressive." Whenever it appeared, the entire audience erupted, the cheers loud enough to lift the roof. Lin Haixing listened with great interest. He had never witnessed such a scene and was filled with anticipation for the upcoming horse races. When the subway reached the station, the group exited the carriage. Walking along the streets toward Happy Valley, they could hear the distant sounds of the racetrack, waves of noise rolling in. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds became. Cheers, shouts, and the sound of hooves intertwined, the fervor palpable even from several streets away. As they stepped into the Happy Valley racetrack, the lively atmosphere instantly enveloped Lin Haixing. The crowd bustled, jostling closely together. Each person's face carried expressions of excitement or tension, continuously discussing the upcoming race. Lin Haixing's eyes widened, looking around in awe. The red racetrack twisted and extended, glistening under the sunlight. The grandstands were filled with people, a sea of colorful clothing as staff in uniform bustled through the crowd, busy as bees. Everything around him felt wonderfully novel. "Look at your curious face." Uncle Zhang chuckled as he approached, patting his shoulder. "Haixing, there's quite a bit to know about horse racing. Let me take you to the betting area and teach you how to place bets." "All right, Uncle Zhang." Lin Haixing nodded eagerly. Following Uncle Zhang, they reached the betting area, which was even more crowded. A long line formed. Everyone was intently focused on the race schedule board, whispering about the horse's information while their eyes sparkled with anticipation and tension. "Look at this. There are so many ways to play." Uncle Zhang pointed at the schedule board, explaining patiently, "There's win, place, trifecta, and position betting, each one different." He extended his finger, explaining, "Each type win is the simplest. You pick one horse, and if it comes in first, you win. Place requires picking 2 horses, and they have to finish in the order you chose for first and second. A trifecta is harder. All 3 horses must finish in the top 3 in order, and position is more lenient. Just pick a horse that finishes in the top 3. Lin Haixing listened intently, his eyes glued to the schedule board, afraid to miss any detail. "Uncle Zhang, what should I consider when choosing a horse?" He couldn't help but ask, his tone serious. "Good question." Uncle Zhang nodded approvingly. "You need to look at the horse's past performance, recent condition, as well as the trainer's and jockey's skill. All of these are crucial." Lin Haixing nodded vigorously from time to time, appearing as if he were studying a profound subject. He felt a rush of excitement, eager to try his hand at the win bet. With Uncle Zhang's and his grandfather's enthusiastic guidance, he scrutinized the schedule board like a detective, carefully examining each horse's information before thoughtfully placing a few bets. Just as he finished buying the betting tickets, a sharp horn sounded throughout the arena. The race is about to start. Yi Kuan pulled Lin Haixing along, quickly squeezing to the railing. "Hurry, find a good spot." Lin Haixing followed his grandfather forward, his heart racing uncontrollably. On the track, 8 horses were already in position. The jockeys wore brightly colored riding outfits, gripping the reins tightly, their bodies slightly leaning forward, ready to spring into action. As the second horn sounded, the gates opened instantly. The 8 horses surged out like arrows from a bow, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust, leaving shadows on the track. Giddy up! Giddy up! The jockeys waved their whips and shouted loudly, their voices filled with power, as if racing against the wind. The atmosphere was instantly ignited to the peak. Everyone stood up shouting the names of the horses they had bet on. Tongda! Go Tongda! Guanghui! Keep going! Overtake it! Tianding Fazhai! Hold on! Lin Haixing tightened his grip on the betting ticket in his hand, his eyes fixed on the horse he had bet on. Bowling, his throat felt tight as he shouted along with the surrounding spectators, bowling. Go Bowling! Bowling! Go! His heart sank into his throat, his palms sweating, his eyes filled with tension and expectation, as if he were trying to see through that horse. At first, Bowling was in mid-pack, a small distance separating it from the leading horses. Lin Haixing couldn't help but clench his fists, murmuring, Bowling, come on. Push forward. Go faster. Yi Kuan patted his back, laughing, don't rush, the best part is yet to come. Just as he finished speaking, Bowling suddenly kicked into high gear. It appeared as if its fighting spirit had been ignited, galloping with all its might, dramatically increasing speed, rapidly overtaking one horse after another. Wow, it's taking the lead. Lin Haixing shouted excitedly, unable to stop himself from leaning forward. The surrounding audience erupted as well, the cheers deafening, almost drowning out the sound of hooves. In the final sprint phase, Bowling surged ahead like a wild horse, breaking free, racing toward the finish line. Finally, the horses crossed the line. First place. I won. I won. Lin Haixing exclaimed, jumping 3 feet high, his betting ticket nearly crumpled in his hand, his face beaming with ecstatic joy. He turned to his grandfather and shouted, Grandpa, I won. 12 times the odds, I made dozens of dollars. His excitement was akin to winning a jackpot, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Good lad, you're quite lucky. Yi Kuan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. A nearby uncle also came over with a smile, saying, the young man has a good eye. However, this dark horse was one of the favorites. Winning first place doesn't count as a true upset. He paused and added, I heard the horse's owner is the gambling king Ho Hongshan. Ho Hongshan? Lin Haixing asked curiously, turning his head. Which gambling king? Yi Kuan took over the conversation, a hint of admiration in his eyes, and elaborated. He's the legendary Ho Hongshan from Macau. This dark horse has already won 6 championships since participating in the Derby last year. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly, his gaze becoming distant. Ho Hongshan is no ordinary person. His life story could fill a book. Lin Haixing immediately showed interest, tugging at his grandfather's arm, asking, Grandpa, please tell me more. Sure, Yi Kuan said as he inhaled slowly, beginning. When he was 13, his family encountered a major crisis. His father and 3 uncles went bankrupt in business, losing all their wealth. His second uncle and uncle couldn't bear the blow and passed away. His father fled to Vietnam, leaving him and his mother in Hong Kong. Life was tough at that time. They were homeless and could only sleep under the doorsteps of others' shops at night. Yi Kuan's voice became somber. His mother held him and cried, saying they had no money for his education unless he could secure a scholarship. The harsh realities of life completely awakened the child. He continued, from that moment on he seemed like a different. He used to neglect his studies, but then he studied relentlessly, not only earning a scholarship, but eventually getting into the University of Hong Kong, becoming an outstanding student. This was a major turning point in his life. What happened next? Lin Haixing listened intently, his eyes wide with anticipation. Then another upheaval occurred. Yi Kuan sighed. Just 3 months before his university graduation, our country invaded Hong Kong. At that time, he was forced to fight alongside the British Army for over 10 days. If discovered by our country, he would be imprisoned in Stanley Prison. With no other option, he had to escape to Macau as a refugee, reportedly with only $10 to his name. Lin Haixing held his breath, captivated by the story. Upon arriving in Macau, he got a job at the Macau Lianchang Trading Company. Yi Kuan continued. His job involved shipping, which was quite dangerous. A slight error could cost him his life. But he had an advantage. He spoke English fluently and soon became the boss' right-hand man. Yet he wasn't satisfied and worked hard to learn Japanese and Portuguese. Within a year, he was promoted to partner in the company. At this point, Yi Kuan displayed a look of admiration. Ho Hongshan is truly clever and hardworking. Through his efforts and language skills, he quickly earned his first pot of gold, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. With money in hand, he set up his own businesses, starting a kerosene company and a construction company, later venturing into gambling. By the mid-1970s, he had become a well-known tycoon in Hong Kong and Macau, and he became a horse owner, owning several strong horses. After hearing all this, Lin Haixing couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa, Ho Hongshan is incredible. From having nothing to such success, it's truly legendary. After hearing this, Lin Haixing felt as if a stone had been thrown into his heart, causing ripples. From refugee to millionaire, the story of Ho Hongshan was filled with high-stakes bets and relentless determination. He subconsciously touched the few $100s he had won in his pocket. This small windfall suddenly felt weightless. He looked up at the dazzling lights of the racetrack and the enthusiastic crowd for the first time, clearly feeling how insignificant personal joys and fortunes were against the rolling tides of this vast city. At this moment, Yi Kuan changed the subject. Speaking of horse racing, its history is quite long. Over 300 years ago, the British fell in love with horse racing, gradually developing it into an organized event. Wherever they colonized, horse racing followed. The horse racing in Hong Kong was brought by the British colonizers. The first racetrack in Hong Kong was built in 1845 at the Happy Valley Racecourse, where we are now. Since then, Hong Kong has had a history of horse racing. Initially, entering the racetrack was a high society activity accessible only to the wealthy. However, over time it became popular among ordinary citizens as well. The key factor that democratized horse racing was gambling, with a minimum bet of 10 Hong Kong dollars, making it an indispensable cultural element in Hong Kong today. Yi Kuan laughed. And you have to place your bets on site. The atmosphere is so much more intense. When your chosen horse wins, that feeling is something you can't experience through a screen. As Lin Haisheng listened, he looked around. The audience in the stands remained passionately excited, cheers ringing out as everyone's faces radiated genuine happiness. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Grandpa, besides the horses themselves, are the jockeys also very important? Can they decide the outcome of the race?" "You asked the right person." Uncle Zhang, who was nearby, heard this and walked over with a smile to explain, "In Hong Kong's horse racing system, the choice of jockey is somewhat random. The trainer is actually more important." He paused, then elaborated, "Experienced horse enthusiasts select horses by first choosing their favorite ones, then filtering for experienced trainers with good records before finally considering the jockey. Since the jockey is nominated by the trainer, the horse owner does not have direct hiring rights over the jockey. The owner can suggest to the trainer, but the trainer has the final say. If the horse owner is dissatisfied with the jockey, they can only reflect this to the trainer, who decides whether to make a change." "I see." Lin Haisheng nodded, realizing the complexities involved. "That's right." Yi Kuan laughed. "And being a member of the jockey club isn't easy to join." "Difficult. Extremely difficult." Yi Kuan emphasized, "Every year the slots are limited, and even wealthy merchants or celebrities may not get in. Membership must be recommended by a director or a selected member, and the club conducts comprehensive evaluations of the applicant's background, character, and integrity before acceptance. Only by joining the jockey club can one qualify to be a horse owner. Many famous people, wealthy merchants, and artists in Hong Kong own horses and often come here to compete." As Lin Haisheng listened to his grandfather's stories and looked at the lively racetrack, the galloping horses, and the excited crowd, he seemed to see the long history of horse racing in Hong Kong flowing before his eyes. His love for this land grew even deeper. That evening, Lin Haisheng completely let go. He placed several more bets, sometimes nervously staring at the track, his palms sweating. At times, he excitedly discussed strategies with those around him, animated and lively. Even when he occasionally lost, he remained undeterred, quickly immersing himself in the anticipation of the next race. Fortunately, he won 2 more bets later on. Overall, he came out ahead with a few $100s, which was quite lucky. Grandpa Yi Kuan basically broke even, and Uncle Zhang and several other old buddies had their wins and losses, but each face radiated happy smiles. "Watching the races is indeed interesting." Uncle Li stretched lazily and said with a smile, "It's much better than playing mahjong indoors. Being out in the fresh air and sunshine is good for both body and mind." "That's true." Uncle Zhang nodded, gazing at the galloping horses on the track, his eyes filled with emotion. "Here one can feel the vitality of Hong Kong. Watching these horses run makes me feel years younger." Standing aside, Lin Haisheng listened to the elders' chatter, feeling a warmth in his heart. As night fell, the lights of the racetrack lit up, colorful lights illuminating the night sky and every face. Today's racetrack is the liveliest place in Hong Kong, with excitement and anticipation written on everyone's faces, as if they could cast aside all their worries beyond the track. In the VIP room of the Horse Club restaurant, however, the scene is entirely different. The heavy redwood door blocks out the noise from outside. On the genuine leather sofa, a few people are seated in a circle. The wine glasses on the table are filled with dark red liquid, yet few have taken a sip. The television is broadcasting the horse races live. The image is bright, but the atmosphere in the room is stifling. Mr. John, the director of the housing authority, sits upright, his cigar burning down to the end between his fingers. He is a typical Englishman with a high nose and deep-set eyes, yet he speaks fluent Cantonese with a slightly awkward accent. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 pieces of news that may keep you awake at night." As soon as he said this, the air in the room became even heavier. Mr. Ho Guoqiang, the chairman of Longchong Group, raised his glass and took a sip. "Mr. John, feel free to speak frankly." The chairman of Chongqing Group, Mr. Zheng Jia, nodded in agreement. Everyone present is a pillar of Hong Kong's business community. Any banquet that draws John's attendance is attended by the city's elite. John set down his cigar, his voice low. "First, Governor Mac Lihos will be stepping down." "What?" Zhao Jingfeng, chairman of Jingtai Group, suddenly sat up straight, his face filled with shock. Mac Lihos has governed Hong Kong for 10 years, during which its economy has grown rapidly, with per capita income increasing 6-fold. It is not an exaggeration to say this is Hong Kong's most prosperous period. His departure is like pulling a stabilizing anchor from the sea, and everyone can guess what it signifies. Before anyone could digest this news, John's second statement followed, hitting everyone's hearts like a heavy blow. Second, the British Parliament has passed the British Nationality Act. He paused, observing the sudden change in everyone's expressions, and continued, this law changes the status of Hong Kong people from British and colonial citizens to British dependent territory citizens. Dependent territory citizens. At this moment, Mr. Shun, by an executive from HSBC, repeated these 4 words, his tone incredulous. Exactly. John's gaze swept across the room. The crucial point is that this status does not confer the right to reside in the UK. In other words, nearly 3.5 million dependent territory citizens in Hong Kong will no longer be able to enter the UK freely, let alone settle there. The room instantly fell silent. The cheers from the television as the horses crossed the finish line sharply contrasted with the dead silence inside. Ho Guoqiang's fingers clenched tightly. He understood that this was essentially the UK shirking responsibility, throwing the burden of Hong Kong people away. This matter has already spread among Hong Kong's upper echelons. John's voice held a hint of barely detectable fatigue. I fear that the citizens of Hong Kong will be very disappointed, even start to panic. Next, the Hong Kong future issue will have to be placed on the table for a grand discussion. Mr. Shen lifted his glass, gently swirling the liquid inside. He looked at everyone with a serious expression. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an ancient saying in China, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. With the current situation, the confidence of Hong Kong people has already begun to falter. Mr. Shen's voice was not loud, but every word was clear as a bank. We will tighten real estate loans moving forward. In an uncertain future, social anxiety will surely impact the economy, and the real estate sector will be the first to bear the brunt. His gaze swept over Ho Guoqiang and others, his tone solemn. You real estate tycoons need to think twice and stop blind expansion. Ho Guoqiang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow even tighter, falling into deep thought. Images of his son Ho Yong frequently making moves over the past year flashed in his mind. Buying land at high prices everywhere, even threatening Huang Xiangrong in Taiwai village for not giving up land, as if he were gearing up for a grand undertaking. Previously he thought his son was ambitious. Now it seemed he was dancing on the edge of a knife. It seems I must quickly stop Ah Yong's aggressive land acquisition. Ho Guoqiang whispered to Zhang Jie, who was developing new territories real estate with him. The situation is unclear now. Oh, it's better to stay calm and wait before taking any action. I agree. Zhang Jie immediately nodded, responding in a low voice. We definitely need to be cautious. We cannot act rashly. Investing a large amount of capital at this time is too risky. At the other end of the table, Zhao Jingfeng wore a worried expression, gently sighing. The situation has changed too quickly. Just a while ago, everything was flourishing. How did it suddenly turn? We all must respond carefully. We cannot afford to make a single mistake. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. They are all veterans in Hong Kong's business world, having weathered many storms. They are the best of the best, astute in their dealings. Yet this time they face an unknown that concerns Hong Kong's future, and no one can remain steady or articulate. The only sound left in the room is the passionate voice of the horse race commentator on the television, accentuating the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone is pondering how this sudden change will impact their own industries and how they should respond. In fact, the British side had already been secretly laying the groundwork. They privately proposed to China to separate Hong Kong's sovereignty and administrative rights, wanting to retain jurisdiction over Hong Kong. This proposal received support from many traditionally elite members of Hong Kong society. Even giants of British capital like HSBC and Jardine Matheson participated in the lobbying. Even the young business leader Li Pengfei led a group of elite businessmen to Beijing to convey this request on behalf of the British. But they did not know that this seemingly win-win proposal had already been categorically rejected by Comrade Deng Xiaoping. China must reclaim Hong Kong as a whole. The issue of sovereignty is non-negotiable. The undercurrents in the VIP room continue to swirl, while outside Lin Haixing remains oblivious. The horses on the racetrack have crossed the finish line. The horse he bet on, number 3, came in second, bringing him a modest profit. Grandpa, I won. Lin Haixing excitedly waved his betting slip, his face full of youthful exuberance. Seeing his joyful demeanor, Grandpa's smile deepened as he patted the back of his head. I knew you were amazing. The two squeezed through the crowd, joining in the cheers. The lights bathed Lin Haixing's face, making his features shine brightly. His eyes are focused solely on the track and the outcomes. He has never considered that the prosperous land beneath his feet is about to face a tremendous storm. The gears of fate have already begun to turn quietly in places unseen. Just as Lin Haixing joyfully raises his betting slip in celebration, the heavy redwood door of the VIP room swings open and John and the others step out with somber expressions. A wisp of cigar smoke and the oppressive atmosphere briefly infiltrate the joyful corridor, brushing past the vibrant energy of the youth. John's gaze inadvertently sweeps across the bustling carefree sea below, his expression complex and inscrutable. The discussions in the VIP room are like a small stone thrown into a lake, seemingly trivial, yet they create ripples in Hong Kong's political and economic landscape. The subsequent confirmation came quickly. In late July 1981, the Hong Kong Association of Banks suddenly announced that the savings deposit interest rate would be raised from 11 to 12. Upon hearing the news, Hong Kong's property market instantly collapsed. The bubble that had lasted for 5 years burst at a single poke. Following that, the Hang Seng Index also began a steep decline, with the stock market in disarray. Panic spread like an epidemic, with more and more people beginning to realize that Hong Kong's prosperity might just be In October 1981, the British government officially promulgated the British Nationality Act of 1981. The act clearly stated Hong Kong belongs to the British Dependent Territory. Before the act came into effect, all United Kingdom and colonial citizens born naturalized or registered in Hong Kong would uniformly acquire the status of British Dependent Territory citizens. After the implementation of the act, those born in Hong Kong, even if their parents are British Dependent Territory citizens or settled in Hong Kong, can only obtain the same status. The most crucial point: all British Dependent Territory citizens do not enjoy the right to reside in the UK. This act completely shattered the fantasies of the people of Hong Kong. Optimistic sentiments were thoroughly dismantled, and the Hong Kong future issue could no longer be avoided laid bare before everyone. No one could remain aloof. This storm has already taken shape and is about to sweep across all of Hong Kong. The year 1981 also became the starting point for Hong Kong's historic transition from a colony to a special administrative region. What followed was the initiation of the Sino-British negotiations in 1982, along with a lengthy transition period of 15 years. Lin Haixing, along with countless Hong Kong people like him, will be swept into the torrent of this era, their fates forever intertwined with the future of Hong Kong. On July 29, 1981, Hong Kong. The morning sun had not yet risen, and a long line had formed outside the Central District Post Office. I heard some people arrived as early as 5:30. Indeed, just for that set of wedding stamps. Whispers of conversation rose and fell among the crowd waiting in line. Lin Haixing stood towards the back of the line, thin beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he wiped his brow, his gaze unable to resist glancing towards the front. During their phone call last night, the soft voice of the young girl echoed in his ears. "Cousin, the post office is releasing the commemorative stamps of Prince Charles and Princess Diana tomorrow. Could you help me queue up? Consider it a reward for my usual lessons in English conversation." Thinking of this, Lin Haixing couldn't help but smile, yet his brow furrowed again. This line is too long. He muttered to himself, "I just hope I don't let Wanqing down." There were all kinds of people in the line: an elderly woman with white hair sipping water from a thermos, young couples snuggling together, and a few children around Wanqing's age tiptoeing to peek ahead, their eyes filled with anticipation. No one cut in line, and there was no noise. Everyone waited in an orderly fashion, a strange excitement. Today was the wedding day of Prince Charles and Diana, and Hong Kong followed Britain's lead by designating this day. In the newsstand on the street, the words "suitable for marriage" on the old calendar were circled prominently, as if the ancient calendar was also offering blessings for this century, wedding taking place far away in London. As the sun slowly rose higher, the mist dispersed, and the sunlight made people's skin feel hot. Lin Haixing waited nearly another hour before finally reaching the window. "Excuse me, 3 commemorative stamps, one of each." He handed over the money, his voice tinged with anxiety. The postal worker quickly handed him 3 stamps valued at 2 cents, $1.30, and $5, featuring the portraits of Charles and Diana. Lin Haixing carefully received them, placing them into a small envelope he had prepared in advance, keeping it close to him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and reveal a relaxed smile. On this hot summer day, after queuing for over 2 hours and squeezing on a 2 tram rides, Lin Haixing was drenched in sweat by the time he returned to his grandfather's house. He hurriedly took a cool shower, changed into a clean white shirt, quickly ate a bowl of wonton noodles left by his grandfather, and after a 10-minute rest set off to his uncle's house with the stamps. His uncle and aunt were away on vacation, and his older cousin Yi Xiaomei was interning at Elizabeth Hospital's nursing school, leaving Wanqing without company. He had promised to accompany his little cousin to watch the live broadcast of the wedding. His uncle's house was in Kowloon at Tycoon, an environment that was both bustling and tranquil. Lin Haixing rang the doorbell, and within a few seconds the door opened. Haixing gulped. Yi Wanqing stood at the door with 2 ponytails, dressed in a white dress, like a little angel, her big bright eyes sparkling as she rushed towards him. "Slow down, be careful not to fall," Lin Haixing said, extending his hand to steady her, his tone full of affection. "Did you get the stamps?" Wanqing looked up at him, her eyes glancing eagerly at his pocket. "Of course, when has your cousin ever failed?" Lin Haixing laughed as he took out the envelope and handed it to her. Wanqing eagerly took it, carefully pulling out the stamps and gently rubbing them, letting out a gasp of awe. "They're so beautiful." Her smile was bright. "Thank you so much, Haixing Ge. No need to thank me. You put in a lot of effort teaching me English conversation. This is nothing." Lin Haixing patted his cousin's shoulder. "By the way, I'm taking you to a place to eat, and we can watch the wedding live together." Wanqing looked up and asked. "There's a nearby Western restaurant. They have a TV, and the environment is nice," Lin Haixing replied. "Sounds great." Wanqing clapped her hands happily, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Let's go quickly. I can't wait to see Prince." The Western restaurant wasn't far from his uncle's house, just a 10-minute walk. As soon as they opened the door, the rich aroma of coffee mixed with the faint scent of steak rushed to meet them, captivating the customer's senses. Soft lighting, impressionistic paintings hanging on the walls, and the soothing sound of jazz flowed through the air, creating a stylish atmosphere. At that moment, the restaurant was already filled with many patrons, mostly couples along with some families with children. All eyes were fixed on the large television at the front. The TV screen had already lit up, synchronously broadcasting the exterior of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. The host's voice came through clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes the wedding of His Royal Highness Prince Charles and Miss Diana Spencer will officially commence here. Quick, Haisheng, go, let's find a good spot. Wan Xing pulled Lin Haisheng's hand, weaving through the crowd. After some effort, they finally sat down at a small table close to the TV. The waiter quickly approached with the menu. A cup of hot milk, a serving of baked meat sauce pasta, and a portion of fries. Wan Xing said eagerly, her eyes glued to the TV screen. They'll have an iced coffee to go with a sirloin steak medium rare, Lin Haisheng added, smiling at the waiter, and thanked. Why hasn't it started yet? Wan Xing rested her chin in her hand, her lips slightly pouting, her eyes filled with anticipation. I really want to see what Princess Diana looks like in her wedding dress. Lin Haisheng looked at her adorable expression and gently patted her head. Don't rush, it will start soon. You're like a little greedy cat, can't wait to devour the feast. I'm not. Wan Xing playfully glared at him. I'm looking forward to the wedding. Just as she finished speaking, the images on the TV suddenly began to move. The host's voice became excited. Attention viewers. Miss Diana's convoy has arrived at the entrance of St. Paul's Cathedral. Instantly, the restaurant fell silent, everyone holding their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. On the screen, St. Paul's Cathedral was adorned in solemn grandeur, its entrance filled with colorful flowers, roses, lilies, tulips, blooming brilliantly in the sunlight like a group of fairies in colorful skirts emanating fragrant scents. A black luxury car came to a stop and the door opened. When Diana appeared on camera, a collective gasp of awe echoed through the restaurant. Wow! Wan Xing covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Lin Haisheng was also mesmerized. Diana wore an ivory wedding gown with a train extending 8 meters, flowing like a river of stars, gradually unfurling. The gown was adorned with a total of 10,000 pearls, shimmering softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. That wedding dress is just too beautiful. A young girl at the neighboring table couldn't help but exclaim softly, it's like a princess from a fairy tale. I heard this wedding dress cost £300 to customize, all made of silk and pearls. The boy next, Wan Xing, tightly clasped her fingers, her eyes filled with envy. Haisheng, Princess Diana is so beautiful. When you get married, you will be just as beautiful. Lin Haisheng looked at her with gentle eyes, his tone filled with sincere anticipation. Haisheng, Wan Xing's face instantly flushed red, and she gently pushed him. Don't say such things. Different fates for different people. I'm just a commoner not thinking that far. Although she retorted, a trace of barely perceptible longing flickered in her eyes. What girl doesn't have a princess dream? On the TV, Diana, accompanied by her father Edward Spencer, was slowly walking towards the church. She wore the family heirloom diamond tiara from the Spencers, the diamonds sparkling under the lights, seemingly carrying the glory of the entire family. On her hand, she wore the sapphire engagement ring given by Prince Charles, with a large sapphire surrounded by a circle of diamonds radiating a captivating brilliance on camera. She wore a shy smile on her face, her eyes clear, filled with anticipation for her future life. Inside the church, Prince Charles was already waiting by the altar. He was dressed in a sharp naval officer's uniform, standing tall and handsome. Upon seeing Diana approach, a slight smile rose at the corners of his mouth, his gaze gentle upon her. The British Bishop Robert stood before the altar, beginning the marriage ceremony. I do. As the two spoke these 3 words, gentle applause erupted in the restaurant. Wan Xing clapped along, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. They are so happy. Lin Haisheng smiled at her joyful expression. He lifted his glass of water, took a sip, and his gaze returned to the screen. On the screen, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip sat in the front row of the audience. The surrounding guests were smiling, but the Queen's expression was particularly serious, showing almost no sign of a smile throughout. Hey, do you see? The Queen seems a bit unhappy. The voice of a middle-aged woman suddenly broke the warm atmosphere in the restaurant. Everyone turned to look in the direction she pointed, and indeed, as she said, indeed, when a son gets married, how can a mother not smile? Is it dissatisfaction with this daughter-in-law? Ignore her gossiping, old woman. Just enjoy the live broadcast. A man complained unhappily. However, the discussions in the restaurant gradually grew louder. Lin Haisheng frowned, feeling a sense of unease. He stared at the Queen's face on the screen and quietly said to Wan Xing, what's going on with this Queen? It's her son's grand wedding, yet she has no smile at all. Is there something hidden? Wan Xing also sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she asked, yes, Brother Haisheng, does she have something on her mind? It's hard to say, Lin Haisheng replied, his tone growing somber. Royal marriages are never simple. There might be many secrets behind it that we don't know about. I think the Queen is worried about the stability of this marriage. The royal family has many rules and heavy responsibilities. Although Diana is young and beautiful, she might not adapt to royal life. What if something happens later affecting the reputation of the royal family? It's also possible she's thinking about the future of the royal family. Another person said, with the new generation getting married and expanding the family soon, they will have offspring. The royal family is about to open a new chapter and they will need to spend more money, so the queen must consider long-term matters more carefully. Lin Haixing didn't say anything else, just watched the happy smiling Diana on the screen, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. She looks so happy now, probably unaware that her marriage is fraught with thorns from the very beginning. Charlotte's heart has never truly belonged to her. What awaits her in the future is not a fairy tale happiness, but endless suffering and trials. The wedding ceremony lasted for 40 minutes. When the ceremony ended, the newlyweds took a carriage to Buckingham Palace, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became live. On TV, the wedding procession consisted of carriages decorated in splendid gold and glittering colors. The horses, adorned with luxurious harnesses, held their heads high and looked majestic, as if they understood they were participating in a grand celebration. The streets of London were packed with cheering crowds. They waved British flags and flowers, shouting, "Charles, Diana." Their voices rose and fell, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Diana and Charles sat in the carriage, waving to the crowd. The sunlight shone on their faces, their smiles radiant like those of a prince and princess from a fairy tale. "It's so lively." Yi Wangqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I wish I could be there in person. One day I'll take you to London to see it if we get the chance," Lin Haixing casually replied. "Really?" Yi Wangqing turned to look at him suddenly. "Of course it's true," Lin Haixing nodded with a smile. At exactly 12 noon, the carriage arrived at Buckingham Palace. Charles and Diana stepped onto the balcony to receive the blessings of the public. When the cheers of tens of thousands of people merged and came through the television screen, everyone in the restaurant felt that passionate atmosphere. Yi Wangqing excitedly clutched Lin Haixing's arm. "Look, so many people. Princess Diana must be very happy." Lin Haixing nodded, his gaze fixed on Diana's face on the screen. Her eyes sparkled with tears, filled with infinite longing for the future. At that moment, she was transforming from a noble girl into a global icon. The way she slightly leaned on Charlotte's shoulder revealed a girl's dependence on her beloved, while the light in her eyes, as she looked at the crowd, had already foreshadowed her future deep emotional connection with the public. Just then, the television footage switched to local news from Hong Kong. The anchor's voice rang out. To celebrate the wedding of the British heir, the Leisure and Cultural Services Department will hold a Crown Prince Wedding Sports Day at Wong Tai Sin Park at 430 this afternoon, with Acting Governor Sir David Akers-Jones personally attending. On the screen, Wong Tai Sin Park was already adorned with colorful flags, and staff were setting up the venue. Many citizens had arrived early, their faces glowing with joyful smiles. Wow, the park is so lively. Yi Wangqing's eyes lit up. There's an 8,000-meter relay race and an obstacle competition with a traditional Chinese wedding theme. Clips from similar events in previous years were playing on TV, showing contestants dressed in traditional Chinese wedding attire weaving through obstacles. Some stumbled and fell, causing the surrounding audience to burst into laughter. The contestants themselves sheepishly got up, scratching their heads and smiling. "So amusing." Yi Wangqing laughed until she nearly doubled over. There will also be performers from TVB participating in the Heroes competition, singing, dancing, and performing acrobatics. Lin Haixing added, having seen the related report in the newspaper that morning. "That must be spectacular." Yi Wangqing exclaimed, full of anticipation. "It's a pity we have to watch the wedding live here and can't go to the park." "It's okay, there will be more opportunities in the future," Lin Haixing reassured her. "Besides, watching the live broadcast here is also great. We can see everything more clearly." Yi Wangqing nodded and turned her attention back to the television. At that moment, the wedding live broadcast was still ongoing. Over 750 million people around the globe, just like them, were witnessing this program with the highest viewership in television history. Lin Haixing looked at his excited cousin beside him and suddenly felt playful. He leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and said teasingly, "Wangqing, do you want to marry into a wealthy family and have a wedding even more grand than this?" "Off." Yi Wangqing's face instantly turned red to her ears. She whipped her head around and gently punched Lin Haixing, playfully scolding, "Brother Haixing, don't talk nonsense. I don't want to marry into a wealthy family." "Oh, then what do you want?" Lin Haixing raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "I just want to live a simple and ordinary life." Yi Wangqing lowered her head and spoke softly. But Lin Haixing clearly saw a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. That was the longing for a beautiful marriage that every young girl has. Lin Haixing smiled and didn't tease her anymore. He leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window, but his mind involuntarily conjured an image. He was dressed in a sharp suit, holding the hand of the girl he loved, walking step by step towards a happy future amidst the blessings of everyone. A wedding doesn't have to be as grand as Charles and Diana's, but it must be unforgettable. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, his eyes filled with longing. "One day I will give my future wife the most unforgettable wedding," he silently vowed in his heart. The cheers from the television continued as the atmosphere in the restaurant remained lively. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Lin Haixing and Yi Wangqing, warm and bright. On July 29, 1981, this century wedding far away in London was not only remembered in history, but also left an unforgettable day for Lin Haixing and Yi Wanqing on this small island of Hong Kong. Lin Haixing escorted Yi Wanqing back home, walking alone on the street illuminated by the evening lights, still surrounded by the celebratory atmosphere of the wedding. As he passed by a newsstand, he caught sight of the bold headline on the evening paper: "Bank interest rate rises to 12, property market responds with decline," accompanied by a news photo of a bewildered homebuyer. All the romantic fantasies from the afternoon deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle, instantly pulling him back to harsh reality. Huang Jiandong's hopeful eyes when he talked about wanting to save money to buy a house with Wanqing suddenly crashed into his mind. That gaze overlapping with the bewilderment in the newspaper photo caused his heart to sink suddenly. Lin Haixing's mind still lingered with the splendid remnants of the royal wedding live broadcast. The brief holiday had swiftly passed, and he soon returned to the bustling work rhythm at Maida Watch Industry Co. Ltd. Due to his excellent work performance, and with the introduction of manager Zhang, who was transferred from the production department to the marketing department of Kowloon Company, Lin Haixing was also moved from the production department to the marketing department. Consequently, his workplace shifted from Tsin Wan to Mong Kok, bringing him closer to his grandfather's home. That noon, everyone in the office was just taking a break. After finishing his lunch, he leaned back in his chair reading the newspaper and preparing to take a short nap, when manager Zhang's figure appeared beside his desk. "Haixing." Manager Zhang's voice was slightly low, carrying a hint of seriousness. Lin Haixing immediately straightened up, causing a slight scraping sound as he stood up. "Manager Zhang, I have an important task for you," Manager Zhang said, patting his arm and speaking softly. "You need to deliver a batch of watches to the dealer for the company." "No problem," Lin Haixing smiled and replied decisively. "I'm ready to go. I can set off right now." Manager Zhang nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the desk, speaking slowly and clearly. "You will be delivering 30 golden quartz watches from Jincong, with the destination being Shunchong Watch Shop in Tsimsha Tsui, to Manager Zhang. Shunchong is our old partner. Manager Zhang and I are not only business partners, but also good brothers. You have dined with us and had tea before, you should remember, right?" "I do." Lin Haixing nodded, his eyes conveying determination. "Rest assured, Manager Zhang, I guarantee to handle it properly." Manager Zhang's expression suddenly turned serious as he placed a hand on Lin Haixing's shoulder with a bit more pressure. "This batch of watches is not ordinary. You must stay fully alert. The movements are the original ones from country, are shipped to Hong Kong, and they are top-grade goods." Manager Zhang's voice carried a hint of pride. "The case and strap are made entirely of 14K gold with a retail price of about 3,000 Hong Kong dollars each. 30 of them add up to 100,000. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. These words struck Lin Haixing's heart. In the current context, this was undeniably a significant sum. "Make sure not to take the subway, just take a taxi directly." Manager Zhang fixed his gaze on Lin Haixing, repeatedly reminding him, "Keep a close watch on the items at all times. There must be no mistakes, understand?" "I understand," Lin Haixing replied earnestly. "I will ensure the mission is accomplished. I will be extremely cautious and guarantee to deliver the watches safely to Manager Zhang." As he took the heavy black backpack, Lin Haixing could clearly feel the outline of the watches inside. The thick fabric of the bag felt substantial in his hand, instantly amplifying his sense of responsibility. He tightly held the backpack in his arms as he exited the office building. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and the sounds of traffic and vendors on the street created the most ordinary scene in Hong Kong. Lin Haixing raised his hand to hail a taxi, instinctively tightening his grip on the backpack as the door closed behind him. "Driver to Shunchong Watch Shop in Tsimsha Tsui." "All right." The taxi entered the bustling streets, and the scenery outside the window rushed by. Familiar shops and pedestrians made everything seem so peaceful. Yet Lin Haixing's heart remained in turmoil, with Manager Zhang's reminders echoing in his mind. "We're here, sir." As the taxi came to a stop, Lin Haixing let out a sigh of relief. He quickly paid the fare, took a deep breath as he opened the door, suppressing the anxiety rising within him. The sign of Shunchong Watch Shop came into view, with its familiar stylish decor. The display case at the entrance was spotless, and the watches inside gleamed softly under the lights. As he pushed the door open, the wind chime made a crisp sound. "Haixing." Manager Zhang behind the counter immediately looked up, and upon seeing him, a warm smile spread across his face as he quickly approached. "You finally made it. Was the journey smooth?" "Manager Zhang, it was fine. There was no traffic at noon." Lin Haixing promptly replied, a polite smile on his face. "Manager Zhang asked me to deliver this batch of Jincong golden quartz watches." Good, good. Manager Zhang's eyes narrowed into slits from smiling as he patted Lin Haixing's arm. "Come sit down, have a cup of tea, and catch your breath. We can talk slowly." By the tea table inside the shop, a female staff member quickly brought over a steaming cup of pure tea. "How has business been lately?" Lin Haixing picked up the cup and took a gentle sip. "It's all right, just a bit busy." Manager Zhang leaned back in his chair, speaking casually. "By the way, did you watch the royal wedding a few days ago? That spectacle is something one rarely gets to witness in a lifetime." Upon mentioning the wedding, Lin Haixing also became enthusiastic. "I did. The church ceremony was so sacred and the royal carriage parade felt straight out of a movie. Indeed. Manager Zhang nodded with a smile. It was reported globally. I was just discussing this matter with a client yesterday. The two exchanged words, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Lin Haixing placed the backpack by his feet, lightly hooking the strap with his toes, and the weight in his heart gradually lifted. At that moment, bang! The glass door of the watch shop was suddenly slammed open and shards of glass flew as several masked men forcefully entered. The leading man brandished a dark gun, pointing it at the ceiling while loudly shouting, "This is a robbery. Everyone stay still." The piercing shout resonated like thunder. Lin Haixing's face instantly turned pale, as if his blood had frozen in that moment. He instinctively bent down, clutching the backpack tightly against his feet. Manager Zhang's smile froze. His hand holding the teacup trembled violently, spilling tea everywhere. With a crash, the teacup shattered on the floor. What? What do you want? Manager Zhang's voice quivered uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Stop the nonsense. Everyone get down. The leading robber glared fiercely, sweeping the gun barrel across the store staff. Hand over the money and valuables. Otherwise I will open fire. The staff trembled in fear, standing frozen in place, their faces pale as paper, their eyes filled with terror, afraid even to cry out. Lin Haixing tightly clutched the backpack, taking advantage of the robber's attention being directed toward the counter. He gently kicked the backpack underneath the tea table with his toes, then crouched down with his hands on his head, facing away from the robbers, using his body to block the backpack's position. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat along with the robbers' coarse shouts. Hurry! Open the safe! Move faster! Don't dawdle! The robbers rushed toward the counter like hungry wolves, pointing guns at the heads of the staff. The terrified employees, panic-stricken, trembled as they attempted to open the safe. Cash was stuffed in thick bundles into the black bags brought by the robbers, and even the Rolex watches in the display case did not escape their grasp. Bang! One impatient robber smashed the glass of the display case with the butt of his gun, shards scattering everywhere. He reached in and violently stuffed the watches into the bag. Lin Haixing anxiously observed the situation from the corner of his eye, feeling both anger and urgency. The watches in the bag at his feet were valuable assets of the company that absolutely could not be stolen. But he had no weapon in his hands. Faced with the black maw of the gun barrel, there was no room for resistance. He could only clamp down on the impulse in his chest and pray for a miracle. You bastards! Robbing in broad daylight. The police won't let you get away with this. A young male clerk could not hold back. His eyes reddened as he shouted. Shut up! The gang leader turned at once, leveling his gun at the clerk, his gaze murderous. One more word, and he'll blow your brains out. The clerk's legs went weak. He collapsed to the floor and dared not make a sound. Just then, cries from passers-by came from outside. Someone who had seen what was happening in the watch shop immediately turned and ran, shouting as they fled, "Robbery! Someone's robbing the place. Call the police." The robber's movements faltered. The leader's eyes darkened. Speed up. Grab what you can and go. Not long after, the wail of approaching sirens grew rapidly nearer. The police are here. Manager Zhang's voice carried a faint, scarcely perceptible hope. Two patrol officers arrived swiftly and stood at the shop's entrance, shouting, "Everyone inside, listen. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender." Yet the robbers showed no fear. The leader sneered, suddenly firing a shot into the ceiling with a thunderous bang. The deafening gunshot reverberated through the cramped space, making everyone flinch. "Whoever comes near will kill." His voice brimmed with arrogance and menace as the muzzle slowly turned toward the officers at the door. The policemen's faces hardened and they assumed defensive positions. "Don't be rash." One constable tried to calm the situation. "We can talk this through. Don't hurt the innocent." The robber scoffed. "Talk? I have nothing to talk about with you. Get lost if you don't want to die." The standoff instantaneously froze into a tense stalemate. Lin Haixing's heart climbed into his throat. He pressed himself flat to the ground, utterly still, terrified of drawing any attention. Fate, however, was not on his side. A slight robber, while rifling through goods, caught sight of a corner of a backpack protruding beneath the coffee table. His eyes suddenly lit up. "There's something here," he cried, bounding toward Lin Haixing. Lin's heart wrenched as he reached to protect it. The robber, he slammed against the coffee table and grunted from the pain. The robber reached for the backpack. "Stop!" Lin, panic burning in his eyes, lunged and clutched the strap with all his might. "You want to die?" The robber roared, raising the butt of his gun and smashing it into Lin's back. Bang! Pain lanced through Lin's body. He groaned but refused to let go. Haixing. Manager Zhang, seeing this, abandoned his fear and rushed to help. But the robbers were many. Two of them quickly surrounded Zhang and kicked him to the ground. Ouch! Manager Zhang curled up on the floor, unable to rise for a long moment. A burly robber approached and pressed the muzzle of his gun to Lin's skull. The cold metal stunned Lin, his breath hitching. "Boy, you really don't fear death," the robber said, his voice icy. "Or he'll blow your brains out this instant." Cold sweat beaded on Lin's forehead. This was the closest he had ever come to. It was more terrifying than the time he had faced a shark at sea. A shark attacks by instinct. The gun before him carried human malice. His fingers trembled. Let go and the company's $100,000 would vanish. I refuse, and he might truly lose his life. As he hesitated, nearly about to relax his grip. Bang! Bang! The patrolman sprang into action, bursting into the watch shop. Gunfire erupted instantly. The scene descended into chaos. The robbers, seeing the police charge and abandoned their attempt to seize Lin's backpack and raised their weapons, engaging the officers in a furious firefight. Bullets zipped by glass shattered and shards flew. The once neat shop was suddenly a battlefield. Lin and manager Zhang prostrated themselves on the floor, hands clamped over their heads, bodies curled into protective balls. Bang! A piercing, agonized cry rent the air. By reflex, Lin raised his head and saw an officer clutching his chest, collapsing into a pool of blood. Vivid scarlet oozed from between his fingers, staining the floor. Rage and sorrow surged through Lin. These criminals had not only endangered them, but had taken a policeman's life. I must see these bastards caught, Lin vowed inwardly. Huh. You fools think you can catch us, the leader mocked arrogantly. Not one of you walks out alive today. He snarled, and without hesitation fired at the officers again, his face contorted with ferocity. A bullet whistled past, grazing an officer's arm with a harsh whine. Two policemen reacted swiftly, seeking cover and returning fire. Gunfire intensified within the cramped shop, rattling against the eardrums. Glass fragments, scattered watches, and overturned teaware littered the floor into disarray. Lin cowered behind the coffee table, clutching the backpack to his chest, his body shaking uncontrollably. Fear and unease washed over him like a tide, yet he kept telling himself to hold on. He could not let the company's property be lost. Manager Zhang huddled in a corner, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, not daring to breathe deeply. Bang! 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 Another volley of shots rang out. A middle-aged auxiliary officer of Pakistani descent was struck by 3 bullets and fell into a crimson pool. The blood spread swiftly across the floor in a shocking stain. Another officer and a passerby were wounded while seeking cover, their agonized moans cutting sharply through the tumult. Taking advantage of the chaos, the robbers continued ransacking the place, stuffing anything valuable into their bags with frenzied efficiency. Lin bit down on his lip and forced himself to remain calm. He knew that only the arrival of reinforcements could offer a sliver of hope. Time passed in uncertain measures, yet at last the robbers seemed to have finished their plundering. Retreat, the leader barked. The group melted toward the door like a gust of wind, their movements so swift they left almost no trace. Only when the harrowing gunfire faded entirely did Lin lift his head. He surveyed the shop. It was a ruin. Shattered glass, scattered goods, and dried blood bore mute witness to the terrifying chapter that had just unfolded. A trembling residue of fear, helplessness at the scene before him, and grief for the fallen officer swelled within him, leaving him momentarily unable to steady himself. He gingerly moved, careful not to step on glass shards or other hazards. Each footfall was measured and tentative. At last he reached the coffee table, crouched, and retrieved the crucial backpack from beneath. Hands trembling slightly, he unzipped it and inspected its contents with painstaking care. 30 Jinxing watches, every single one accounted for. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, the weight on his chest finally eased. Before long, a louder chorus of sirens announced the arrival of more police. Reinforcements swarmed to the scene and quickly sealed off the surrounding streets. Officers took up their assigned tasks, maintaining order, investigating the crime, and aiding the wounded. Those shaken, Lin and manager Zhang rallied themselves and strove to compose their emotions. They approached the police and recounted the robbers' appearances, their methods, and the sequence of events in as much vivid detail as possible, hoping to provide useful leads. We must catch them. Manager Zhang's voice still quivered. The sudden robbery quickly astonished all of Xi'an. Major media outlets launched in-depth coverage. Newspapers and television were filled with the story. Conversations in streets and alleys swelled with fear and unease among the populace. Upon learning of the incident, the governor of Xiangang immediately ordered a thorough police investigation, vowing to bring the culprits to justice and restore the city's peace. No one yet knew that the gang's leader was named Wu Jiandong, who hailed from inland Guangdong. Afterwards, the people of Xiangang gave him a nickname, Shenggang Qibing. It was said that he and his gang not only wielded advanced military-grade weapons and were well-equipped, but also acted with brazen arrogance, committing crimes across Xiangang with utter contempt for the police and even the elite flying squad. They became a lingering nightmare in the minds of Xiangang residents throughout the 80s and 90s, a name that made countless citizens pale with fear. Lin returned to the company with the backpack in his arms. He sought out manager Zhang at once, and in front of him and his colleagues in the sales department recounted the whole ordeal in vivid, breathless detail. When he described the life-or-death moment with a gun pressed to his head, those around him were visibly shaken, their faces draining of color. Manager Zhang listened intently, his brow tightening and relaxing in turn. When Lin finished, Zhang finally let out a heavy breath and wore a look of relief mingled with approval. Haixing, you really saved us this time. Manager Zhang stepped forward and clapped him firmly on the shoulder, his voice full of affirmation. In such a critical moment, you thought to protect the company's assets and prevented a great loss. You did very well. He paused, then added, the company will reward you handsomely. I'll report this to the chairman myself. But the next moment, after others had dispersed and he had called Lin into his office and closed the door, Zhang's expression darkened, and his tone turned serious. As a private person, as someone older and a friend of your uncle, I must severely reprimand you today. Lin was stunned, the smile froze on his face. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Zheng's voice held a reproachful edge. It was so dangerous. How could you try to wrestle with the robbers? Life always comes first. He pointed at Lin gravely. You're young and capable. In the future, don't think of 30 watches, 300 or 3,000. You can earn them back. Faced with ruthless criminals, give them what they want unless they demand your life. Lin was too chastened to speak. He lowered his head and nodded softly. He'll remember that, Manager Zheng. In truth, he knew that if it had not been for fear of the gun, his hot-headed nature might indeed have driven him to fight. Now, thinking back with a cool mind, that instinct seemed terrifying. Manager Zheng, I couldn't think of anything else at the time, Lin admitted, scratching his head awkwardly and speaking humbly. The company has been so good to me, protecting its assets felt like my duty. He added, besides facing armed criminals, I dared not resist. Manager Zheng's expression softened. He patted Lin's arm. I'm glad you understand. Property is but an external thing. Even if these watches had been stolen, the company would not blame you. If this ever happens again, protect yourself first. You foolish boy, understand. Lin nodded heavily. I know. He would later learn that Xiangang had not seen a shooting in many years, let alone such an intense gun battle. By regulation, the revolvers carried by street patrols then held 6 rounds in the chamber and were supposed to be accompanied by 6 spare bullets. But many officers regarded the spare rounds as unnecessary and feared losing them, so most carried only 6 bullets in the cylinder. During the first volley, those 2 patrolmen had expended all their ammunition and were left empty-handed, unable to advance recklessly. Within a few short minutes, Wu Jiandong's 6-man gang fired more than 30 shots, drove off 4 Xiangang officers, killed 1, wounded another, and injured innocent bystanders before swaggering away from the scene. That harrowing heist became an indelible memory for many Xiangang residents, including Lin Haixing himself. For him personally, the nightmare lodged itself as a thorn in his heart. Thereafter, whenever danger loomed, he would first recall Manager Zheng's words, life always comes first. After experiencing a harrowing robbery, Lin Haixing's sleep quality has been poor for nearly a month, often waking up from nightmares. That day at 3 in the morning, cold sweat soaked through his pajamas. He suddenly sat up in bed, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just struggled back from the brink of drowning. The blood-red remnants of the dream still lingered before his eyes. Dark ocean waves surged, the cries of his good brother Chun Wei swallowed by the roaring tide, and a group of sharks circled around him, their dorsal fins glinting ominously. Away, be careful. Lin Haixing managed to squeeze out a hoarse shout from his throat, reaching out behind him only to grasp a handful of empty air. The scenes from the dream rushed back in again. He remembered Chun Wei clutching a small knife, desperately trying to drive away the bloodthirsty sharks. Chun Wei's face was filled with despair, his eyes wide and red, still calling out his name, Haixing. Run! But no sooner had he spoken when a massive shark leapt from the water, its tail slamming hard into Chun. With a dull thud, Chun Wei was knocked over like a rag doll, instantly sinking into the pitch black sea, leaving not even a shadow behind. Fear wrapped around his heart like a vine. He dared not look back, only swimming frantically towards the shores of Hong Kong. His limbs grew numb from the exertion, muscles screamed in agony, his mouth filled with the salty, bitter seawater, yet he could not afford to stop. Only when his feet touched the sandy beach did he dare to bend down and gasp for air. But before he could catch his breath, the piercing sound of police sirens rushed towards him from afar, growing closer, like sharp knives stabbing into his ears. Looking up, he saw a group of Hong Kong police officers in deep blue uniforms had already surrounded him. The dark muzzles of their guns were all aimed at him. Not far away, Kai Wei-song and a few other illegal immigrants who had already made it ashore were as pale as paper, huddled on the ground with their hands over their heads, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Don't move, a cold voice shouted. In the next moment, a pair of icy handcuffs clamped onto his wrists, the bone-chilling coldness making him feel numb all over. Who? Lin Haixing woke up, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He blinked vigorously and rubbed his eyes, gradually dispelling the blood-red and ocean water that danced before him. What came into view was the familiar white walls of a room. It was not the beaches of Hong Kong, nor were there police or sharks. It was his grandfather Yi Kun's small room. He raised his hand to wipe his face, his palms slick with cold sweat. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a familiar figure stepped in. It was his grandfather Yi Kun. The old man held a cup of warm water, the dim light casting a gentle glow on his face, filled with concern. Did you have another nightmare? Yi Kun's voice was soft, as if afraid to scare him. Lin Haixing nodded, taking the cup of water, his fingertips brushing against the warm cup, allowing him to regain a bit of his sense of reality. Grandfather, I dreamed of a way again. His voice was tinged with a sob. He was surrounded by sharks, and I couldn't save him. And Asong, we were both caught by the police. Yi Kun sat at the edge of the bed, gently patting his back. Silly child, it's just a dream, not real. But he knew those words could not comfort Lin Haixing. Over the past month, he had watched his grandson grow increasingly gaunt, with deep-set eyes, dazed during the day and tormented by nightmares at night, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. He had tried giving Lin Haixing calming herbal medicine and talked with him late into the night, but nothing worked. After a long silence, Tycoon sighed. Haixing, how about this weekend I take you to Lingyun Temple again? Lin Haixing looked up, confusion filling his eyes. Lingyun Temple. We just went there last year, what's the point of going again? Master Shikong is a highly skilled monk. Tycoon said slowly. I want the master to help ease your worries, perhaps it will help you feel better. Lin Haixing said nothing, merely staring down at the cup of water in his hands. He found the teachings of Buddhism quite acceptable. Now aside from this, it seemed there were no other options. At least it might ease his grandfather's mind. He gently murmured in agreement. On the weekend morning, just as dawn broke, Tycoon set off with Lin Haixing. Lingyun Temple, located in the New Territories, was very quiet, with only the sound of morning bells echoing in the valley, bringing a sense of reassuring power. Master Shikong was already waiting in the meditation room, dressed in gray monk robes, his eyes bright, a gentle smile on his face that made one feel instantly at ease. Master Lin, please take a seat. As they were old friends, Master Shikong did not engage in excessive pleasantries, gesturing for them to sit. A young monk brought in 2 cups of tea, the aroma wafting through the air. Then Tycoon briefly and clearly explained Lin Haixing's experience during the robbery, his long-standing concern for his friends who had gone missing while smuggling years ago, and his torment from nightmares over the past month. Master Shikong listened quietly, not interrupting, his gaze resting on Lin Haixing, carrying a hint of compassion. Once Tycoon finished speaking, he slowly began. There is no need for you to worry too much. All things in the world are manifested by consciousness. External circumstances have no independent reality apart from consciousness, which is the principle of the only consciousness without object. Lin Haixing frowned, not quite understanding. Master Shikong noticed his confusion and smiled, explaining, your nightmares do not come from nowhere. They are manifestations of independent consciousness. Independent consciousness. Lin Haixing repeated, his eyes filled with bewilderment. It is the consciousness that operates independently from the 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Master Shikong lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip. The thoughts and fears of the day, those unresolved troubles, will manifest in your sleep as dreams. He paused for a moment, then continued, the root of your nightmares lies in your worries for your friends. Dreaming of them in danger and of being captured is a projection of your inner anxiety and fear. Lin Haixing's heart tightened sharply. Yes, what he feared most was the safety of Chun Wei and Kai Weisong, and he had not heard from them since. He dared not think about whether they might already be. Master, what about them? Lin Haixing's voice trembled, his words left unfinished, but his eyes were already red. Master Shikong looked at him, his gaze gentle, yet firm, his tone carrying a convincing strength. You need not worry excessively. You have survived the robbery and escaped from the peril of smuggling, which shows you have good fortune. Your friends also have the opportunity to turn misfortune into fortune. He paused before adding, dreaming of them repeatedly is not a bad thing. When the heart has a desire, there will be a response. This may indicate that the chance of you meeting them in reality is not far off. Really? Lin Haixing suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. It was the first ray of hope that had appeared after a month of despair. He stared at Master Shikong, fearing he had misheard. Lin Haixing's heart instantly felt lighter, yet the urgent desire to grasp something still lingered. He unconsciously leaned forward, hope shining in his eyes, and blurted out then, Master, with your profound Buddhist teachings, could you tell me when I will truly see them? Hearing this question, the smile on Master Shikong's face faded slightly, and his expression became serious as he replied, Young benefactor, Buddhism does not teach fortune-telling. He paused and continued, the core teachings of Buddhism emphasize all phenomena are impermanent, and the law of cause and effect, believing that destiny is shaped by one's own karmic actions, which consist of a person's behaviors, words, and thoughts rather than determined by external fixed factors. Thus, Buddhism focuses more on changing present thoughts and actions through practice to influence the future rather than predicting or relying on a predetermined fate through divination or fortune-telling. After saying this, he looked at Lin Haixing, his tone softening slightly. I remember last time I discussed the 3 marks of existence with you. I wonder if you still recall. Today I will talk to you about the precepts concentration and wisdom in Buddhism. Lin Haixing nodded earnestly, remembering the 3 marks of existence clearly. Master Shikong slowly began, his voice steady and rhythmic like a mountain stream flowing gently into Lin Haixing's heart. The precepts concentration and wisdom in Buddhism are interrelated at the levels of practice and doctrine, together forming the core framework of the Buddhist path. From the perspective of practice, precepts are the foundation. By adhering to the precepts to regulate behavior and reduce disturbances, one can establish a solid foundation for practice. Upholding the precepts helps practitioners avoid creating negative karma, thus making it easier to experience the truths of impermanence and non-self. Concentration then is cultivated on the basis of precepts, fostering focus and inner calm, allowing practitioners to deeply observe the essence of things. In a state of concentration, it is also easier to comprehend the principles of all phenomena are impermanent and all things are non-self, found in the 3 marks of existence. Wisdom is the result of practicing precepts and concentration. Once wisdom arises, it can guide practitioners to apply the teachings of the three marks of existence in their. To sum up the three marks of existence, impermanence, non-self, and nirvana's tranquility, serve as Buddhism's fundamental revelations about the essence of the universe and life. Precepts, concentration, and wisdom are the concrete methods to realize the understanding of the three marks of existence. The two complement each other. Precepts are the foundation of concentration. Concentration is the prerequisite for wisdom, and wisdom in turn guides the practice of precepts and concentration. The three marks of existence provide a fundamental theoretical basis and goals for the practice of precepts, concentration, and wisdom. Master Shirkong summarized. In simple terms, precepts, concentration, and wisdom are methods of practice, while the three marks of existence are the goals and standards for verification. The two work together to form a complete system of Buddhist practice. He shifted his tone again, becoming serious once more. Therefore, the Buddha taught his disciples to avoid improper means such as divination, fortune-telling, and sorcery, believing that excessive focus on predicting fate would foster greed, fear, and attachment, hindering spiritual liberation. Instead, one should improve one's nature through practice, such as precepts, concentration, and wisdom, to transform karma. Buddhism encourages people to face the unknown with equanimity, responding to life's changes through the cultivation of mindfulness and wisdom. In simple terms, responding is more important than predicting. The classics often teach observe the law of non-self, letting go of attachment to the sense of control, live in the present, focusing on the practice of the present rather than worrying about the future. The ultimate teaching of the Buddha is to make us the true masters of our own lives. He was not a prophet, but a great teacher, guiding us to understand and purify our hearts, thereby finding true freedom in an impermanent world. After saying this, Master Shirkong looked at Lin Haisheng and asked, "Do you understand these principles?" Lin Haisheng nodded, then shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I mostly understand, but there are some parts one still don't quite get." "It's all right." Master Shirkong smiled. "I will break down each aspect of precepts, concentration. First, the precepts are the cornerstone and protection of behavior, establishing order, both externally." He picked up his teacup, gently shaking it, and said, "Precepts are the voluntary and conscious norms of behavior and moral principles, with the core being stop evil and do good. The most basic are the 5 precepts: no killing, no stealing, no sexual misconduct, no lying, and no drinking. Why uphold the precepts? For individuals, the precepts act like armor, protecting us from being harmed by the negative actions driven by greed, hatred, and ignorance, thus avoiding the creation of future painful karmic causes. At the same time, they lay the foundation for concentration. Consider this: a person whose mind is filled with regret, conflict, or indulgence finds it difficult to attain tranquility. For society, the precepts create a safe, trustworthy, and harmonious social environment, which is also a preliminary manifestation of compassion. The most important mindset is that upholding the precepts is not about being forced to follow rules, but rather a proactive choice made for the sake of inner freedom and peace. It is not meant to bind, but to liberate oneself from the fear of negative consequences and the condemnation of one's conscience. Lin Haisheng listened attentively, committing these words to memory. Next is concentration, which is the training and cohesion of the mind capable of cultivating focus. Master Shirkong continued, "Concentration is the training of the mind to sustain stable focus on a single object, such as breathing the Buddha's name or compassion, thereby achieving unity, tranquility, and clarity in the mind. A common mind is scattered like a candle in the wind, flickering and unstable, making it impossible to see the essence of things. In contrast, concentrated power allows the mind to be stable and bright like a flame without wind. It enables us, when facing troubles and emotions, not to be carried away by them, thus providing the space to observe them. One could say that concentration is a necessary vessel for the emergence of wisdom." He added, "Practicing concentration is not about seeking miraculous experiences, nor is it an escape from reality, but rather to gain a mind that is autonomous, stable, and clear at any time and place." Lin Haisheng reflected on how anxiety and fear had occupied his mind throughout the past month, making it impossible to find peace. Even when awake, his thoughts were restless and he felt fidgety. If he could attain this state of concentration, perhaps he wouldn't be so tightly bound by nightmares and worries. Meanwhile, Kowloon, who was carefully listening to the master's explanation and understood Buddhist principles well, nodded thoughtfully. Lastly, wisdom is the ultimate insight and liberation, capable of revealing the truth and dispelling ignorance. Master Shirkong's tone carried a hint of solemnity. Wisdom arises from the foundation of precepts and concentration, manifesting as a profound insight and complete awakening to the true nature of the universe and life. Its core is the law of dependent origination and the view of non-self. The root of all suffering lies in ignorance, the misunderstanding of the truths of impermanence, suffering, and non-self. Wisdom is the light that directly pierces through this ignorance. It is not merely knowledge or philosophical speculation, but a genuine insight gained through personal experience. The enlightenment from Master Shirkong was like a timely rain. Lin Haisheng's furrowed brows relaxed significantly. The insomnia that had plagued him for days improved, and his appetite returned. With his body feeling agile again, his work performance naturally soared. After being transferred from the production line to the Kowloon sales department under manager Zheng, he learned quickly, and it wasn't long before he became familiar with the distribution network for electronic watches and quartz watches, gradually becoming adept at liaising with clients from Country R and Southeast Asia. Additionally, his heroic act of protecting the company's watches during the recent robbery case spread, and even Chairman Zhuang specially summoned him. "Young man, you are impressive and responsible. The company needs talents like you." Chairman Zhuang patted him on the shoulder, his tone filled with approval. Lin Haisheng stood straight, feeling warm and bright inside. In 1982 Hong Kong, there was an indefinable sense of unease in the air. The question of the future in 1997 became the most sensitive topic on the streets. The newspapers were filled with related discussions, and even the diners and tea restaurants couldn't help but lower their voices and frown when they talked about it. Coincidentally, Jardine Matheson celebrated its 150th anniversary by donating $1 million Hong Kong dollars to the Hong Kong government. The Hong Kong government seized this momentum and decided to hold a grand fireworks display in Victoria Harbour on the evening of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Ostensibly to celebrate the new year, it was in fact meant to soothe public sentiment. This New Year fireworks show became immensely popular. That night, Sim Sha Sui was packed to the brim, and Lin Haisheng stood among the crowd with his grandfather and uncle's family. As the first cluster of fireworks exploded in the night sky, the golden red light illuminated the entire Victoria Harbour, and cheers erupted from the crowd. His grandfather Yi Kuan had a sparkle in his eyes as he sighed softly. "It's been a long time since it was this lively." His uncle chimed in, "Yes, watching these fireworks makes my heart feel more at ease." Lin Haisheng gazed at the dazzling display, feeling his own heart lighten. This fireworks display also became a tradition for Hong Kong's Lunar New Year, continuing year after year. The echoes of the Spring Festival hadn't completely faded, yet a faint festive atmosphere still lingered on the streets of Hong Kong, with red lanterns hanging at shop entrances, and occasionally the sound of leftover firecrackers could be heard. As the holiday came to an end, Lin Haisheng immediately immersed himself in his busy work. Not long after getting off work that day, he received a task to go to Yao Ma Ti's Duck Lane to purchase a batch of electronic components. Yao Ma Ti was always bustling. Duck Lane was particularly crowded with shops closely packed together and numerous stores selling electronic components, their signs densely filled with characters. The sounds of vendors calling out bargaining and the clinking of electronic parts mixed together. Lin Haisheng weaved through the crowd with a lively stride. He visited shop after shop, picking up capacitors and resistors to inspect, closely negotiating with the shop owners. "Boss, this price is too high. Make it $5 less, and they'll buy more." The shop owner, a shrewd middle-aged man, squinted and smiled. "Young man, this is original quality goods from Country, or I can't reduce it that much, at least $3 off. $4 just to make it, even though I will come here often in the future." Lin Haisheng's gaze was sincere. The shop owner hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I can see you're honest." Duck Lane has long been a hub for electronic components in Hong Kong. The name is quite literal. There used to be no street here, just open sea. Later the government reclaimed land, building a series of shops from Yao Ma Ti to Kin Chung Street, which gradually became known as Duck Lane. In the 1950s and 60s, street vendors began to appear here. At that time, Hong Kong's economy was just starting, and many people brought their old appliances, worn clothes, and even old dolls here to sell for a little pocket money. Back then, those old appliances were considered high-tech items. By the 1970s, Duck Lane gradually gained. Some vendors who made money moved from stalls to storefronts, mostly selling electronic components, batteries, connectors, plugs, and circuit board parts, attracting many people from the electronics industry and enthusiasts. Lin Haisheng was very familiar with this place. When he was attending night classes for electronics, he would take time each month to come here to browse. He would spend hours studying various radios, televisions, and record players, his eyes filled with curiosity. Later, when he joined a watch company, he became fascinated with the second-hand electronic watches here. Running his fingers over the faces of those old watches always sparked some inspiration for his electronic knowledge. This habit had followed him for several years. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Lin Haisheng raised his hand to check the electronic watch on his wrist, the hands pointing to 12:30. He was definitely going to miss lunch at his grandfather's house. His stomach growled in a timely manner, reminding him that it was time to fill his belly. He turned around and walked into a bustling tea restaurant at the street corner. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of char siu milk tea and scallion oil rushed towards him. The restaurant was packed with diners chatting loudly, the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates clear. The waiters weaved through the crowd with trays, hurrying along while calling out, "Excuse me." Coming through, Lin Haisheng found a corner booth to sit down, which was relatively quiet. He picked up the menu and quickly scanned it. His gaze soon settled on the char siu rice and iced coffee. This was his favorite fast food at tea restaurants since coming to Hong Kong. With a friendly price, it also filled him up. "Sister, 1 char siu rice and 1 iced coffee, please," he called to a passing. "All right." The waitress responded quickly and noted his order. Not long after, the tray was brought to him. The char siu was bright red drizzled with sauce, looking incredibly tempting. The iced coffee had a hint of chill with water droplets condensing on the cup's surface. Lin Haixing picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of char siu into his mouth. The meat was tender and slightly sweet and savory, the aroma of the sauce spreading in his mouth. He then picked up the iced coffee and took a gentle sip. The cold liquid slid down his throat, refreshing and relieving. While eating, he took out the ta kung pao he had brought from the morning. Taking advantage of his meal, he caught up on the news in Hong Kong. He read intently, his brow furrowing slightly at discussions about the future, occasionally nodding lightly when he came across an entertaining tidbit. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly pierced his ears. "Excuse me, sister, please order me a number 4 meal and add an iced milk tea served with ice." The voice, thick with a regional accent, acted like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of Lin Haixing's memories. His hand froze abruptly and his chopsticks nearly fell from the table. His heart raced wildly, blood rushing to his head. That voice! Was it him? Lin Haixing instinctively looked up, his gaze cutting through the crowd to the ordering counter. He could only see a slightly shorter figure wearing a gray jacket with a white shirt collar peeking out and a somewhat messy hairstyle, yet it was the trendy hairstyle of Hong Kong at the time. Strange, yet somehow vaguely familiar. The young man finished ordering, held his tray, and walked towards him. Lin Haixing's heartbeat quickened. The person walked straight to the seat opposite him and sat down. In that moment of eye contact, Lin Haixing's breath stopped. It was Kai Weisong. He had gained quite a bit of weight. His once slender face had become round, sun-kissed skin glowed healthily. His hairstyle had changed, shedding the youthful innocence of the past, yet the contours of his features remained the same, especially the iconic black mole on his left cheek, still as clear as ever. Lin Haixing abruptly put down the newspaper, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Awesome." Kai Weisong was also taken aback, then his eyes widened in disbelief as he suddenly looked up. "Lin Haixing, are you acing?" The momentary surprise caused his spoon to clatter against the tray. Lin Haixing nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with joy of reunion. "It's me." "Acing." Kai Weisong instantly stood up in excitement, his sudden movement nearly knocking over the utensils on the table. He rushed around the table, hurrying towards Lin Haixing and tightly embraced him, his voice choked. "I've finally found you. I missed you so much, my good brother." This sudden action attracted curious glances from diners in the restaurant. Lin Haixing was slightly breathless from the embrace and gently patted Kai Weisong's back, whispering, "There are too many people here. Let's talk outside later." Kai Weisong finally reacted, embarrassedly releasing his grip, chuckling. "I was just too excited earlier and couldn't." Lin Haixing looked at him, his eyes becoming a bit misty. Those youthful days flashed through his mind like scenes from He Kai Weisong and Shun Wei were classmates in middle school. Kai Weisong was a chatterbox, eloquent and very extroverted. He knew all the gossip in class. "Did you know? Our homeroom teacher got into a fight with his wife last night, and she chased him around, beating him. Aunt Wang's son next door was bullied, and she brought her son over to reason with them, scolding the other parents until they couldn't speak. Classmate Xiao Yang has had a crush on classmate Xiang for a long time. Last time, he secretly gave her candy." These dubious rumors, when embellished by him, always drew people over to listen. They privately called him Sister Kai. First, he was a year older than the two of them, and second, he got along well with the girls in class, especially enjoying conversations with the petite and cute Liao Xiaoang in the front row. Kai Weisong was indeed skillful, able to embroider and cook. Back when he was poor in the countryside with limited ingredients, he could whip up delicious meals using just a few eggs, a bit of pork, and some greens. Sometimes when Shun Wei brought back some oysters from a fisherman, he would find sweet potato flour and duck eggs along with some lard, and quickly make crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, fried oyster pancake, served with fish sauce from his hometown as a dipping sauce, which made everyone crave for more. Everyone said that this skill was learned from his grandmother, a landowner. They hadn't seen each other since the day he smuggled himself to Hong Kong over 3 years ago. There were so many things he wanted to say, but the crowded restaurant made it inconvenient. The two of them quickly increased their eating pace, shoveling a few bites of rice, downing their drinks, and hurriedly getting up to settle the bill, which Lin Haixing treated. As soon as they reached the street, Kai Weisong couldn't help but speak up, his face filled with bitterness. "Ashen, you have no idea how hard my life has been these past 3 years." He leaned against a streetlight, his gaze dimming. "That day I was caught by the Hong Kong water police before I could even... At that moment I was so scared that my legs went soft, my heart was pounding like a drum, and my mind was blank, with only one thought: it's over. I involuntarily raised my voice. In the end, I was deported back to the mainland. After returning, I faced many punishments and lived a life where I couldn't hold my head up high." Lin Haixing patted his shoulder sympathetically, his voice gentle. "It's all in the past. It's good that you're in Hong Kong." Kai Weisong nodded, taking a deep breath. Yes, fortunately, the following year the mainland began reforms, and the immigration policy changed, introducing the one-way permit. The one-way permit, also known as the travel document for Hong Kong and Macau, is, as the name suggests, a one-way ticket. Obtaining this permit meant giving up one's household registration and identity card in the mainland to settle in Hong Kong, effectively becoming a Hong Kong resident, enjoying the rights and obligations here. He paused before continuing. I have an uncle doing business in Hong Kong, so I thought to contact him for help, hoping to find a way to come to Hong Kong. Thus, through my uncle's connections, I applied for the one-way permit under the pretext of taking care of him and inheriting my father's business in Hong Kong. During the application period, I hoped every day, feeling both excited and nervous, afraid it wouldn't be approved. Finally, at the end of 1980, I successfully arrived in Hong Kong. Listening to him, Lin Haisheng nodded. I came 2 years earlier than you. I got my temporary ID in the summer of '78. Now I have to go to the immigration department every year to renew it, and in just over 3 years I can obtain permanent resident status. You just arrived, so you'll probably have to wait 5 more years. He gestured to indicate the years, curiously asking, how have you been making a living since you came to Hong Kong? As soon as this topic came up, Kai Weisong's eyes brightened, and he enthusiastically said, after arriving in Hong Kong, I've been helping out at my uncle's Chao Xing Tea restaurant on Yuen Long Grand Road. When I first arrived, I knew nothing and found everything in the restaurant unfamiliar. I started with the most basic tasks, carrying plates and washing dishes. Those tasks were dirty and tiring, and I nearly dropped plates several times, getting scolded by my uncle more than once. But I gritted my teeth and persevered, gradually becoming familiar with the rules of the restaurant. He smiled and said, later I discovered that I had a keen interest in cooking. Every time I watched the chef skillfully working in the kitchen, creating delicious dishes, I was filled with admiration. So I learned to cook from the chef. At first I was just assisting, passing ingredients and chopping vegetables. The chef saw my seriousness and taught me some basic techniques. I studied diligently, and gradually I could prepare quite a few Cantonese dishes. Talking about cooking, Kai Weisong had much more to say, his eyes sparkling. I can make all the Cantonese dishes in the tea restaurant. Like steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, tender meat and rich flavor, and sweet and sour pineapple pork, which is loved by both adults and children. I even incorporated the flavors from my hometown into Cantonese dishes, surprisingly gaining much popularity. For example, I added the special pickled vegetables from my hometown into clay pot rice. The aroma of the pickled vegetables, rice, and sauce blended together, and customers praised it, saying it offered a unique flavor and a richer taste. As he spoke, he gestured, as if holding a bowl of clay pot rice. I also made steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce, using the fermented soybeans from my hometown, which turned out soft and tender. The bones fell off with a bite, and the flavor of the beans permeated every strand of meat, making it incredibly delicious. As soon as these new dishes were introduced, the restaurant's business improved significantly. Kai Weisong's face beamed with pride. You're truly impressive. Lin Haisheng genuinely felt happy for him, saying, to blend 2 flavors so well must have taken a lot of effort. That's right. Kai Weisong sighed, then smiled. After finishing my work at the restaurant, every day I would ponder over ingredient combinations and seasoning ratios. To find a suitable seasoning, I visited all the nearby seasoning shops, trying and comparing each one. But seeing the customers happy while eating made everything worthwhile. His tone was filled with satisfaction. As they chatted about this, Kai Weisong's expression suddenly became serious. Leaning closer to Lin Haisheng, he lowered his voice. But Asheng, working here won't lead to success. Lin Haisheng was taken aback. Working at the tea restaurant, while it provides a living, it's too difficult to get ahead. Kai Weisong's eyes shone with determination. Now is a golden period in Hong Kong. I want to venture out on my own, either start a factory or do some business. Perhaps I can quickly make a fortune and carve out a piece of my own sky. One day, well, soar high. I believe that we, being so smart and capable, can surely catch up with Hong Kong's golden era and make a lot of money. He smiled at Lin Haisheng, his eyes full of inquiry. Asheng, what do you think? Lin Haisheng's heart sank, suddenly falling into deep thought. He looked up at the crowd on the street. The fashionable office workers hurried past, rushing to work. Vendors with pushcarts shouted loudly, their voices hoarse. His mind was in disarray. He worked at Maida's garment industry, with a stable job, going in and out at regular hours, sitting in an office handling documents, avoiding the wind and sun. But this kind of routine life was predictable. Kai Weisong's talk of entrepreneurship was indeed tempting. Perhaps it could truly change the status quo and fulfill his ambitions. But starting a business isn't that easy. Where would the funds come from? His savings were hardly enough for even a fraction of starting a factory. How would he break into the market? The competition in Hong Kong is fierce. Establishing a new business is incredibly difficult. He had no prior experience in business whatsoever. If he failed, not only would he lose everything, but he might also incur debt. Lin Haisheng's brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with confusion. On one side was the stable situation he was accustomed to, which he didn't want to change easily. On the other side were the unknown opportunities he longed to explore to realize his life's value. This was a decision that could change the trajectory of his life, and he couldn't act impulsively. After a long while, he slowly spoke up, his voice low. Asong, I need to think carefully about what you said. Starting a business is not a small matter. I need to consider all aspects before making a decision. Kai Weisong nodded in understanding, patting his shoulder. I understand this matter indeed requires careful consideration. Take your time to think it over. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. His gaze was sincere. As brothers, we can discuss anything. The two fell silent for a moment, both unconsciously thinking of Chen Wei. Lin Haisheng sighed. I've been asking around in Hong Kong for a long time, but haven't heard any news about Chen Wei. Kai Weisong's expression also became serious. I asked back in my hometown as well, and I haven't heard any news of him being deported back. The two dared not think further. The worst outcome would be that Chen Wei had already perished at sea. But soon Kai Weisong shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Among the three of us, Chen Wei has the best physique and even knows martial arts. Although his swimming skills aren't top-notch, with his physique and courage he would surely be able to survive. Lin Haixing nodded, but he felt uncertain inside. It had been over 3 years with no news at all. Chen Wei, where on earth are you? In May 1982, the early summer evening breeze carried a hint of humidity sweeping through the crowded streets of Bangkok. Lin Haixing halted his steps at the entrance of a bookstore bathed in warm yellow light. As he pushed the door open and entered, the bookstore was sparsely populated, and the mingling scent of ink and faint book fragrance washed over him, softening the din from outside. He headed straight to the second floor with a clear goal in mind: foreign biographies and self-help books. His fingertips brushed over the spines of the books, and soon he found the clear title of Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. Earlier, during a casual conversation, Manager Zhang of the company had mentioned that Chairman Zhuang highly admired Carnegie's teachings and specifically advised his subordinates that anyone wishing to excel in management and interpersonal relations must read this book. He stroked the cover of the book, contemplating that reading it might provide him with some advantages at work and perhaps even catch Chairman Zhuang's eye. Just as he was about to head downstairs to pay, his peripheral vision was caught by the foreign novels section across the way. A young woman stood there. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with fair and delicate skin. Wearing a pair of thin-framed black glasses, her bright eyes sparkled, and her long eyelashes cast gentle shadows on her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting under the warm light. At that moment, the girl was intently focused on a book, her expression adorably serious. The moonlight-colored linen dress accentuated her graceful posture, exuding a natural elegance and scholarly charm, with an orange handbag slung casually over her shoulder. Lin Haixing felt a stir in his heart, secretly guessing that she was likely a female student from a university, and he watched as she pulled out an English novel, reading it with great interest, occasionally nodding slightly, as if she found the content quite agreeable. A wave of envy surged within Lin Haixing. He had studied English for several years, but it was only enough for basic conversations, and reading foreign books was a struggle, forcing him to rely on translated versions. The ability to read original texts fluently was something he yearned for. He averted his gaze and suppressed the feeling of melancholy, hastily heading downstairs to pay for the book, carefully placing it into his canvas backpack and zipping it up. Stepping out of the bookstore, the night in Bangkok had deepened. Neon lights flickered on in succession, intertwining and dazzling the streets with vibrant colors. The aroma of street food wafted through the air, sketching out the unique vibrancy of Bangkok. Lin Haixing took a deep breath. He had taken classes at a night school nearby, and he was quite familiar with the environment here. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that Huang Jiandong had mentioned a nearby tea restaurant known for its pineapple buns, which were said to be exceptional, with a crisp exterior and soft filling. I might as well buy a few to take back. My grandfather loves these, he resolved, turning his steps toward the direction of the tea. Just then a hurried footstep sounded, followed by a shrill scream from a woman, piercing through the night's clamor. The voice trembled with fear, particularly jarring. Lin Haixing's heart raced as he turned to look. There at the entrance of the bookstore, the girl in the moonlight dress was being relentlessly harassed by a young man. The young woman's face was pale, her lips trembling with fright, her hands tightly gripping the orange handbag on her shoulder. The young man was short in stature, dressed in a floral shirt with messy hair and a greedy, fierce look in his eyes. He was pulling hard on the strap of her bag, exerting great force, causing her to stagger backward, her steps unsteady. "Let go. That's my bag." The young woman's voice quivered, yet she still refused to release her grip, her eyes filled with panic and defiance. But she was, after all, just a girl, lacking the strength to match that of the young man. With a sudden rip, the strap loosened, and the young man seized the opportunity to pull hard, forcefully snatching the small handbag away. "Oh no, someone is being robbed." Lin Haixing's heart sank. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the two, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stop!" His voice was loud, attempting to intimidate the robber. The young man, having secured the bag and preparing to flee, halted at the shout, glaring fiercely at Lin Haixing. Seeing that only Lin Haixing had approached, his wary expression faded, replaced by a more arrogant demeanor. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't meddle in others' affairs." As he spoke, the young man suddenly drew a knife from his waist, the cold gleam of the blade exceptionally glaring under the neon lights. He brandished the knife menacingly at Lin Haixing, his tone fierce and threatening. The young woman stood by, trembling. Lin Haixing paused, his gaze fixed on the knife in the young man's hand, his heart racing. Previously, he had faced a group of knife-wielding Triad members in the Shoppa district with his godfather. He was not afraid of danger, but seeing the young woman in distress, he ultimately couldn't turn a blind eye. Suppressing his panic, he shouted loudly, "Robbing in broad daylight, do you dare to wield a knife? Is there no law?" While speaking, he discreetly scanned the surroundings, quickly searching for something to counterattack. His gaze landed on a stack of empty cardboard boxes at the entrance of a nearby convenience store. They weren't too big, but enough to serve as a barrier. Lin Haixing felt a surge of inspiration. Taking advantage of the young man's focus on him, he dashed forward, grabbing one of the cardboard boxes and throwing it forcefully at the young man. Damn it! The young man was caught off guard and instinctively sidestepped, his movements somewhat clumsy. Lin Haixing seized this fleeting opportunity, exerted force in his legs, and lunged forward with incredible speed. The young man had just dodged the box and was still trying to regain his footing when he felt the bag lightening in his grip. Lin Haixing had seized the orange handbag, yanking it back with force. "You're asking for it." The young man, furious and embarrassed, lunged at Lin Haixing, knife aimed at his chest, the blade sharp and menacing. Lin Haixing had been prepared, as seeing this, he immediately sidestepped, nimbly retreating 2 steps and narrowly avoiding the strike. The young man had overexerted himself and stumbled forward a few steps, nearly falling to the ground, looking quite... Lin Haixing's eyes sharpened. He understood. This kid was just a small-time thug who had never seen much of the world. He knew no martial arts and was merely posturing with a knife. He didn't intend to engage. First, he was unsure if the young man had accomplices, and second, he didn't want to escalate the situation. Just then, onlookers were drawn to the commotion, gathering around to point and discuss. "Call the police. Someone is wielding a knife to rob. This kid is quite brave." More crucially, a series of urgent police sirens echoed, evidently indicating that nearby officers were rushing to the scene. The young man's face changed drastically, the arrogance in his eyes swiftly replaced by panic. He shot Lin Haixing a fierce glare and spat out a curse. "Damn it. You're tough." Not daring to linger any longer, he sheathed the knife and turned to weave through the crowd, stumbling as he fled, quickly disappearing into the sea of people in Mongkok. Lin Haixing let out a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing instantly. He held out the orange handbag to the young woman, his voice carrying a hint of barely detectable breathlessness. "Your bag, take it." The young woman looked up, her eyes glistening with gratitude, her voice slightly choked. Thank you so much. I really appreciate what you did just now." She took the bag, holding it tightly to her chest, still clutching a small book, presumably one she had just bought in the bookstore. At that moment, a uniformed young police officer pushed through the crowd, his expression serious. "Everyone disperse, don't crowd around, and watch your safety." The officer waved his hand, addressing the onlookers. Once the crowd had gradually dispersed, he turned to Lin Haixing and the young woman. "You two come with me to the nearby police station to record a statement and recount what happened." Lin Haixing nodded in agreement, looking at the young woman. "I'll accompany you." The young woman met his gentle gaze, her nerves slightly easing, and she gave a soft as her earlier panic gradually faded. The two followed the police officer towards the station. The warm yellow light of the Mongkok police station wrapped itself in a solemn atmosphere. The police officer led Lin Haixing and the young woman to the duty room and gestured inside. In the duty room, the middle-aged female officer Li Wan raised her eyes to look at them. "Officer Li, these two are the parties involved in the recent bag-snatching incident. Please take their statements." Li Wan asked the young woman first. "What is your name?" "Zhao Zihui." "How old are you?" 20. "Are you a student?" "Yes, I am a second-year student in the English department at the Chinese University of Hong Kong." Zhao Zihui was still a bit shaken and answered the questions nervously. Li Wan then asked Lin Haixing for his basic information. Then she turned to Zhao Zihui. "Don't be nervous, just start from the beginning." Zhao Zihui took a deep breath, her voice trembling with lingering fear. "I just walked out of the bookstore when suddenly someone rushed up from behind and snatched my bag and ran off. I instinctively chased after them for a few steps, not even daring to think I could catch up." As she spoke, she turned to look at Lin Haixing, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Fortunately, this Mr. Lin rushed over. He ran so fast that he stopped the thief immediately." Her voice choked a bit as she spoke, her eyes slightly reddening. Li Wan quickly jotted down notes while looking at Lin Haixing with admiration. "Oh, Mr. Lin, you are so brave." She paused her pen and turned to Zhao Zihui. "Miss Zhao, don't rush to thank him. Quickly check if anything valuable is missing from your bag." Upon hearing this, Lin Haixing grew anxious. Leaning slightly forward, he gestured towards her bag. Yes, don't lose anything important." He worried that she might have lost important documents or valuables, which would lead to trouble. But Zhao Zihui remained still, simply gazing at Lin Haixing. She gently shook her head, her voice softening. "Really, it's fine, Mr. Lin. There are just some daily necessities and pocket money in the bag, nothing important." She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Haixing's arm, her tone becoming urgent. "But what about you? Did you get hurt during the scuffle with the thief? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Wan watched closely, a teasing smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She put down her pen and joked. "Oh, I initially thought you two were classmates or friends. Turns out it's a classic hero saving damsel scenario." As she spoke, she gave Lin Haixing a thumbs up. "Mr. Lin, your spirit of heroism is truly the pride of Hong Kong." At that moment, Li Wan's gaze inadvertently swept over the bright orange bag in Zhao Zihui's hand. The next second, her expression tightened slightly, a hint of surprise crossing her face as she spoke more seriously. "But on another note, Miss Zhao, your bag is quite extraordinary. Quickly check if the leather bag has been damaged." Zhao Zihui stared blankly for a moment, looking down at the bag in her hand, confusion etched on her face. "This bag? It's just a very ordinary style my dad just brought it back from Europe as a birthday gift for me. Lin Haixing upon hearing this became curious and leaned in to examine it closely. The bag was a striking orange made of soft material with only a prominent English H logo beyond that it appeared quite unremarkable. He turned to Li Wanyi puzzled and asked, "Officer, what's so special about this bag?" Li Wanyi smiled slightly, gently tapping the H logo on the bag, and explained this is the new Constance model from Hermes released this year, and it hasn't officially launched in Hong Kong yet. She paused before adding, recently a wealthy woman reported a theft stating that the same model bag was stolen, which is said to be worth several tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Several tens of thousands. Lin Haixing and Zhao Zihui exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Zhao Zihui even covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She never anticipated that the birthday gift casually given by her father would be so expensive. She tightened her grip on the bag, feeling a bit embarrassed. I really didn't know this bag was so expensive. I thought it was just an ordinary gift. Lin Haixing was also stunned, his expression one of astonishment. He quickly calculated in his mind that his annual income couldn't even buy this small bag. It seemed that this girl had a significant background, but she certainly wasn't from an ordinary family. After a few seconds of daze, he instead smiled in relief with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Looks like our experience tonight is indeed worth quite a bit. Li Wanyi was amused by this sudden humor and shook her head with a smile. All right, don't just stand there in shock. She looked at Zhao Zihui. Miss Zhao, you should check the bag carefully. After all, it's such a valuable item. Don't let it get damaged from the earlier tugging. Zhao Zihui nodded promptly and began to check carefully. She opened the bag, looked inside, and felt around various parts of the bag. Fortunately, aside from the metal buckle connecting the bag body and shoulder strap being torn off, the rest remained intact. She let out a long sigh of relief, looking up at Lin Haixing with even more gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Not only did you save me, but you also protected my bag. Lin Haixing waved his hand slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, his tone light. No need to be polite, Miss Zhao. This is my duty and responsibility as a citizen of Hong Kong. His expression grew serious. I can't let these little hoodlums act recklessly in broad daylight, tarnishing the image of Hong Kong and threatening the safety of its citizens. Li Wanyi nodded repeatedly, quickly finishing the notes with her pen, and said solemnly, Mr. Lin, I will report your brave actions to my superiors and strive to apply for recognition for you. No need, no need. Lin Haixing hurriedly waved his hand, his tone humble. It's just what should be done, a small matter, nothing to make a fuss about. After completing the record, Li Wanyi asked both of them for their contact information and addresses, recording them one by one. If there's any news about the robber, we will notify you at the first opportunity. She closed the notebook and reminded them. Also, please keep your phones available and cooperate with the police for further investigation. Sure, we will cooperate. Lin Haixing and Zhao Zihui replied in unison. As they exited the police station, the night had deepened. The neon lights of Mong Kok remained dazzling, and the evening breeze brushed against their faces, dispersing the lingering tension. Both of their moods were exceptionally light. After walking a few steps, Zhao Zihui suddenly stopped. She turned around, looking at Lin Haixing with an unusually serious tone. Mr. Lin, I really can't thank you enough for tonight. No matter how expensive this bag is, it can't compare to your safety. She bit her lip, her gaze firm. If there's ever a chance, I will definitely repay you. Lin Haixing couldn't help but smile at her words, gently shaking his head. There's no need for repayment. Your safety is more important than anything. However, Zhao Zihui was not willing to give up. She rummaged through her bag for paper and pen, quickly writing down a string of numbers and folding them into a small note. She handed over the note, her ears reddening as she shyly looked down. Mr. Lin, this is my family's phone number. If you have time, please come to my home for a visit. I want my parents to thank you in person. Lin Haixing looked at her shy demeanor and couldn't bear to refuse, accepting the note and putting it away. All right, I understand. Zhao Zihui's book that fell was held in Lin Haixing's hands as he flipped through a few pages. It was filled with dense English text which he found difficult to comprehend. The book was not thick, but its binding was exceptionally exquisite. The dark cover felt delicate to the touch, with smooth polished corners, clearly not the kind of cheap item one could buy on the market. It wasn't until the next day at work, when he ran into a colleague who had returned from studying in the UK, that he handed it over with a sense of trying his luck. Ligu, can you take a look at what this book is? It's all in English. Lin Haixing casually handed over the book. Ligu adjusted his glasses, took the book, flipped through a couple of pages, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a poetry collection by Yeats, and it's a hardcover edition, quite expensive. Yeats. Lin Haixing had never heard of this name, but he silently noted it down, his mind filled with more speculation about that girl's background. That night at the police station, hearing Zhao Zihui introduce herself as a student from the English department of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, it was clear that someone who could buy such books must possess considerable knowledge. The scene from that night of their breakup faintly resurfaced in his mind. Zhao Zihui had delicate features, fair skin that spoke of a privileged upbringing, and spoke gently, her every gesture exuding an air of nobility. Lin Haixing admitted that he had felt a flicker of affection for her. However, just as this feeling began to emerge, he forcefully suppressed it. He touched the work uniform. He wore a self-deprecating smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he had been in Hong Kong for several years and worked as a sales manager at a well-performing watch company, he was still just an ordinary worker. How could someone like him possibly be worthy of such a noble young lady? I can't reach that high, Lin Haixing murmured to the air. A girl like Zhao Zihui must be surrounded by suitors, all wealthy and influential. Perhaps she was already taken, and it was merely a chance encounter while shopping that led to the trouble that night. He felt unqualified to even dream. What mattered most at that moment was to hold on to his job, learn more skills, improve his performance, and earn enough money to... He remembered once swearing to become wealthy, to establish himself in this land where every inch is precious, and to carve out his own space in the world. But the competition in Hong Kong was fierce. Success was not easily attained. As for that fleeting glance of the girl, he considered it a brief interlude on the journey of life, soon to be forgotten. Yet Lin Haixing did not know that the connection he had intentionally suppressed had stirred up turbulent waves in Zhao Zihui's heart. That night, upon returning home, she sat in front of her vanity, unable to forget the figure of Lin Haixing. He resembled Cheng Xiaoqiu with handsome features and a simple, honest smile. His bravery in the face of the robber and his steadfastness in protecting her were a stark contrast to the refined, yet calculating, wealthy young men she usually encountered. Zhao Zihui's cheeks flushed, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She had considered asking for his contact information, but found herself swallowing her words in embarrassment. Born into a wealthy family, her traditional upbringing made it difficult for her to express her feelings to a stranger. Once she regained her composure, she felt a deep sense of regret. How could she have forgotten to ask for a phone number? Her parents also mentioned that she intended to ask Lin Haixing for his contact information to express her gratitude in person later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zihui's eyes were filled with disappointment. Hong Kong was so vast, full of people, and she had no idea where he was. She could only bury this feeling deep within her heart, secretly lamenting. Little did she know fate had already laid its groundwork. In the near future they would meet again. As the days passed, the weekend arrived. The midday sun streamed through the small window of the public housing, casting light onto the worn table. While tidying up, Lin Haixing stumbled upon that small piece of paper tucked away in the corner of the drawer. On it was Zhao Zihui's elegant handwriting inscribing a string of phone numbers. He paused, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed the number written on the paper. Beep, beep. After a few busy signals, the call connected, and a steady male voice came through. Hello, this is the Zhao Mansion in Kowloon Tong. I am the steward, Old Wu. Lin Haixing tightened his grip on the receiver, his tone polite. Mr. Wu, hello, I am a friend of Miss Zhao Zihui. She left something behind with me last time, and I would like to return it to her, or have you come to pick it up? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before he replied, please hold on for a moment. A moment later, the same voice spoke again. Sir, we are currently unable to send someone to pick it up. If you don't mind, could you please bring the item over? I will give you the address. The other party clearly recited the address, and Lin Haixing noted it down one by one. After expressing his gratitude, he hung up the phone. He tucked the book away, put on his coat, and stepped outside, hailing a taxi. Driver, Kowloon Tong to this address. He handed the paper to the driver. The driver glanced at it, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. Oh, the Zhao Mansion, that's where the big bosses live. Lin Haixing did not respond, leaning back against the seat, gazing out at the rapidly retreating scenery. He only knew that Kowloon Tong was a wealthy area, but had no idea how grand the Zhao Mansion truly was. The term mansion itself is a modern, elegant name for luxurious residences, not only implying privacy, but also symbolizing an elevated social status. This low-density residential area of Kowloon Tong had been planned as a garden city since the early 20th century, historically a gathering place for the affluent. By the 1980s, due to its proximity to commercial centers and international schools, it became the preferred residence for the city's wealthy. As the vehicle entered Kowloon Tong, the surrounding environment transformed instantly. Gone were the crowded noise of the city, replaced by wide roads lined with lush trees, where villas of various styles were nestled in the greenery, serene and luxurious. Lin Haixing observed all of this with a complex gaze. Having lived in Hong Kong for several years, he had stayed in his grandpa's public housing, which was cramped and shared by several families, visited his uncle's housing estate, which was slightly better, yet still only of ordinary family standards, and even stayed in Uncle Rome's village house, which was simple and full of the scent of life. He had also delivered items to manager Zhang, who lived in a high-rise private building, a nearly 100-square-meter apartment, which in the eyes of Hong Kong people was considered a luxurious residence. To him, it seemed like a clear indication of wealth. But until this moment, he finally understood that the wealthy and the super-rich were not even in the same league. The life he once envied was merely the tip of the iceberg in front of true tycoons. The taxi stopped in front of an imposing gate. Sir, we have arrived, the driver reminded him. Lin Haixing paid the fare and opened the door to get out. The moment he looked up, he was utterly stunned. The Zhao Mansion before him was far more magnificent than he had imagined. Its style, a blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, exuded both the ancient solemnity of Chinese architecture and the elegant grandeur of European design. The traditional glazed tile roof shimmered with a warm glow under the sunlight, harmonizing perfectly with the European arches on either side. Inside, one could vaguely discern the layout of a Chinese courtyard with winding paths leading to secluded spots and exquisite scenery. The mansion boasted 4 full stories along with a basement built against the mountainside, imposing and majestic. The main entrance featured a grand eave gate designed solemn and austere, requiring one to ascend several steps of white jade to reach the door. The steps were immaculately clean, the white jade's texture delicate and translucent, exuding an air of nobility. 2 massive doors made of purple copper and intricately carved wood stood proudly, adorned with complex and exquisite patterns. The symmetrical door knockers, shaped like the head of a fearsome beast cast in brass, were particularly striking. Above the door frame hung a plaque inscribed with the words Zhao Mansion, the brushwork vigorous and powerful, clearly crafted by a master artist. Lin Haixing took a deep breath, ascended the steps, and pressed the doorbell beside the door. Ding dong. The clear sound of the bell rang out, and soon after the grand door slowly opened. A well-dressed butler appeared, seemingly in his 50s, his hair neatly combed, his demeanor respectful, yet not obsequious. "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, my name is Lin Haixing," Lin Haixing replied politely. "I have brought something for Miss Zhao Zihui." The butler's gaze fell upon him, and he immediately broke into a knowing smile. "Oh, it's Mr. Lin. I am Butler Wu, please come in." Lin Haixing followed the butler into the mansion, and upon entering, he was stunned by the interior's grandeur. The spacious, lofty area offered no sense of oppression. The floor was composed of a black and white marble yin-yang diagram intricately designed, with clear patterns and exquisite craftsmanship. Hanging from the ceiling was a gigantic crystal chandelier in the style of a palace lamp, its brilliant light casting reflections onto the carved rosewood screens on either side, where the floral patterns appeared vividly, exuding elegance. "This way, please, Mr. Lin." The butler's voice pulled him back to reality. Lin Haixing refocused his gaze and followed the butler into the living room. The layout of the living room adhered to the principle of central harmony, appearing both orderly and grand. A set of Ming and Qing-style rosewood armchairs and a Luohan couch were arranged in a circle topped with vibrant Su embroidery cushions adorned with intricate patterns. The floor was covered with a top-quality hand-woven carpet, soft and comfortable underfoot, completely silent. A massive landscape painting hung on the main wall, grand and profound, its origins unknown, but clearly a priceless work. On either side of the painting stood Wangwali wood antique racks neatly displaying Song porcelain and jade carvings, each item exuding a sense of history and remarkable provenance. Lin Haixing was dazzled, feeling as if he had entered the Grand View Garden like Lu Laolao with only one thought in his mind. This was the true life of the wealthy. Years later, he would come to truly understand that the most valuable thing about the Zhao Mansion was never the mansion itself, nor the luxurious cars worth a fortune in the garage. Rather, it was the high-end artifacts collected within the mansion, the wall of vintage wines and spirits, and the mountains of luxury bags, watches, and jewelry piled in the dressing room. The value of those items was such that ordinary people could only dream of them for generations. "Mr. Lin, please have a seat. I'll go pour you a cup of tea," the butler said with a smile. While drinking tea, Lin Haixing engaged in a casual conversation with Butler Wu. He learned that the owner of the Zhao Mansion was Zhao Jingfeng, the chairman of the Jingtai Group in Hong Kong, who had been involved in real estate development and overseas trade for many years, and was one of the top 10 real estate developers in Hong Kong. Zhao Zihui was his eldest daughter, who was deeply cherished by her father. Lin Haixing felt the name Jingtai Group sounded familiar. After some recollection, he suddenly remembered that his contract uncle Huang Xiangrong had mentioned it before regarding negotiations for land acquisition in Dai Village. In addition to Ho Guoqiang's Longchang Group, this Jingtai Group had also sent representatives to negotiate, and their offer was higher than that of the Ho family. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea and exchanging pleasantries with Butler Wu, Lin Haixing took out a book from his backpack, preparing to hand it over to Butler Wu. At that moment, Butler Wu enthusiastically remarked, "Mr. Lin, this is your first visit to the Zhao Mansion, right? I heard Miss Zihui mention the robbery incident at the bookstore in Mongkok. It was thanks to your intervention that she was saved. Your courage is commendable. Hong Kong needs young men like you with a sense of justice. Unfortunately, this afternoon, both Director Zhao and his family are out for some matters. You can wait here, perhaps they will return soon, and can thank you in person." Lin Haixing quickly waved his hand. "No need to trouble yourself, Uncle Wu. I just brought the book over. Since Miss Zihui is not here, I'll just hand it to you and leave. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon." He felt out of place in this environment where every detail screamed of his incompatibility with his status, and he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The butler, hearing this, did not insist. "All right. When Miss Zihui returns, I will make sure to pass the book to her and inform her that you came by." Lin Haixing nodded and handed over the book. "Thank you for your trouble." Just then, a roaring engine sound approached from the direction of the garage. Soon after, a red convertible Lamborghini slowly emerged from the garage, stopping in the center of the courtyard. A young man leaned out of the car, waving to the butler, his voice vibrant. "Uncle Wu, I'm heading out for a while." The young man, around 20 years old, wore trendy casual wear and jeans, his handsome features bearing some resemblance to Zhao Zihui, though with a touch of rebelliousness. Butler Wu smiled and nodded. "All right, second young master, be safe and come back for dinner early." The young man acknowledged, pressed the accelerator, and the sports car shot out like an arrow, leaving only a trail of exhaust. Lin Haixing watched the direction in which the sports car disappeared, his expression calm. He often saw this car on the streets, knowing it belonged to a wealthy family. Mr. Lin, that is our family's second young master, Miss Zihua's younger brother, named Zhao Jiao. He has just returned from studying in the UK for his vacation. Butler Wu timely introduced. So he is the young master of the Zhao family, Lin Haixing silently noted, though his face remained impassive as he nodded slightly. He had no intention of waiting for Zhao Zihue to return. He knew full well that he and such a rich family were from entirely different worlds. He was an ordinary person living in public housing, struggling for a living, while Zhao Zihue was a young lady born into wealth, living a life of luxury. Between them lay not only a vast chasm, but also the certainty of being mere acquaintances. Uncle Wu, I've already handed the book to you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, Lin Haixing said. All right, Mr. Lin, would you like to leave a contact number? When Miss Zihue returns, I can have her reach out to you, Butler Wu said politely. No need, it's just a small matter. There's no need for such formality. Lin Haixing, all right then, thank you again, Mr. Lin. You are always welcome to come for tea next time. I'll see you out. Butler Wu stood up, making a gesture to show him out. Lin Haixing followed Butler Wu out of the Zhao mansion, glancing back at the grand building once more before turning and resolutely walking towards the taxi stand. He knew that everything here had little to do with him. His battlefield was in the alleys, and every day spent fighting for. The early summer sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the table in the dining area on the second floor of the Maida Times Watch Company's Kowloon sales department. The lunch boxes had long been cleared away, leaving only a plate of fresh fruit and 3 cups of steaming coffee. The lunch boxes had long been cleared away, leaving only a plate of fresh fruit and 3 cups of steaming coffee, the aroma filling the air, exuding a sense of comfort. Manager Zheng picked up a red apple and took a big bite, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, his tone full of joy. The sales figures for the first half of the year have increased by nearly 30% compared to the same period last year. He paused for a moment, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At this rate, the year-end bonus from Chairman Zhuang is likely to be so generous that it won't fit in the envelope. Yan, in her 30s, was a mid-level employee of the company, slightly plump and cheerful, and had been with the company for a long time. She was usually helpful and cared for Lin Haixing, eagerly wanting to introduce him to a girlfriend, but unfortunately Lin Haixing felt he was still young and focused on his career, lacking a strong desire for family, thus repeatedly declined her good intentions. At this moment, she lifted her coffee cup, took a small sip, and her eyes curved into crescent moons, cheerfully replying, "Isn't that right? I've already planned to take my son Yan to Tokyo and country are at the end of the year." Upon mentioning her son, her voice softened, instantly filled with tenderness. He's already over 4 years old and has never left Hong Kong. Lin Haixing nodded with a smile and said sincerely, "Then we must book the tickets in advance. I heard that tickets to country are at the end of the year are particularly tight. Last Christmas, I helped Manager Zheng book tickets, and because it was so rushed, we almost didn't get them." The three of them were happily chatting, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Suddenly, beep, 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 beep. Yan's pager at her waist rang urgently, the sharp sound breaking the pleasant mood. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked down. When she saw the number flashing on the screen, her smile instantly froze, and her expression changed slightly. It was the office phone of Lele Kindergarten, where Yan was. "Sorry, I need to make a call." Yan's voice was heavier than before as she quickly walked to the desk phone in the office area, her fingers trembling slightly as she slowly pressed the redial button. The moment the call connected, she still wore a polite smile, but as the anxious voice of the teacher came through the receiver, the smile gradually faded from her face. In its place was an almost frozen terror spreading across her entire face. "What? Yang?" Yan's voice suddenly rose, filled with unbelievable panic. Okay, I'll be right there." The last few words were almost shouted out. The moment she hung up, her legs went weak, and she gasped in shock, collapsing heavily onto the sofa behind her. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time, tears rolling down like beads that had come loose. "Yan, what's wrong?" Manager Zheng and Lin Haixing both stood up simultaneously and rushed over. Manager Zheng quickly supported her shoulder, his tone urgent. "Calm down first, slowly tell me what happened." Lin Haixing quickly handed her a pack of tissues, his eyes filled with concern. Yan clutched the tissues, wiping her tears randomly. After a long while, she finally managed to regain her composure, her voice choked with emotion. "The teacher at school said Lele Kindergarten was suddenly attacked by a stranger this noon." She trembled uncontrollably. "I heard many people were injured. It was chaotic on the scene." Yang. His arm was cut by the assailant. He has already been sent to Kowloon Hospital for emergency treatment. They told me to hurry over." The last few words made her burst into tears, her eyes filled with fear and panic, mumbling to herself, "How could this happen? When I sent him off this morning, he was perfectly fine." As if trying to convince herself that this was just a ridiculous nightmare or prank. Manager Zheng's expression instantly turned serious. He gently patted Yan's back, his voice steadying her. "Don't panic, Yan, the child will definitely be fine." He paused, turning to Lin Haixing, and decisively instructed, "He and your husband is on a business trip these days, right? Haixing, you quickly accompany Sister Yin to the hospital. I'll take care of things here at the company." "All right." Lin Haixing did not hesitate at all, immediately helping the still trembling Yin, his tone firm. "Sister Yin, we're leaving right now. Yang will be fine." The two hurried downstairs and hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for Kowloon Hospital. The car had not driven far when an urgent news bulletin suddenly interrupted the radio. The host's voice was unavoidably hurried, cutting through the oppressive atmosphere in the car. "Urgent bulletin. This noon, a mental patient who had received treatment at Qingshan Hospital attacked passersby in the Deepwater Bay area of Kowloon, Hong Kong, and broke into Lei Kindergarten, resulting in multiple injuries among teachers and students. Currently, police and medical personnel have rushed to the scene, and the exact number of casualties is being counted." Lei Kindergarten. Yan's body jolted at the sound of those words, and she instantly broke down, crying out, "My little Yang. He's at that kindergarten. Will he be seriously hurt?" She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, despair and fear almost engulfing her. Lin Haixing's heart tightened. As well suppressing his unease, he gently patted Yan's back, trying to keep his voice gentle. "Supervisor, sister Yan, don't scare yourself. The teacher said that Yang only injured his arm. It should be nothing serious. We'll reach the hospital soon, and we'll know the situation when we see the child." While comforting her, he felt uncertain inside, only feeling a wave of panic. The taxi sped along and soon arrived at the entrance of Kowloon Ming AI Hospital. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Haixing supported the almost unsteady Yin and rushed into the emergency hall. The hall was in chaos. Doctors and nurses in white coats hurried about, their faces serious. Many parents were gathered at the triage desk, anxiously inquiring for news, and the sounds of crying, questioning, and footsteps intertwined, creating a cacophony that made one feel a bit flustered. "Nurse, where are the children sent from Lei Kindergarten?" Lin Haixing grabbed a passing nurse, asking urgently. The nurse looked up at them, confirming they were parents notified by the kindergarten teacher, and quickly pointed to the left side of the corridor. "The children sent over are in those several wards. You should hurry and look for them." "Thank you," Yin said hoarsely, almost stumbling as she rushed toward the corridor. One by one, she pushed open the ward doors, and in the last ward, she immediately saw her son Yang, who was over 4 years old, lying on the bed, his right arm wrapped in thick bandages, with faint traces of blood seeping through. The doctor inside informed them that the child had just had his wound treated and his condition was stable, advising them to control their emotions and not to affect the child and other injured persons. The little guy had originally gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but upon seeing his mother enter, all his grievances erupted at once, bursting into tears. "Mommy, it hurts. Yang hurts so much. Yang, my dear son." Yin rushed to the bedside, carefully embracing her son's uninjured arm, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Mommy is here. Mommy has come. Don't be afraid, okay? Mommy is here with you." At that moment, the doctor looked at the embracing mother and son and gently explained, "Parents, don't worry. The child only has a cut on his arm. It's a flesh wound, no damage to the bones. He has already been stitched and bandaged and will be kept in the hospital for observation. Please come regularly for dressing changes and be careful of infection. He will recover soon." Hearing the doctor's words, Yin felt half of her anxious heart finally settle. She tightly hugged her son, softly comforting him, her voice still tinged with lingering fear. Lin Haixing, listening from the side, also breathed a sigh of relief, quietly retreating to the door, wanting to give the mother and son some time alone. Just as he reached the corner of the corridor, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Aunt Dujia. She wore the uniform of the Social Welfare Department, holding a notebook, speaking softly with a crying woman, her brows tightly furrowed, and a hint of fatigue beneath her eyes, clearly having been busy here for quite a while. At this moment, Dujia served as the director in the Family and Child Welfare Department of the Social Welfare Department, and naturally, she had to come to help in such a situation. Lin Haixing walked over and gently called out Aunt. Dujia turned her head, saw him, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face, followed by a heavy sigh as she replied, "Haixing, what are you doing here? My colleague's child is at Lei Kindergarten and got injured, so I came along with her." Lin Haixing pointed in the direction of the ward and asked Aunt, "What about you?" "Sigh, with such a major incident, the colleagues responsible for Kowloon are completely overwhelmed." Dujia rubbed her throbbing temple, her voice filled with helplessness. "The director ordered us to be urgently reassigned to help. My primary responsibility is to provide psychological counseling to the families of the injured." She paused, her gaze dimming. "This incident is too tragic. Lei Kindergarten is not far from here." As Yin was occupied with her son, Lin Haixing followed Dujia to the resting area in the corridor to facilitate further conversation. Dujia took out a freshly printed government news brief from her bag and handed it to him, her fingertip tracing heavily over the line, "Li Jihing, 28 years old, history of schizophrenia." Lin Haixing barely had time to look closely when a family member nearby suddenly broke down and cried out. Dujia immediately stood up to comfort her. When she returned, her eyes were filled with red veins, her voice hoarse. "That young man killed both his mother and younger sister during his episode, all because of a false fire alarm." "What? He killed his own mother and sister? Is he insane?" Lin Haixing blurted out, but he quickly recalled Du Jie had just told him the perpetrator was a mental patient. So he no longer reacted with shock, but instead inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. Then he rushed downstairs like a madman, attacking anyone he saw. Du Jie continued with a tone full of sorrow. In the stairwell, he injured a pair of sisters, one of whom was pregnant. When he got downstairs, he attacked a mother and child, then charged into the nearby Lele kindergarten. She paused for a few seconds as if to calm her agitated emotions, and when she spoke again, glancing around, her voice was even softer. The kindergarten door was unlocked, and when he entered, dozens of children were singing in the hall. He was like a madman, slashing wildly, with the children closest to the door suffering the worst injuries. There was a little boy just over 3 years old who was stabbed in the heart. Du Jie's voice choked up. It was just reported that 6 people died and 44 were injured, many of whom were just young children. Lin Haixing felt a buzzing in his head, the innocent faces of the children lying in pools of blood flashing before his eyes, his heart heavy and his breathing becoming labored. Du Jie said no more, only pointed to the television in the hospital lobby. The screen showed a reporter interviewing a shaken female teacher. Her face was pale, and as she recounted the scene at the time, her body trembled continuously. I hurriedly pushed the unharmed children into the restroom and locked the door. When I went out, the floor was covered in blood, with children crying and fainting. The news also mentioned that the perpetrator was eventually subdued by the police and is currently confined to a psychiatric hospital under the strictest control. The catalyst for this tragedy was merely a malicious false fire alarm reported at noon. What a crime! Du Jie sighed, her eyes filled with helplessness. The person who falsely reported the fire probably still doesn't realize that they indirectly caused so many deaths. She told Lin Haixing that during her previous work in community welfare, she often came into contact with mental health. The causes of schizophrenia are very complex, and the behavioral characteristics it exhibits can generally be summed up in 4 words: lazy, dispersed, paranoid, and dull. Lazy means that the patient has a passive attitude towards life and lacks motivation for everything. Du Jie explained slowly, they might go for long periods without haircuts, baths, or changing clothes. Many of the scruffy vagrants on the street fit this type. This category usually does not exhibit aggression. Aside from causing trouble for their families, they generally do not harm others. Dispersed refers to a scattered mental state with emotions that are unpredictable, sometimes leading to inexplicable crying or laughing and verbal or physical aggression towards others. She paused and added, but when they are normal, they often forget the things they did when they were not. A typical behavior of these patients is talking to themselves, sometimes even cursing at passersby on the street. Paranoid refers to delusions of persecution. Du Jie's tone grew somber. They believe that everyone is out to harm them or steal their belongings, resulting in a lack of trust towards anyone. For instance, they often carry all their possessions with them, fearing theft. The vagrants on the street carrying large bags are usually of this type. Among this type, the most dangerous are those who adopt a preemptive strike mentality. Fearing that others will harm them, they will attack first. Du Jie rubbed her tired eyes. Li Jiheng is like this. He fears you will harm him, so he strikes first. This type is the most dangerous. As for dull, it refers to sluggish movements. Those severely affected may be mute and motionless, displaying signs of dementia or rigidity, like a puppet. Patients of this type generally do not exhibit aggression towards others. After chatting for a while longer, the sobbing of family members echoed throughout the hospital. Du Jie, unable to relax, hurriedly warned Lin Haixing to be cautious and safe, then quickly returned to her work. Before long, senior officials from the British Hong Kong government, including the chief secretary, led a delegation of officials and civil servants to the scene. Under their coordination, order in the hospital gradually began to stabilize. By evening, Yang Yang's injuries were basically stable, and He Yan's emotions had also calmed down a bit. Compared to those seriously injured or tragically deceased children, she was undoubtedly lucky. The hospital recommended that He Yan take Yang Yang home to free up staff and beds for the more severely injured, and advised her to closely accompany and patiently counsel the child in the coming days to prevent any lasting psychological trauma. Lin Haixing helped He Yan with the discharge procedures and accompanied the mother and son into the taxi home. The cabin was very quiet, and He Yan tightly hugged her son. The little guy must have received a sedative, and after a day of commotion had fallen deeply asleep in his mother's arms, with his little brow slightly furrowed, as if still enduring pain. He Yan looked down at her son's sleeping face, murmuring, "Fortunately, Yang Yang only has superficial injuries." Those deceased children were too unfortunate. The taxi driver in the front seat, a middle-aged man, sighed deeply upon hearing this, and responded, "That sick pervert is truly a disgrace, harming so many innocent people, including so many children. It's a crime. The government must take legal action and punish him severely." He paused, his tone heavy. "Today is truly a day of disaster for Hong Kong. Everyone's spirits are at their lowest." After dropping off, He Yan and her son Lin Haixing stood for a moment in the dusk. The driver's curses still echoed in his ears, and the scent of blood from the hospital seemed to linger in his nostrils. He vaguely felt that Manager Zhang and his colleagues were still waiting for him to return and inform them of the latest situation. After a moment's thought, he turned and headed back towards the company. Indeed, Manager Zhang and the other colleagues had not left yet. Everyone gathered in front of the television, their faces etched with grave concern as they focused on the news report. Upon seeing Lin Haixing return, everyone quickly surrounded him, clamoring to inquire about the situation. Haixing, how are supervisor He and the child doing? Sister Yan Sun Yang is okay, right? It was terrifying. Lin Haixing smiled and waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. Don't worry, Yang only suffered some minor abrasions on his arm, and supervisor He's emotions have stabilized now. Hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, though the heaviness on their faces didn't dissipate. This incident was truly frightening. One colleague remarked with concern, I've heard reports that there are hundreds of thousands of mentally ill people in Hong Kong. It's like a ticking time bomb. Lin Haixing shook his head and explained, my aunt said that this claim is exaggerated. This was just a rare case. He paused for a moment, his tone turning serious. However, there are indeed loopholes in the government's oversight of the mentally ill. For instance, there are no laws forcing them to return for checkups, which allowed severe patients like Li Zhiheng to slip out of control. Manager Zheng nodded in agreement, saying, after this incident, various sectors of society will surely reflect on it. I hope the system can be improved quickly to prevent such tragedies from happening again. Everyone felt heavy-hearted, exchanging a few words before heading home for dinner. Lin Haixing returned to his grandfather Yi Kun's house and briefly recounted the events of the day, including his visit to the hospital to see his aunt. After hastily finishing dinner, the two eagerly sat in front of the television to continue following the live reports on the incident. At that moment, Police Chief Li, responsible for the Shamshui district, was holding a press conference. He faced the camera, explaining the basic details of the incident and reconstructing the scene. After the press conference, the television station invited several guests for an interview, including a legislative council member, a hospital psychologist, and a representative from Lele Kindergarten. Everyone agreed that this incident was the most serious case of violent murder in Hong Kong's history, and government departments must immediately study preventive measures to prevent similar tragedies from occurring again. The next morning, while having breakfast with his grandfather, Lin Haixing heard new developments reported in the news. Catholic Bishop Hu Zhenjiang of Hong Kong, accompanied by the head of the Holy Spirit Seminary, visited the hospital to see the injured and expressed condolences to the families of the deceased. On the television screen, Lin Haixing saw his aunt, Du Jie, who was also a Catholic, accompanying the bishop and patiently comforting the grieving families. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his aunt must have been busy all night, without even a moment to rest. Through the reports, the citizens of Hong Kong gradually understood the entire sequence of events. According to internal records from the government, Li Zhiheng had been treated at Qingshan Hospital for 6 months before being allowed to leave. Given his serious condition, the attending physician specifically advised Li Zhiheng's family to take him for monthly checkups at the Yaoma T Mental Health Treatment Center, ensure he took his medication on time, and closely monitor changes in his condition. Month after month, year after year, 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Zhiheng's condition relapsed multiple times, yet he was discharged after brief treatments each time. And the piercing sound of the police siren had become the trigger that ignited his rage. The moment the siren blared, the malevolence within Li Zhiheng surged, leaving only a mad thought in his mind: they are coming to catch me. I absolutely cannot be captured by them. In his distorted perception, anyone blocking his path was an enemy trying to capture him. The only way to deal with these people was to kill. 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 He gripped a knife in each hand, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast gone out of control. Anyone who stood in his way would undoubtedly die. As the sirens faded into the distance, Li Zhiheng, however, was unsettled by the sound, stumbling as he ran towards the 4th building of the estate. At that moment, many neighbors had gathered on the street upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Li Zhiheng covered in blood and wielding 2 knives, they recoiled in fear, not daring to step forward to intervene. Li Zhiheng looked at the densely packed crowd before him, perceiving them as obstacles hindering his escape. Knowing it would be difficult to push through, he immediately turned and fled towards Yonglong Street. Seeing him turn to flee, the crowd's courage slightly grew, and they began to follow at a distance, watching the scene unfold. Li Zhiheng sensed the approaching obstacles behind him, and panic set in. He desperately sought a place to hide away from those who were after him. The Lele Kindergarten, located in the basement of the 4th building, became his only refuge. The teachers and students inside were still in class, completely unaware of the bloody tragedy unfolding outside. In a classroom near the door, a group of innocent and lively children sat together for a singing and playing lesson. Their clear voices floated through the window. The world is so small, 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 so wonderfully small. The cheerful song caught Li Zhiheng's attention. He stopped, his eyes hazy as he stared at the kindergarten's entrance with only one thought in his mind: hiding here should. He suddenly pushed the door open and barged in. The female teacher playing the piano happened to be facing the door. When she saw Li Zhiheng covered in blood and holding 2 knives, she froze in shock, her fingers pausing on the piano keys as the music abruptly stopped. The children's singing also ceased, each of them wide-eyed with innocent curiosity, gazing at the strange man at the door, completely unaware of the impending danger. Li Zhiheng stood at the door, staring at the small obstacles before him, unable to advance or retreat, his eyes increasingly bloodshot. Little Feng, sitting near the door and not yet 3 years old, was completely oblivious to the murderous aura emanating from Li Zhiheng. He thought the uncle standing at the door looked strange and wondered why he was just standing there and not coming in. The little one wobbled on his short legs, slowly standing up and walking towards Li Jiang. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. The female teacher silently prayed, frantically, her heart racing. She sensed that the man before her was mentally unstable. Such a person was like a wild dog gone mad. One could never predict what actions he might take. Unfortunately, little Feng completely could not hear her silent calls. He approached step by step, his small face still showing innocent curiosity. Seeing the obstacle coming closer, Li Zihang's muscles tensed up and the murderous intent in his gaze erupted completely. Just then a piercing siren sounded outside, wailing, wailing, wailing. Li Zihang no longer hesitated, lunging forward, grabbing little Feng's small body and plunging the knife brutally into his chest. Then he casually threw the child's body onto the ground, the action brutally savage. Run, quickly hide. The female teacher finally snapped back to reality, screaming at the frozen children, her voice filled with terror. The strong scent of blood completely awakened Li Zihang's beastly nature. He swung his knives wildly, slaughtering in the classroom. In an instant, the once cheerful classroom turned into a hell on earth. A group of innocent and carefree children were either dead or injured under the flashing blades, their cries and screams echoing. The kindergarten's administrators and other teachers rushed over upon hearing the screams, trying desperately to evacuate the students. Those teachers and students who were blocked by Li Zihang and could not escape hurriedly closed the classroom door and braced against it, preventing him from breaking in. Li Zihang wandered around the kindergarten, noticing that the obstacles within his sight had all been cleared. He did not linger and turned to walk out into the street. He charged into a primary school sports field, injuring an 11-year-old student named Kwang. Then he looked at the bloodied knives in his hands, his gaze somewhat dazed. I cannot be captured by them. I need to find a safe place to hide. A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Zihang quickly snapped back to reality, becoming alert. He hurriedly ran towards the connection between the 5th and 6th buildings of the estate, hiding there. At this moment, the kindergarten was filled with agonizing groans, the acrid scent of blood, and the terrified cries of children. That madman has left. A male staff member hiding in the classroom pressed against the door crack for a long time before quietly speaking to the female teacher. She tightly protected the students in her arms, her voice trembling. If he hasn't left, going out would be a death sentence, wouldn't it? But this place is not safe either. The male worker lowered his voice, fearful of being overheard by those outside. The classroom door is very thin, it can't stop him at all. Let's take advantage of the fact that he is not at the door and escape quickly. Otherwise, if he bursts in again, we really won't be able to escape. But what if he is hiding outside? If we go out, won't it be like sending sheep into a tiger's den? The female teacher was still filled with concerns, watching the children in her arms tremble, in fear, unwilling to take any risks. You have a point. The male worker pondered for a moment before making a decision. He'll go out first to check and confirm it's safe. Then he'll come back to inform you to take the children with you. You must be careful. That person is a madman devoid of humanity. The female teacher grasped his arm, urgently reminding him. The male worker nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly walked to the door. He first pressed his ear against it, listening intently. Outside, there was complete silence with no movement. But he didn't dare to let his guard down. The lives of more than 10 people in the classroom depended on his judgment. A wrong move could lead to unimaginable consequences. He crouched down again, pressing his ear to the ground, listening for any sounds in the corridor, yet there were still no footsteps. Peering through the door crack again, he still saw no one moving. The madman has left, the male worker whispered, gently pulling the door open and slipping into the corridor. He quickly scanned the area to confirm that no one was in the corridor before he let out a sigh of relief, turning to wave at the female teacher in the classroom, signaling that it was safe. The female teacher immediately led over 10 students, walking quietly one by one, heading towards the back door of the kindergarten. But amidst this chaos, where could truly be considered a safe place? Let's go to the neighboring Jialing school for a while, the male worker suggested quietly. There are more people there. The madman should not dare to go there. The female teacher nodded, feeling there was no better option. This group of frightened teachers and students slowly advanced along the corridor of the 5th building. To reach Jialing School, they had to pass through the connection between the 5th and 6th buildings. None of them expected that their nemesis Li Zihang was hiding there, waiting for them to walk right into his trap. Be quiet, everyone. Follow one by one and don't get lost. The female teacher gently patted the children's backs, softly soothing them. As they passed through the corridor, Jialing School was already in sight. If they could just cross the sports field ahead, they would be temporarily safe. Just then a chilling ha-ha laughter echoed from the shadows. It was Li Zihang's voice. The leading male worker felt a sinking feeling in his heart, realizing the danger. He immediately turned to the female teacher and shouted, "Run! Hurry with the children!" Before he finished speaking, he charged towards Li Zihang, trying to buy time for the female teacher and the children to escape. But how could an unarmed flesh-and-blood body withstand a madman wielding knives? Li Zihang swung his twin blades wildly, striking at the male worker. The male worker was struck several times, letting out a scream as he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood instantly spreading around him. The exhilarated Li Zihang's murderous intent intensified. He broke through the male workers' resistance and directly charged into the group of children, swinging his knife, without mercy, brutally carving out a bloody path. More than 10 students and the female teacher were instantly injured, their cries and screams once again reverberating through the air. Lin Haixing estimated that He Yan's child was injured at this moment. From the onset of the incident to this moment, in just half an hour, Li Zhiheng had caused 4 deaths on the spot. 2 others succumbed to their injuries after being sent to the hospital, and 44 more were injured to varying degrees. Even the mindless madman began to show signs of fatigue, his body gradually revealing weariness and his movements slowed down. Meanwhile, the police's 999 control center received emergency calls from citizens. Initially, the operator was confused because the caller reported several locations for the incident, all very close to each other within the vicinity of the 4th building. If it weren't for the caller's panicked tone filled with sobs, the control center might have thought it was a prank, falsely reporting. To clarify the truth of the situation, the control center immediately notified the officers on duty at the nearby police station to head to the scene for investigation. At that time, the officer on duty at the police station was Officer Chen Jiaming. After receiving the order, he quickly equipped himself and rushed towards the 4th building. However, before he reached his destination, he encountered Li Zhiheng midway. Chen Jiaming saw Li Zhiheng holding dual knives covered in blood with a crazed expression and immediately stopped in his tracks, sternly commanding, "Drop the knives. Put down your weapons now. They've come to catch me." Li Zhiheng, seeing the officer, felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes became even more frenzied. His greatest fear was being taken back to a mental hospital, and now that the officer had appeared, it undoubtedly hit his sore spot. He had only one thought in his mind: strike first. Li Zhiheng yelled fiercely, swinging his long knife, stabbing directly at Chen Jiaming's chest. Officer Chen was caught off guard and couldn't evade in time, getting stabbed in the chest. "Strange, why can't I pierce through?" Li Zhiheng looked at the officer, who was clearly struck but did not fall down, with a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know that it was a notebook in Chen Jiaming's pocket that had just happened to block the blade, saving him from disaster. Seizing the moment when Li Zhiheng was stunned, Chen Jiaming immediately reacted, lunging forward to tightly grip his hands holding the knife. The two instantly engaged in a fierce struggle and tangled violently. Chen Jiaming exerted all his strength to subdue the madman, but Li Zhiheng was extremely strong, making it difficult to control him for the moment. At that moment, a police sergeant arrived at the scene. Seeing his colleague pinned down by Li Zhiheng in a critical situation, he immediately drew his service weapon, aiming at Li Zhiheng, preparing to fire. "Stop! Immediately stop! Otherwise I will shoot!" the police sergeant shouted sternly, his tone filled with authority. Li Zhiheng completely ignored the warning, continuing to struggle madly, trying to break free from Chen Jiaming's grip. Seeing this, the police sergeant no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger, shooting at Li Zhiheng's calf. However, due to the tension, the bullet merely grazed his calf, leaving a trail of blood. As the gunshot rang out, Li Zhiheng was instantly startled, his whole body shivering, the madness in his eyes fading slightly and his mind becoming a bit clearer. He looked down at the dual knives in his hands, and then glanced at the officer pinned beneath him, revealing a shocked expression as he murmured, "What exactly is happening?" "Put down the knives," the police sergeant ordered again, still aiming at him. The madness in Li Zhiheng's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by confusion and fear. He obediently dropped the dual knives in his hands and stopped struggling. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Jiaming, pinned beneath him, quickly shifted his body, crouched up, and firmly pressed Li Zhiheng down to the ground, then took out handcuffs to securely cuff his hands. "Don't move." The police sergeant approached to check and found that Li Zhiheng still had 2 sharp chisels tucked at his waist, immediately reaching out to remove them, preventing him from harming anyone again. Soon a large number of police officers arrived at the scene, and ambulances rushed back and forth, urgently transporting the injured citizens and students to the hospital for treatment. Woo, woo, woo. The piercing sound of police sirens still echoed in his ears. But this time Li Zhiheng no longer showed any signs of anxiety. Previously, he feared the sound of the sirens because he was afraid of being taken back to the mental hospital. Now that he had been captured by the police, hearing the sirens instead allowed him to remain calm. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Police Chief Li held another press conference to further explain the incident to the public. He explicitly stated that the Hong Kong police would compile a detailed report on the matter to submit to the Department of Justice for joint study of preventive and remedial measures to prevent similar tragedies involving mentally ill individuals from happening again. The news also reported that Sir Edward Yeo, the governor of Hong Kong, had sent someone to the Ming AI Hospital to express condolences to the families of the deceased and injured, expressing sorrow over the incident and promising to urge relevant departments to quickly improve the government's and society's regulatory systems to ensure citizen safety. Lin Haixing and his grandfather Yi Kuan watched the related reports, feeling somewhat reassured. Yi Kuan asked Lin Haixing to prepare some fruits, one portion to comfort his colleague He Yan, and another to visit his busy daughter-in-law, Du Jing, this weekend. Lin Haixing's thoughts shifted from his previous concern for Zhao Zihui back to the current incident. In July 1982, the sun blazed down upon the bustling land of Hong Kong. Lin Haixing followed the sales supervisor, He Yan, embarking on a journey to Wanchai under the guidance of manager Zhang. Their destination was the first Hong Kong watch product exhibition. A month prior, the aftermath of the kindergarten stabbing incident still lingered. Yet time waits for no one, and life must go on. Lin Haixing knew that this exhibition was an opportunity. He had been with Maida watch industry for more than 2 years. During this time, he had immersed himself in the production line, rotating through almost all production departments from strap stamping to electronic watch assembly. The thin calluses developed on his hands were hard-earned qualifications. However, he was unwilling to limit himself to production. "I want to learn the art of sales," he proactively approached manager Zhang and applied to be transferred to the marketing department. Almost a year had passed, and he found himself at this inaugural Hong Kong watch exhibition. In the sweltering July heat of Central outside the China Resources building on Harbor Road, crowds surged and jostled. The gilded characters spelling China Export Commodities Display Center stood out starkly under the scorching sun, exuding an air of both solemnity and liveliness. This was the venue for the watch exhibition. Squeezing through the bustling crowd alongside manager Zheng, Lin Haixing's eyes widened in amazement. The exhibition hall was brightly lit, filled with various watches displayed on every stand. Delicate and compact women's watches, robust and steady men's mechanical watches, uniquely designed electronic watches. The variety was dazzling and overwhelming. "Asheng, stay close, there are too many people." Manager Zheng turned back to remind him, his tone carrying a hint of caution. He pointed towards the entrance. "If we get separated, just go to the registration desk at the entrance to regroup. Don't wander off." Lin Haixing quickly nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on the display stands, unable to resist exclaiming, "Manager Zheng, there are just too many watches here." His finger instinctively lifted, wanting to touch a silver wristwatch in the glass case, but as soon as his fingertip grazed the cool glass, he recoiled, as if scalded. His ears flushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward as he withdrew his hand, fearing he might damage the exhibits. Seeing this, manager Zheng chuckled and patted his shoulder. "This is the first time in Hong Kong's watch industry that such a large-scale exhibition is held. Fine goods from Europe, America, our country, the mainland, and Hong Kong are all gathered here." He raised his hand and pointed not far away. "Look over there, the Swiss Watch Factory's booth has the most expensive watches and is very popular." Lin Haixing followed his direction and indeed saw that the booth was surrounded by people, most of whom were dressed in suits, scrutinizing the exhibits with solemn expressions. The two gradually wandered into the area for local Hong Kong brands and world brands, where a booth draped in red velvet was surrounded by many spectators. Lin Haixing stood on tiptoe, straining to peek inside, and instantly gasped. A few gold watches lay in the display case, their brilliance dazzling under the lights, almost blinding. Rolex date just 18K gold case. A well-dressed saleswoman was clearly introducing to the customers, her hands gloved in white, carefully cradling the watch. "Sir, look at this movement, Cal. 1570 automatic mechanical, very precise, and it features a date display, making it both elegant and practical for daily wear." Lin Haixing tugged at manager Zheng's sleeve, leaning in and whispering, "Manager, how much does this watch cost?" His voice was low, tinged with curiosity and nervousness. Before manager Zheng could respond, the saleswoman turned with a smile, her gaze landing on Lin Haixing, her tone polite. "This gentleman has a good, i.e. this model is currently priced at 3.0 Hong Kong dollars. This." Lin Haixing inhaled sharply, his pupils constricting, his eyes wide with disbelief as he almost couldn't believe his ears. His voice unconsciously rose, drawing the attention of several people around. Nearby, others began to discuss, their tones filled with astonishment. "While an ordinary worker only earns 3.0 a month, this watch could take half a year to earn," a middle-aged man in a shirt exclaimed. "Exactly, that's equivalent to nearly half a year's family income. Only those big shots can afford it," another person chimed in, their gaze filled with envy and helplessness. Manager Zheng patted Lin Haixing's shoulders, signaling him to calm down, and pointed at the side. "This isn't even expensive. Look over there." Lin Haixing followed where he pointed, and there was another Rolex, the Roman numerals on the dial particularly exquisite, the golden sheen of the bracelet even richer than the previous one, exuding an air of luxury. Day-date series with dual display for the day and date, costs over 4.0 Hong Kong dollars. Manager Zheng's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of emotion. Lin Haixing opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. He stared at the watch, his throat tightening, and after a while murmured, "Wearing this watch feels like wearing a gold brick." Indeed, Manager Zheng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the display. "These watches are all prepared for political and business elites. We can only feast our eyes and indulge our whims." The two wandered into the Swiss luxury watch area, examining the exhibits on each stand. The Omega Constellation Manhattan watch lay quietly in the glass case, its newly introduced claw design particularly eye-catching. Lin Haixing stared at the design for a long time, silently admiring. Indeed, it was a prestigious watch, even the details were so meticulously crafted. Just as he was absorbed in admiration, a commotion suddenly erupted at the other end of the exhibition hall. Someone was holding a camera, snapping pictures incessantly, the shutter sounds echoing, while others surrounded a booth, murmuring in awe, the noise growing denser. Lin Haixing's curiosity was piqued, and he pulled manager Zheng towards the commotion. "Manager, let's go see what's happening." They struggled through the crowd before finally squeezing to the front. Their glass display case was surrounded tightly by people inside. Resting on black velvet lay an antiquely styled pocket watch. Though it lacked extravagant decorations, it exuded a profound sense of time's weight. This was the treasure of the exhibition, said to be the world's most expensive watch, the Henry Graves Super Complication Pocket Watch. This is Patek Philippe's Henry Graves pocket watch. An elderly gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses was slowly explaining to those around him, his tone filled with admiration. Custom made in 1933, there is only this one in the world, and it is said to be valued at $11 million. $11 million. Lin Haixing was so shocked he almost jumped up, stumbling slightly, nearly colliding with the nearby display case, but fortunately Manager Zheng caught him just in time. He quickly calculated in his mind, his voice trembling. That's over 80 million in Hong Kong dollars. Manager Zheng also gasped, disbelief filling his eyes. My God, with that money in Hong Kong you could buy several high-rise apartments. Lin Haixing could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned forward, asking the elderly gentleman, Sir, what makes this watch so expensive? Isn't it just a pocket watch? The elderly gentleman adjusted his glasses, looking at him with a warm smile, but a hint of pride in his tone. Young man, this watch is extraordinary. He pointed at the pocket watch and elaborated. It hides 24 complex functions, perpetual calendar, minute repeater, celestial chart. Just the making took 5 years, with every component crafted to perfection. After pausing, the elderly gentleman added, It is not just a watch, but a work of art, a unique antique. Do you think it's worth that price? Lin Haixing was left speechless, staring at the pocket watch for a long time, his eyes filled with shock and longing. He suddenly turned to Manager Zheng, his gaze intense, and with a hint of stubbornness in his tone. Manager Zheng, when can we sell watches like this? Manager Zheng was taken aback by his question, then burst into laughter, patting Lin Haixing's head. Wait until you become the king of watches in Hong Kong, or a wealthy tycoon, then you can sell them. He turned Lin Haixing around. Come on, let's go see the watches from the mainland. Those are what ordinary folks can afford, and they're more practical. The two arrived at the booth of the Shanghai Watch Factory from the mainland, and the atmosphere here felt much friendlier. The mechanical watches on display were mostly priced at several hundred Hong Kong dollars, with simple and elegant designs. Though lacking gold and diamonds, they exuded solid quality. Lin Haixing picked up a Shanghai watch with a black dial, its case made of stainless steel, considerably lighter than the previous Rolex, fitting comfortably in his hand. This watch is not bad, right? Manager Zheng leaned in, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Reliable quality and reasonable price. Merchants from the mainland love to buy them, and sales are good. Lin Haixing nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. He had a premonition that with the recent reforms and opening up in the mainland, the consumption level of Chinese people would surely rise. While they might not afford high-end watches immediately, mid-range and low-range watches would definitely be welcomed. Yet he couldn't help but glance back at the direction of the Rolex booth. The sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating those gold watches, still dazzling, like an unshakable light penetrating his heart. He muttered to himself, why is there such a vast gap among watches? Stop thinking about it. Manager Zheng seemed to see through his thoughts, encouragingly saying, work hard, and maybe one day you can buy one too. Lin Haixing smiled broadly, a new light igniting in his eyes, nodding vigorously. I'll take your words to heart, Manager Zheng. When the time comes, I'll definitely come here first to pick the brightest Rolex. Exiting the high-priced watch section, Lin Haixing headed straight towards the quartz and electronic watch area. The more he looked, the clearer it became to him. The profit margins on these watches were simply too high. The delicately crafted electronic screens flickered silently under the lights, reflecting what seemed like another set of figures in his eyes: cost, selling price, and profit. The more he looked, the clearer it became to him. What was hidden in this watch was not just time, but flowing gold. He silently calculated the orders for a country's OEM work, mentally tallying the figures. The cost of a quartz watch is roughly around 200 yuan, while it can sell for 400 to 500 in the market. If a good brand is attached, it easily exceeds 1,000. The batch of our country's gold watches he delivered last time, which nearly got robbed, had 14K gold cases and bands installed in Hong Kong, instantly placing them among luxury goods, with an average retail price reaching 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, the profit from ordinary electronic watches is also quite considerable, with massive sales volumes. With mature technology, costs are only around 10 yuan, and for better ones just 20 or 30, yet the selling price can reach 70 or 80, multiplying the profit several times. He deliberately stopped in front of the exhibition stand for the gold electronic watches manufactured by his company, carefully examining the exhibits while his mind began to dissect the costs. The movement is the core and also the largest expense. At this time, our country's quartz movement technology is quite mature, and large-scale production has dramatically reduced costs. For common basic movements like caliber 5Y23 and 4M25, the factory cost is roughly between $5 to $15. The most basic model likely has a movement cost of around $8 to $10. The case, band, and dial are where the core value of Hong Kong manufacturing lies. A basic stainless steel case paired with a band and dial made of the same material or resin can be produced at a cost of $3 to $8. The cost of the battery and packaging is negligible. An ordinary button battery costs less than $1, a simple paper box manual and warranty card add up to only $1 to $2. The assembly cost is another advantage for Hong Kong. In the early 80s, the wages of assembly line workers in Hong Kong were far lower than in our country, making the total labor cost merely $1 to $2, or even lower. Lin Haixing estimated in his mind. The cost for the lowest end model is about $10 to $15. For mainstream mid-range models, the stainless steel case, combined with basic quartz functions, likely costs between $15 to $25. The most reasonable core estimate is that a standard gold electronic watch manufactured in Hong Kong has a factory cost of approximately $20. Once sold, even at wholesale prices, it should be at least $30 to $40, making the profit quite enticing. He looked over at other brands' watches. In front of the Citizen booth, a newly released watch caught the eye. It is the world's first inductive watch featuring a dual display screen design, combining hands temperature measurement and memory functions with a highly futuristic design that attracted many trendy individuals to stop and observe. The Casio booth was also lively, although it wasn't explicitly stated, as this year's new models. Several electronic watches featuring calculators and mini games had innovative designs and were easy to operate, leading the current global trend in electronic watches. The most popular was a Pac-Man watch, which just launched this year and became a phenomenon, featuring the classic game Pac-Man on its face, priced between $25 to $35, with reported sales exceeding 5,000 units. Lin Haixing watched the small screen as Pac-Man continuously darted back and forth, secretly admiring how clever the idea was. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Manager Zhang, he couldn't help but speak, his tone laced with confusion. If this watch is expensive, why are people so eager to buy it? Manager Zhang pondered for a moment, looked up at the neon lights by the roadside, and slowly replied, perhaps it's because some watches aren't just about telling time, but also about face value. Lin Haixing nodded, seeming to understand, yet his steps lightened considerably. He knew that this trip to the exhibition was not in vain. Not only had he broadened his horizons, but he also grasped a principle. The world is vast, there is still much to learn, and a long road lies ahead. The fire kindling in his heart had already been ignited. A few days later, Lin Haixing arranged to have tea with an agent he met at the exhibition. This agent was also a Hong Kong businessman who helped our country's Shi Taichung watch brand manufacture bands, and Lin Haixing had specifically saved his contact information. The tea house was bustling with voices as the two found a window-side spot to sit down. Manager Lee, to be honest, I am very interested in watch bands. Lin Haixing poured more water into the agent's teacup, his tone sincere. The agent smiled, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. You're asking the right person. Currently, market demand is quite substantial. For instance, our country's gold watches have high sales volumes, leading to a continuous demand for bands. Lin Haixing's eyes brightened as if he had discovered a treasure. Do you know the situation regarding band manufacturing for gold watches here in Hong Kong? The agent glanced around, lowered his voice. There are many tricks to this. Many band factories in Hong Kong are currently producing for gold manufacturers. However, the profit per unit is a bit thin, but the volume of orders is substantial. Can you elaborate on the costs and profits? I'm quite interested in this aspect. Seeing Lin Haixing's serious expression, the agent became interested. Take standard steel bands as an example. The cost of raw materials for ordinary solid steel bands is about 2 to 4 Hong Kong dollars, while resin bands are even cheaper, around 0.5 to 1.5 Hong Kong dollars. Regarding production and processing, stamping, injection molding, polishing, assembly, and electroplating, these costs are not low, as steel bands are about 3 to 6 Hong Kong dollars, while resin bands are relatively less. If sold to gold manufacturers, what would the profit be? Lin Haixing eagerly asked. The profit isn't very high, the agent shook his head. Large clients drive hard bargains, and the typical net profit margin is just 8 to 15. For example, a steel band costing 10 Hong Kong dollars would yield a profit of only 1 to 1.5 Hong Kong dollars, sold to gold manufacturers for 11 to 11.5 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Haixing furrowed his brows, contemplating. It seems that the profit per unit is indeed thin. The agent chuckled and patted Lin Haixing's shoulder. Young man, you don't understand this yet. Although the profit per unit is small, the orders from gold manufacturers are typically in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Once the volume increases, the profit becomes quite substantial. For instance, if a factory ships 5,000 bands to Seiko each month with a profit of 1.2 Hong Kong dollars per band, that amounts to 6,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, totaling 7.2 million Hong Kong dollars a year. 7.2 million. This figure struck Lin Haixing's mind like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened as excitement surged within him. This was undoubtedly a tremendous business opportunity for him. He seemed to see his path to wealth unfolding before him. Back at home, Lin Haixing could hardly contain his excitement. He set aside any thoughts of rest and immediately retrieved paper and pen, beginning to sketch the blueprint for his envisioned band production. As he drew, he muttered to himself, if I could establish an OEM factory and calculate based on these costs and profits, I could definitely make a fortune. He carefully noted down all the costs on paper, raw material costs for steel bands production and processing cost management, and marketing costs, estimating each item within the ranges provided by the agent. Then he calculated the profits and selling prices under different profit margins. Assuming I could secure orders similar to Seiko's with a profit margin of 10, a steel band costing 10 Hong Kong dollars would yield a profit of 1 Hong Kong dollar. If the order volume is 5,000 bands, that would mean a profit of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Haisheng's eyes sparkled, as if he could already see that mountain of wealth. The more he calculated, the more excited he became, a confident smile spreading across his face. This is a golden opportunity, I must seize it well. However, amidst his excitement, he also recognized the difficulties involved. To establish a suitable production factory, it is essential to have skilled workers, and to build relationships with clients to ensure product quality. All of this is no easy task. Fortunately, he had experience in both production and sales, and understood the intricacies involved. But he knew there was no turning back. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his good buddy Kai Weisong, who was quick-witted and well-connected. He could discuss his entrepreneurial ideas with him and seek his advice. He recalled what Kai Weisong had told him that day. A worker who doesn't stick his neck out won't get ahead. Only by being your own boss can you make money. He also remembered Kai Weisong had mentioned better to deceive an old man than to underestimate a young man's poverty. There will be a day when a dragon rises from the phoenix, and don't believe that one's pants will wear out for a lifetime. This was a phrase he could remember having consulted his grandfather Yi Kuan, which originated from the scholars by Qing dynasty writer Wu Jingzi. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but hum a line from the genius idiot dream. All materials have their use, and soaring height doesn't require dreaming. Now the opportunity was right before his eyes. This was no daydream. Everything had a basis and possibility. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. This time he was determined to take a gamble. Outside, the lights of Victoria Harbor still shone brilliantly. Every corner of this city hid the dreams of countless people. Lin Haisheng stood by the window gazing at the distant seascape. He knew that from this moment on his life was about to open a new chapter. And all of this began at that watch exhibition. Now it was time for it to bear fruit. Yuen Long is located in the northwest of the New Territories. In the 1980s, the Yuen Long's main street lacked the dazzling neon lights of Central, and instead featured a unique blend of local flavors. The shophouses lining the streets were crowded together, their signs swaying gently in the breeze. The aroma of tea restaurants mixed with the sweet scent from street-side dessert shops wafting far away. On this particular noon, Lin Haisheng, with a backpack and wearing sneakers, turned a corner into a narrow alley and finally spotted the shop with the wooden sign of Chowxing Tea Restaurant. As he pushed open the door, the sound of a copper bell rang, and the lively chatter from inside rushed out. The sounds of diners conversing, the clatter of bowls and chopsticks, and the clanging of pots and pans from the kitchen intertwined to create the most vibrant melody of Hong Kong street life. The booths were filled with people. Workers in uniforms, elderly ladies carrying vegetable baskets, and several students crowded around a table excitedly chatting while eating. Lin Haisheng scanned the room, and soon spotted Kai Weisong bustling at the kitchen door. He appeared a bit darker than the last time they met, and had gained some muscle, wearing a checked shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. His tousled hair was damp with sweat sticking to his forehead, as he carried 2 plates of food, moving swiftly between tables, while cheerfully conversing with the diners. "A song," Lin Haisheng called out. Kai Weisong turned around abruptly, and upon seeing Lin Haisheng at the door, his eyes brightened instantly. He handed a plate to a nearby colleague, and strode over, his face beaming with a smile. "A Sheng. What brings you here? You didn't say you were coming." He quickly approached, patted Lin Haisheng on the shoulder, and said, "Come sit down. There's a spot inside. Let me move a chair for you." Following him to a booth by the window, as soon as Lin Haisheng sat down, a glass of iced lemon tea was pushed in front of him. The refreshing lemon scent mixed with the flavor of black tea instantly dispelled the heat from the outside. "First drink some tea to cool down. I'll let Uncle and Aunt know," Kai Weisong said, turning around towards the cash. Behind the cash register, an older gentleman with graying hair was fiddling with a calculator, while an elderly lady beside him wiped cups. It was Kai Weisong's uncle Kai Xing Long and his aunt Yang Xiulian. They were both from Chaodong, and spoke their hometown dialect more fondly than Cantonese. "Uncle, Aunt, my hometown friend A Sheng is here, the Lin Haisheng I mentioned to you last time." Kai Xing Long looked up, saw Lin Haisheng set down the calculator, stood up, and with a friendly smile approached Lin Haisheng for a warm handshake. "Oh, A Sheng, I've heard a song mention you. Come sit down, we're all family here." Yang Xiulian also put down the cup, wiped her hands, and walked over, taking Lin Haisheng's arm with a warm tone. "It must be tiring to travel all this way. Yuen Long is quieter than Kowloon. Are you hungry? Let a song prepare a couple of signature dishes for you to taste our home flavors." Lin Haisheng was wrapped in this warmth from his fellow townsfolk, feeling a comforting warmth in his heart, quickly rising to express his thanks. "Uncle and Aunt, you are too kind. I just came to see a song and discuss some matters. No need to trouble yourselves." "Trouble? Not at all. We're all fellow townsfolk. Here it's just like being at home." Kai Xing Long waved his hand and called out to Kai Weisong, Asong, prepare a portion of roast goose, stir-fry some beef ho fun, and serve a plate of oyster sauce Kowloon for your hometown friend to taste your skills. Got it. Kai Wei Song replied, winking at Lin Haisheng before turning and dashing into the kitchen. The kitchen was small but impeccably clean, with the stove gleaming and the spices neatly arranged. Kai Wei Song, deftly tied on an apron, swiftly prepared the ingredients, while Lin Haisheng sat in the booth, clearly able to see his actions in the kitchen. Chopping meat, washing vegetables, mixing sauces. Each movement was smooth and practiced, completely shedding the clumsiness from when he first arrived in Hong Kong. Soon several dishes were served. The stir-fried beef ho fun glistened with oil, the slices of beef a tender red, the bean sprouts crunchy, and the green onions vibrant, making it incredibly appetizing. The oyster sauce Kowloon looked particularly fresh, blanched in hot water, and then drizzled with oyster sauce, the tempting aroma wafting through the air. Quick, taste it, and see how my skills are. Kai Wei Song sat across and looked at him expectantly. Lin Haisheng smiled and said, then I won't hold back. Let's eat together. He picked up a chopstick full of stir-fried beef ho fun, the rice noodles smooth and chewy, the beef tender and juicy, without any greasiness, seasoned just right. Delicious. So delicious. Lin Haisheng set down his chopsticks, genuinely amazed. Asong, your skills have improved tremendously, not worse than those chefs in fancy restaurants. Hearing this, Kai Wei Song's smile was uncontainable. Really. As long as you think it's delicious, that's all that matters. He leaned back in his chair, recalling the days when he first arrived in Hong Kong, his expression softening with a hint of sparkle. After I came to Hong Kong, I've been helping out at my uncle's tea restaurant. At first I didn't know anything, just helped a bit by passing spices and washing vegetables, clumsy and often scolded by the master. But I watched the masters waving their spatulas in the kitchen, bringing out delicious dishes, and I felt particularly envious. I thought to myself how great it would be if I could make such delicious dishes too. Kai Wei Song said, lifting a hand to touch his nose, smiling at the corners of his mouth. Later, I told the master I wanted to learn to cook, and he saw that I was earnest, so he taught me some basic skills. Lin Haisheng looked at the light in his eyes, imagining the hard work he must have put in, feeling genuinely happy for him. That's great. It seems you really enjoy this line of work. Not just like it, I'm completely obsessed. Kai Wei Song suddenly became animated, leaning forward a bit, his speed of speech quickening. You have no idea, Cantonese cuisine looks simple, but it's actually quite intricate. Take this stir-fried beef ho fun, it's the most challenging to master. He continued, the rice noodles need to be soaked just right, the fire must be high while frying, and you have to be quick. The strength of flipping the spatula must be well controlled, otherwise the rice noodles will break and stick to the pan. The beef must be selected from fresh tenderloin, and the marinade's proportions must be precise for it to be tender when cooked. Paired with bean sprouts and green onions, when the timing is right, the flavor is absolutely perfect. As he spoke, he licked his lips as if still savoring that taste. And then there's the fresh shrimp wonton noodles. The wonton skin must be thin, the shrimp meat inside must be fresh and chopped with a bit of chewiness. Each wonton should contain at least 2 large shrimp, and when you bite into it, it's bursting with freshness. The broth is made by simmering ground fish and pork bones for several hours. Lin Haisheng listened with rapt attention, looking at the spirited Kai Wei Song, filled with admiration. You're truly impressive, Song. Learning to cook Cantonese cuisine so quickly must have taken a lot of effort. Mentioning this, Kai Wei Song's smile dimmed slightly, but his expression became more earnest. Yes, I put in a lot. After finishing the work at the restaurant each day, while others rested, I would still be in the kitchen pondering how to pair ingredients and adjust seasoning proportions. Sometimes I had to try a dish over a dozen times before being satisfied. To find a suitable seasoning, I could run around all of Yuen Long's spice shops, tasting one by one, comparing them all. At times I would try so much that my mouth would go numb, and I'd feel like throwing up at the sight of food, but as long as I saw diners enjoying it, giving a thumbs up, saying it was delicious, I felt it was all worth it. He took a sip of his iced lemon tea, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Lin Haisheng looked at him, deeply moved. Coming from Chaodong County to Hong Kong as a fellow outsider, Kai Wei Song found his direction in a tea restaurant, establishing his roots on this unfamiliar land through hard work and persistence. As for him, besides diligently studying and working, he was always searching for his own path to wealth. Lin Haisheng asked curiously, do you also make any special Cantonese dishes apart from these home-cooked meals? Kai Wei Song patted his chest proudly and smiled. Of course. I can also make the famous soy sauce noodles from Hong Kong. The thin noodles are springy and flavorful, with no trace of alkaline water, mixed with freshly rendered lard and sweet soy sauce. Every bite is a delight that diners love to order. And there's also the marinated pork knuckle, braised for several hours until tender and flavorful. The pork skin is sticky and gelatinous, melting in your mouth without being greasy. The fish balls and cuttlefish balls in the restaurant are all made by me, with a high fish-meat ratio and no starch. They taste fresh and firm, very springy. And the freshly fried eel skin, I fry them in thick, large pieces, perfectly mastered in cooking, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fragrant with a fishy taste, served with pepper and salt. It's absolutely amazing. He spoke about each dish with great familiarity. While eating, Lin Haisheng praised, this is so delicious, Asong. With your skills, you will definitely be able to open your own big restaurant in the future. Kai Wei Song smiled, his eyes filled with dreams, yet grounded. Take it slow, first learn well from Uncle and hone your skills more. There will always be opportunities in the future. The two chatted while eating, discussing hometown matters, life in Hong Kong, and amusing stories from the tea restaurant, and time flew by quickly. After filling up, Kai Weisong poured Lin Haisheng more tea. Lin Haisheng remembered he wanted to seek Kai Weisong's advice on entrepreneurship today, so he spoke up. Song, I visited a watch exhibition a few days ago and discovered a business opportunity I'd like to discuss with you to see if it's feasible. Kai Weisong straightened his posture, his expression becoming serious. What business opportunity? Tell me. I want to become a small boss myself and open a watch strap processing factory. Lin Haisheng looked at him with a firm tone and a hint of expectation in his eyes. I've worked in the watch shop for so long. Now I may not have much capital or technology to produce complete watches, but producing watch components, especially straps, seems feasible right now. The initial investment isn't large, and I'm familiar with the materials and craftsmanship of straps. I know where to source good materials and how to make high-quality straps. The watch industry in Hong Kong is so developed, and the demand for watch straps must be substantial. This is a great business opportunity. He laid out his thoughts, clearly analyzing everything from raw material procurement to processing techniques and marketing. This was not a whimsical idea, but a decision he made after observing and contemplating for a long time while working at the watch shop. After speaking, Lin Haisheng looked at Kai Weisong feeling a bit nervous. He knew that opening a factory in Hong Kong was not an easy task. It required funding, premises, and labor. Kai Weisong was the most trustworthy fellow villager he had in Hong Kong, and he wanted to hear Kai Weisong's opinion. After listening, Kai Weisong did not speak immediately. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was pondering seriously. Lin Haisheng's heart raced, fixated on his face, fearing he might express opposition. After a moment, Kai Weisong lifted his head, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, and slammed the table, exclaiming, "Great! This idea is excellent. So wonderful. Do you remember the famous saying we discussed last time? One day the dragon will pierce through the phoenix. Not every day can one wear pants with holes. One must have ambition in life." Lin Haisheng nodded shyly. He looked excitedly at Lin Haisheng and continued, "Sheng, your idea is absolutely right. It's better to do familiar things than unfamiliar ones. You've worked in the watch shop for so long, and you know the strap industry inside out. That's your advantage. Hong Kong is a place where one must dare to take risks and fight. If you rely on working for others, you'll only scrape by. Only by becoming your own boss can you make big money and truly establish yourself in this land." Kai Weisong's words resonated with Lin Haisheng, and the stone in his heart fell away instantly, revealing a smile on his face. "I knew you would support me." "Of course I support you." Kai Weisong nodded seriously. However, opening a factory is not a small matter. There are many things to consider. First, the location. A processing factory does not need to be located in bustling areas like Central or Tsim Sha Tsui, as the rent is too expensive. Places like Yuen Long and Tuen Mun in the New Territories are good, with cheaper rent, larger spaces, and reasonably convenient transportation. Then there's the labor. It's best to hire fellow villagers from our hometown. Firstly, they are reliable, and secondly, they look out for each other, which can help in working together to make the factory successful. You can go back and ask if any fellow villagers want to come to Hong Kong to work. Those who are nimble can be recruited. Also, regarding raw materials, since you are familiar with them, you must ensure quality control. The quality of the materials directly determines the quality of the products. Only good quality can retain customers and sustain long-term business. Kai Weisong analyzed each point, and the advice he provided was very practical, based on his experiences observing and navigating the business landscape in Hong Kong. Although he was in the food and beverage industry, the principles of doing business in Hong Kong are universal. Location, labor, and quality control are all crucial. Lin Haisheng listened attentively, nodding along, while keeping Kai Weisong's words in mind, occasionally raising his own questions, to which Kai Weisong patiently responded. The two increasingly hit it off, discussing everything from factory location to labor management, from raw material procurement to market sales, as if the watch strap processing factory had already opened and business was thriving. "By the way, Sheng," Kai Weisong suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "I haven't been to the watch exhibition you mentioned, but have you been to the Chinli fresh seafood restaurant on Lama Island? Their new dishes are particularly famous." Lin Haisheng shook his head. "I haven't been. What's up?" "Their superior soup, baked lobster, glutinous rice, baked crab casserole, and pan-seared yellow-footed chicken are all renowned signature dishes with incredible flavors." Kai Weisong's eyes sparkled. "Next time I have the chance, I'll take you to try, and we can also learn their cooking techniques, which might add some new flair to my tea restaurant." "Sure, I'll be looking forward to it." Lin Haisheng smiled. "Don't worry, I won't forget you." Kai Weisong waved his hand and continued, "Once your factory is up and running and business is on the right track, I'll invite you, your grandfather, and your uncle's family to Yuen Long. We want to eat at this tea restaurant. I'll take you to try the authentic poon choy from our New Territories. This poon choy is rich in ingredients, layered and flavorful, and when the family gathers around to eat, it's very lively. I'll also take you to taste the famous wife cake from Yuen Long." Kai Weisong's tone was filled with longing when talking about poon choy, which is a specialty of the New Territories and represents the taste of family reunion. Lin Haixing thought of his grandfather and uncle's family feeling warm inside and nodded. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal. The two smiled at each other, their eyes filled with expectations for the future. The sunlight outside streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow over the two of them. The tea restaurant was still bustling with life, full of the aroma of food, and within this noise lay the love for life of two outsiders, their dreams for the future, and the deep bond of fellow villagers. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the lights in Lin Haixing's room at Suwu Village were still on. Lin Haixing sat at his desk, his fingertips gliding over the open letter paper, which was densely filled with plans for his future venture in the watch industry. During the day this month, Lin Haixing, as usual, diligently handled various sales affairs of high-end watches in the spacious, yet slightly noisy office of Maidashi Watch Company. His gaze was focused and keen, missing no detail, for working in this renowned Hong Kong company meant that every decision and every piece of data could influence the company's business direction. As night fell and the city's clamor gradually faded, Lin Haixing immersed himself in his entrepreneurial plan. The desk was piled with various materials and notes, his fingers gently flipping through the documents, revealing his longing and determination for the future. Lin Haixing's product goals were very clear, with a long-term plan vividly presented in his mind. During his time at Maidashi Watch Company, he had absorbed knowledge about the watch industry like a parched sponge. He understood the current global industrial ecology of watches thoroughly, with every process from production to sales replaying in his mind like scenes from a movie. The light from the desk lamp illuminated his tightly furrowed brows, yet the spark of ambition burned in his eyes. On the table lay a disassembled, ordinary Swiss mechanical watch, its gears exposed, gleaming with a precise metallic luster. The movement truly is an unavoidable obstacle, he murmured softly, gently nudging the gears with his fingertips, his gaze growing solemn. He could roughly estimate the ecological structure of the watch industry, calculating the profit margins of each process from production to sales. He understood better than anyone that the soul of a mechanical watch lies in its movement. It is the heart, composed of hundreds of precise parts, where the mainspring stores energy, gears transmit motion, the escapement controls speed, and the balance wheel and hairspring maintain regularity, driving the hands to move. A technical barrier that requires centuries of accumulation. He recalled the international watch exhibition he had attended earlier, watching enviously as Swiss and our country exhibitors showcased exquisite movements filled with longing and resentment. He leaned closer to the display cases, his eyes fixated on the intricate parts, as if he wanted to engrave every detail into his mind. He could even smell the faint scent of machine oil on the movement, feeling the cold metallic texture. This core technology still seemed firmly in the hands of the Swiss and our country. Hong Kong lacks the production conditions, and what about the mainland? Lin Haixing shook his head, gently, a hint of regret crossing his eyes. The past decade of isolation had left the mainland's technology far behind the global trends. He picked up a quartz watch and, upon disassembly, found its internal structure much simpler. The phrase quartz crisis lingered in his mind. Mechanical watches rely on mainsprings while quartz watches depend on batteries. This is the most fundamental difference. Most analog quartz movements were produced by our country's goldsmiths, while digital displays were monopolized by another, our country company Casio. Integrating circuits, batteries, stepper motors, and microgears efficiently yields low costs and high precision, enabling automated mass production. In the 70s and 80s, our country was the absolute leader in the quartz movement field. The famous quartz crisis that swept the world directly impacted the core position of Swiss mechanical watches, causing a sharp decline in production and workforce, nearly destroying the Swiss mechanical watch industry. However, at this time, he was unaware that a genius would soon emerge in Switzerland who would turn the tide and save the entire Swiss watch industry. He shifted his gaze from the movement to the watch case, strap, and dial on the table. These exterior components were Hong Kong's current strengths. Lin Haixing picked up a sample of a watch exterior component produced in Hong Kong, examining it carefully. The metallic texture of the case was smooth and delicate, the strap's material was soft and comfortable, and the patterns on the dial were exquisitely beautiful. Style determines appeal, and exterior pieces are the core of the added value of watches. The same movement, when paired with an ordinary steel case or a gold case with a diamond dial, can have price differences exceeding tenfold. He tapped the words watch strap heavily on the letter paper, his gaze growing more resolute. He could only start with watch straps. The heart of the watch is in Switzerland while the clothing is in Hong Kong. I will begin by creating this clothing. He contemplated silently. Watch straps can be said to be one of the earliest watch products from Hong Kong, generally categorized into leather and fabric straps and metal straps. In the 70s and 80s, their export value ranked among the top, with mature technology and easily controllable costs. Early strap factories were often makeshift family-run businesses where a group of female workers could start production. Once they established a foothold, they would gradually expand into other exterior components. Once conditions are ripe, they can import our country's movements for assembly, adopting an OEM model, transitioning from components to finished watches. As for the more distant dream, Lin Haixing looked up at the night sky outside the window, filled with aspiration, yet tinged with self-mockery. to research and produce movements mastering core technology, creating a complete industrial chain, and becoming a leader in Hong Kong's watch industry. This idea was as difficult as Lu Guan and Zhang establishing Shu after their oath in the Peach Garden. Yet dreams must exist. He recalled what Chairman Zhuang Antai had once said, unconsciously mimicking the steadiness of the elder. A successful man must have 3 watches. One for daily leisure, one for sports, and one for formal occasions. If you want to be even more successful, multiply each series by 3, and that's enough for a lifetime. Lin Haixing smiled, calculating in his heart. This was just for men. Women's watch styles are even more varied and complex, and market demand might exceed that of men. With so many people around the world, coupled with the mainland's recent reforms, the public's consumption levels would only increase. High-end watches may be unaffordable, but the market for mid-range and low-end watches is bound to explode. The beginning is always the hardest. He put away the letter paper, massaging his swollen temples. Let's follow what I discussed with Manager Li and Kai Weisong, starting with rubber straps, leather straps, and standard steel straps, as these categories have the largest market demand. Whether to resign first or deal with capital location workers and a host of other issues. Thinking of these made his head ache. Looking at the time, it was almost 2. Lin Haixing set aside his thoughts and prepared to sleep. The next day at work, Lin Haixing first found Manager Zhang. When he entered Manager Zhang's office, he felt a bit anxious. The office was filled with a faint scent of tobacco. Manager Zhang was sitting at his desk looking at documents. Manager Zhang, I want to discuss something with you, Lin Haixing said cautiously. Manager Zhang looked up at Lin Haixing and smiled, saying, Haixing, feel free to speak about anything. Lin Haixing took a deep breath and said, I want to resign to start a business producing watch straps. He laid out his entrepreneurial aspirations in detail to this elder brother. Manager Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Haixing, as a good friend of your uncle, and having worked with you for so long, I know you are a person of great potential. Of course I will support your entrepreneurship, but currently Chairman Zhuang values you highly and my dashi still needs you. Lin Haixing was startled, then spoke. Manager Zhang, I still want to resign to start a business. I'm afraid I won't be able to manage both sides. What's the rush? Manager Zhang waved his hand, his tone relaxed. There's no need to resign right now. You can continue working at the company while managing the watch strap factory. Lin Haixing's eyes lit up, his face filled with astonishment. Really? Can this be done? What could possibly be wrong? Manager Zhang chuckled and added, the chairman is half from your hometown. He still remembers the favor you did for the company by saving that batch of gold watches last time. I boldly speculate that currently the orders for the straps outsourced by Maida are not enough to meet demand. The need from our country is immense. The chairman could very well assign some of the strap orders to your factory for production. Manager Zhang smiled and continued, the chairman remembers your favor, but the company is too large and he generally does not manage these outsourcing matters in detail. Originally, he and the supervisor of the procurement department was a rigid person who only recognized established factories. However, last time you accompanied her to the hospital to see her injured son, a preliminary bond had already been established. In this case, we'll set up a connection for you. Prepare a solid proposal and go talk to her directly next week. Whether you can secure the order will depend on your own abilities. This statement was like a reassurance, striking Lin Haixing's heart. His tense shoulders instantly relaxed and his tone was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Manager Zhang, and thank the chairman for his concern for me. Work hard. Manager Zhang patted his shoulder. The chairman has high hopes for you. Don't let him down. Leaving Manager Zhang's office, Lin Haixing felt a spring in his step. He thought that if he had the Maida order as a safety net, the start would be much more secure. Next came the capital. He returned to his place, rummaging out the bank book hidden under the bedboard. Looking at the numbers, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. After 3 years of hard work living frugally, he had saved up 800 Hong Kong dollars. At that moment, his grandfather Yi Kun walked in. Oshing, I heard you want to start a business. His grandfather's voice was steady and strong with a smile on his face. Yes, Grandpa. Lin Haixing nodded, feeling a bit apprehensive, fearing his grandfather would oppose him. I support you. His grandfather spoke decisively. Young people should have dreams. I have 100 here, originally intended to help you with a down payment for a house, but now I'll give it to you as startup capital. Lin Haixing felt a lump in his throat, his voice somewhat choked. Grandpa, this money. No more nonsense, his grandfather interrupted him, his tone filled with affection. Starting a business is not easy. If you need more money, just tell me. Lin Haixing's eyes turned red. He took a deep breath. A day later, he called his uncle. Uncle, I want to start a strap factory. Can you lend me some money? He got straight to the point. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then his uncle laughed. Sure, I have 100 here. You can come pick it up. Also, I know some people at the bank who can help you apply for a small loan. Oh, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Haixing felt warmth in his heart and thanked him repeatedly. Adding it all up with his 800 savings, his grandfather's 100, plus the 100 borrowed from his uncle along with a small bank loan, he would have about 400 Hong Kong dollars to start with. The issue of capital was finally settled. Next came the factory. Initially, Lin Haixing planned to follow Kai Weisong's suggestion and look for a factory in remote areas like Yuan Long and Tuen Mun, where the rent would be cheaper. However, he did not expect to strike at just the right time. In 1982, Hong Kong was facing serious impacts on land leases in the new territories with no clear solutions. The land leasing terms, major infrastructure investments, and citizens' confidence in the future were all severely affected. During that time, land prices, building prices, and rents plummeted across the board with an average drop of between 40 and 60. He found a factory in Tycoon, and his luck was astonishing. In the 1980s, Tycoon was a traditional mixed-use area in Kowloon with factories clustered together concentrating on light industry, which was precisely the hub for the watch assembly industry. On the 5th floor of Chongqing Industrial Building, there was a space of about 500 square meters with a rental rate of only 20 Hong Kong dollars per square meter, making the monthly rent about 1000. This is it. Lin Haixing stood in the empty factory, looking out at the street view outside the window, his heart filled with joy. With the site settled, the next step was to hire workers. Lin Haixing immediately found his good brothers Huang Jiandong and Kai Weisong. In a small tea restaurant, the three sat around a table with 3 cups of iced lemon tea in front of them. Jiandong Weisong, I've secured the factory, but I'm short on manpower, Lin Haixing stated directly. Huang Jiandong slapped his thigh and said straightforwardly, that's no problem. There are a few of our former colleagues from the printing factory in Shapa who are currently unemployed. I can call them over. Kai Weisong nodded in agreement. I have a few female compatriots from Haicheng, all housewives quick on their feet. They can be trained in a few days. Lin Haixing felt warmth in his heart and raised his iced lemon tea, saying, thank you, brothers. No need to be polite. Huang Jiandong waved his hand, took a sip of iced lemon tea, and smiled. My girlfriend Wan Xing and my second sister Huang Aimei also said they would come to help. Many hands make light work, Kai Weisong added with a smile. Lin Haixing looked at the 2 brothers in front of him and recalled the old saying, one fence requires 3 posts, one hero needs 3 helpers. With their help, everything went much more smoothly. A few days later, the factory gradually became lively. Huang Jiandong's colleagues brought tools, and the female compatriots introduced by Kai Weisong also arrived one after another. Wan Xing and Huang Aimei busied themselves cleaning and organizing materials. Everyone come over, they'll briefly explain the operation process. Lin Haixing stood in the middle holding a sample strap, patiently explaining. The female compatriots listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Huang Jiandong's colleagues surrounded the machines, starting to explore their operation. Here you need to pay attention to the force, don't deform the strap. Lin Haixing walked over to a female compatriot, guiding her hand in hand. The compatriot was somewhat shy and hurriedly said, thank you, Boss Lin. No need to be polite, we will all be colleagues from now on. Lin Haixing smiled, waving his hand. Wan Xing was quick on her feet and quickly mastered the sewing technique for the straps, even voluntarily helping to guide others. Huang Aimei was responsible for counting materials, neatly categorizing the straps of different materials. The sounds of machines and conversations intertwined in the factory, filled with a lively atmosphere. 1 week later, at the Maida procurement department, Supervisor He Yin was flipping through Lin Haixing's thin production plan, her brow furrowed. Sheng, I just visited your factory. In terms of equipment and workforce scale, the gap compared to the several established factories we work with is not small. Lin Haixing was prepared and calmly took out several strap samples from his bag, pushing them in front of He Yin. Supervisor, He, scale is a matter of time, but quality is something that can be assessed right now. This is a commonly found steel strap on the market, and this one was made using new molds and processes in our factory. You can weigh it, check the chamfering on the edges, and try out the smoothness of the buckle. He Yin, somewhat skeptical, picked them up for comparison, and the difference in texture was immediately apparent. Lin Haixing seized the opportunity. I've calculated that for the same quality my price can be 8 lower. Because I understand that Manager Zheng and the chairman gave me this opportunity not to accommodate me, but to help the company reduce costs and increase efficiency. This is the plan I devised with the 8 price difference, detailing the ramp-up of production capacity over the next 3 months. He then produced a simple plan that clearly outlined the milestones for hiring and acquiring equipment. What I need is just an opportunity to prove myself with an order. If you are not satisfied with the first batch, I won't take a penny. Ian looked at this enthusiastic young man who was well prepared and recalled his attentiveness when accompanying her to visit her son in the hospital. Her furrowed brow finally relaxed. She closed the plan saying, I can give you the first batch of orders, but as you mentioned, the quality will be subject to a veto by my quality inspector. It's a deal? Lin Haixing suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart. He knew the path was now open. It wasn't long before the Maida order was delivered. The order quantity was considerable, and everyone had to work overtime. The factory was brightly lit at night. The machines kept running, and the workers performed their tasks with increasing proficiency. Lin Haixing moved around the workshop, occasionally stopping to check product quality and lending a helping hand. A worker named Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted to Lin Haixing, Sheng, we can deliver this batch on time, don't worry. Another worker chimed in with a smile, everyone's morale is high. If we work an extra couple of days, we can meet the deadline. Lin Haixing looked at the busy yet orderly workshop, seeing the determination on everyone's faces, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Thus began Lin Haixing's entrepreneurial journey, filled with bumps, yet brimming with hope. The strap factory's business took off from the very start. Orders kept coming and workers worked overtime every day, everyone earned money, and no one complained. As night deepened, the lights in the factory remained bright, reflecting everyone's busy figures and the unquenchable flame in Lin Haixing's eyes. Lin Haixing stood by the window gazing at the distant nightscape of Hong Kong, a confident smile gracing his lips. The dream of dominating the watch industry was far away, but for now he would take steady steps forward. Starting anything is difficult. Lin Haixing had been busy with the factory's matters for more than a month. On a Sunday morning, Kai Weisong approached Lin Haixing with a mysterious expression, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Haixing stopped butting heads with these factory parts. Kai Weisong sidled and lowering his voice, "Take a day off today. They'll take you to a good place, and by the way, help me with..." Lin Haixing raised his cup of hot tea, just taking a sip, when he heard Kai Weisong add, "Let's go deal with little people." With a clatter, he jolted, scalding tea splashing on his fingertips. "What? Deal with people?" Lin Haixing exclaimed in shock, his tone rising. "The legal system in Hong Kong is so strict. If you really have grievances, just call the police. Why resort to violence? Do you think you're Chen Wei strong enough to fight? Are you out of your mind?" Kai Weisong couldn't help but chuckle, patting his arm. "Relax, we're decent people, we don't resort to violence." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "It's not about actually hitting someone, or it's about finding someone to do it for us, just to feel better psychologically. You'll see when you come along. There's no harm and no need for you to help." Lin Haixing furrowed his brow, filled with hesitation. "My grandfather taught me to obey the law since I was little." He looked at Kai Weisong, his tone serious. "Brothers are brothers, but don't drag me into anything outrageous. I'm busy with factory matters right now." Kai Weisong spread his hands, looking helpless. "You know me, I'm even more timid than you and afraid of trouble. How could I harm you? Just trust me this once. If you don't like it, we can leave immediately." Unable to resist his persistent persuasion, Lin Haixing eventually changed into a clean shirt and followed Kai Weisong out. As they crossed the sea by car, Kai Weisong leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting out the window, a hint of unnoticeable frustration hidden in his expression. Lin Haixing noticed, but didn't ask further, simply waiting in silence. They finally arrived at Causeway Bay on Hong Kong Island, and by the time they walked to the Gooseneck Bridge, it was nearly noon. The sun was blazing, heating the bridge to an unbearable temperature. Traffic flowed ceaselessly on the bridge, a cacophony of noise. This was a three-way intersection surrounded by towering buildings, their glass facades reflecting blinding light. According to tradition, this kind of terrain is believed to be heavily infused with negative energy, making it an ideal spot for dealing with little people. By the bridge piers, several elderly women sat on small stools with simple offerings of incense and joss paper in front of them, their expressions calm. They were dressed simply, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the bridge, casting dappled shadows on them, adding a These elderly women are known as little person grannies, most of whom learned their craft through family tradition or apprenticeship. Kai Weisong explained softly as they walked, unconsciously slowing his pace. Lin Haixing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the grandmothers, the scent of burning incense lingering at the tip of it. "I've gotten together with Liao Xiaohong. Oh, she was our middle school classmate, remember? She sat in front of me, and we ended up together, officially establishing our relationship." Kai Weisong suddenly spoke, his voice sweet, then quickly turned somber. "But her uncle, Liao Xinghai, adamantly disapproves." Lin Haixing paused, looking at him. Kai Weisong's eyes were filled with helplessness. "He says I come from a wealthy family, and that I once smuggled myself into Hong Kong. He fears I might lead her astray. The Liao family comes from humble beginnings and believes in maintaining purity of lineage. Xiaohong has a formal job at the cooperative and thinks I'm not worthy of her, even forcing Xiaohong to cut off contact with me." Lin Haixing listened quietly. He understood Kai Weisong's predicament and the deeply entrenched class beliefs of that era. "So you consider her uncle a little person and want to come here to deal with him, hoping to use mystical powers to curse him into yielding?" Lin Haixing asked. Kai Weisong nodded, his tone laced with reluctance. "What else can I do? I'm not good with words. I can't win an argument against him. I just want to find a granny to take care of it, to vent my frustration. Perhaps it will truly awaken him." Lin Haixing listened with a wry smile. The two approached an older granny. The granny wore a dark floral blouse, slightly wrinkled, her hair tied up in a tight bun at the back of her head, a few strands of white hair falling from the edges, revealing her age. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes calmly sweeping over the two, not warmly inviting them, but rather speaking in a low, hoarse voice. "Need help dealing with little people?" Kai Weisong immediately donned a flattering smile, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Granny, thank you for your trouble." The granny gestured for him to sit on the low stool opposite her. The stool was old and worn out, the paint long chipped away, revealing the dark wood grain beneath. Lin Haixing stood beside it, curiously observing. On the cloth mat in front of the granny lay a stack of yellowed joss paper printed with blue-clad little people, the edges fur. Next to them stood a pair of red candles, their bodies bright red, the wicks blackened. Several sticks of incense were inserted into a small incense burner, releasing a gentle sandalwood scent. Most eye-catching was an old shiny leather shoe, its surface marked with creases and signs of wear. The granny prepared with unhurried precision, her movements skilled and solemn. She first lit the red candles, carefully inserting them into the crevices of the bridge. The faint flames flickered gently in the wind, as if battling against invisible forces struggling to remain lit. Next she pinched 3 sticks of incense, holding them with both hands bowed 3 times towards the empty space outside the bridge, while muttering words. The sounds were too soft for Lin Haixing to hear clearly. He only felt the intonation was strange, carrying a sense of solemnity. Thin smoke spiraled upwards, tracing a meandering path beneath the dim bridge, gradually dissipating into the breeze. The granny took out a piece of little person paper, turned to Kai Weisong, and asked, "What name should I write?" "Liao uncle." Kai Weisong quickly responded, afraid of delaying even for a moment. "Just write Liao uncle, thank you for your trouble." The granny picked up a pencil, her hand trembling slightly, the pencil tip scratching across the paper, producing a soft rustling sound. The characters were crooked and messy, not clearly a name, but possibly a symbol. After finishing, the granny picked up the old leather shoe and began to chant softly, "Hitting your little person head, hoping you calm down, hitting your little person belly, making you suffer." As she recited, the sole of the leather shoe rhythmically struck the little person paper, creating a crisp sound, each strike firm and powerful, neither filled with rage nor perfunctory. Kai Weisong watched, a look of relief crossing his face, but a few seconds later he frowned again. "Granny, wait." He suddenly interjected, his expression peculiar, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. "Don't hit too hard. Just make him clear-headed enough not to oppose me and Xiaohong anymore." After a pause he added, "If he ends up with issues, I'd have to cover his medical expenses, which isn't worth it." The granny abruptly halted her movements, raising her gaze to Kai Weisong, a flash of clear displeasure in her eyes, her brows furrowing. "I've been dealing with little people for over 10 years, well known in Hong Kong. Why would I need your guidance?" She set down the leather shoe, her tone firm. "If you want to change what I say, you can either tell me yourself or pay an extra $20 and I'll follow your wishes." Kai Weisong quickly forced a smile, waving his hands. Don't mention $20, 30 is fine. Please, granny, follow my instructions, thank you.